Chapter 701 Apology. Looking at the angry Qi Miao, Jinjin took Qi Miao's hand and whispered, Miao, sometimes you have to bow your head under the eaves this time, let's just accept this defeat. Upon hearing this, Qi Miao frowned slightly, glanced at Jinjin, then glanced at the smug Yi Sanshao, feeling as uncomfortable as if she had eaten a fly. Admit defeat? How can I admit this? I can't help it. Jinjin, how did it turn out like this? We ran over here eagerly. Are we just going to give in? What the hell is this? Jinjin was helpless and smiled. What can I do? Who knew something like this would happen? Forget it. Just accept it. I can't help but feel sorry for it. At this time, young Master Yi seemed a little impatient. He looked at Jinjin and Qi Miao and sneered. You two have been whispering for a long time. Have you reached an agreement? Have you come up with a conclusion? Still looking for trouble with me? I really spoiled you too much on weekdays, let me tell you. Today, if Third Master is not happy, then none of you can think of being happy. Not only will you be unhappy, I will make sure that your whole family can't be happy either. I forgot to tell you, especially Qi Miao, remember this clearly. My eldest brother, Yi Shao, has recently become more and more interested in your Qi family. What do you think will happen if I tell him about your situation today? Especially you, always talking about your damn brother Qi Tian and things like Tang Qingyu. You don't know that words can cause trouble. I didn't want to pay attention to you before, but you still can't stop. You always use Qi Tian's name to scare people, calling you an idiot, and you still don't believe it. Who can you scare? Why do you think these people usually give you face? Do you really think they're afraid of you, afraid of your brother? That's simply foolish. It's just that the time hasn't come yet for them to make a move on you. But now, whether that time has come or not is hard to say. But anyway, I know that if I'm unhappy today, this time will come, if not now. After saying these words, young Master Yi became even more arrogant. Qi Miao was so angry that she was shaking all over. She wanted to vent, but she had more concerns. Jinjin seemed helpless, sighed, looked at Third Master Yi and said with a smile, Third Master, why bother with this? We are all old acquaintances. Let's leave some space for each other so that we can meet again in the future. It's just a joke and a quarrel between us friends. Why make a big deal out of it? Tell me, right? Whatever it is, we can talk about it calmly. It's just some minor issues. Isn't it just a matter of drinking 2 glasses of wine? Miao is not feeling well and can't hold her liquor well, so I'll drink this sip of wine, let alone 2 glasses. Even if I drink 2 bottles, what's the big deal? As long as you're happy, I'm fine with it. After saying that, Jinjin seemed to be really thinking about Qi Miao. She slowly filled 2 glasses of foreign wine, picked them up, and was about to drink them all in one gulp. Qi Miao has never been one to let others take the blame for her since she was a child. Seeing this scene, how could she not stop it? Jinjin, what are you doing? You're not good at drinking. What are you drinking? As she spoke, Qi Miao was about to snatch the wine glass from Jinjin's hand. Jinjin dodged and looked at Qi Miao with a wry smile. Miao, I know you're arrogant and look down on young Master Yi, and it's even more impossible for you to admit your mistakes to him and drink to apologize, but we really can't afford to provoke young Master Yi right now. Even if you can provoke him, you don't care. But I can't afford to provoke him, but I can not care. If young Master Yi takes his anger out on my family because of what happened today, then I'll be the sinner. So, Miao, don't stop me. Just continue to be the proud young lady you are. I'll drink the wine. I think young Master Yi should be satisfied that someone has apologized. Every word he said was for Qi Miao's own good. Not only did he not want to embarrass Qi Miao, he also took responsibility for everything. However, he made the responsibility so clear, as if Jinjin was also forced to do so. It would be strange if Qi Miao didn't feel guilty after speaking like this. Jinjin looked at young Master Yi, put on a smile, picked up the wine glass, and continued, Young Master, I wonder if I can apologize to you on behalf of Sister Miao after I drink these 2 glasses of wine? Young Master Yi laughed heartily upon hearing this, but then shook his head and said, whoever made the mistake is responsible for it. There's no such thing as a replacement apology. If an apology can replace something, then sincerity is naturally gone. But I'm not a petty person. Since Miss Jinjin has spoken, I have to give her some face. But, Miss Jinjin, do you think 2 glasses of wine are enough? 2 glasses of wine are actually not a small amount after all. The wine glasses are not small. Jinjin, on the other hand, seemed to have a poor alcohol tolerance. 2 glasses of wine were enough to make her feel dizzy. But if young Master Yi is not satisfied, there is nothing we can do. Jinjin was helpless. She looked at Third Master Yi and chuckled. Third Master, if you think 2 glasses of wine aren't sincere enough, then I wonder how many glasses of wine do you think Jinjin needs to drink to be considered sincere and to be forgiven by you? Young Master Yi looked at Jinjin, then glanced at the angry Qi Miaomiao, and said with a smile, Miss Jinjin, what happened today actually has nothing to do with you. Why do you have to take it on yourself? Your health condition doesn't allow you to drink too much. Everyone knows this, I think. Forget it. Don't drink anymore. I won't be angry with you today. We can handle the issues between Qi Miaomiao and I by ourselves. I will definitely not drag you down, don't worry. Today I also saw that Miss Jinjin is righteous and generous, and has unparalleled loyalty. The man is bad, but you are a good friend and a good girlfriend. You have done a great job and I admire you. Therefore, I will never make things difficult for you. However, if you want to apologize for her, forget it. She doesn't seem to appreciate it, so why are you doing this? Forget it, stop drinking, and go. As for Qi Miaomiao, she can't leave today. Not only can she not leave, I'm afraid her Qi family will have to prepare for an attack from my Yi family. It would have been fine if young Master Yi hadn't said that, but now that he did, Jinjin couldn't just leave. Third Master, what are you doing? There's no need for this really. Third Master, Miao Miao didn't mean it. You know her temper, so don't be angry, okay? Having said that, Jinjin actually took the initiative to approach Yi Sanxiao, put her hands on Yi Sanxiao's shoulders, and smiled sweetly. 2 glasses of wine aren't enough, so let's just have 2 bottles anyway. Third young master's position is solid now, and his future is bright. Why bother with us little girls? I promise that Miao and I won't make things difficult for you in the future. Not only that, we'll be good friends from now on. What do you think, third young master? If anyone says that Jinjin is not seducing young Master Yi at this moment, I'm afraid he himself won't believe it. However, combined with what just happened and what she said now, it gives people a feeling that everything Jinjin did was for Qi Miaomiao, not for herself. She was forcing herself to do something she didn't want to do. Everything she did was for Qi Miaomiao. Seeing all this, Qi Miaomiao was extremely moved, but at the same time, she felt guilty. Given Qi Miaomiao's personality, she would definitely not let Jinjin compromise with Yi Sanxiao for her sake. Don't be fooled by the fact that Jinjin seems to be very open-minded on weekdays and always talks about how many fish there are in the fish pond. In fact, Qi Miaomiao knows best that Jinjin is very proud and ordinary men are not worth her attention at all. She seems to be very open, but in fact, no one has ever really gotten her. She has always been sticking to it and knows what she wants and what is precious. But today, Jinjin actually did this for her. Qi Miaomiao felt heartbroken and extremely guilty. Jinjin, what are you doing? Get out of here! Qi Miaomiao shouted. 702, Chapter 702. Just scold your brother. Qi Miaomiao really couldn't help it. She just shouted and pulled Jinjin out of Yi Sanxiao's arms. What are you doing? I don't need you to do this for me. Even if it's an apology or compensation, there's no need to do this. Jinjin, have you forgotten your own dream? How could you do this? Upon hearing this, Jinjin looked at Qi Miaomiao and smiled bitterly. Miaomiao, even a dream needs a chance to come true. If he refuses to forgive you today, if he's really angry, then what's the point of dreaming for us? Qi Miaomiao said angrily, didn't he already promise to let you go? Then just go away. Don't worry about me, and don't do this kind of thing for me. Don't worry, I'm fine. He can't scare me. Jinjin smiled bitterly and shook her head, saying, how can I leave? I brought you here. We are good sisters and best friends for you. It doesn't matter if I do all this. You, Miao, are proud and arrogant. Although I, Jinjin, am also proud and arrogant, I am different from you. In fact, I am just a side branch, not a direct descendant. Not to mention that my family will not be a rival to the Yi family. It is impossible for them to offend the Yi family for me. Even if they really want to, it is impossible. Okay, Miao, it's okay. I won't suffer any loss. Don't worry. Everything will be fine in a while. Be good. Just sit here and wait obediently, okay? At this moment, Jinjin was very selfless and willing to risk her life for her friends. Although, it may not be sincere, but these things made people believe it. Qi Miaomiao, the more she believed, the less likely she would let Jinjin compromise for her, or even curry favor with Yi Sanxiao. Qi Miaomiao gritted her teeth, picked up the wine glass, filled it with wine, looked at Yi Sanxiao indifferently, and said, this matter has nothing to do with Jinjin. Don't let Jinjin drink. It's just to make amends, to apologize, and to drink. I'll do it. I'll drink. You decide how much to drink. After saying that, without waiting for young Master Yi to speak, Jinjin directly picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. This posture and heroism were really surprising. When Yi Sanxiao saw this scene, a smile of success appeared on his lips, and in a place where Qi Miaomiao didn't notice, Jinjin also showed a smile on her lips, as if everything was a trap. It was a trap set up by her and young Master Yi. However, since it is a game, even though Qi Miaomiao has joined the game, it seems that it is not enough for them. Jinjin wanted to stop Qi Miaomiao again, but this time, Qi Miaomiao seemed determined not to let Jinjin stop her, let alone let Jinjin apologize to Yi Sanxiao on her behalf. Jinjin, don't worry about it, it's just drinking, you don't know my alcohol tolerance, I am fine no matter how much I drink, don't worry anyway, since I caused this incident today, I will take care of it. Qi Miaomiao will never let my best friend lose herself and compromise for me. She spoke very domineeringly. After she finished speaking, Qi Miaomiao pointed at young Master Yi and said angrily, Young Master Yi, I'm asking you a question, how much did you drink? This matter today is over, you tell me the number, if I frown, I won't be named Qi. Domineering, still domineering. It seemed that as long as Yi Sanxiao said a number, Qi Miaomiao would be willing to go all out and drink as much as he asked her to. At this moment, young Master Yi suddenly laughed, looked at Qi Miaomiao, shook his head, and said, Qi Miaomiao, are you too self-righteous? Do you think that if you want to drink with me, you can drink with me, if you want to provoke me, you can provoke me, and if you want to apologize, you can apologize? You've been spoiled, haven't you? Do you think this is your Qi family? You can do whatever you want, apologize, huh? Is this how you apologize? If so, I'm sorry, I don't accept your apology, today's matter is not over yet. At this moment, Yi Sanxiao seemed to be crazy. He pointed at Qi Miaomiao and said that he did not accept the apology. This made Qi Miaomiao even more angry. She wanted to smash Yi Sanxiao's head with a wine bottle to wake him up, but there was no way. Jinjin was scared. Jinjin was right here. Qi Miaomiao was not afraid, but she might not be able to protect Jinjin. Since Jinjin is willing to make such a great sacrifice and pay such a high price for herself, then what if Qi Miaomiao has to endure some grievances for Jinjin? In Qi Miaomiao's opinion, this is worth it for her sisters and best friends. Then what do you want, young Master Yi? You want me to flatter you and please you in every possible way? I would rather die than do that. Qi Miaomiao also has her own bottom line for Jinjin. She can endure humiliation and apologize to Yi Sanxiao. However, if Yi Sanxiao wants to cross her bottom line, that is absolutely impossible. As it turned out, young Master Yi didn't mean that. Instead, he seemed to have heard a joke. Young Master Yi laughed heartily, pointing at Qi Miaomiao, and said, I don't mind you flattering me if you want to get close to me. It depends on whether I'm willing or not. Although it's more fun to tame a wild horse, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Why would I do it this way today? My request is very simple. If you want to apologize to me, you must show your sincerity. Sincerity is actually very simple. As long as you shout out one sentence in front of me, I will accept the apology. Qi Miaomiao frowned, looked at young Master Yi, and said, What did you say? Young Master Yi sneered and said, It's very simple, you just need to shout out that Qi Tian Qi Zhe Xian is the biggest waste in the world. How about it? Isn't it very simple? Just simple. If you shout out the sentence, then you don't have to drink a single sip of wine today, all the grudges will be over, and from now on, we will still be friends. I will treat you very well, right? Is it good? It sounds simple, but in reality, it is not simple at all. Qi Miaomiao's feelings and admiration for Yi Tianqi are obvious to everyone. That is Qi Miaomiao's Achilles heel. At this moment, young Master Yi actually asked Qi Miaomiao to shout that Yi Tianqi was the biggest waste in the world. This was no longer just a humiliation. This is a slap in Qi Miaomiao's face and a trampling on her bottom line. If Qi Miaomiao really agrees to it, she will completely lose her energy and spirit. You're dreaming, young Master Yi, you can do whatever you want. I am telling you, you're dreaming. My brother is not a loser, just in trouble now. He will come back one day. When he comes back, I will tell him everything you did today. By then, I'll see if you dare to be so arrogant again. Qi Miaomiao could not accept this condition. Making her shout out these words caused her more pain than killing her. Young Master Yi seemed to have anticipated this, and there was no sign of anger on his face. He just said with some regret, Look, I just asked you to shout out a word, and you didn't want to. I think the relationship between you two sisters is over. Well, I'm sorry. I am definitely going to punish you today, but I'm also going to punish Jinjin. Not only that, I'm going to bankrupt Jinjin's family and make them all beg on the streets. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. 703, Chapter 703. It's been 10 years. Does Yi Sanxiao have this ability? The answer is no. Just based on his status as a branch of the Yi family, he wants to bankrupt the Jinjin family and force the whole family to beg on the streets. This is really an exaggeration. However, neither Jinjin nor Qi Miaomiao dared to really disbelieve it, because, after all, young Master Yi's surname was Yi. In the entire imperial capital, few people dare to disrespect the Yi family, and the identity of young Master Yi is not so insignificant if he talks to some core clan members with whom he has a good relationship. Who dares to say anything? Is it really not possible? The Jinjin family is not as good as the Qi family. It is just a small family with some wealth for the Yi family. Dealing with them is not a big deal at all. However, Qi Miao can be sure of one thing, that is, the Qi family will not and cannot help. Therefore, Jinjin's expression changed completely at this moment and became extremely ugly. Young Master Yi, I haven't offended you. It's fine if you want to target me, but why are you targeting my family? Young Master, you're going too far. Jinjin looked at young Master Yi and almost burst into tears. Young Master Yi smiled without any guilt and said, I'm sorry, although I know you are innocent and flexible, it's your fault that you, my good friend and sister, offended me. Look, I didn't even let her drink. I just asked her to yell something, but she refused and even spoke rudely to me. What can I do? I can only teach you a lesson first. After all, you two are together. Jinjin seemed to be so aggrieved that she really started crying and even started wiping her tears anxiously. When Qi Miao saw this, she was furious. She looked directly at Yi Sanchao and roared, Yi Sanchao, are you sick? If you have the guts to resolve our conflict, come to me. Why are you venting your anger on others? Aren't you a man? Young Master Yi didn't take it seriously and said calmly, I am just that kind of person. What's the matter, Qi Miao? Is this the first day you know this? You know I'm not a good person and I have no bottom line in doing things. Tell me, why do you have to provoke me? Yes, you are the eldest daughter of the Qi family, and it may be a little difficult for me to deal with you, but I don't believe that I can go to great lengths to deal with a good friend of yours. Qi Miao, if you're not convinced, then ask your family to help. Jinjin, I want to see if your family will listen to you. To be honest, I really hope that your Qi family can help me. Only in this way can I find a better opportunity to convince my eldest brother to take action directly against your Qi family. Humph, do you really think you have the final say in Longhua? Who do you think you are? Qi Miao, I'll give you one more chance. It's up to you whether you want to yell or not. If you don't, your bestie will be in for a hell of a fight. At this moment, young Master Yi showed his despicableness to the extreme. He was so disgusting that he used this method to force Qi Miao to compromise and trample on Qi Miao's self-esteem. However, it must be said that the effect brought about by this method is really extraordinary. At least, for Qi Miao, there is no solution now. Jinjin, with tears in her eyes, looked at Qi Miao and choked up, Miao, although I want you to save me and my family, but I know how much your brother Qizishin means to you. I know you won't shout it out, so it's okay, just let him deal with me. Worst, I'll just die. After saying this, Jinjin broke down and burst into tears. And the sentence, I'd rather die than live, further reveals his scheming. It seemed like he was saying that it was no big deal and asked Qi Miao to leave her alone, but in fact, he was morally blackmailing her. But Qi Miao is just this kind of person. She doesn't want her own affairs to implicate others, let alone such an involvement. Seeing Jinjin crying like this, Qi Miao took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and looked at Yi Sanchao with anger on her face, saying, Isn't it true? As long as I shout this matter will be over, and you won't bother Jinjin again. Hearing Qi Miao say this, Jinjin was horrified. She immediately looked at Qi Miao and shook her head, saying, Miao, you can't yell, he's your eldest brother, the brother you miss the most in your heart. How can you scold him? If you scold him, it will break your heart. Miao, no, you don't have to worry about me. Really, you don't have to worry about me. Qi Miao looked at Jinjin bitterly and said, I know, and I don't want to either, but, as you said, where is my brother? It's been 10 years. Where is he? If he's still alive, if he still has me in his heart, then why doesn't he come back to find me, even if it's just to call me and give me a message, even if it's just to let me know about him and his recent situation, that would be good enough. But, there's nothing. It's been over 10 years, and there's nothing. I don't even know if he's dead or alive. I miss him so much and wait for him so much. He deserves to be scolded. If I see him, I will not only scold him, I will also beat him. Jinjin, don't worry about it. Scolding won't kill anyone. Besides, he deserves to be scolded. It's his fault. He doesn't care about me or his sister. Woo. As she spoke, Qi Miao actually broke down and burst into tears, as if she had been wronged to the extreme. It seemed that the more she mentioned Yi Tianqi, the more she missed him, and the more her heart ached. At this moment, she had not noticed that Yi Tianqi, who was standing next to her, had a gloomy expression and was very guilty. At this moment, the mad dog didn't dare to breathe, let alone say a word. That is Boss Leopard, with a cold murderous intent in his mind, he looked at Yi Tianqi and asked for his order. Mr. Yi, this bastard actually forced Miss Miao Miao to this point. Please give the order, Mr. Yi, and I will go and deal with him right away. Yi Tianqi sighed softly upon hearing this and said, wait a little longer, it's not the right time yet. Although I really want to rush over and tell her I'm back, it's true that I haven't contacted her all these years, making her wait so long. She deserves to scold me, she deserves it. Let her vent. The most important thing is, if we go there now, she won't be able to discern Jinjin's vicious heart. She'll see clearly later, and once she does, she'll become more careful. We'll talk about it then. If possible, Yi Tianqi really wanted to rush over right now and give a good lesson to this ignorant young Master Yi and Jinjin who dared to deceive and harm her sister. If he still had some doubts and uncertainties before, now Yi Tianqi can be sure that Jinjin is the one who deceived Qi Miao Miao. Everything she did and said was too deliberate, so deliberate that it was obvious. Moreover, the look between her and young Master Yi, which no one else noticed, happened to be seen by Yi Tianqi. Just this one look is enough. Based on this one look, there is no need to speculate anything anymore. It is her, without a doubt. 704, Chapter 704, Venting Emotions. It is precisely because it has been confirmed that it is Jinjin that Yi Tianqi is actually a little conflicted now. He could choose to tell Qi Miao Miao everything directly and let her decide what to do with Jinjin on her own, or he, Yi Tianqi, could decide what to do with Jinjin personally. However, this may be a huge blow to Qi Miao Miao. I thought more about it before, but now, I am reluctant to let Qi Miao Miao suffer from deception and sadness again. Then, there is another way he can hide it from Qi Miao Miao and pretend that nothing happened. However, he has to give Jinjin the most severe and cruel warning. He can ignore her, but from now on, he must make sure that Jinjin never dares to have any evil thoughts again. If this is the case, then it is actually a good idea. Qi Miao Miao will not know anything, so she will naturally not be sad, and after that, Jinjin, who has learned her lesson and is filled with fear, will never dare to have any other thoughts again. Everything is going well for everyone. However, Yi Tianqi has not yet made up his mind which method to use. Mad Dog, they won't give up even after Miao Miao finishes shouting. Go ahead and get ready in 2 minutes, just treat it as an accidental encounter, then, do your own thing. Upon hearing this, Mad Dog nodded, stood up, and left, preparing to leave. Yi Tianqi looked at Boss Bao, smiled and shook his head, saying, tell me, what will Miao Miao feel when she sees me later? Hearing this, Boss Leopard smiled slightly and said, of course she's ecstatic. She's been waiting for this for so long, and now it's finally here. How can she not be happy? I'm afraid she's so happy that she could hug you and cry. Yi Tianqi nodded and said with emotion, yes, she might hug me and cry, or she might be ecstatic, but I'm afraid she will also be angry. However, it's normal for a sister to be angry with her brother. I just don't know how long I will have to comfort her. Having said that, Yi Tianqi glanced at the person beside him indifferently and sneered, this damn thing, I'll let him know what to spare us later. At this moment, Qi Miao Miao was ready, but it seemed that she couldn't open her mouth. She couldn't open her mouth. She wouldn't even want others to scold Yi Tianqi, let alone asking her to scold him herself. Young Master Yi sneered, why, Miss Miao Miao, are you still unable to speak? Wasn't what you just said very good? As a younger sister, you haven't seen your brother for 10 years, yet you still miss him day and night, and won't tolerate anyone saying anything against him. Your deep affection for your brother is truly moving, but, as you said, does your brother Qi Zixin have you in his heart? If he had any influence at all, he wouldn't have given you any news for the past 10 years unless he's dead. But is he dead? He's the exiled immortal of the Qi family, such a majestic and unparalleled figure. I don't even believe he's dead. So, even if he's not dead, he's just hiding his identity. But if he's still alive, why wouldn't he even send you a message? Don't you believe me, or do you think that you, as his sister, would kill him, or is it that there has never been a place for you in his heart? No matter which one it is, it's heartbreaking. Qi Miao Miao, he's treated you like this. What else can't you do, especially this time? You're doing it for your best friend, your best sister. So what if you scolded him? Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you, but it's pointless to keep dragging it out like this. Think about it yourself. After Yi Sanxiao finished speaking, he sat beside him smugly, picked up the wine glass, took a sip of wine, and seemed to be no longer in a hurry. He just let Qi Miao Miao slowly think about what to do. At this time, Jinjin took the initiative to add fuel to the fire. Miao Miao, forget it. I know how close you are to Qi Zixin, and I know you can't scold me. Stop scolding me, except it. I can't embarrass you. Upon hearing this, Qi Miao Miao glanced at Jinjin and said, said, "There's nothing to be ashamed of today, even if I scolded him, it was what I should have done. What's more, my brother is the most kind and righteous person. If he knew that I scolded him now because I wanted to save someone, he would agree even if he was unhappy. It definitely wouldn't be because of me scolding him, but because he didn't protect me in time." After saying that, Chi Miao looked at young Master Yi and said viciously, "After you've scolded me, is this matter over?" Upon hearing this, young Master Yi nodded and said with a smile, "Third Master, my words are my bond. As long as you curse loudly, then Jinjin's matter will be over." Hearing this, Chi Miao took a deep breath, looked at young Master Yi, and said, "Okay, Mr. Yi, listen carefully but remember what you told me to say and who you told me to curse. If you don't regret it, then don't regret it. How did you force me today? When my brother finds out, he will definitely not let you go." Upon hearing this, young Master Yi burst into laughter. "Okay, I'll wait. I am really looking forward to it. This worthless piece of shit, Shi Tianqi. I wish he would suddenly show up and cause trouble for me right now, but where is he? Where is he? Ha, look, there's no one here. He didn't come. Chi Miao, where's your brother? Where is your brother? Ha. Chi Miao was almost in despair. She knew, of course, that Yi Tianqi couldn't be here, but she still held a glimmer of hope in her heart, longing for her brother to suddenly appear like a god and protect her. "Brother, where are you?" After muttering to herself, Chi Miao suddenly shouted. "Shi Tian, Shi Zixian, you are the biggest bastard in the world. You are a bastard, a big bastard. Shi Tian, you bad guy, where have you been? It's been 10 years, why don't you come back? Why don't you pay attention to me, why? Brother, people are bullying your sister now, why don't you show up? Your beloved sister is almost being driven crazy, why don't you come out? Brother, I'm being asked to scold you, but I want to scold you too. You've ignored me for 10 years, so I'm going to scold you. You're such a scoundrel, you're such a loser. Where's your ruthlessness? Where's your decisiveness? Where's your intelligence, your talent, your peerless grace? You obviously can't bear it, obviously no one can hurt you. Why do you accept your fate? Why do you let them bully you, let them humiliate you? Brother, you are too weak. I look down on you. I just hope that if you have another chance, you will not be so soft-hearted. I will never blame you, never." Chi Miao stood up and shouted loudly, seemingly scolding Yi Tianqi again, but in fact, she seemed to be venting the grievances and resentment she had accumulated over the years. 705, Chapter 705. Who was so crazy? As she continued to vent, Chi Miao was already in tears. Although the bar was crowded, it belonged to Yi Sanqiao. When he wanted music to play, it would play here. When he didn't want music to play, it wouldn't play here. The volume of the sound is also entirely controlled by him. So, when Chi Miao stood up and vented her emotions loudly, the music stopped. Many people heard Chi Miao's voice, and after hearing it, they all looked at Chi Miao sideways. However, it soon ceased to attract attention. At this time, young Master Yi clapped his hands and chuckled, Good, isn't this a very good performance? Although it may not sound like an insult, it's okay, not bad, very good. You're right, your brother Chi Waste is a bad guy, a big bad guy. Doesn't have you in his heart at all, otherwise, these 10 years are really unacceptable. Even I feel heartbroken when I see and hear it. You miss your brother so much, but he doesn't even miss you at all. Chi Miao, I feel so sorry for you. Don't worry, when I find your brother, I will definitely help you vent your anger. This bastard must be severely punished before I can vent my anger. Chi Miao looked at Yi Sanqiao, took a deep breath, and said, I have done everything you asked me to do. You are not allowed to target Jinjin anymore. Young Master Yi laughed heartily and nodded, saying, Don't worry, how could I possibly break my promise to Miss Miao? I won't hold it against Jinjin for her recent offense. However, Miss Miao, you don't think it's over now, do you? When Chi Miao heard this, her face changed immediately. What do you mean, you don't think it's over? She has done what young Master Yi said. Now, what does young Master Yi mean? What else do you want to do? I've already done everything you asked me to do. Are you really going to go back on your word? As soon as these words came out, young Master Yi immediately shook his head and said with a smile, Of course not, it's impossible. What I said is as good as it gets. How could I go back on my word? I said I would let Jinjin go, so of course I will let Jinjin go. But, have you forgotten what I just said? I mean, as long as you shout it out, I'll give you a chance to apologize. Now that you've shouted it out, I've given you the chance. You can't possibly not drink the wine, right? After saying that, young Master Yi shook the wine glass in his hand, looked at Chi Miao meaningfully, and said, Drink to apologize. You just said that as long as you are allowed to drink, you are willing to drink as much as you want, so now I give you the chance to drink. Don't you want to drink? Qi Miao didn't want to drink anymore, and even didn't want to stay in this place for a second today. She was heartbroken and extremely sad. But, if I don't drink anymore, it's clear that young Master Yi won't give up and he's determined to cause trouble for me. At this time, Jinjin looked at Qi Miao and said cautiously, Miao, it's already like this, so don't bother with him anymore. If you don't want to drink, then don't drink, let me drink this wine. After saying that, Jinjin was about to pick up the bottle and pour the wine. Qi Miao had already come this far, so naturally she wouldn't let Jinjin drink. In fact, she had just quarreled with Yi Sanqiao in order to stop Jinjin from drinking. Jinjin, put it down if you drink this wine. I'm afraid young Master Yi won't agree. It's just wine, I'll drink it. Don't act like anyone can't drink. After saying that, Qi Miao poured herself a glass of wine, looked at Yi Sanqiao, and said coldly, tell me, how much to drink and how to drink. Today, I will accompany you. Upon hearing this, young Master Yi gave a thumbs up and smiled at Qi Miao. It's great, you're such a heroine. If Miss Miao wants to drink, then I'll definitely let you drink to your heart's content. How about this, 2 bottles of foreign liquor first, and then 2 boxes of beer, how about that? Of course, if Miss Miao feels that she's not good enough and can't drink this much, then it's okay to order less anyway. To me, it doesn't matter. I already heard what I wanted to hear the most, ha. It would have been better if young Master Yi didn't say this. The more he said this, the more it irritated Qi Miao. Qi Miao now had a ball of rage burning in her heart, and she couldn't control her temper. I drink. However, at this moment, a loud and arrogant laugh reached the ears of Yi Sanqiao and Qi Miao. Who is it, who just scolded my brother Tian? I want to see who is so brave. Who else could this person be if not a mad dog who came here on orders? At this moment, Mad Dog no longer grumbled in front of Yi Tianqi. Instead, he became extremely arrogant. His eyes, his posture, and his way of walking seemed as if he was afraid that everyone didn't know that he was a bully. In fact, Mad Dog is indeed very famous. The title of Young Master of the Feng family is much more powerful than Young Master Yi. The name of Mad Dog is enough to show how much this Mad Dog is hated by everyone in the circle of the imperial capital. Young Master Yi just felt unlucky. How could he meet such a guy? It would be fine if he met him, but why did he seem to be causing trouble? He couldn't afford to provoke this Mad Dog in the entire Yi family. Only Yi Shao could afford to provoke him. Of course, other core disciples could also fight with him, but there was a high probability that they would still lose without Yi Shao. There's nothing we can do about it. Mad Dog has a good family background. Moreover, he is arrogant, has no bottom line in doing things, and is very crazy. Young Master Yi had no choice but to get up quickly, looked at Mad Dog and said with a smile, Young Master Feng, why are you here? If you are here, please let me know so that I can make arrangements for you. Mad Dog stood in front of Yi Sanqiao with a swagger. Looking at him arrogantly, he said to the third master of the night, when did I come? Do I need to say hello to you? Believe it or not, I will smash your store for you, you bastard. You are trying to control me. Are you looking for death? It's not just a lack of respect, it's a sheer humiliation. Let's not talk about other things, just say what young Master Yi just said. No one would find it wrong. He was trying to curry favor with the Mad Dog and speak nicely. However, the Mad Dog didn't recognize him and started insulting him. Not only did he not give young Master Yi any face, but he even intensified it. Just talking about this one incident, it must be that the Mad Dog was unreasonable. But a Mad Dog doesn't come to reason. Young Master Yi's face turned ashen in an instant. He wondered how he had offended Mad Dog, which made Mad Dog speak so rudely to him. It seemed like he was looking for trouble. Mr. Feng, what are you doing? I haven't offended you. Why are you taking your anger out on me? Okay, that's okay, Yuri. Master Feng, after all, come. Please sit down, hurry up and take a seat. I'll prepare some good wine for you. If you like beautiful women, I'll arrange some for you. Is that okay with you? Young Master Yi extended his hand and invited Mad Dog to sit down. Mad Dog directly opened Yi Sanqiao's hand and sneered, take your dog paws away. Aren't you disgusted? Damn, you rubbish. I get upset just by looking at you. Tell me, what are you doing here, bullying a little girl? After saying that, Mad Dog looked at Qi Miao and Jinjin. Then, his expression changed immediately. He looked at Qi Miao and smiled. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be Miss Miao. Miss Miao, what's wrong? Did that bastard bully you? It doesn't matter if he bullied you, just tell me and I'll give him a big slap. 706, Chapter 706, Mad Dog's Madness. These words, said in front of young Master Yi, made his face fall again. I have seen mad dogs act crazy before, but I have never seen them act like this today, biting whoever they catch without giving any face at all. After all, they are members of the Yi family normally. No matter how unhappy Mad Dog is, he would not be so disrespectful today. It is very abnormal. Thinking of this, he looked at Qi Miaomio and Jinjin again, and thought about what Mad Dog said when he came just now. Young Master Yi felt that he seemed to understand something. This is to save face in front of women. But, you have face, but you trample your own face underfoot. How can this be justified in this world? The more I think about it, the angrier I get, and the angrier I get, the less I want to endure it. What's more, young Master Yi was afraid of Mad Dog before, but Mad Dog would not really do anything to him after all. He couldn't afford to provoke the Yi family or Yi Xiao, so he always left room for maneuver. But today, not only is he the Yi San Xiao who is no longer the same as before, he is also acting like a mad dog. Too much if a real fight breaks out, he is not afraid that no one will help him. Mr. Phone, no one is bullying Miss Meow Meow. You didn't come here just for Miss Meow Meow, did you? Just tell me earlier. It wouldn't be a big deal if you told me earlier. There are so many people here. How about going to a private room? Young Master Yi continued to endure, always feeling that it was not the right time yet, so he did not bother with the Mad Dog for now. However, he did not bother with Mad Dog, but Mad Dog had no intention of letting him go. Just kidding. Yi Tianqi was sitting next to him. If he didn't behave well today, not to mention whether Yi Tianqi would be angry or not, that scary leopard boss would not let him off. What private room? What's the matter? Third Yi, you're planning to get me drunk and drugged once we get to the room, and then bully me, right? As soon as these words came out, young Master Yi's face suddenly changed drastically, and he quickly shook his head and said, "What are you talking about, young Master Foam? I'm doing a serious business, and I'm a serious person, but I wouldn't do such sneaky things." Young Master Foam, is there any misunderstanding? Young Master Yi felt like vomiting. It would be fine if this Mad Dog just told him everything he wanted to do today, but what did he mean by getting him drunk, drugging him, and doing something to him? You are a grown man, and you say these things. I assented. Guilty and disgusting. Young Master Yi feels his stomach churning and he feels extremely sick just thinking about it. Looking at young Master Yi, Mad Dog sneered, "A serious person, serious business, who, you?" If anyone else dared to speak in such a sarcastic tone, it would be strange if young Master Yi didn't get angry, but the person in front of him was a lunatic, and there was nothing he could do. Master Foam, you must be joking. What happened today? Is there someone who made you unhappy? Let me, your little brother, help you vent your anger. Hearing this, Mad Dog looked at young Master Yi and laughed, saying, "Someone really made me unhappy. What? Can you really help me vent my anger? Okay, keep your word. I want to see if you have the courage to do it. Go, cut off Night Owl's tongue for me. Let's forget about this matter today. I won't bother you. I just hate Night Owl. This bastard is pure trash. I just can't stand him. If you can destroy him, it will benefit both you and me. We'll all be happy." Yi Sanxiao was certain that Mad Dog was here to cause trouble. It would have been fine if he had humiliated young Master Yi in front of the Yi family, but he even dared to humiliate Yi Xiao. This showed that he had no intention of letting things go well. If he didn't lose his temper, young Master Yi wouldn't have to wait for others to laugh at him. If the people of the Yi family, especially Yi Xiao, found out, he would have no good days left. In the Yi family, especially among the younger generation, Yi Xiao is a godlike existence. No one can insult him. Anyone who insults him will die. It's not okay to be humiliated by others, you know. The people of the Yi family must fight for this dignity. It doesn't matter if they fail. The Yi family will stand up for them, but if they are afraid and dare not react at all when listening to others humiliating them, then there is no need to wait for others to do anything. Yi Xiao himself will deal with this coward, and it is not impossible for him to be expelled from the family. Young Master Yi is facing this situation right now, and he is facing a Mad Dog. He was afraid just now, and he is still afraid now, but so what? Now that it has come to this, the other party is clearly looking for trouble. If he doesn't respond and still acts weak after scolding Yi Xiao, then he can forget about staying in the Yi family. Young Master Yi looked at Mad Dog, a sneer appeared on his lips, and he said, "Young Master Foam, you are drunk. It's okay, I can understand if you are drunk, but even if you are drunk, there are some things you can't say carelessly, otherwise something bad will happen. Now, please, Master Foam, apologize to my eldest brother in front of us, otherwise, I will have to think that you are deliberately causing trouble. No wonder I attacked you." Apologize? Mad Dog seemed to have heard a huge joke. He pointed his finger at young Master Yi's forehead and sneered, "Who are you asking me to apologize to? You want me to apologize? You bastard, you're so bold. you want me to apologize, and then apologize to you, to that trash Yi Xiao, why, just because you're such an idiot? Are you worthy? You're still looking for trouble with me. I'm sitting right here. How dare you lay a finger on me? Damn it, I'm giving you face, right? How dare you talk to me like that? Kneel down right now, right now. Being a mad dog, who is it afraid of? The playboys and mad dogs in this circle are well known. In other words, Boss Leopard feels that Mad Dog does not live up to its name, is not crazy enough, and is not dog enough, but there is nothing he can do about it after all. His courage and confidence are there. But now, it's different. Mad Dog wants to go crazy to his heart's content. Whoever he catches will be bitten to death kind. Who is Yi Sanxiao? He is also a descendant of the Yi family and a well-known figure, especially in this bar. Young Master Yi is the boss. As a result, he was treated like this. If this gets out, his face will be completely lost. The situation here also attracted many people to stop and watch. In this place, this kind of thing is not uncommon, but it is a rare thing for young Master Yi to be scolded like a dog who doesn't want to see who is so bold. As more and more people knew about it, Yi Sanxiao's men also began to gather together. Of course, they also know that Mad Dog is not easy to deal with, but they are also clear about whose food they eat. Is young Master Yi really easy to deal with? At this moment, young Master Yi's face looked extremely ugly. Whether it was for the sake of face or for other reasons, he didn't want to endure it any longer, and there was no need to continue to endure it. Seeing that Mad Dog still had an extremely arrogant attitude, young Master Yi did not give him face like he did just now. Mad Dog, you really are a mad dog. For the sake of the Feng family, I have been tolerant of you again and again and given you enough face, but you don't seem to want it, right? Don't think I'm afraid of you. So what if you're a mad dog? Do you think you can defeat me? You asked me to kneel down and dared to humiliate my eldest brother. I think you are tired of living. I have never seen you so arrogant in front of my eldest brother. What's the matter? Did you drink too much today or take the wrong medicine? You really ran here to act like a mad dog. Get out of here right now, otherwise, I will make sure you can't leave. 707, Chapter 707. I surround you all by myself. The words Mad Dog are indeed Feng Xiao's nickname. However, there are definitely not many people who dare to call him a mad dog to his face. At this moment, Yi Sanxiao was also forced into a corner. Mad Dog didn't give him any face, but he was also a man who cared about face even if it wasn't for his own face. What about Yi Xiao's face? What about the face of the Yi family? If he lets Mad Dog continue like this, in a few minutes, the entire Yi family will lose all their reputation, and he cannot take the blame. So, if he takes the risk, he can lose his temper. As young Master Yi got angry, his men were rubbing their hands in anticipation, eager to try, as if they would beat the Mad Dog to death with just one order. Of course, they don't have the courage to beat the Mad Dog to death, but teaching the Mad Dog a lesson and giving it a good beating is nothing to them after all. They have someone backing them up, so what is there to be afraid of? Mad Dog, at this moment, sneered at young Master Yi and said, "You're quite courageous. You dare to call me Mad Dog and even teach me a lesson, huh? Interesting, really interesting. Still wanna hit me, wanna punish me? Come on, I'm sitting right here. Do you dare to touch me?" Hearing this, young Master Yi sneered, "I'll beat you up if you dare to speak rudely again. I'll teach you a lesson. I gave you enough face, but you're shameless and keep speaking rudely, even humiliating my Yi family. You mad dog. Don't even mention that you're the young master of the Feng family. With what happened today, even if the head of your Feng family heard about it, I'm afraid you'd have to apologize to my Yi family. I've given you enough face, but if you don't want it, I can't do anything about it today. If I want to make peace, I'm afraid it's impossible now. Either you apologize to my Yi family and my eldest brother, or don't even think about walking out of this. This is not a personal grudge between you and me. This is the humiliation you've brought upon my Yi family, and you must give an explanation." Young Master Yi must now put himself on the highest point, otherwise he is afraid that he will not be able to explain himself. If we escalate this conflict to the point where Mad Dog humiliates the Yi family, then everything will be easy to deal with. Before the Mad Dog could speak, Qi Miao, who had been watching from the side, could no longer hold back. Of course she knew Mad Dog, but she was not very familiar with him. However, despite their unfamiliarity, the two had met several times. Mad Dog could not be said to be very good to her, but he definitely gave her enough face. The reason for all this was because her brother was Yi Tianqi, and she had always been thinking about Yi Tianqi. Including this time, Mad Dog also came to stand up for Yi Tianqi. Now, seeing that Mad Dog and young Master Yi had caused such a commotion, and had even verbally humiliated Yi Xiao and the Yi family, this matter was about to get out of hand. and Chi Miao Miao had no choice but to speak out. Master Feng, today this is a feud between Master Yi and me. You don't have to get involved, don't worry about it, I can handle it. After saying that, Chi Miao Miao looked at young Master Yi and said coldly, Young Master Yi, let's not involve other people in what's going on between us. Besides, you know whether young Master Feng is someone you can easily mess with or not as a member of the Yi family's side branch. Are you sure you can provoke such an enemy for the Yi family and Yi Xiao? I advise you to think it over carefully. It would be best if you could make peace. This will do you no harm. What Chi Miao Miao said made sense. However, this matter today was not so easy to resolve. Young Master Yi wanted to stop, but if he did, he would lose face and be embarrassed. Chi Miao Miao, it's not that I, young Master Yi, want to cause trouble for this mad doge. It's that you heard what he just said, and everyone here heard it. I've always been giving him face, but he treats me like a nobody. Fine, it's fine if he doesn't treat me like a person, but he dares to speak rudely and directly humiliate my eldest brother and my Yi family just for this reason. Today will not end. If you want to resolve this matter, it's very simple. Just like I said just now, Mad Dog, you kneel down and apologize to me, my eldest brother, and the Yi family, then this matter will be over. Otherwise, no one else can help. There are already more than 20 younger brothers around young Master Yi, and if you add those who usually eat and drink for free in this bar and act based on his mood, the number is even more impressive. Seeing that he has the upper hand, it would be strange if young Master Yi could endure it. Mad Dog, don't expect these women to stand up for you and make me calm down. I am telling you, there's no way unless you do what I say. I'm sorry, don't even think about leaving this door today. Upon hearing this, Mad Dog looked at young Master Yi coldly and said, You idiot, do you think you can scare me with just these few minnows? I'm just standing here, asking if they dare to attack me? After saying that, Mad Dog looked at one of the men next to young Master Yi and sneered, I'm standing right here, do you dare to touch me? And you guys, do you dare to touch me? Mad Dog was very arrogant at this moment. He pointed his finger at each of young Master Yi's lackeys who were looking at him with ferocious expressions, and sneered, I don't even look down on your master. How dare you attack me? Do you really think I'm just a nobody you can bully at will? I'm giving you face. Come, let me see whoever dares to make a move. Show me your teeth. Even if I can't touch Night Owl in the end, I don't need to do anything to deal with you scum. Believe it or not, if anyone dares to lay a finger on me today, I will make sure that person never sees the sun tomorrow. Do you believe it? If you don't, come and touch me. I am standing right here. Do you dare to do it? A bunch of idiots, just because you follow this grandson, you can do whatever you want. Do you really think he can protect you? He himself still needs the Yi family to look after him. You guys, you are nothing. When it comes to arrogance, you have to look no further than Mad Dog. This guy is so arrogant that there is nothing to say. A man stood here, pointing at the many people surrounding him, shouting humiliations and threats, as if he was not the one being surrounded, but he was the one surrounding others. But Mad Dog just happened to show this kind of momentum today. However, these subordinates of young Master Yi really didn't dare to take action. There is no way. Mad Dog is right. Young Master Yi has to bow his head when he sees Mad Dog and the entire Yi family. Only a few people like Yi Xiao can suppress Mad Dog. They, the younger brothers, usually rely on their power to do evil and bully the weak and fear the strong, which is fine, but if they really dare to attack Mad Dog, and Mad Dog insists on picking a fight with them, the Yi family may not be able to protect them, or rather, they will not protect them after all. It is impossible for them to become mortal enemies with Mad Dog for their sake. So, the joke happened. Mad Dog pointed at Yi Sanxiao and a group of people, cursing and humiliating them, but no one dared to take action. It's a joke. This scene made Mad Dog very satisfied. He sneered, a bunch of trash, idiots, that's all you can do, humph, garbage. After saying that, Mad Dog looked at Chi Miao Miao and said with a smile, Don't worry, Miss Miao Miao, I'll help you get out of this situation today. As long as I stand here for 1 second, they won't be able to hurt you. Upon hearing this, Chi Miao Miao didn't know whether to be moved or what to do. In fact, she didn't have a very good impression of Mad Dog after all. Mad Dog's reputation might not be that good. All kinds of romantic scandals about him were well known to everyone. This person suddenly appeared and wanted to stand up for herself. Chi Miao Miao was still a little confused. 708, Chapter 708 let you participate. Hero saving the beauty. Mad Dog, what are you pretending to be like? You are just like us, with bad intentions towards Chi Miao Miao, right? Yi Sanxiao finally realized that Mad Dog came just for Chi Miao Miao. This made him even more angry. For the sake of a woman, you should have told me earlier. At most, I would have given you a share, or even given it to you, but you just ran out without giving me any face and humiliated me in various ways. Who the hell can stand this? Mad Dog, I know you're crazy. You're pointing at so many of my men, yelling and humiliating them, huh? Who do you think you're hitting in the face? You think no one dares to touch you, right? After saying this, young Master Yi looked at his men and said coldly, you all saw how rampant and arrogant Mad Dog was. You all saw it today. I have always respected this Mad Dog and did not take the initiative to cause trouble. In fact, when he took the initiative to cause trouble, I was still patient, but he didn't give me face, nor did he give face to my eldest brother, nor did he give face to the Yi family. All of this, you can't blame me. Now, he's pointing his finger at you and humiliating you, calling you cowards. He believes that if you touch him, you'll be retaliated against. Haha, yes, that's right, Mad Dog is indeed powerful. However, no matter how powerful he is, can he be as powerful as my eldest brother, as powerful as my Yi family? Remember this, you are my men, my brothers, and you belong to my Yi family. My Yi family never treats our own people unfairly, and we will never let them be bullied, not to mention being retaliated against when doing things for our family. That will never happen. So, tell me, are you very angry? Are you very furious? Do you believe in me, young Master Yi, and my Yi family? Young Master Yi also began to motivate the people. There was no other way, seeing that his men were frightened by Mad Dog's words. If he did not boost the morale of the troops, there would be few people to help him later. The most important thing is that if Mad Dog was allowed to suppress so many of them by himself, then young Master Yi would not only be unable to control the current situation, but he would also be known as incompetent in the hearts of the entire Yi family. If a person cannot even control his own subordinates, what else could he be but incompetent? Fortunately, young Master Yi was good at inspiring people, and since he had brought the Yi family and himself into the picture, his subordinates were once again eager to fight, and their enthusiasm was even higher than before. After seeing this scene, young Master Yi nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Mad Dog and said, Mad Dog, today's incident isn't completely irreconcilable, but it's impossible to resolve it so easily. After all, you've gone too far. Ha, I've known for a long time that you're a lunatic, Mad Dog, but no matter how crazy you are, I've never seen you this crazy on weekdays. Did something happen to you today? If that's the case, it's understandable. As long as you apologize sincerely, I can explain it to my eldest brother and my family, then I'll forgive you. It's no big deal. As for your love for women, I'll tell you the truth today, Xi Miaomia can't leave. This damn girl has long disliked her and has long wanted to deal with her. Wait, everything is ready for her. At worst, I'll let you participate too, Mad Dog. How about this? As soon as these words were spoken, before Mad Dog could even open his mouth, Xi Miaomiao's face changed drastically. How could she not understand what young Master Yi meant? It's not as simple as just dealing with her or beating her up. These people want to bully her. Besides, what does it mean to let the Mad Dog get involved? Doesn't this clearly mean that there are more than just one or two people who want to bully her? Hateful, despicable, and shameless. However, apart from these angry feelings, Xi Miaomiao only felt that her whole body was soaked with cold sweat. If young Master Yi really wants to do this, can she get away? At this moment, Xi Miaomiao was really scared. Xi Miaomiao quickly pulled Jinjin and whispered, Jinjin, when you find an opportunity, run quickly. Remember, you must run quickly. Jinjin was stunned for a moment when she heard this, then looked at Xi Miaomiao and said, Run, why run, Miaomiao, there's a Mad Dog here. He's already making a fuss. I guess there's nothing we can do. There's no need to run. At this moment, Jinjin seemed to have really turned into a silly and innocent girl, not understanding anything. But in fact, she understood everything, but she just wanted to hold Xi Miaomiao back from running away. Otherwise, things would not be done today, and Jinjin would feel bad. That's right, for Jinjin, Xi Miaomiao was her best friend. It's true that Xi Miaomiao was very nice to her, really very good. However, jealousy has made her resent Xi Miaomiao for a long time. Why can Xi Miaomiao be like a proud princess, while Jinjin can only be a maid next to the princess? It is obvious that Jinjin is no less good-looking than Xi Miaomiao, and her figure is even better than Xi Miaomiao's, but unfortunately, she can't hold her head up in front of Xi Miaomiao. At all because of her family background? However, what Jinjin could not accept the most was this so-called family background. The former Qi family, the former Xi Miaomiao, had a family background not as good as her Jinjin's. Everything changed after Yi Tianqi started to exert his strength. The Qi family soared to the sky, while Jinjin's family remained where it was. Xi Miaomiao, who originally played with her, became someone she had to curry favor with. Anyone would feel bad about this. Especially as you get older, that feeling becomes more and more uncomfortable. This time, he finally found an opportunity, which could not only make this proud princess decadent from now on, but also help her family. Could very likely help her family move to a higher level. Based on these reasons, Jinjin chose to betray Qi Miaomiao. She doesn't think she did anything wrong. If a person doesn't care about himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. So, no matter what you are running for or where you are running to, you must not run. If she doesn't run, Qi Miaomiao, don't even think about leaving. Qi Miaomiao knew nothing about this. Seeing Jinjin's naive look, Qi Miaomiao became anxious. Jinjin, why can't you understand the current situation? When we find an opportunity, we must run. This matter is not as simple as you think. If anything goes wrong, it will be too late for both of us to cry. Young Master Yi and the others are crazy. Didn't you hear what they said? They want to harm us. Upon hearing this, Jinjin blinked her innocent eyes and said, Meow meow, no way, is young Master Yi really that brave? If you said he scolded us or even hit us a few times, I could believe it, but would he dare to do something like this? No way, he definitely wouldn't. At this moment, Qi Miaomiao wanted to teach Jinjin a lesson. Why didn't she listen to advice? However, she had no choice but to persuade her. She was her best friend and she couldn't let her suffer. Oh, forget it, I won't tell you anymore anyway. When I find the chance later, I tell you to run, and you run. Do you hear me? Just listen to me and stop arguing, okay? Jinjin seemed hesitant when she heard this, but seeing Qi Miaomiao's anxious eyes, she finally nodded and said, okay, I'll listen to you. However, we can't leave now. Besides, this matter has no clue yet. This mad dog is here to vent your anger. Let's wait and see the result before leaving. Qi Miaomiao looked around and realized she couldn't leave. She could only nod and say, I don't know what's wrong with this mad dog today. He's so angry today. Could it be that he's really trying to vent his anger on me? Why can't I believe it? 709, Chapter 709, See Who Dares to Move. Qi Miaomiao really didn't believe that Mad Dog would do this just to vent her anger. But now, in the eyes of others, Mad Dog is just deliberately causing trouble, or in other words, he really came to stand up for Qi Miaomiao. At this moment, the situation on the field is on the verge of breaking out. It was obvious that Mad Dog was at a disadvantage, but there was nothing he could do since he was the only one here while young Master Yi had many people present. Just looking at the comparison in numbers, you can tell that Mad Dog is bound to suffer a loss. Of course, the degree of arrogance is another matter. After all, Mad Dog's arrogance now almost overwhelms everyone else. Seeing that young Master Yi spoke directly about bullying Qi Miaomiao without any hesitation, Mad Dog's eyes became extremely dangerous and murderous. Are you kidding? If he doesn't show his madness at this time, then what will Yi Tianqi, who has been watching and trying not to take action, think? You bastard, you filthy thing. Are you even a human being? You're so brave, actually thinking of attacking Qi Miaomiao. Don't you know who she is? You're so brave, third young Master Yi, you really think you're the head of the Yi family, but even if you're the head of the Yi family, if you dare to catch Qi Miaomiao's eye, you'll die. Do you understand? Kneel down, kowtow 300 times right now and apologize to Miss Miaomiao. This way, you might be able to keep your life. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will find it difficult to die. 300 kowtows. This is really a big mouth. If you kowtow 300 times, you will at least get a concussion if you don't die. Yi Sanshao felt that Mad Dog's brain was sick. If he wasn't sick, how could he be so rampant today? Thinking of this, Yi Sanshao didn't want to endure it any longer. You want to play, right? Then have fun. Anyway, no matter what is said today, young Master Yi is right. Mad Dog, you want to go crazy, you want to bite people, I understand, I support you, but you want to make trouble for me, then you found the wrong person. I'll give you one last chance, get out of here quickly, otherwise, today I will turn you, a mad dog, into a dead dog. Young Master Yi directly issued an ultimatum to Mad Dog. Mad Dog looked at young Master Yi and sneered, trouble you, do you have such a nerve? Do you think I should trouble you, if you didn't deserve to die, and you dared to trouble Miss Miaomiao? Do you think I have the time to bother with you? Young Master Yi, you are quite courageous. You even dare to provoke Miss Miaomiao. I think you are in cahoots with Yi Shao, and you both want to lead the Yi family to destruction. Upon hearing this, young Master Yi confirmed once again that Mad Dog came just for Qi Miaomiao. However, he just couldn't understand why this Mad Dog worked so hard for Qi Miaomiao. He even did such a thing and offended the Yi family to death. This was not consistent with Mad Dog's usual personality, and the loss outweighed the gain. Mad Dog, since we've come to this point, why don't we just be clear? You're not a kind person. Don't tell me you're just seeing things that are unfair. What are you trying to achieve? for the sake of Chi Miao Miao, you've offended my Yi family to this extent, is it worth it? She's just a woman. I just told you that if you want to play, then we can play together. If you don't want to play and you really like her, then fine. If you had spoken nicely just now, I could have given you this face, but things have developed to this point now, Mad Dog. Even if I wanted to give you face, I can't do that anymore. But I'm quite curious, why are you doing this? Could it be that you want everyone to know that you're a mad dog, or that you're doing this for Chi Tian? Haha, this is impossible. If that's the case, it really makes me laugh for a loser like Chi Tian. You mad dog, are you crazy? Crazy, right? In the eyes of many people, perhaps the mad dog is really crazy, otherwise, it would be unreasonable. But this time, young Master Yi really hit the nail on the head. Mad Dog is really doing this for Chi Tian, or rather, for Yi Tianqi. This is what Mad Dog was waiting for. He wanted to show his loyalty, so naturally he needed a more direct sensory experience. Mad Dog stood up and sneered at young Master Yi. That's right, it's all for Chi Tian, my brother Tian. Young Master Yi, are you fucking crazy? Can you just call my brother Tian's name casually? Also, what did you just say? Trash? Who are you talking about? You said my brother Tian is trash, right? Having said that, Mad Dog slapped young Master Yi in the face with a loud slap, leaving several red finger marks on his face. This time, the fight started right away, which really caught everyone off guard. I never expected that Mad Dog would attack so suddenly. After a while, young Master Yi's men finally reacted, shouting and ready to attack Mad Dog. Mad Dog didn't hesitate, picking up the wine bottle on the table and smashing it, then pointing at everyone and angrily cursing, "I'll see who dares to move, you bunch of trash, you dare to touch Grandpa Feng, you all wanna die, don't you? Come on, let me see who moves. I'll kill anyone who moves." Not to mention, the Mad Dog's arrogance at this moment, coupled with the ferocious expression on his face, really scared people. It's not that Yi Sanchao's people are too cowardly, nor is it that Mad Dog is too scary. There's no way around it. Mad Dog's family background is always an important factor that people like them cannot ignore. If the Mad Dog really holds a grudge against you for being the first to take action, then it's all over. You will definitely have no good days ahead of you. For these big shots, dealing with ordinary people is no different from stepping on an ant. In fact, those who follow Yi Sanchao know this better, because they have seen too many of Yi Sanchao and his friends. How do they bully ordinary people? How do those ordinary people have no power to fight back and can only be slaughtered? Mad Dog is much more powerful than Yi Sanchao, and in the eyes of Mad Dog, they are just ordinary people, so it would be no big deal for Mad Dog to trample them to death. Don't talk about whether you can protect it or not. What if you can't protect it? What if Yejia doesn't protect you? Right, there is always this kind of thing. Therefore, if you want them to be the first to rush forward to deal with the Mad Dog, they don't have the courage to do so. Of course, if things really get out of hand and young Master Yi gives the order, someone will definitely step forward. Fortune and wealth are sought through risk, and this has been the case since ancient times. There will always be people who are willing to take risks for the sake of wealth and power. Young Master Yi was almost going crazy at this moment. Don't hit people in the face. Mad Dog is really crazy. He actually slapped him in the face, and in front of so many people. If he doesn't do something, then he, young Master Yi, will no longer be able to stay in this circle. Mad Dog, you are really crazy. How dare you hit me? You are looking for death, you bastard, you are looking for death. For Chi Tian, who disappeared many years ago, you actually dared to go against me and my Yi family. Okay, you are really capable. If I don't kill you, I won't be named Yi. Come on, beat this bastard to death. And Chi Miao Miao, I want to see if you can protect her. Don't even mention you, this Mad Dog. Even if Chi Tian comes back today, I will take care of him too. Come on. No, I can't let you get away with it. Catch Chi Miao Miao and bring her to my room. Also, tie up this Mad Dog today. I want him to watch with his own eyes how I deal with Chi Miao Miao. I want him to know how powerful I am. 710, Chapter 710. Brother, where are you? This slap really made young Master Yi furious. So, at this moment, young Master Yi didn't care about anything anymore and seemed to be going crazy. Especially the reason why Mad Dog beat him was something he couldn't accept at all. Was it because of Chi Tian, because he had humiliated Chi Tian? What kind of bullshit reason is that? Chi Tian has disappeared for so many years, but there are still people who stand up for Chi Tian. This is simply unforgivable. All the members of the Yi family, from top to bottom, from old to young, knew one thing very clearly, that is, Qi Tian was an enemy to their Yi family. The reason was very simple, because Yi Xiao didn't like him, because Yi Xiao hated him, because Yi Xiao was angry. That was enough. At this moment, Mad Dog was like a madman holding a broken wine bottle. He pointed at everyone and roared, "Let's see who dares to move. You are rebelling. What do you think you are doing? If anyone dares to help the tyrant today, not only will I, Mad Dog, not let you go, but the Qi family will not let you go either. My eldest brother, Qi Zixian, will certainly not let you go either. You are such brainless bastards. Haven't you heard of who my brother Tian is? Even if the entire Yi family was tied up, they would still be no match for my brother Tian. Even the night owl of the Yi family would be scared to death when they heard my brother Tian's name. You bastards, dare to bully my brother Tian's sister, you will definitely be beaten to a pulp." It seemed like Mad Dog came here today specifically to make Yi Tianqi famous. He kept calling him brother Tian and almost praised Yi Tianqi to the sky. However, at this moment, even Qi Miaomiao felt that the Mad Dog seemed to be really crazy. Qi Miaomiao had been thinking about Yi Tianqi day and night. Of course she was very happy that someone was still thinking about her brother. However, no matter how happy she was, she had to face the reality. Yi Tianqi has been gone for 10 years, 10 years he has disappeared without a trace, and no one knows whether he is alive or dead at this time. He still specifically brought up this name. What is the purpose? Moreover, he spoke so arrogantly and presumptuously. It would be really strange if this didn't make young Master Yi and the Yi family angry. The most important thing is that they clearly are not afraid of Yi Tianqi. What's the point of saying these things? That's true. Anyone would have to think about it. In the past 10 years, the situation has changed dramatically. Things are no longer the same as before. Even if Yi Tianqi really comes back, can he really be a match for the Yi family? No one dares to make this guarantee, no one. Therefore, people will not be afraid at all. After all, in the current imperial capital, the Yi family is the terrifying force that covers the sky and the earth. Sure enough, as the Mad Dog roared, young Master Yi no longer pretended and just burst into laughter. "Mad Dog, you are such a good dog. Why didn't I realize you were so loyal before? Your master is Qi Tian, but where is your master now? A loser who disappeared for 10 years, whose life or death is unknown, has become your confidence. It's really hard not to laugh at you. Okay, let Qi Tian back you up, right? Fine, I'll stand right here, and you let Qi Tian come. Let's see if I dare to beat him to death when he comes. This is simply ridiculous. Mad Dog, I really can't bear to deal with you. I think that instead of dealing with you, it's better to let you despair. Aren't you the one who listens to and obeys Qi Tian the most? So, where are the people? If they don't come, I will tie you up and watch how Qi Tian's sister is completely obeyed by Methan. I will let you play with me. What do you think?" "Ha ha, if your brother Tian knew that you also played with his sister, what do you think his expression would be? Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Mad Dog's face turned ferocious. He couldn't help himself again and rushed forward with a beer bottle to hit young Master Yi in the head. However, this time, young Master Yi's men were well prepared and naturally could not let Mad Dog succeed. Otherwise, if the Mad Dog succeeds this time, they really won't need anyone else to deal with them, and young Master Yi will not let them off. Mad Dog is just a playboy who bullies others by relying on his power. He is a little crazy and cruel, but in the end, he is just an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person gain the upper hand when facing the siege of so many people? So, soon, the Mad Dog, with a bruised face and nose, was forcibly held down by Yi Sanchao's men. And at this moment, young Master Yi became really arrogant. Walking up to the Mad Dog, young Master Yi patted the Mad Dog's face in a humiliating manner and laughed loudly. "I thought you, a Mad Dog, were capable of something, but this is all you get? You really think you're a Mad Dog and everyone has to give in to you and avoid you? You're nothing. If it weren't for your family's influence, do you think you could be alive today? You bastard, it's fine if you bully others by taking advantage of your power, no one would pay any attention to you, but you chose to provoke me. It would be fine if you provoke me, but you actually dared to humiliate my Yi family and humiliate my eldest brother. Tell me, if this isn't courting death, what is it? Since you insist on seeking death, then let you die. Isn't that Qi Tian you always talk about? Where's Qi Tian? Did he come to save you, idiot? Why didn't I see before that you were so stupid? Ha!" After saying that, young Master Yi looked at Qi Miaomiao and said in a cold voice, "Catch this damn girl to me too. I want to see if you two idiots who regard Qi Tian, a loser, as your savior, can wait for a miracle to happen today." If they were still a little scared of dealing with Mad Dog's men, then asking them to capture Qi Miaomiao would be a good job for them. They walked towards Chi Miao Miao with grim smiles on their faces. Their lustful eyes made people look. My scalp feels tingling. Seeing things turn out like this, Chi Miao Miao became a little anxious. You, what do you want to do? Don't come over here, I am warning you. Don't come over here, young Master Yi, you are playing with fire, do you know that? If my brother knew, he would never let you go, he definitely wouldn't. Young Master Yi saw that even at this time, Chi Miao Miao still dared to shout and said that Chi Tian would not let him go. He immediately became angry and laughed wildly. Didn't you hear what I just said? Where is your brother Chi Tian? Come on, I'm waiting for him. He's a piece of trash. Even if he really appeared in front of me now, I would still kill him. Chi Miao Miao, your brother is a piece of trash, a huge piece of trash, ha ha ha. After saying that, young Master Yi seemed to be still unsatisfied, and seemed to have been really influenced by the mad dog and gone a little crazy. He actually stood up and started yelling. Chi Tian, Chi Zixian, you useless bastard, where are you? You've been hiding for 10 years, why don't you come out? Do you dare? Come out and let your grandfather see you. If you don't come out, your sister will be raped by someone, or by many people at the same time, ha ha ha, you useless bastard, coward, ha ha ha. Yi Sanshao, like a madman, was provoking and yelling wildly. Except for Mad Dog, no one thought there was anything wrong with young Master Yi. Is there anything wrong with provoking someone who won't even show up? But this time, they were wrong. Just when young Master Yi was about to continue shouting, a wine bottle hit him hard on the head, causing him to bleed and almost faint. Before Yi Sanshao's men could shout, a cold voice as if coming from hell made everyone shiver at the same time. My sister, is she someone you, an aunt, capable of bullying? 711, Chapter 711. Brother is back. As the voice came out, who else could it be but Yi Tianqi? At this moment, Yi Tianqi was sitting upright on the sofa, his expression as cold as ice, and the murderous intent in his eyes was as real as substance. Boss Leopard stood up with a ferocious look on his face. The aura of the Peak King realm he released casually made everyone present feel terrified. Yi Tianqi, after waiting for a long time, didn't want to wait any longer. If we wait any longer, Chi Miao Miao will really get angry. Who he is and what his identity is, the words he said have already proved everything. Chi Miao Miao widened her eyes and looked at Yi Tianqi in disbelief. Although 10 years had passed and his appearance and even his expression had changed, this was still her brother, Chi Tian, no doubt about it. In an instant, Chi Miao Miao's tears flowed out of her eyes and her face was covered with tears. When Yi Tianqi saw this scene, a trace of guilt involuntarily appeared on his face. Under the gaze of everyone, he walked up to Chi Miao Miao and gently wiped away her tears. Miao Miao, I haven't seen you for 10 years, you've grown so big. Don't cry anymore, you're a grown-up girl now, you can't cry anymore. His face was filled with tenderness, and his voice was as gentle as water in spring breeze. It was as if the cold and shivering voice just now was not from the same person. At this moment, Chi Miao Miao didn't know what mood she should be in. He was very excited, but besides being excited, he was also angry and unwilling. All these emotions intertwined and became more and more complicated. But in the end, everything turned into wailing when Yi Tianqi opened his arms. Chi Miao Miao threw herself directly into Yi Tianqi's arms, crying loudly, and beating Yi Tianqi's chest while crying, as if venting her sadness over the years. Yi Tianqi could only gently rub Chi Miao Miao's head and caress her softly. I'm sorry, Miao Miao, it's my fault. I shouldn't have contacted you all these years and told you about my situation. It's my fault. You've worried about me and missed me for so many years. Be good, don't cry, I'll never leave you again, okay? Chi Miao Miao felt the warmth in Yi Tianqi's arms, and listened to Yi Tianqi's guilt and self-blame. All the hatred and resentment disappeared in an instant, and what was left was only emotion and longing. Brother, woo-woo, brother, where have you been all these years? You don't even know I worry about you every day, and miss you every day, but I can't find you, woo-woo, brother. Yi Tianqi sighed softly and rubbed Miao Miao's head. All he could do was comfort her. At this moment, the entire bar fell silent, and everyone stared at Yi Tianqi and Chi Miao Miao in his arms. If there were still many doubts just now, then when Chi Miao Miao called out brother in Yi Tianqi's arms, all the doubts disappeared. Is this still the same little gangster Chi Miao Miao who has a cold face and doesn't give face to anyone? If she was really Chi Miao Miao, then who was this man who had just spoken so arrogantly and hugged Chi Miao Miao? Could it be that he was really her? The one who dared not to believe it the most and could not believe it the most was Yi Sanshao. A person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. He dared to mock or even humiliate Yi Tianqi at will unless he was in front of Yi Tianqi. After all, no matter how he humiliated or mocked him, it was all agreed by the Yi family and tacitly approved by Yi Shao. However, the moment Yi Tianqi really appeared in front of him, young Master Yi was stunned. What is this? Yi Tianqi, who hasn't appeared for so many years, appeared today? Just when he was causing trouble for his sister and yelling at him, he appeared? What the hell does this have to do with anything? If he didn't know that this was definitely a coincidence, young Master Yi would really think that someone was deliberately making fun of him. You, who are you? At this moment, young Master Yi cannot just give in even if Yi Tianqi comes back. Young Master Yi is not afraid. In fact, he is not as afraid as when he faced a mad dog. The reason is very simple. Yi Tianqi's greatest advantage is intelligence and brains, not physical fitness or combat effectiveness. Today, it was obvious that there were only two of them, plus a mad dog. There were only 3 people with so many subordinates in his territory. Young Master Yi, it shouldn't be that he couldn't deal with just a few people. The most important thing is that Yi Tianqi is back. If I can really get rid of him, there will definitely be a lot of benefits. Yi Shao will definitely benefit from it, and this is just the beginning. But after all, I'm still a little nervous, so I have to confirm this news. Who is it that is the last stubbornness of young Master Yi? Yi Tianqi gently rubbed Qi Miaomiao's head and chuckled. You must have been wrong. Just know it's okay. Let me help you vent your anger today. Hearing this, Qi Miaomiao, who trusted Yi Tianqi 100%, nodded subconsciously. However, she immediately reacted and grabbed Yi Tianqi's arm. She shook her head with a worried look on her face and said, Brother, don't go. There are more of them today. Let's not suffer any loss first, okay? Qi Miaomiao could see that Yi Tianqi did not bring many people here today, and it was even very likely that he had just returned to the imperial capital. Therefore, if he directly became an enemy of young Master Yi in his territory at this time, he would suffer losses. Qi Miaomiao absolutely did not want to see Yi Tianqi suffer any loss. She absolutely did not want to and was unwilling to do so. Yi Tianqi smiled slightly, looked at Qi Miaomiao, and said with a smile, Miaomiao, have you forgotten, brother, I have never let you down. When I said this, I seemed to think that I had really let Qi Miaomiao was disappointed, so she quickly added a sentence. Of course, these years don't count, but from now on, I won't let you down again, and I won't let anyone bully you. Miaomiao, be good and trust me. Just sit here and watch me vent your anger for you, okay? She didn't know if it was some strange coincidence or if she had already trusted Yi Tianqi to an unprecedented level, but seeing Yi Tianqi say these words so gently, Qi Miaomiao immediately felt a surge of security. Both her rationality and her emotions told her that she should trust Yi Tianqi and that she just needed to sit here quietly. So, Qi Miaomiao nodded heavily and said, Brother, I believe you. Go ahead, I'll wait for you here. After saying that, Qi Miaomiao sat on the sofa next to Xinjun. Yi Tianqi glanced at Xinjun meaningfully and said with a smile, Your name is Xinjun, Miaomiao's good friend, right? Well, please sit here with Miaomiao. I'll accompany you after I've sorted out the matter. Xinjun did not expect this sudden change to happen compared with other people. Xinjun's ears were so tired of hearing Yi Tianqi's name that Miaomiao had told her all kinds of glorious deeds of Yi Tianqi over and over again in the past. She might not have taken it seriously, but today, Yi Tianqi actually came back and appeared in front of her. For some reason, when looking at Yi Tianqi's eyes, Xinjun always felt as if she was seen through. This feeling made her feel as if she had no secrets in front of Yi Tianqi and was transparent, which made her very uncomfortable. 712, Chapter 712, Forced Calmness. Miaomiao, is he really your brother? Is he really Qi Zixin? After Xinjun sat down, she looked at Qi Miaomiao and asked cautiously. Qi Miaomiao's face was filled with pride at this moment. She nodded heavily and said, Of course, although I haven't seen you for 10 years, there's no way I won't recognize my brother. How about it, handsome, right? I told you my brother is the best. Just wait and see. Young Master Yi is dead. My brother is the best. At this moment, it seemed as if she had returned to her childhood. Qi Miaomiao was full of admiration and trust in Yi Tianqi. It seemed that as long as Yi Tianqi said something, there was nothing he couldn't do. But Xinjun was frightened at this moment. No matter how she thought about Yi Tianqi's eyes, she felt that something was wrong. What does that meaningful look say? Either he is interested in me, or he sees through me, and there seems to be a hint of warning in his words. But why should I warn myself? Yi Tianqi had clearly just returned. How could he know so much just after returning? Could he tell that he had teamed up with others to harm Qi Miaomiao? No way, this is absolutely impossible. He could see through all the truth at a glance. What a joke. Only a few people knew about his partnership with young Master Yi. There was no way Yi Tianqi would know about it. So, you like me? Jinjin always felt something was strange, and she had a bad feeling. Meow meow, forget it, your brother just came back, and he's already making such a big fuss. Ascent that a bit bad. Besides, I know you trust your brother, but you have to consider where we are. This is young Master Yi's territory. There are young Master Yi's people everywhere. There are only two of your brother and his men. Aren't you afraid that they will suffer any harm? You saw it, young Master Feng was bullied by third young Master Yi at this time. Third young Master Yi clearly didn't give anyone any face. He was just venting and letting out his anger. Do you think, with the Yi family's attitude towards your brother wouldn't suffer any loss? Meow meow, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. No matter how smart your brother is, he still needs time and space to calculate. Today's scene is obviously not his home ground. You should persuade your brother to give in today and let's go. I think, as long as we leave, with your brother's reputation, young Master Yi will not dare to stop us. Jinjin seemed to be worried about Yi Tianqi, but in fact, she was worried about herself. She always felt that something was wrong and just wanted to finish today's affairs as soon as possible. But she couldn't stop it, and she couldn't stop it. The only one who could stop it was Qi Miao Miao. At this time, she would feel guilty if she didn't persuade Qi Miao Miao. After hearing this, Qi Miao Miao also felt that what Jinjin said made sense. After all, so much time had passed and no one knew what had happened. In addition, this was indeed young Master Yi's home turf, and everyone in the Yi family, including Yi Xiao, seemed to have a different kind of hatred towards his brother. In this case, they might really kill him. However, when Qi Miao Miao thought of the look in Yi Tianqi's eyes that made her believe him, and recalled that Yi Tianqi had never deceived her, her worries dissipated a lot. Moreover, she was unwilling to persuade her anymore. Otherwise it would seem as if her sister had begun to distrust Yi Tianqi. No, I won't go. I believe in my brother. If he says he can solve it, then he can definitely solve it. Not to mention Yi San Xiao. Even if Yi Xiao comes, my brother won't be afraid. Qi Miao Miao hesitated for just a moment, and then her confidence in Yi Tianqi reached its peak. When Jinjin wanted to say something else, Qi Miao Miao shook her head and said, Jinjin, you don't understand my brother. Although we haven't seen each other for 10 years, I know that my brother never disappoints anyone. Just watch. Now that things have come to this, even if Jinjin wanted to say something else, she couldn't. She could only sit here with Qi Miao Miao and watch carefully. However, it was unknown whether she hoped Yi Tianqi would win or lose. At this moment, young Master Yi had calmed down a bit. He looked at Yi Tianqi, frowned, and said, You are Qi Miao Miao's brother. You are, Qi Tian? Yi Tianqi nodded when he heard this and said, My name used to be Qi Tian, but now, my name is Yi Tianqi. You can call me Mr. Yi. Upon hearing this, young Master Yi felt that Yi Tianqi was a bit pretentious. What the hell are you? I'll just call you Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, okay, Mr. Yi. After all, isn't Mr. Yi still Qi Tian, the world-famous Qizishin? How come, after not seeing you for 10 years, you still look as charming as ever? But, I don't know what this means. Mr. Yi, are you coming to my place, young Master Yi, to mess things up? Without waiting for Yi Tianqi to speak, Boss Leopard put on a cold smile and said, Mr. Yi, I don't think it's necessary to waste so much time talking to this kind of ant. I can just destroy him directly. Looking at Boss Leopard's arrogant attitude, young Master Yi felt furious. Is today an unlucky day? A mad dog suddenly appeared and started biting people indiscriminately. Just when I knocked it down, another mad dog came. It treats ants like ants and cripples them at will. If you don't know, you would think it is very powerful. But the fact is, isn't the example of the mad dog right in front of us? In this era, no matter how loud you shout, you are not really that powerful when you are knocked down. It is too late to cry. This is the fact. Hey, where did this guy come from, Mr. Yi? Is this the friend you brought here? He has a bad temper and wants to destroy me at the slightest provocation. What's the matter? Did I offend him? Or, in this circle of the imperial capital, there is such a person, but why have I never seen him before? He is quite crazy from the sound of his voice. He seems to be even crazier than a mad dog. I just don't know if he has the real ability. When Boss Leopard was about to speak, Yi Tianqi waved his hand and immediately didn't dare to say another word. Seeing this scene, young Master Yi frowned again. Boss Leopard and Mad Dog both seem to be very crazy, but the feelings they give people are completely different. At least, no matter how arrogant and presumptuous Mad Dog was, or even if he pointed at young Master Yi's nose and cursed him, he would at most be angry and want to give him a good beating. However, Boss Leopard was different. Just being looked at coldly by him made him feel a chill running through his heart. It was an extremely dangerous feeling, as if it could be fatal. Young Master Yi was so scared deep down that he didn't even dare to look Boss Bao in the eye. It was as if he had encountered his natural enemy. However, this extremely terrifying character was so obedient in front of Yi Tianqi, which made Yi Sanchao inevitably wonder how Yi Tianqi had been living over the years. Even though he didn't think Yi Tianqi was any powerful, he couldn't deceive himself about that bad feeling. Yi Tianqi was too lazy to pay attention to how arrogant Yi Sanchao was. He just looked at Yi Sanchao calmly, then looked around, smiled, and said, "Originally, you are not qualified to let me talk so much nonsense with you. I will just destroy you directly. But, thinking about it, it seems that today is the first time I have appeared in your circle. If I am too direct and don't say a few words to explain clearly, then there may be many people who don't understand. Then, I'll use your precious place to give you a chance to listen to me more." What he said was not only arrogant, but also presumptuous and contemptuous. But, for some reason, when these words came out of Yi Tianqi's mouth, it seemed as if it was natural. It seems that he should be like this. 713, Chapter 713, Putting on Hats. It's crazy, really crazy. They treat this place as their home ground. They think that letting you listen to a few more words is a huge honor for them. However, this is what young Master Yi wants to see. After all, Yi Tianqi has shown up. Although he did not find him, he was able to provide the information in the first time, which is a credit. Therefore, from the moment Yi Tianqi appeared, Yi Sanchao had already arranged someone to inform Yi Xiao. At that time, as long as the Night Owl arrives, no matter whether Yi Tianqi really has some ability or not, it will be useless. Once the Night Owl arrives, he will be the king. Yi Tianqi will have to kneel and lie down. At this time, young Master Yi could not be cowardly no matter what. Even though he could be cowardly in front of Mad Dog before, he could not be cowardly in front of Yi Tianqi now. The reason was very simple. Yi Tianqi was the person that Yi Xiao hated to the core and had to deal with. Moreover, Yi Xiao had already been informed, and there were so many people watching here. If he lost face for Yi Xiao and the Yi family, Yi Tianqi might not even have to do anything to him. Yi Xiao would be the first one to not let him go. Compared to Yi Tianqi, a man he had never met and had only heard of the name, who had disappeared for 10 years, his fear of the Night Owl was engraved in his bones. Yi Tianqi, right, huh? People say that a real man never changes his name or surname. I didn't expect that Mr. Yi doesn't care at all. He changes his name and surname like it's a daily routine. But I can understand it. After all, he was expelled from the Qi family and his name was removed from the family tree. If he were to keep the surname Qi, he would inevitably be suspected of fraud. Oh, by the way, I heard that the Qi family sent people to hunt him down. It has come to this point. Using the name Qi Tian is indeed not good and dangerous. It's good to change the name. Good, Yi Tianqi. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Just save your life. It doesn't matter whether he's a real man or not. These are not important, very unimportant. So, I wonder what you want to say here, Mr. Yi? There are quite a few people here today. Mr. Yi hasn't returned to the imperial capital for many years. Even if others don't give you a chance to speak, I, young Master Yi, will still give you this opportunity. So, what do you want to say? Just say it, speak boldly, no one will stop you, hee. Young Master Yi has indeed become much braver now. In fact, the more he thinks about it, the more excited he feels. Being able to humiliate Yi Tianqi and to please Yi Xiao in this way, it is not impossible for Yi Sanchao, whose level has just been raised, to be raised to another level after this incident, or even to become a core member of the tribe. Yi Tianqi was simply here to give him benefits. How could he not be happy? Of course, there may be a little danger, but compared with the benefits gained, these dangers are nothing. What's more, Yi Tianqi only had 2 people, so what danger could there be? This was his territory, and Night Owl would be here soon. He just needed to hold on here until Night Owl arrived, and everything would fall into place. It was his own achievement, so it belonged to him. No one else could take it away. Yi Tianqi looked at young Master Yi, who still dared to mock him and speak to him in a sarcastic tone at this time, and he immediately laughed. It is true that ignorance is bliss. Young Master Yi, right, huh? I don't know you in the entire Yi family. I don't know many people 10 years ago. I knew even fewer now. I only know one person, Yi Xiao. Are you so arrogant, even more arrogant than Yi Xiao? Or do you think that with Yi Xiao's support, you can be so arrogant and domineering? It doesn't matter. Actually, I don't care what you want, and I don't want to care, but you dare to bully my sister and insult me. Young Master Yi really want to ask, who gave you the confidence? After Yi Tianqi finished speaking, without waiting for young Master Yi to speak, he laughed and said, no need to explain. I could kill you directly, but I don't think it's necessary. Besides, with what happened to you, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to survive. Keeping you as evidence will be more useful, so please come with me and explain your problem. After saying that, Yi Tianqi looked at Boss Bao and said calmly, notify the Secret Investigation Office that the Maple Leaf Bar is suspected of drug possession, drug trafficking, assault, trafficking women, and a series of other organized crimes. Have them come and arrest the person. These words stunned everyone present. No matter what, I never expected that Yi Tianqi's final solution would be this. At the same time, the Secret Investigation Institute came to arrest people. What kind of tone is this? Young Master Yi laughed immediately, and everyone else also burst into laughter, as if they had heard some incredible joke. Young Master Yi was laughing so hard that he was out of breath as he looked at Yi Tianqi, as if he was looking at a clown. I say, Yi Tianqi, Mr. Yi, are you okay? I thought you dared to do something, but it turned out to be just such a trivial matter. Ha, you even sent people to arrest me. Did you get something wrong? My business is a legal business, a legitimate business, not to mention that there are no such things as you said. Even if there are, you still want to arrest me. Have you forgotten that this is the imperial capital? Have you forgotten that my last name is Yi? Do you still think that this is 10 years ago, when you, Yi Tianqi, were famous in the imperial capital? Please, figure it out, okay? You're already out of fashion. Ha. What else is there? The Secret Investigation Bureau? What the hell is the Secret Investigation Bureau? Oh, that Secret Investigation Bureau that no one dares to offend and has no sense of existence at all. Ha, this is hilarious. Okay, I'll just stand here and wait for them to catch me. Come here. Tell the Public Security Bureau to come over and tell them that someone is causing trouble here and framing me. Ask them to come over. Andy, I'm innocent, and please take the person away from me. Ha. Yi Tianqi, since you really don't know what era we are in now, then I will be kind enough to teach you for free and tell you a cruel reality. Ha. Young Master Yi was very arrogant. He looked down upon the Secret Investigation Office. He was not the only one who thought so, but many people thought so, including Yi Xiao before he was arrested. In other words, many people still don't know that Yi Xiao has been arrested. Otherwise, if Yi Sanxiao knew about this, he would not dare to be so arrogant even if he was beaten to death. Logically speaking, the news of the Secret Investigation Institute should have spread everywhere, but unfortunately, the news was only spread in a small range and was not known to a large number of people, especially those who played here. They only cared about the bright lights, wine, and women, and naturally did not know about this kind of things. What's more, even if people heard about it, I'm afraid most people would just treat it as a joke and not take it seriously. After all, that was Night Owl, the famous Night Owl in the imperial capital. Someone dared to arrest him, and it was the Secret Investigation Bureau. This was no joke. Almost everyone present laughed, waiting to see the joke. Jinjin also relaxed at this moment. She thought Yi Tianqi would be very capable, but in the end, this was it? Looking at Qi Miao, who still looked like she trusted Yi Tianqi, Jinjin sighed and said, Miao, do you think your brother's brain is broken? After all these years, how come he's worse than before? I thought he was so powerful that he could crush third young Master Yi to death, but in the end, he asked the Secret Investigation Bureau to investigate. This is really ridiculous. Does he really not know what kind of power the Yi family has in the imperial capital? Even if he didn't know, he could have just contacted a detective agency. Why would he contact the Secret Investigation Bureau, a transparent agency that no one dares to mess with? This is simply laughable. 714, Chapter 714, Visitors from the Public Security Bureau. That's right, in Jinjin's eyes, in the eyes of many people, what Yi Tianqi is doing now is a joke, a huge joke, and it's the kind that brings humiliation upon himself. Not to mention the terrible status of the Yi family in the imperial capital. Just talking about looking for someone and finding the Secret Investigation Institute, isn't this the biggest joke, making things difficult for themselves? Who hasn't heard of the Secret Investigation Office? Although this organization has little presence, in fact, almost everyone has heard of it. This organization is said to have great power, but has never done anything and dares not compete with anyone. If the Secret Investigation Bureau was asked to discipline some ordinary people, it might not be a big deal. However, asking the Secret Investigation Bureau to come to the Maple Leaf Bar, arrest people from the Yi family like Yi Sanxiao, and accuse them of crimes, is simply a joke. Not to mention that there is no charge. Even if the evidence is conclusive, would the Secret Investigation Office dare to arrest him? Even if the Secret Investigation Office dares to take action, don't forget that young Master Yi has already arranged people to notify the Public Security Bureau that people are coming. Does the Secret Investigation Office dare to fight the Public Security Bureau? Are you kidding me? They haven't dared to do anything for so many years, and even retreated. Now they expect the Secret Investigation Office to dare to fight with the Public Security Bureau. If this is not a joke, what is it? This is what Jinjin thought, and so did everyone else. Even Qi Miaomiao couldn't understand it. However, compared to others, Qi Miaomiao was more willing to believe Yi Tianqi. Qi Miaomiao absolutely does not allow anyone to say bad things about her brother, not even her best friend. I couldn't hear these words when my brother was not around, let alone now that my brother is back. Seeing Jinjin speaking with disdain, even contempt, Qi Miaomiao frowned and said with great dissatisfaction, Jinjin, what are you talking about? That's my brother. Why are you spouting nonsense here? You're my best friend, and my brother stood up for us today. It's fine if you're not grateful, but you're still saying these sarcastic remarks. I'll ignore your sarcastic remarks, but what are you talking about? Who are you calling mentally ill? Who are you looking down on? Jinjin saw that Qi Miaomiao was angry. In fact, she was also angry in her heart. She had originally discussed the matter with Yi Sanxiao, but today there were twists and turns in the end. Qi Miaomiao's brother even showed up, which made her feel extremely unhappy. If young Master Yi fails to accomplish what he wants to do, will Jinjin still be able to get the benefits she deserves? This is obviously impossible. But she has been looking forward to these benefits for a long time. If they were gone, she would be so angry that she would die. Therefore, Jinjin's mood is not good at all now, and she doesn't want to continue to pamper Qi Miaomiao. Seeing Qi Miaomiao's protective look, Jinjin frowned and said, why are you angry? I didn't say anything wrong. Why go to the Secret Investigation Office and investigate young Master Yi? Isn't this asking for trouble? We all know the situation of the Secret Investigation Office. And you, Miaomiao, didn't your brother disappear for a long time? Now he suddenly shows up. What's going on? Come on, but you've already created such a huge problem for us. You really want to offend the Yi family to death? Tell me, can you afford to offend them? Or can I? Your brother hasn't been back to the capital for years, and he still thinks it's 10 years ago. It's ridiculous. To put it bluntly, your brother is not even as good as you. At least you still have the support of the Qi family. Your brother was expelled from the Qi family. Do you expect your family to help him clean up the mess? Obviously, it's impossible. So, do you think your brother can be a rival to the Yi family? Qi Miaomiao, please wake up, okay? Now is now, and before was before. Your brother is living in the past. If that's not what's wrong with his brain, then what is it? Those words were unpleasant, very unpleasant, and Qi Miaomiao was so angry that her face turned blue. She never thought that her good friend and best friend would say such a thing. It's a pity that she had expressed great interest in Yi Tianqi before. Now it seems that it is not an exaggeration to say that she was pretending. Qi Miaomiao, you are my good friend, my bestie. Even if my brother really can't tell the difference, you have no right to say anything to him unless we two don't have to be friends anymore. Qi Miaomiao looked at Jinjin coldly. Even if she was a good friend of many years, so what? She could not speak rudely to Yi Tianqi. Otherwise, no matter who she was, she would show no mercy. Jinjin, seemingly foreseeing the outcome of the matter, looked directly at Qi Miaomiao and sneered, Qi Miaomiao, I advise you not to be ungrateful. I am not trying to hurt you by saying this. I am just stating the truth. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. However, you and your brother have seriously offended the Yi family today, so just wait, you'll regret it one day. There are actually quite a few people who share the same thoughts as Jinjin. In their opinion, Yi Tianqi was too arrogant when he came back this time, and finding the Secret Investigation Institute was even more arrogant. Of course, Yi Tianqi didn't care about their thoughts at all. No matter how much he talked to some brainless people, it was useless and not as satisfying as the actual situation. And this situation soon came. The first to arrive were people from the Public Security Bureau. A uniformed security captain, accompanied by a dozen of his men, rushed in domineeringly. When he saw young Master Yi, he immediately smiled. Third Master, it was you who called, right? What's going on? Is there anyone else who dares to cause trouble in the Maple Leaf Bar? They're simply courting death. The captain of the Public Security Department made no secret of the fact that he knew young Master Yi, and without asking any questions, he directly said that someone was causing trouble. It was obvious that he was extremely biased. Yi Sanxiao was very pleased to hear this. The captain smiled and said, Captain Lu, I'm sorry to trouble you all to come here so late, but we can't help it. Someone is trying to get me arrested by the Secret Investigation Bureau and accuse me of drug trafficking, women trafficking, and other crimes. I am a legal citizen, and I'm doing legitimate business, so we have no choice but to ask Captain Lu to come forward and help resolve this matter. After all, Captain Lu is also very clear that my Yi family's upbringing is quite strict even if I am innocent. If someone says it, we have to investigate it thoroughly, otherwise, my eldest brother will not let me go. Go. Young Master Yi looked at Captain Lu and said with a smile, as if he didn't take it seriously at all. However, he kept talking about the Yi family and Yi Xiao, which seemed to be reminding Captain Lu of something. Captain Lu was also very sensible and spoke directly. Of course, we all know what kind of business the third young master is in. If anyone dares to slander him, it's a serious crime. I want to see who dares to slander him and who is deliberately seeking revenge. After saying that, Captain Lu glanced around coldly, and finally set his sights on Yi Tianqi. He shouted knowingly, "Who is this blind bastard who deliberately framed young Master Yi? Stand up right here! Don't you know that false accusation is a serious crime? You are simply lawless and rebellious. I will arrest you and teach you a lesson." "Who is it? Is it you? No need to be silent. I can tell you're not a good person. It must be you, right?" Captain Lu pointed at Yi Tianqi and humiliated him without any hesitation. 715, Chapter 715, Collusion. For ordinary people, a small figure like Captain Lu is already a powerful and influential big shot who they cannot afford to offend. Even for people like young Master Yi, Captain Lu is someone who is useful. Although they may not look up to Captain Lu, he is useful, just like now. Young Master Yi was very happy. "Captain Lu, you're right. You've got a sharp eye. You found the culprit right away. Yes, it's this person. Not only did he accuse me of a bunch of crimes, but he also, I don't know if he knows someone in the Secret Investigation Bureau, so arrogantly said he wanted the Secret Investigation Bureau to arrest me. Captain Lu, you have to testify for me." Upon hearing this, Captain Lu burst into laughter. It was as if I had heard a huge joke. "Secret Investigation Bureau, young Master Yi, did I hear correctly? This guy said he wanted to send the Secret Investigation Bureau to arrest you. Where did this guy come from? Why does he feel like he came from ancient times?" Young Master Yi smiled slightly upon hearing this and said, "It's not necessarily true that he traveled through time, but it's true that he's still living 10 years ago. I can understand that. After all, he's a man whose own family even expelled him all alone, relying on his past dreams to survive. Captain Lu, if he hadn't provoked me so badly and even offended my eldest brother, I would actually want to let him go." Upon hearing this, Captain Lu's expression immediately changed and his eyes became gloomy. "Oh, third young master, you just said that this guy had offended your eldest brother. He must be tired of living. He even dared to offend young Master Yi Xiao. He is simply courting death." "Don't worry, third young master, I'll take care of this matter today even if you don't let me get involved. I can't agree to it. Are you kidding me? If you dare to offend young Master Yi Xiao, I'll just hit my head against him and kill him if I can spare him." After saying that, Captain Lu looked at Yi Tianqi and said in a cold voice, "Boy, you are really brave. It's not enough for you to come here to frame the third young master, but you even dare to offend the Night Owl. Young master, do you want me to praise you for your courage, or do you want me to say that you are brainless and a fool? Besides, you keep mentioning the Secret Investigation Bureau. What's going on? Do you know anyone in the Secret Investigation Bureau? Come on, tell me. Want to see? Do you know anyone in the Secret Investigation Bureau? It allows you to be so arrogant today. I'm going to tell you something harsh in front of me. Even if you bring out the entire Secret Investigation Bureau, it will be useless. Secret Investigation Bureau? Humph, it's just garbage. Who would give them face? Good one, just garbage." Yi Tianqi looked at Captain Lu, who was shouting all the time, and ignored him, who knew that he became more and more excited, especially after he knew that Yi Tianqi had offended Yi Xiao. He seemed too lazy to even find out who Yi Tianqi was. "It seems that as long as you offend Night Owl, there is no need to ask too many questions, no need to care about anything, just beat him to death, and that's the right thing to do." Yi Xiao's reputation in the imperial capital was undoubtedly exposed in an instant. If Yi Tianqi had not stopped him, wanting to see how arrogant these people were, Boss Bao would have probably killed people long ago, and the killing would have been a river of blood. However, since Yi Tianqi didn't say anything, Boss Leopard could only endure it. Boss Leopard could see that Yi Tianqi was deliberately indulging them, perhaps to allow the Secret Investigation Office to take direct action, or perhaps to make them happier now so that they would die more miserably later. But in fact, there is one thing that Boss Leopard did not see, that is, the change in Jinjin's eyes and her conversation with Qi Miaomiao. Yi Tianqi didn't know what to do. He wanted to keep Jinjin and not let Qi Miaomiao be sad. He could have done it at the beginning without waiting until now, but since he had waited until now, he might as well let Qi Miaomiao discover it herself. Then he would find more things popping up. After all, Yi Tianqi thought about it and felt that it was not appropriate for Jinjin to continue staying with Qi Miaomiao. Sure enough, Jinjin couldn't help but seeing that she was at a disadvantage. She began to mock Qi Miao and even humiliated herself. But, after all, this situation is quite familiar. Public Security Department? Previously, the law enforcement agencies in the service area seemed to look down on the Secret Investigation Institute in the same way. As a result, Shihai Qingfeng personally issued an apology. Now, has a public security bureau popped up again? A sneer appeared on Yi Tianqi's lips. He just wondered if he had some grudge against Shihai Qingfeng. Was it God who wanted to bring them together? Because, the Public Security Bureau is actually a kind of law enforcement agency after all. The immediate superior is still Shihai Qingfeng. This is really interesting. However, it is not surprising law enforcement agencies themselves deal with all kinds of people and have law enforcement powers, which can indeed be intimidating to ordinary people. If we want to achieve peace and prosperity and make everyone feel happier and safer, law enforcement agencies must be strictly investigated as a top priority. If even the law enforcement agencies do not enforce the law strictly, enforce the law unfairly, appoint people based on personal connections, and fail to distinguish right from wrong, then where will the sense of happiness and security come from? After all, this is the institution that is most easily accessible to the general public. Yi Tianqi looked at the arrogant look of Captain Lu, and what he thought more about was how arrogant and domineering Captain Lu was on a daily basis, and how many people he had bullied. Your last name is Lu, right, Captain of the Public Security Department? Who gave you the power to arrest people indiscriminately and without investigation, just because of someone's words, and you were so brazen? Now, they are so unashamed to be in cahoots with each other? Captain Lu didn't expect Yi Tianqi to dare to talk back and say these words. He immediately sneered and said, "Who gave me the power? What do you think? Who gave me the power? Yes, as long as I have this right, it is enough. Who is it for you to say anything? You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Also, after I arrest you, I'll naturally investigate. Besides, is there any need for an investigation? Framing a good person is a done deal. Arresting you and making you tell the truth is an investigation." Boy, no wonder you're so arrogant after seeing me. You're still so arrogant. You're really the worst, and you're even colluding with me. Okay, boy, you now have another crime. You're openly provoking and framing law enforcement officers just based on this. There's no need to say anything else. Wait until we get back to the Public Security Bureau, then I'll see if you still dare to be so stubborn. After saying that, Captain Lu looked at young Master Yi and smiled. "Young Master, do you mind waiting here for a while? After all, he said he would call the Secret Investigation Bureau if I don't wait. It seems like I'm afraid of the Secret Investigation Bureau. I'll let this guy know clearly what a worthless Secret Investigation Bureau is." Upon hearing this, young Master Yi laughed heartily and said, "Since you have to wait here, why not sit down? You know you can't drink alcohol while on duty, but a cup of tea is always fine, right? Otherwise, I'd feel really bad about bothering you guys to come over so late. How about this, Captain Lu? After this is done, I'll treat the brothers to a midnight snack, okay?" Upon hearing this, Captain Lu smiled and shook his head, saying, No, let's not be so polite." This guy framed and humiliated young Master Yi Xiao. Just based on this, capturing him would be a credit to us, so there's no question of whether it's a bother or not. However, it would be pointless to just go back like this. I still want to wait for the people from the Secret Investigation Office once they arrive. I want to see how arrogant this kid can be. Want to show them all that the people from the Secret Investigation Office are nothing compared to us. After saying this, Captain Lu snorted coldly, showing extreme arrogance and disdain. 716, Chapter 716. Who are you? They could take Yi Tianqi away, but they didn't do it at this time. Instead, they waited for people from another organization to come and took him away in front of them. No one would believe that this was not a deliberate provocation. Young Master Yi was now extremely arrogant. He looked at Yi Tianqi and said, "Yi Tianqi, where are the people from your Secret Investigation Institute?" Yi Tianqi sneered when he heard this and said, "Don't worry, the Secret Investigation Bureau is not like the Public Security Bureau. They don't have so much time to stay in the bar street every day, but it will be soon." It sounds like the people from the Public Security Bureau just stay here every day with nothing to do. However, there is nothing wrong with what he said. After all, the Public Security Bureau is mainly responsible for public security, and Bar Street is a mixed crowd with all kinds of monsters and demons. It is also the place where the most trouble happens on weekdays. It is normal for the Public Security Bureau to set up a special point here. But why do these words sound so unpleasant when they come out of Yi Tianqi's mouth? Captain Lu looked at Yi Tianqi and sneered, "What's your name, kid? you sound pretty arrogant, how come I haven't seen you before? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi looked at Captain Lu and said indifferently, could it be that you have to see the entire dragon country before it counts? Do you have such a big presence? The exit is like a nail, and the rebellious look made Captain Lu laugh. Third Master, where did this guy come from? He's quite arrogant, do you know him? How did you become enemies? Young Master Yi smiled upon hearing this, and without hiding anything, he spoke directly. Captain Lu may not know this person, but he was very famous back then, and his name shook the imperial capital. After hearing this, Captain Lu frowned slightly. Famous in the imperial capital? If this wasn't a joke from young Master Yi, but the truth, then Captain Lu would be really scared, although it was obvious that young Master Yi had an unpleasant quarrel with this person, and he would definitely deal with him. He hoped it wouldn't be a fight between gods. If Captain Lu was implicated, it would be bad. A person who can be described as famous by young Master Yi and well known in the imperial capital cannot be an unknown little person. No matter how you think about it, such a person, even if he is different now than in the past, is still bigger than a lean camel. Third Master, what's going on? Is this person famous? It can't be that you and your friends are just playing around, right? If that's the case, then Third Young Master, I'm going to have a hard time explaining this. Captain Lu looked at young Master Yi and spoke meaningfully, as a reminder to young Master Yi. Of course, young Master Yi understood what he heard and immediately said with a smile, don't worry, Captain Lu, he and I are not friends. Not only that, but we are sworn enemies. It's not surprising that Captain Lu doesn't recognize him. Just mention his name and Captain Lu will understand. He should have heard of the once mighty Qi Tian, Qi Zishan, and Captain Lu. Captain Lu frowned slightly when he heard this. Qi Tian, Qi Zishan, this name had disappeared for 10 years, but it was so famous back then that many people still feel familiar when they hear it now. Captain Lu did the same. After just a little thought, he remembered who the owner of this name was. Qi Tian, Qi the exiled immortal? Is this the person? Then can he afford to provoke him? At this moment, Captain Lu's heart was really trembling. He felt that he might have taken it for granted, and young Master Yi did not explain it clearly. This made it difficult to deal with. Third Young Master, you wouldn't say that this is the exiled immortal Qi from back then, would you? Captain Lu looked at young Master Yi with a hint of resentment in his eyes. But young Master Yi was no fool. He immediately understood what Captain Lu was thinking and burst into laughter. That's Qi Zishan, right? However, his name is Yi Tianqi now. Captain Lu, don't forget that he was expelled from his family 10 years ago, and they even hunted him down. Now, he's homeless, been gone for 10 years. It's a miracle that he's still alive. What a pity. Isn't it good to live a good life? He has to come here to cause trouble. Hey, doesn't he know that my eldest brother hates him the most? If I see him, I'll kill him. Haha. Captain Lu, don't worry, it's just Yi Tianqi right now. If you're worried, my eldest brother will be here soon. Then Captain Lu will see it with his own eyes. As soon as these words were spoken, Captain Lu stood up straighter. Yes, they were all kicked out of the family 10 years ago now. Not only do they not have the protection of the Qi family, but once the Qi family finds out, who knows what will happen. In addition, he is an enemy of Yeshio. Based on these, what can Qi Zishan do? He will still die if he deserves to. Especially when he heard that Night Owl would be arriving soon, Captain Lu felt that he should perform well, otherwise it would be difficult to explain. Thinking of this, Captain Lu's eyes became even more ferocious. He looked at Yi Tianqi and sneered, I was wondering who was so arrogant. It turns out to be Qi Tian, the exiled immortal who was famous in the imperial capital back then. So majestic, so domineering. I didn't see Qi Zishan's majesty back then, but today, I finally got to see it. However, Qi Zishan, who risked his life, doesn't seem to be very smart. Do you still think this is your peak period 10 years ago? Ah, this is ridiculous. It's not 10 years ago now. Yuri still daydreaming. It's really sad and pathetic. Yi Tianqi looked at Captain Lu and suddenly laughed. Captain Lu frowned and looked at Yi Tianqi unhappily, saying, what are you laughing at? Yi Tianqi smiled and said, I am laughing at you, and I am also laughing at you all. You are always so self-righteous and think that what you imagine is the truth. In fact, a frog in a well can only look up and see the sky at the mouth of the well. Do you know why I ignored you and let you talk nonsense here? No need to guess, I'll tell you directly. I just want to see how arrogant and presumptuous you are now, and how tragic the ending will be. I was wondering if you'll regret your behavior when you cry later. Upon hearing this, Captain Lu looked at Yi Tianqi's calm expression and felt that something was not right. However, Perhaps it was because he trusted Yi Sanxiao too much, or perhaps it was because he trusted Yi Xiao too much, so this feeling of abnormality only flashed by. Just when Captain Lu wanted to say something, more than 20 Secret Investigation Bureau personnel rushed into the bar fully armed. When Captain Lu saw this, he pointed at Yi Tianqi and sneered, "Just wait, you think your savior has come, then I will show you now. Who are they, and who are you? Wait, see if you cry or I cry." After saying that, Captain Lu looked at the leading figure, the captain of the Secret Investigation Bureau, and walked up to him, shouting angrily, "You bastards, who sent you here? You're colluding with outsiders, betraying your own people, and confusing right and wrong. Get out of here now, or I'll arrest you too." He is so arrogant and rampant that he even dares to humiliate and scold his colleagues who have the same law enforcement power. Captain Lu was really cruel and crazy. However, this time, no one spoiled him. And he didn't realize that every one of the people from the Secret Investigation Institute who came this time was full of murderous intent and had a completely different spirit. They were obviously the elite among the elite. The most terrifying thing was their eyes, which were firm and intimidating. 717, Chapter 717 Conviction. Captain Lu is usually arrogant, but everyone still has to give him some face. As for the Secret Investigation Office, it is not just a nobody. It also has no sense of existence at all on weekdays. All it does is retreat. Therefore, Captain Lu was not afraid of the Secret Investigation Bureau at all, and he even scolded him directly like a superior scolding a subordinate. In fact, superiors rarely scolded their subordinates like this, let alone across different institutions. Captain Lu, this is to establish his own authority and make himself appear more majestic and domineering in front of so many people. But he was wrong. If he had been a little more informed, he would have known today that the Secret Investigation Office should not be provoked. So, when Captain Lu pointed his finger at the people from the Secret Investigation Institute and cursed them, the leader of the Secret Investigation Institute frowned slightly and grabbed the finger that Captain Lu had extended. The next second, he applied a little force and heard Captain Lu's earth-shaking scream. "No matter who you are, insulting the Secret Investigation Bureau's law enforcement officers is a serious crime." This sudden change shocked everyone. No matter how hard they tried, they could not imagine that the Secret Investigation Office, which was usually timid and kept a distance from everyone and dared not provoke anyone, would actually dare to attack Captain Lu. Moreover, they even broke Captain Lu's fingers with one move. This was simply unbelievable and unimaginable. Breaking off one's fingers directly and having a little conflict are two completely different concepts. This is a direct action. Captain Lu screamed in pain. Captain Lu's other subordinates from the Public Security Department saw this scene and started cursing and were about to take action. At this time, without the head of the Secret Investigation Bureau saying anything, the other people in the Secret Investigation Bureau immediately took out their weapons and pointed them at the people from the Public Security Department who wanted to take action. That's right, they took out their firearms, as if they were going to shoot them all to death if they had a disagreement. Especially those eyes, which were devoid of any emotion, as if filled with coldness and cruelty. One look at them makes you feel that they can definitely shoot, and that they dare to shoot, and they are definitely not trying to scare people. At this moment, the head of the Secret Investigation Office said calmly, "The Secret Investigation Office is performing its duties. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy." Kill without mercy. What a great phrase, kill without mercy. A sentence that can scare people to death, kill without mercy. When can you hear such words in daily life, unless on the battlefield? Even when law enforcement agencies are performing their duties, unless they encounter dangerous elements who are extremely vicious and have committed heinous crimes, and keeping them alive may cause great losses, they generally do not use the words kill without mercy. Not to mention the conflicts in daily life and other institutions' treatment of colleagues. That should never be used and is not appropriate to use. But today, the Secret Investigation Office seemed to be crazy. Not only were they all fully armed, but their guns were all loaded. It seemed that if anyone from the Public Security Department dared to make any unfavorable move, they would shoot to death. This scene scared many people, including Captain Lu, young Master Yi, not to mention the other onlookers. But it is impossible to just give in like this. If he gives in like this today, Captain Lu will not be able to survive in the future. Moreover, the Secret Investigation Office actually dared to take action just based on this fact. Captain Lu has a lawsuit to fight. Asshole, you actually dared to hit me,
And you actually dared to point weapons at us in public. Do you know what you are doing? Do you know who we are? It's simply courting death. The head of the Secret Investigation Office looked at Captain Liu with an expression as cold as ice. You are wearing the uniform of the Public Security Bureau. Are you from the Public Security Bureau? If so, then I now have sufficient reason to suspect you of committing crimes and aiding and abetting the evil. If you are not from the Public Security Bureau, but are pretending to be, then we have even more reason to arrest and interrogate you. Now, everyone, hold your heads and squat down. Follow me back to the Secret Investigation Office for investigation. The head of the Secret Investigation Agency startled Captain Liu and everyone else with his words. It was clear that he had no intention of compromising and was determined to be tough to the end. Captain Liu was so angry that he went crazy. What did he mean? It was the Public Security Bureau that wanted to arrest them, and those who were not from the Public Security Bureau wanted to arrest them even more. What was going on? Were all these people from the Secret Investigation Bureau so bold today? Are you crazy? When will it be your turn to take charge of our Public Security Department? You're all standing there acting so recklessly, and you're not afraid? If this lawsuit goes ahead, will you all be arrested and thrown in jail? The Secret Investigation Office's expression remained unchanged. They looked at Captain Liu with disdain and said, if you want to sue me, go ahead and file a lawsuit. Find whoever you want to confront. We, the Secret Investigation Office, are merely performing our duties. Also, have you forgotten that we, the Secret Investigation Office, have the responsibility to supervise and interrogate you? So, let alone bringing you all back to the Secret Investigation Office, even if I were to execute you right now, your deaths would be in vain. At this point, the head of the Secret Investigation Bureau, his eyes icy, looked at everyone and said loudly, I know what your impression of the Secret Investigation Bureau is. You think the Secret Investigation Bureau has no sense of existence, is transparent, dares not to cause trouble, and always stays away from everything. That's right, the former Secret Investigation Bureau was indeed like that, so you all look down on it. However, starting today, the Secret Investigation Bureau has been reborn and is no longer the insignificant Secret Investigation Bureau it once was. From now on, anyone who sees the Secret Investigation Office, better control your temper. Otherwise, don't blame us for mistaking you for plotting to attack the Secret Investigation Office and overthrow the dragon. The Secret Investigation Bureau has the right to kill without trial. These remarks stunned everyone present. No matter how hard they tried, they could not have imagined that they would hear such words and see such a scene. Moreover, it was people from the Secret Investigation Office who said and did it. Whether it was Captain Liu or young Master Yi, they all felt that these people were crazy, completely crazy. Otherwise, how could they say such things? Captain Liu felt that there was no way to resolve the matter peacefully today. There was no way. These people from the Secret Investigation Institute were different from usual. They were completely unreasonable. Not only that, but they were all well equipped, as if they came prepared. You are crazy, you must be crazy. Listen to what you say. You will cause huge trouble based on what you did today. You will definitely pay the price. Qi Tian, he must have given you some benefits, or promised you something, but you're overthinking it. He can't give you anything, because he can't do anything. A Qi Tian who has disappeared for 10 years, even if he was once the exiled immortal Qi, what's the use of him? He can't give you anything. If you are smart, you will know what to do. I advise you to think it through. Otherwise, you are doomed. I swear, you are definitely doomed. After saying that, Captain Liu looked at Yi Tianqi and roared, Qi Tian, this must be your conspiracy. Make them withdraw immediately, otherwise, I will kill you now. Shoot to death? Yi Tianqi sneered, nodded to the people from the Secret Investigation Office, and said, since he wants to die, then let him die. Before he dies, let him die knowing full well. 718, Chapter 718, Killed on the Spot. The Secret Investigation Office is no longer the Secret Investigation Office it once was. Now everyone in the Secret Investigation Office is ready to do something big now. Someone has come to their door and is directly looking for trouble with their Supreme Commander. Based on this point, it is possible to kill him directly. Now that Yi Tianqi has spoken, there is nothing more to say. The head of the Secret Investigation Office showed a cruel expression on his face. He looked at Captain Liu and said with a smile, I'm sorry, but you've been sentenced to death. In order to let you know why you're going to die, I'll tell you why. After saying this, the head of the Secret Investigation Institute leaned closer to Captain Liu and whispered, Mr. Yi, the Qi Tian you mentioned, is the newly appointed Supreme Commander of our Secret Investigation Institute. If you threaten our Supreme Commander, we have the right to kill you directly.
Oh, judging from your expression, you seem to be unaware that Mr. Yi has already captured Night Owl Boy. When you are reborn as a human in your next life, be smarter, not everyone is someone you can mess with. When Captain Lu heard this, fear immediately appeared in his eyes. No matter how hard he tried, he could not imagine that Yi Tianqi was actually the supreme commander of the Secret Investigation Institute. This is simply unbelievable. What is even more intolerable and unacceptable is that Night Owl was also arrested by the Secret Investigation Office. Didn't they say that the Night Owl would be here soon? What do you mean he has been arrested by the Secret Investigation Office? Captain Lu still had some discernment. He could tell from the eyes of the people from the Secret Investigation Institute that they were not lying. That meant that Yi Xiao had indeed been arrested without his knowledge. Even a character like Yi Xiao was arrested, let alone him, the third young Master Yi. Damn you, young Master Yi, you're the one who killed me. After Captain Lu figured it out, he wanted to beg Yi Tianqi for mercy immediately. But it's too late. Bang. With a gunshot, Captain Lu was shot in the eyebrow and died instantly. The next second, the entire bar was filled with screams of terror. No matter how hard they tried, they could not imagine that the people from the Secret Investigation Office would actually, really dare to shoot and kill someone, and the person they killed was Captain Lu from the Public Security Bureau. When the guns were taken out, no one thought that anyone would actually open fire. They just thought that this was just a means of confrontation. Even if the people from the Secret Investigation Office shouted out their declaration, or rather, an announcement, no one would believe it. In fact, up to now, except for those who really understood the situation, no one present believed that the Secret Investigation Bureau would win, because the Secret Investigation Bureau had never won before. But the result is this, which is simply unbelievable and incomprehensible. Shoot to death on the spot. That's probably how you deal with the most vicious criminals. Has the Secret Investigation Bureau really become so lawless? Is this world still the world they know? Young Master Yi was trembling all over at this moment. The change in the scene made him feel a sense of crisis again, and it was a sense of crisis that was extremely strong. The other people from the Public Security Department were all dumbfounded. They were fearless when they were asked to bully others and catch petty thieves, but when faced with the elite members of the Secret Investigation Bureau who were fully armed and ready to kill at will, they didn't even have a single bit of backbone. Are you kidding? They really dare to kill. At this moment, the head of the Secret Investigation Bureau looked at the messy bar, raised his head and fired a shot, then said in a cold voice, "Everyone, be quiet. Anyone who dares to make a loud noise again will be arrested." This time, no one took him as a joke. If someone dared to shoot Captain Lu of the Public Security Department in public at the Secret Investigation Office, then, once he entered the Secret Investigation Office, would he be able to get out? No one dares to be arrested. At this time, the head of the Secret Investigation Institute looked at Yi Tianqi, saluted respectfully, and said, "Mr. Yi, if there is anything else you need us to do, please tell us." It was not until this time that everyone remembered that the people from the Secret Investigation Institute were called by Yi Tianqi. Moreover, what is this respectful attitude? Originally, no one took it seriously, thinking that even if Yi Tianqi relied on the Secret Investigation Bureau, it would not be a big deal after all. The Secret Investigation Bureau was nothing in their eyes, but now, it is different, completely different. Including the fact that the people from the Secret Investigation Institute just now shot Captain Lu to death on the spot, it seemed that it was also because of Yi Tianqi's words? This is terrifying. With just one sentence, he can directly influence the people in the Secret Investigation Office and allow them to shoot and kill people without any scruples. This is simply unbelievable and incomprehensible. The most terrifying thing is that Yi Tianqi now looks at Captain Lu lying in a pool of blood with an expression that remains calm and composed. He didn't regard Captain Lu's life as a life at all. It was like stepping on an ant, as if it was not worth his second glance. But that is a human life, a living human life. Yi Tianqi looked at the people from the Secret Investigation Institute, nodded calmly, and said, "Young Master Yi, you are guilty, arrest him." Just one sentence of guilty and one sentence of arrest him directly sentenced Yi Sanqiao's fate. However, compared to Captain Lu who was shot on the spot, Yi Sanqiao's death was considered good. Otherwise, it would be normal to kill him directly. But for young Master Yi, he didn't want to be taken away like this, and he didn't dare to be taken away like this. The Secret Investigation Office is crazy in his mind, everyone in the Secret Investigation Office is crazy, and Yi Tianqi is also crazy. If you really go into the Secret Investigation Office, regardless of whether he can get out, you will definitely be tortured in every possible way. No, you can't arrest me. I am from the Yi family. My eldest brother is the Night Owl. He will be here soon. Hearing this, Yi Tianqi sneered and said, "You want to see your big brother, right? Then follow me obediently. Only then can you see your big brother. Otherwise, where do you want to go to see him?" Night Owl is in the prison of the Secret Investigation Institute. Where else are you going? When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. Before, someone from the Secret Investigation Office whispered it in Captain Lu's ear, so they didn't hear it, but now, Yi Tianqi said it directly in front of everyone, and everyone heard it. But they felt that it would be better if they could not hear it. Are these things they can hear? Night Owl, in the prison of the Secret Investigation Bureau? When did this happen? I never wore it out. Young Master Yi shook his head, looking at Yi Tianqi in disbelief, and said angrily, "You are talking nonsense, you are lying to me. My eldest brother is Yi Xiao, he is the eldest son of the Yi family, and behind him stands the Prince Xingqian. You dare to arrest him, do you think you can deceive me? Liar, all of them are liars. Fraud?" Yi Tianqi sneered and said, "Who do you think you are? Is it worth it for me to lie to you? Also, you frogs in the well, what you can understand, as I just said, is just the sky you see when you look up at the well mouth. In reality, it's nothing. Whether I've captured Night Owl or not, if you want to verify it, isn't it easy? I'll give you a chance to call and verify it directly with your family elders, or, if you can contact Prince Xingqian, you can also call him to verify it. After all, he called to plead for mercy when I captured Night Owl." 719, Chapter 719, Too many people offended. The one who called to plead for mercy was Prince Xingqian. This sentence reveals a lot of things. This means that Prince Xingqian knew about this matter. Not only did he know it, but he also made a phone call and pleaded for mercy. But the result is that Yi Tianqi now said that Yi Xiao was in the prison of the Secret Investigation Institute. This means that they did not give Prince Xingqian face. That's the prince who wakes up. The Prince of Longhua called personally to plead for mercy, but he didn't give any face. How is it possible? However, from the moment the Secret Investigation Office shot Captain Lu dead, it seemed that nothing was impossible. The current Secret Investigation Bureau is no longer the one they once knew. Similarly, is it true that the legendary Qi Zixian, who has disappeared for 10 years, is he really useless and has fallen to the extreme? This is impossible. Young Master Yi was still unwilling to believe it, and didn't dare to believe it, so he immediately called the elders of his family. However, the final result was that the phone fell to the ground, and there was only fear in his eyes. Yi Tianqi smiled slightly, looked at Yi Sanxiao, and said, "It seems that you have confirmed what I said. It's all true then, there is nothing more to say. Let's go to the Secret Investigation Institute prison and have a good walk." Take a walk? After this experience, can you still get out? That's not some big boss in the Secret Investigation Bureau, it's clearly hell. Once you go in, it's very difficult to get out. Even Yi Xiao couldn't do anything about it, and neither could Prince Xingqian. As a branch of the Yi family, what was he to count as? "Yi, Mr. Yi, can you please let me go? I know I was wrong. Please, let me go. I apologize to you and Miss Miao Miao. I was wrong. I was blind. I made a huge mistake. I beg you, please forgive me." At this time, young Master Yi no longer cared about face. Are you kidding me? He might even lose his life. So how could he still care about face? How much is face worth? How much is it worth? However, his apology was of no use to Yi Tianqi. Looking at young Master Yi, Yi Tianqi revealed a hint of a cold smile, nodded to the people from the Secret Investigation Office, and said, "Besides him, take away all his men also. Today he is planning to harm my sister, so I leave it to you. Dig up everything then, without asking for my permission, arrest all the participants directly. Anyone who resists, I allow you to kill them on the spot." Remember what you said. The Secret Investigation Bureau is no longer what it used to. Bite will be the first and last line of defense for the Dragon Nation. We will not only prevent external threats, but also target all guilty people within the country, no matter their official rank or power. As long as they are guilty and the Secret Investigation Bureau decides to arrest them, then there is nothing to worry about. Do you understand? All the people from the Secret Investigation Bureau who were present at the moment stood at attention, saluted, and shouted yes. Those eyes were all shining. If most people still don't know what kind of person Yi Tianqi is, they may be dissatisfied. However,
from Yi Tianqi's two incidents, it can be seen that this time they really have a powerful person in power, who is not afraid of offending people and wants to exercise the power of the Secret Investigation Office to the extreme. Just based on this point, the Secret Investigation Office was proud. How could they not be happy about this? Of course, they still need to wait and see how far Yi Tianqi can go, but at least for now, what Yi Tianqi has done has exceeded their expectations, and it is all a surprise. After doing these things, Yi Fanchen let the people from the Secret Investigation Institute leave. At the same time, the people in the bar dispersed. Are you kidding? How dare I stay here any longer? The show is interesting, but someone has died here moreover. One is the Public Security Bureau and the other is the Secret Investigation Office. It is clear that there is no way to resolve the issue peacefully if I continue to stay at this time. It would be nothing but asking for trouble. If I get involved again, it will be too late to cry. Even the Yi family has no face, let alone some ordinary people. When most people had left, only Yi Tianqi, Boss Leopard, and Mad Dog were left in the bar. Of course, Qi Miaomiao and Jinjin also stayed. Qi Miaomiao and Jinjin were also terrified even though Qi Miaomiao was Yi Tianqi's sister. Someone died today after all, and the person who died was a captain of the Public Security Bureau. Qi Miaomiao had never seen such a scene before, and her heart was still pounding. She wanted not to be afraid, but it was not something she could control. Jinjin wanted to leave just now, but was stopped by Qi Miaomiao. So, until now, Jinjin is still here. In fact, she is also hesitating after all, seeing that Yi Tianqi is so strong and doesn't even give face to the Yi family, and even to Prince Xingshan. Has the exiled immortal Qi come back again? If that's the case, then, for Jinjin, currying favor with him would be much more useful than currying favor with Yi Sanxiao. Yi Tianqi saw through Jinjin's little thoughts at a glance, but Yi Tianqi just didn't have time to take care of Jinjin for the time being. Otherwise, Jinjin would be dreaming if she thought she would have a good ending. Compared to Yi Sanxiao and a group of people, the person Yi Tianqi is most annoyed with and hates the most is none other than Jinjin. As Qi Miaomiao's bestie and good friend, not only did she get a lot of benefits from Qi Miaomiao, but she even colluded with outsiders to frame Qi Miaomiao. This kind of betrayal is the most shameful and hateful. It would be strange if Yi Tianqi could forgive her. Miao Miao, are you scared? Don't be afraid, brother is here. You don't have to be afraid of these things from now on. Brother will protect you, protect yours. Yi Tianqi looked at Qi Miaomiao and spoke to comfort her. Qi Miaomiao was still frightened when she heard this, but when she looked at Yi Tianqi's face, her heart immediately became much calmer, as if, as long as Yi Tianqi was by her side, she was not afraid of anything. However, I am no longer afraid, but it would be a lie to say that I am not worried at all. After all, this was murder, and the person killed was someone from the Public Security Department. Although it was the people from the Secret Investigation Office who did it, they were also following Yi Tianqi's orders. Thinking of this, Qi Miaomiao became even more curious. Why would the people from the Secret Investigation Institute obey Yi Tianqi's orders? This seems unreasonable. Brother, you were too impulsive today. No matter what, you shot and killed someone in front of so many people. This is terrible. If this gets out, even if you are justified, it will become unreasonable. The Public Security Bureau is a law enforcement agency. They will definitely not swallow this insult. What will you do if they come to trouble you? It's right that they came to cause trouble, but if they really swallowed their anger and let the people from the Secret Investigation Office kill their people without saying a word, that would be really incomprehensible. However, Yi Tianqi didn't take it seriously. He just smiled and said, why would they come to cause trouble? When we shot Captain Lu just now, we made it very clear his crime of endangering his life has already been determined. Killing him on the spot is the responsibility of the Secret Investigation Office. Even Shihai Qingfeng can't say anything. 720, Chapter 720 Succession? Oh, maybe. The words Shihai Qingfeng could not express anything, but instantly made Qi Miaomiao and Jinjin open their eyes wide, and the Mad Dog next to them trembled involuntarily. Up to now, Mad Dog has only relied on his own understanding to believe and obey Yi Tianqi's orders. However, Mad Dog has no idea how strong Yi Tianqi is or what kind of condition he is in now. But today, he has finally opened his eyes, and now, he feels that there is probably more to come for him to open his eyes. Who is Shihai Qingfeng? He is the chief law enforcement officer of the law enforcement agency, who controls the entire law enforcement agency of Longwei. He is a truly powerful figure normally, let alone having a relationship with him. Even just being able to meet him is enough for many people to brag about. But even such a powerful figure, in Yi Tianqi's mouth, became so ordinary,
As if it was nothing, this made Qi Miaomiao and Jinjin a little confused. Qi Miaomiao swallowed and said, "Brother, you may not have been back to the capital in a long time, so you don't know much about Shihai Qingfeng. He is the chief law enforcement officer, and he is from the Shihai family. He is very strong and protective of his children. If he knew that you killed his subordinates like this, he would not let it go, regardless of whether you were right or wrong." "Brother, what you just said about arresting all the night owls, is that true or false? It's okay to arrest the third young master Yi, but the night owls are completely different, and as for the Prince Awakening, you didn't really give him face, did you?" "Brother, don't tell me this is all true." Qi Miaomiao swallowed and her voice began to tremble. Don't be fooled by her fearless appearance on weekdays, that's just a superficial phenomenon. Qi Miaomiao was not a fool. How could she not know what she can and cannot mess with? Just today, no matter whether it was Night Owl, West Sea Breeze, or Prince Xingqian, not to mention that Qi Miaomiao, couldn't afford to offend them, the entire Qi family couldn't afford to offend them. She believed in Yi Tianqi, but because she believed and cared about him, she was afraid and worried. Yi Tianqi saw through Qi Miaomiao's thoughts, gently rubbed Qi Miaomiao's hair, and said with a smile, "Miaomiao, everything is true. I know what you are worried about. You think that these people are too powerful. I have offended them all. If I treat them badly, it will be dangerous, right?" Qi Miaomiao nodded vigorously and said, "Brother, I know you are very powerful, but these people are not weak either. The Yi family is fine, but I know that the hatred between you and the Yi family cannot be resolved in a few words. If you want to deal with them, I believe you can do it, even if the Yi family is powerful. However, Shihai Qingfeng and Prince Xingqian are different. One of them is the chief law enforcement officer of Dragon Country, in control of the law enforcement forces of Dragon Country. He is also a big shot of Shihai family. The other one is the crown prince of the royal family. Brother, if you can avoid provoking these two, then Dante, what's more, you have angered so many people at once. I am really worried." It is normal to worry, but it is abnormal not to worry. After all, any one of them is a famous and powerful person, and behind them stands a powerful force that covers the sky and the earth. Yi Tianqi offended them all at once. No matter who it is probably difficult to understand. Xinjian, who was standing nearby, calmed down from her fanatical thoughts upon hearing this. She immediately began to swallow her saliva and even subconsciously wanted to stay away from Yi Tianqi to avoid being implicated. Yi Tianqi looked at Qi Miaomiao and smiled, "Miaomiao, it's too late to say this now, because I have already done everything you are worried about." Today at the service area, the Secret Investigation Bureau took away the law enforcement officers. They also told Shihai Qingfeng to go and get them personally. However, Shihai Qingfeng held his temper and even apologized. This was quite unexpected. Of course, the fact that the Secret Investigation Bureau shot Captain Lu today will soon reach Shihai Qingfeng's ears. I can't say whether the old and new accounts will be settled together then, but if he doesn't react at all, that's impossible. But, Miaomiao, don't worry about me. I am just waiting for his reaction this time. I'm back in the imperial capital. A Night Owl and a Yi family are enough for me to establish my authority, but for the Secret Investigation Institute, it's not enough. If Shihai Qingfeng insists on giving me this opportunity and letting me step on the law enforcement agencies to get to the top, then I don't mind giving him a few surprises. After all, I may not care, but the Secret Investigation Agency has been dormant for 10 years and needs a chance to thoroughly establish its reputation. Although it's doing well now, it's still not enough, far from enough. As for Prince Xingqian, based on what he did to Emperor Lu, I will not let him go. What's more, he is targeting me. Crown Prince, so what? If he messes with me, I will make him understand that he is just a Crown Prince, not the Emperor of Dragon Country. What's more, it is still uncertain whether he can become the Emperor of Dragon Country in the future. It's more than just arrogance, it's simply domineering and overbearing. Who dares to speak like that? Let's not talk about Shihai Qingfeng, let's just talk about the prince who dares to say that it's just the prince. What do you mean, just the prince? Who is the prince? He is the heir apparent of the Dragon Kingdom and the future emperor. How many people are trying to curry his favor with him, but in the end, in Yi Tianqi's mouth, he is just one of them. Moreover, what does it mean that it is still uncertain whether he can become the emperor? Doesn't this mean that Prince Xingqian may not be able to inherit the throne? Yi Tianqi, it is not just bold, it is so bold that it is scary. These words spoken casually make people's scalps numb, and they even dare not listen to them. Qi Miaomiao swallowed and looked at Yi Tianqi. She always felt that although this was indeed her brother, he seemed to be no longer the same brother as before. Although Qi Zishan of that time had peerless charm, he lacked that kind of arrogance. the arrogance that looked down on all the heroes in the world Qizishan of that time was more like a banished immortal as gentle as jade. But now Yi Tianqi is like the wrath of thunder, a true mad immortal with unpredictable might. Qi Miaomio was very curious about what Yi Tianqi had experienced over the years to become so domineering. In other words, Qi Miaomio doesn't know what Yi Tianqi has experienced over the years, otherwise, she would know that the domineering aura she sees now is not even 1% of Yi Tianqi's true domineering aura. It's not even murderous intent. Brother, what are you planning? Yi Tianqi smiled slightly and shook his head. I have no plans, Miaomio. I don't want you to know too much about these things, you just need to be happy at the same time. I will arrange a team of people to secretly take charge of your safety, so you don't have to worry about anything from now on. No one will bother you. Of course, I know you don't like this kind of protection. It's okay, it's only for a period of time after all. During this period, I have a lot to do and will offend a lot of people when they can't do anything to me. I'm afraid they will do something to you once I solve these problems. No one will dare to do anything to the people I want to protect. Then, I will withdraw my people. Qi Miaomio's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she immediately asked, will everyone in the family be protected? As soon as these words came out, Yi Tianqi's eyes instantly became extremely cold. 721, Chapter 721, Names are just symbols. Will all family members be protected? After Qi Miaomio asked this question, she felt a little regretful. She knew what the relationship between Yi Tianqi and the Qi family was, but from her point of view, no matter how wrong the Qi family was, it was still her home and Yi Tianqi's home. Is there really any hatred that cannot be resolved? Of course, Qi Miaomio knew that the fault was the Qi family's, and that was inevitable. However, 10 years had passed. Did they really have to cut off contact with each other until they died? She doesn't want this. Although she had quarreled more than once, after actually meeting Yi Tianqi, what she was thinking about more was whether the two sides could reconcile. At least, that's what she thought. When Yi Tianqi heard this, his expression became extremely cold. The sadness and complexity of this matter were unknown to anyone except himself. He could understand Qi Miaomio's thoughts, but he could not accept them. And he, Yi Tianqi, has never been a kind and generous person. Others don't know what he has been through, how he has been tortured, or why he was expelled from the Qi family, but he knows all this. Looking at Qi Miaomio, Yi Tianqi said coldly, Miaomio, your family has nothing to do with me. In my eyes, you are my sister, but that's just you. Others have nothing to do with me. Their life and death have nothing to do with me. If you must find a connection between them, it is that they are enemies. I know what you're thinking, but I'm telling you now, give up that idea as soon as possible. We can still be brother and sister if you insist on doing so. I'm sorry, you can be the eldest daughter of the Qi family, and I'll be my Yi Tianqi from now on. We won't have to contact each other again, and you can rest assured that even if I destroy the Qi family, I will leave a way out for you, and it won't affect your standard of living. Yi Tianqi's words made Qi Miaomio want to cry, and she even cried. The hatred seemed to have reached a point where it could not be eased at all. What made Qi Miaomio most sad was that Yi Tianqi actually said that he wanted to destroy the Qi family. Although he would not hurt herself, everyone in the Qi family was her relative. Even if Qi Miaomio dislikes these relatives on weekdays, blood relatives are blood relatives, how can they be severed just like that? Especially, Yi Tianqi cannot do such a thing. After all, he is a member of the Qi family, even if he doesn't admit it. Brother, what happened between you two? I've asked my parents more than once, but no one told me. Nothing. Why is there such a huge hatred between you? This doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I know your family has wronged you, that's for sure, but can you really not forgive them? Even if it's not forgiveness, but just a slight easing of the tension, even if it's just to keep our distance from each other from now on, everything will take its time. I believe my parents and the family will gradually understand and apologize to you. Brother, can you please give me a chance for my sake? Yi Tianqi looked at Qi Miaomio. He doted on his sister very much and knew that she didn't have any bad intentions. However, being too kind may not always be a good thing. Yi Tianqi didn't want to talk about a lot of darkness. If there was only one person who was cold-blooded and ruthless, then it would be fine for him to bear it. After all, the truth would sometimes be more cruel. Miaomio, let's not talk about this topic anymore, okay? There are many things you don't know, and I can't tell you, nor do I want you to know. You just need to know that I will always be your brother. I won't hurt you, and I will always protect you, that's all. When Qi Miaomio was about to continue speaking, Yi Tianqi pointed at Jinjin and said, this is your good friend, your bestie. I want to ask you, what do you think of her?
If she would hurt you, would you forgive her? Jinjin originally wanted to hear some confidential things, but she never expected that Yi Tianqi would directly turn the topic to herself, which made her a little surprised. However, what made her feel mistaken, even shocked and frightened, was what Yi Tianqi said. As if he knew something, he actually said directly that he wanted to harm Qi Miao. Thinking of this, Jinjin became a little panicked indeed. It seemed that she could not hide the fact that she was going to harm Qi Miao, because Yi Sanchao and the others had already been taken away. Can we expect a spineless man like young Master Yi to keep his mouth shut and not give up other people? It would be better to hope to buy lottery tickets for a week in a row and win the jackpot every time. Jinjin, who already knew how terrifying Yi Tianqi was, now knew that no one could save her. No, there was someone who could save her, and that was Qi Miao. With Yi Tianqi's love for Qi Miao, as long as Qi Miao spoke, everything would be easy to say. Brother Qi, what are you talking about? How could I hurt Miao Miao? Miao Miao and I are best friends. Even if I did something wrong, Miao Miao will definitely forgive me, and I will definitely correct my mistakes. Brother Qi, can you forgive me? The more Jinjin looked at Yi Tianqi, the more she felt that he already knew something, so she said these words bitterly and took the initiative to ask for forgiveness. Yi Tianqi looked at Jinjin and said calmly, I'm not your eldest brother. Also, my last name isn't Qi. My name is Yi Tianqi. You can call me by my first name, or you can call me Miao. It's fine. At this point, Yi Tianqi looked at Qi Miao and smiled. Miao, my brother is now called Yi Tianqi. The name Qi Tian is a thing of the past, of course. It doesn't matter to you what my name is. What matters is that I am your brother, that's all. Here Qi Miao didn't know what to say. She couldn't ask Yi Tianqi to continue calling him Qi Tian. She didn't have the qualifications to do so. She also knew that it was not her place to bring up this matter. Anyway, just like Yi Tianqi said, no matter what it is called, it is just a code name. As long as the person is still this person, still her brother, it doesn't matter. Brother, it's okay, your name doesn't matter. You are my brother. By the way, brother, what did you say about Jinjin? What happened to Jinjin? Oh, Jinjin will never betray me. Although sometimes we have different ideas, we have been good friends for so many years and know each other very well. Therefore, I know Jinjin best. Hearing Qi Miao speaking for her, Jinjin did not feel any guilt at this moment. She only felt relieved and hopeful. She hoped that Yi Tianqi, who didn't know much, would let her go for Qi Miao's sake. Unfortunately, Jinjin still didn't understand Yi Tianqi. If she did, she would understand how ridiculous this mentality of taking chances was in front of Yi Tianqi. Looking at Qi Miao, Yi Tianqi sighed and said, you are just too simple and too kind. Jinjin, do you need me to tell you, or you can tell Miao yourself what you did? 722, Chapter 722, The Betrayal of a Best Friend. Jinjin's face turned extremely pale in an instant. Whether it was Yi Tianqi who said it or she who said it, once she said it, it would be difficult to start talking about it. After all, this is not a glorious thing, and it is an extremely bad thing if you really say it out loud. Qi Miao, can you really forgive yourself? Under Qi Miao's surprised eyes, Jinjin looked at Yi Tianqi, her eyes red as if she was about to cry. Her aggrieved look made people feel pity. Unfortunately, she met Yi Tianqi, and the bad things she did were against Yi Tianqi's bottom line. So, let alone being a little pitiful and sympathetic, even if she was 10,000 times more miserable and blamed herself, Yi Tianqi would not forgive her. Don't act like that. Everyone has to pay the price for what they do. No one is exempt, and you've crossed my line. So, if you don't speak up, then I'll speak up, or should I let someone else speak up? When Jinjin heard this, she quickly shook her head and said, I'll tell you, Mr. Yi, I'll tell you. Compared to asking Yi Tianqi or someone else to speak, Jinjin knew that only if she confessed to Qi Miao in person, there might be a glimmer of hope. Qi Miao frowned at this moment and looked at Jinjin and said, Jinjin, what does my brother mean by this? You didn't really do anything to let me down, did you? Upon hearing this, Jinjin burst into tears and said with tears and snot, Miao, I'm sorry for you, woo, I'm sorry for you. But I have no choice. I really have no choice. It was young Master Yi who threatened me with the lives of my entire family. I really don't want to do this. I really don't want to do this. I beg you, please forgive me. Please don't let Mr. Yi deal with me. Okay, Miao, I beg you, I really didn't mean it, but I have no choice. When Qi Miao heard this, her face turned pale. Just with this one sentence, the sentence that young Master Yi forced her to do it, she knew what had happened. Jinjin, her best friend and bestie, actually colluded with someone like Yi Sanchao to deal with Qi Miao. Isn't this sad? Even if she was really forced, Qi Miao found it unacceptable. Jinjin was her best friend,
always had been over the years. She had treated Jinjin with all her heart and had never treated her unfairly, but now, she was saying that Jinjin had colluded with others to deceive her. How could Qi Miaomiao accept this? Taking a deep breath, Qi Miaomiao looked at the very sad and miserable Jinjin, gritted her teeth and said, "What are you going to do to me?" Yes, Qi Miaomiao never knew what young Master Yi was going to do to her, but she knew that if she fell into young Master Yi's hands, she would definitely not have a good ending. But she still wanted to know, especially wanted to hear from Jinjin's mouth, whether she knew that she would be hurt. Jinjin seemed afraid to speak, and kept avoiding Qi Miaomiao's eyes. However, the more she avoided, the more she knew what young Master Yi was planning. Miao Miao, I don't know, I really don't know, but I know that young Master Yi won't harm your life really, I swear. Young Master Yi promised me that he just wanted to vent his anger, that's all. He would never harm your life, otherwise, I would never cooperate with him and betray you, even if it meant death. Jinjin used some strategy when she spoke. It is true that she would not harm Qi Miaomiao's life, but she did not say how to treat Qi Miaomiao. She thought that she could get away with it this way, and according to Qi Miaomiao's previous personality, she would not care about anything and would forgive her, but this time, she was wrong. Qi Miaomiao looked at Jinjin, first angry, then calm, as if she had accepted her fate. Jinjin, can you believe what young Master Yi says? Even if he really won't harm my life, then don't tell me you don't know what they're going to do to me. I've already heard a rough idea of what they're going to do to me. Just want to know if you know about this. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi looked at Jinjin and sneered, "You can continue to be dishonest, and you can continue to think of better excuses, but I must remind you that young Master Yi will confess everything." This reminder is very timely. In fact, this is no longer a reminder, but a warning. Yi Tianqi was warning Jinjin that she couldn't lie even if she didn't say it or said she didn't know, it would be enough as long as young Master Yi admitted it. Qi Miaomiao finally broke down and burst into tears. Looking at Qi Miaomiao, he knelt down directly. "Miao Miao, I'm sorry, Wu, I am sorry, but I was really forced, really, Miao Miao, I beg you, please forgive me, don't let your brother take me away, please. For the sake of our continued friendship, please give me a chance. I swear, Jinjin, swear, from now on, I will never betray you again, and I will never do anything to harm you again. Miao Miao, please believe me, I beg you to believe me, okay?" Seeing that she could no longer hide the truth, Jinjin finally chose to kneel down and beg for mercy, using this method to win Qi Miaomiao's sympathy. Qi Miaomiao, looking at Jinjin, who was kneeling in front of her with an extremely pale face, felt equally complicated. My best friend betrayed me, knew clearly what she was going to do to me, but I still agreed to it. How can I accept this? Yes, they promised not to harm my life, but if Yi Tianqi does not show up today, then the incident has already happened and my life may not be saved. I will be hurt, but based on what they will do to me, can I still survive? No, there is absolutely no way I can survive. At that time, death will be your only relief. She didn't believe that Jinjin didn't know, but she knew it and still did it. She couldn't explain any reason. What's more, is Jinjin really my good friend and bestie? Maybe it's just my wishful thinking. Looking at Jinjin, who was kneeling on the ground and crying bitterly, Qi Miaomiao looked at Yi Tianqi and said, "Brother, I don't want to forgive her, but I don't want her to die either. After all, we used to be good friends." Yi Tianqi nodded and said with a smile, "I understand. My sister is the kindest person, so, leave it to me. She won't die, but she really can't expect to live a good life. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price, especially if you do something so unforgivable." After saying that, Yi Tianqi clapped his hands, and immediately, 2 elite members of the Secret Investigation Institute quickly came to Yi Tianqi's side, as if they had been waiting in secret. "Please give your instructions." Yi Tianqi pointed at Jinjin and said, "Take her away and leave her to you to deal with. Just do what you need to do. I don't need to say more." The elite members of the Secret Investigation Office immediately stood at attention and saluted, then forcibly took away Jinjin, who was crying miserably, struggling in pain, and unwilling to leave with them. Only then did tears flow from Qi Miaomiao's eyes, as if she could not accept this fact. It was not until a long time later that calm was slowly restored. "Brother, I'm fine now, but you, are you really never going home again?" 723, Chapter 723, I have the final say in the Secret Investigation Office. Go home? The word home has really been missing for Yi Tianqi for a long time. Once upon a time, the Qi family was his home where he could go back home, but in the end,
the Qi family abandoned him and even hunted him down. He no longer had this home. Later, Tiangong was his home, and his brothers in Tiangong were his family. However, things did not go as he wished. Under various circumstances, Tiangong might still be his home, but it was no longer his home. And how many of these family members in the heavenly palace are his family members, and how many are not? Finally, he and Lin Qingyue formed their own small family. However, the ordinary days did not last long before the family broke up. The people went from being lovers to not almost, but had become enemies. Home, this word, how sacred and yet how ordinary, but to Yi Tianqi, it is so far away that it is out of reach. Sometimes, Yi Tianqi wondered if he was destined to be unlucky. It seemed that everything he had would go away, and those he cared about would turn against him. However, he does not believe in fate. Even if you believe in yourself, and you will be able to change everything. Looking at Qi Miaomiao's expectant eyes, Yi Fanchen knew that today was the happiest day for Qi Miaomiao, but also the saddest day. He couldn't bear to hurt her, but he also didn't want to deceive her. Miao, the past is all in the past. Although I don't want to involve you in the matter between me and the Qi family, I also know that in the end, no matter what, it will involve you after all. That is your home and your family. It is impossible not to be implicated and not to be emotionally affected. But, no matter what, I will always be your brother, and you will always be my sister. I will never hurt you, nor do I want to hurt you, and I will never let anyone else hurt you. But, please forgive me for not being able to agree to this one thing. I hope you can understand. Is Qi Miao disappointed? She was indeed very disappointed, but she also knew that haste makes waste. The resentment accumulated over the years could not be resolved in a few words. Fortunately, she could wait and was willing to wait. Perhaps, she would eventually wait for that day. At the very least, Yi Tianqi now recognizes her as his sister. Isn't this a great thing? Qi Miaomia took a deep breath, hugged Yi Tianqi's arm, and said with a smile, "Brother, let's not talk about these unhappy things. I know it's too early to talk about these things now. It doesn't matter. I can wait. If I can wait, that's the best. If not, then we can talk about it later. It's just that, brother, what I'm most worried about right now is not anything else, but, are you really okay? Each of these people is extremely powerful. If we offend them all, is there really no problem at all?" Qi Miaomia was still worried, and this worry was right. After all, he had offended so many people, each of whom was extremely powerful. When these people united together, they were a terrifying force that covered the sky and the sun. Yi Tianqi offended all these people. How could it be possible that nothing happened to him? Yi Tianqi's mouth curled up into a smile, and he said, "It's okay, don't worry. If you still don't trust your brother, since I dare to do this, I am sure to win one." Have you ever seen your brother do something he is not sure of? That's true. True in Qi Miaomiao's impression, Yi Tianqi has never done anything that he is not sure of. Even though sometimes it seems incredible and almost impossible to complete, in the end, the results are always good. This is why Yi Tianqi is called a man who creates miracles. Because miracles have been created more than once. It seems that he is synonymous with miracles. Brother, are those people really from the Secret Investigation Bureau? The current Secret Investigation Bureau is really different from before. Also, why would they listen to you, brother? Do you work for the Secret Investigation Bureau? Yi Tianqi heard this, thought about it, and said directly, "Yes, I have taken over the Secret Investigation Institute now. There is nothing to hide. Soon, these things will be known to everyone. At least, those who should know will know. As for ordinary people, they won't know much if they don't know. Then there is nothing to hide." Qi Miaomia understood what Yi Tianqi meant. She just asked Yi Tianqi if he was working in the Secret Investigation Institute, but unexpectedly, Yi Tianqi's answer was that the Secret Investigation Institute was taken over by him. The word takeover is a completely different concept from taking office. Qi Miaomia widened her eyes, looked at Yi Tianqi, and said, "Brother, are you right? Are you saying that you are now the highest person in charge of the Secret Investigation Institute? The Secret Investigation Office is now under your control?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, the Secret Investigation Bureau has been dormant for 10 years, and so have I now. We finally no longer need to remain dormant. I am now in charge of the Secret Investigation Bureau, and I have the final say. Therefore, the once cowardly and insignificant Secret Investigation Bureau will completely disappear. In its place will be a brand new and terrifying Secret Investigation Bureau that has never existed before." Qi Miaomia didn't understand what Yi Tianqi said,
but she understood one thing, that is, every rising new force will inevitably affect the interests of others. It has just begun, and so many people have been offended, so, what will happen in the future? However, in Qi Miaomiao's opinion, it is not a bad thing after all. If the Secret Investigation Institute is under the control of Yi Tianqi, at least there will be a force behind Yi Tianqi. If anyone wants to touch Yi Tianqi, it will no longer be a simple matter. In short, there are pros and cons. And now she can't help Yi Tianqi at all. The only thing she can do is not give Yi Tianqi, don't let Tianqi cause any trouble, just trust Yi Tianqi wholeheartedly.
Brother, you are really amazing. I believe you can do it. Qi Miaomiao looked at Yi Tianqi with admiration, as if she believed whatever Yi Tianqi said. At this point, Qi Miaomiao seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Yi Tianqi and said, "Brother, I want to ask you something. Is your return this time due to Tang Xingyu, and is your arrest of Yi Xiao also due to this? I heard that Yi Xiao is planning to marry Tang Xingyu recently." Yi Tianqi was silent for a moment after hearing this, then smiled and nodded, saying, "I feel sorry for Tang Xingyu. For the past 10 years I have wronged her, so I will definitely go find Eros for whether she is still willing to be with me and forgive me. I don't know, but anyway, since she doesn't like Yi Xiao, then I will definitely not let her suffer any injustice. Is trash like Night Owl worthy of being with Whisper? A toad like him doesn't have the qualifications, let alone deserves Idas for the reason for arresting him. I don't deny that there is a little bit of this reason, but there are other reasons as well. I won't tell you what they are specifically. As for you, it's late, you should go home." It was indeed getting late. Qi Miaomiao curled her lips, looked at Yi Tianqi with some dissatisfaction and said, "Brother, you don't go home, and I don't want to go home either. How about this? Wherever you go, I go, okay?" 724, Chapter 724. Home. No, you're home. Wherever Yi Tianqi goes, Qi Miaomiao follows. This is nonsense. Of course, it's not that Yi Tianqi can't find a house for Qi Miaomiao to live in, but it's really not very convenient. The most important thing is that many things may be too troublesome or even cruel, and he doesn't want Qi Miaomiao to see them. Miaomiao, be obedient when it's time to go home. Just go home. Brother has already returned to the capital. Are you still afraid that you won't see him again in the future? I'll give you my contact information, and I'll also give you Xiaohua's contact information. Even if you can't find me, you can still find Xiaohua this way. We have double insurance, so you should be able to rest assured. After saying that, Yi Tianqi glanced at Boss Leopard. Boss Leopard immediately took out his phone, looked at Qi Miaomiao with a doting smile and said, "Miss Miaomiao, please add me as your contact. I'll send you our phone numbers later. By the way, you can just call me Xiaohua. I am Rai's most loyal subordinate." Hearing this, Qi Miaomiao looked at the scarred but still majestic leopard boss and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, I'm not making fun of your name. I just think you're so majestic and domineering. You should be called something more domineering, but a name is just a code name. It's all the same. Besides, the name Xiaohua is very cute." It was such a cute sentence that it almost scared the mad dog next to it to death. He has seen how Boss Leopard turned his back on people in his judgment. It is easy to see that Boss Leopard is a man who kills without blinking an eye. Only Qi Miaomiao dared to speak like this. She said it was cute. Why don't you try someone else? I'm afraid that as soon as this is said, blood will be splattered on the spot. Therefore, we have to say how important a good background is. Qi Miaomiao, this eldest lady, may soon become someone that no one dares to offend and will rush to curry favor with. Boss Leopard looked at Qi Miaomiao lovingly and said with a smile, "If Miss Miaomiao said it's cute, then it must be very cute." Yi Tianqi glanced at Boss Bao, shook his head helplessly, then smiled and said, "Miaomiao, let's go. I'll take you home." Upon hearing this, Qi Miaomiao glanced at Yi Tianqi and said hesitantly, "Brother, can you tell our family about what happened today?" After saying that, fearing that Yi Tianqi would be unhappy, he quickly said, "I don't mean anything else. If you can't say it, don't worry, I won't mention a word." Yi Tianqi knew very well what Qi Miaomiao was thinking. He simply wanted to tell the Qi family that Yi Tianqi is no longer the same person he used to be. Although he hasn't appeared in 10 years, Yi Tianqi has not fallen into decline. Instead, he has become more powerful and stronger. The Qi family will not have a good ending if they want to go against Yi Tianqi. This is for sure. After all, can the Qi family really provoke a person who can be arrested? It will by Lian Yexiao, who doesn't even give face to Shi Hai Qingfeng, and who even looks down on Prince Xingshan. She wanted to use this method to tell the Qi family about Yi Tianqi's current changes, so that the Qi family would know how to deal with Yi Tianqi. It is impossible for Yi Tianqi to apologize, let alone admit his mistakes. However, what qualifications does the Qi family have to not admit their mistakes and apologize? Besides,
all the mistakes were caused by the Qi family. If he had not done that back then, how could Yi Tianqi have left and disappeared for 10 years? It's been 10 years. Even if we can't really reconcile, we should at least ease the relationship. At the very least, we can both be well. She wanted to use this method to tell the Qi family that Yi Tianqi was no longer someone they could afford to offend, and it would be best for them to restrain their inappropriate thoughts. Unfortunately, Yi Tianqi saw through her thoughts. Miao Miao, whatever you want to say is fine, but I advise you not to hold out too much hope for what you have in mind. Also, there is something I haven't told you. The moment I returned to the imperial capital, I met your father. When talking about your father, Yi Tianqi paused, but it seemed that this was the only thing he could say. Qi Miao was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect to hear such words from Yi Tianqi's mouth. However, after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that the head of the Qi family did meet Yi Xiao today. Moreover, he left with Night Owl. At that time, no one knew what had happened that made Night Owl come to the door in person. But now, it seems, it goes without saying. Whether it is happy or not, there is probably no need to think too much about it. After all, Yi Xiao has been captured. So what about the head of the Qi family? Thinking of this, Qi Miao's face turned a little ugly. She looked at Yi Tianqi and said, "Brother, have you met father? Then, what happened between you two?" Yi Tianqi patted Qi Miao's little head gently and said with a smile, "It's nothing. He returned home safely, and Yi Xiao has been caught. I think there's no need to say more. Miao, these are not things you should worry about. Like I just said, just be yourself. No one will hurt you." After saying that, Yi Tianqi fell silent, as if he didn't want to talk about it anymore. And Qi Miao could only helplessly watch. Afterwards, Yi Tianqi personally sent Qi Miao back to the Qi family. Of course, it was impossible for her to enter the Qi family's gate. However, standing outside the Qi family's gate, Yi Tianqi looked at the large courtyard with a sneer on his face. If it weren't for me, it would be impossible for the Qi family to own such a prestigious family compound. But the result was that I was kicked out of the house. Isn't that interesting? However, the fun 10 years ago is still not as fun as 10 years later, because Yi Tianqi is back. Xi Jia, I will come soon, very soon. Yi Tianqi showed a sneer on his face, then got into the car. And at this moment, with Qi Miao, the only ones left in the car were Yi Tianqi and Boss Leopard, and of course, the Mad Dog who followed them stubbornly. Looking at the fanatical expression on Mad Dog's face, Yi Tianqi said helplessly, "No matter what you want to do, you should first bandage the wound and stop the bleeding." Hearing this, Mad Dog wiped the blood off his face very heroically, then looked at Yi Tianqi and said with a flattering smile, "Mr. Yi, it's okay. This little injury is just a tickle to me." If Yi Tianqi didn't know Mad Dog, he would have believed it. However, he knew Mad Dog quite well. He was not a tough guy who would scream and shout even if he got a little scratch on his skin, but today, his performance was surprising. Who knows how much fear and pain he must be enduring in his heart. "Okay, I know what you're thinking. Go back and recuperate. Lately, my enemies have only grown in number and strength. If you stay by my side, not only will you be unable to help me with anything, but you'll also have to distract me from taking care of you. Go back and recuperate. We can talk about other things once things are settled." Mad Dog was about to say something when he heard this. Boss Leopard glared at the Mad Dog and said, "You bastard, you didn't hear what Mr. Yi said, did you? Or do you dare to be dissatisfied with Mrai's orders now?" Mad Dog is afraid of Boss Leopard, and he dare not accept the accusation. No, I'm leaving now. I am leaving now." After saying that, Mad Dog flattered the boss again, then got out of the car and left. At this time, Boss Leopard said with a smile, "This Mad Dog is quite interesting. Mr. Yi, where should we go next?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile, "Let's go see Elder Ming. There aren't many things going on today, but there are also quite a few. We have to go see Elder Ming. There are some things that need to be discussed." Upon hearing this, Boss Leopard nodded, then drove off to Mr. Ming's residence. 725, Chapter 725, Shi Lao's Anger. In fact, from the moment he stepped into the imperial capital, Yi Tianqi should have visited Elder Ming first, or visited the Minister of State Affairs and the Council of State. However, there were too many things to do, and he did not want to attract other people's attention to Elder Ming or the Minister of State Affairs right away. However, there are some things that he can control. It's getting late now and the tail has been cleaned up, so Yi Fanshan decided to visit Master Ming.
He knew that Mr. Ming definitely had not rested, and he couldn't rest at this time, especially with all the things happening one after another. It was impossible for Mr. Ming to rest. And just as Yi Tianqi thought. At this moment, Jiazi Hudong in the imperial capital was under extremely tight security, with both visible and hidden sentries enough to demonstrate their status. The people who live here are all the most important figures in the Dragon Kingdom, and Old Ming's residence is located in a quiet and elegant courtyard in Jiazi Hudong. It is not luxurious, nor is it big, and of course, it is not very small either. After all, it is not only Mr. Ming who lives here, but also the doctors and guards who are responsible for taking care of him. At this moment, the lights in Mr. Ming's reception room were brightly lit. In addition to Mr. Ming, there was an old man and a middle-aged man who were talking to Mr. Ming. However, from their expressions, it was clear that the conversation was not very pleasant. The old man is also a big figure in Longhua, known as Shi Lao. Although they belong to the same faction, he has many disagreements with Ming Lao and the Minister of Political Affairs. As for the middle-aged man, he is the son of Old Shi, the current head of the Shi family, and a well-known and powerful figure in Longhua. The conversation between the two was nothing but about what had happened in the past few days. Elder Shi looked at Elder Ming, frowning, and said, "Elder Ming, regarding Yi Tianqi's matter, I hope you and the Minister of State will reconsider. This matter has repercussions on the entire system. I don't want the good situation we've worked so hard to build to be ruined just because of your personal feelings. Doing so would be unfair to our fallen comrades and our colleagues who fought so hard for this." The big hat was taken off just like that. But Elder Ming shook his head and said, "Elder Shi, I have said everything I need to say. There is no room for easing this matter. Moreover, it is the royal family, not us, who are taking the initiative now. You are all well aware of Emperor Lu's situation. The royal family has set up an ambush from all sides and is determined to take Emperor Lu's life. We have done everything we should. Dodo, you still want to continue to swallow your anger? Time waits for no one, Mr. Shi. I know you want to continue to endure, but how long will you endure it? The matter of the Secret Investigation Institute has already begun, and there is no turning back. Mr. Shi, I think we should not say anything more about this matter." Upon hearing this, Old Shi snorted coldly and said, "Emperor Lu is unruly and has always remained neutral. He has not clearly stood on our side. Although you have persuaded him with favors this time, the fact is that he still will not be used by us. Therefore, I don't regret his death." The fact that Old Shi did not feel sorry for Emperor Lu's death has already proved a lot. And that's not all. Whether Emperor Lu lives or dies has nothing to do with us, but for Emperor Lu, we have mobilized so much manpower and resources. Is it really worth it? Alright, let's not talk about this for now. After all, Emperor Lu is doomed this time. No one can save him. Then, the matter of the Secret Investigation Bureau must be rediscussed. 10 years of dormancy, 10 years of enduring humiliation, were all for the right opportunity to achieve an unprecedented achievement, and now, you have brought the Secret Investigation Bureau out. This is not acceptable. The most unacceptable thing is that the person you chose to lead the Secret Investigation Office is a young boy. This is a complete joke. I do not agree with this, absolutely not. If the Minister of State had not claimed illness and refused to see me, I would have gone to him today to demand an explanation and to make him rescind this order. The Secret Investigation Institute is not only your hard work, but also the hard work of all of us. But now, what you are doing is playing with fire. Who is Yi Tianqi? He's just an abandoned son of the Qi family. He had some talent back then, but aren't there many talented people in this world? 10 years have passed, and no one knows what he's become now yet. You dared to gamble? Are you crazy? This is the Secret Investigation Institute. It's our greatest asset. Over the years you said you'd hand it over to Yi Tianqi, so you handed it over to Yi Tianqi. Who did you discuss this with? Did you hold a meeting to discuss it? Did you publish any official documents? Nothing, just a direct order. What do you want to do? In short, I don't agree. You must retract this order, and retract it now. Old Shi was furious and his face turned red. It seemed that he could not accept the fact that the Secret Investigation Office was handed over to Yi Tianqi. Seeing Shi Lao getting angry, Ming Lao sighed and said, "Shi Lao, please calm down. We have been colleagues for so many years. Don't you understand who we are?" Yi Tianqi, I personally inspected it. Don't worry, there will be no problem. No problem? Upon hearing this, Elder Shi sneered, "Elder Ming, you don't need to tell me these things here. What do you mean by no problem? Where is no problem?" He offended Shihai Qingfeng before he even took office. Does that mean it's no problem? Or is it that he took personal revenge by arresting Night Owl, thus offending Prince Awakening of the Spirits? Is that okay? Ming Lao, haven't you heard about what happened in the imperial capital?
If this continues, he'll turn everything upside down in a few days. This information couldn't be concealed, so it was normal for Mr. Shi to use this reason to get angry. When Elder Ming heard this, he smiled and shook his head. Old Shi, the Secret Investigation Office has been dormant for 10 years. Over the years, many people have said that we are too weak and that the Secret Investigation Office has become a laughingstock now. Wouldn't it be better for us to be more assertive?
What if I offend Shihai Qingfeng? What if I offend the Yi family? What if I offend Prince Xingshan? Even if Yi Tianqi really wanted to take revenge for personal gain, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Though you think that even if he doesn't control the Secret Investigation Bureau, he won't be able to take revenge?
Mr. Shi, we are all old now. From now on, it will be the world of young people. It is better not to think so much and just forget it.
Forget it?
When Mr. Shi heard this, he became furious.
How could it be so simple and easy to just say it?
They had worked so hard to build this world. At least, for Old Shi, this was the case. What was the result? The situation was originally good and everyone was living in peace, but when Yi Tianqi came, everyone was immediately put in a passive position. What kind of situation is this?
Ming Lao, I don't know what your relationship with Yi Tianqi is, and why you are defending him so much, but, anyway, no matter what, I don't agree to this matter, and I won't agree to it.
Let's not even discuss whether Yi Tianqi is qualified to head the Secret Investigation Institute. Just look at what he's doing right now, and it's going to destroy everything we once had. In short, I absolutely disagree. I am going to call an emergency meeting and propose revoking Yi Tianqi's qualifications to head the Secret Investigation Institute. I hope Elder Ming won't stop me.
Mr. Shi, are you qualified to initiate this meeting? The answer is yes.
After all, as a veteran, Mr. Shi's status and position are actually no less than Mr. Ming's, and many people have to consider the weight of what he says.
Upon hearing this, Elder Ming frowned and said, Elder Shi, the Minister of State Affairs is currently recuperating from illness, and the outside world is eyeing us covetously. Do you really have to stir up such a thing at this time? 726, Chapter 726, Arrest and Reduction of Power.
Hearing this, Shi Lao looked at Ming Lao and sneered, Ming Lao, it's not me who wants to cause trouble, it's you who want to cause trouble.
Over the years, we have lived in peace and harmony, keeping to ourselves. Isn't that good?
Why do you have to make things so decisive all at once? I want to ask, what do you want to do? I know that the relationship between us and them is like water and fire, and there will definitely be a war, but we need to think clearly about how to fight this war, instead of just calling Yi Tianqi over without saying a word and offending him.
We've offended Shihai Qingfeng, the Yi family, and Prince Xingshan all at once, which is equivalent to offending the entire royal family. Elder Ming, is this what you want to see?
I tell you, I don't want him to ruin the good situation we worked so hard to create. In short, no matter what you say today, it's useless. Either order the revocation of Yi Tianqi's position as the Supreme Commander of the Secret Investigation Institute, or I will call an emergency meeting to reject it.
Mr. Shi made the decision with an extremely firm attitude.
As for Old Ming, his brows were furrowed as he looked at Old Shi, his eyes gradually becoming colder.
Mr. Shi, it seems you've already made up your mind. No matter how you try to reason with me, I won't make any sense. However, even so, I want to remind you that we've already made a decision regarding the Secret Investigation Office. You have no right, no qualifications, to interfere.
No emergency meeting is allowed. Even if it were, you wouldn't succeed. Even if you could collude with others and overturn the resolution, I wouldn't carry out this order, and the Minister of State wouldn't be satisfied. In short, Mr. Shi, let me just say this matter is a done deal. No further explanation is needed.
Mr. Shi's attitude is firm, and Mr. Ming's current attitude is also resolute, which is equivalent to directly breaking off relations with Mr. Shi. At this moment, Mr. Shi's son, the current head of the Shi family, took out his mobile phone, read a message, and then his face turned pale. Father, Elder Ming, I think you should put aside your arguments for now. There's new news about the Secret Investigation Office. Upon hearing this, Mr. Shi immediately became angry and said, What time is it now? It's so late. What has happened to the Secret Investigation Office again?
Patriarch Shi sighed and laughed dryly. The Secret Investigation Office has done something terrible again. At the Maple Leaf Bar, Yi Tianqi directly ordered the Secret Investigation Office to kill a captain of the Public Security Department on the spot.
Shoot him on the spot in front of everyone.
As soon as these words were spoken, Old Shi's expression became even uglier, and Old Ming also fell silent.
After a while, Old Shur slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily, "This is a rebellion, this is truly a rebellion," in public, without trial. He directly ordered the shooting of law enforcement officers from a brother unit. Is there still law? Is there still law? Ming Lao, this is the good man you chose. The good man you chose is simply a madman, an unscrupulous and lawless madman. Shoot him on the spot, in front of everyone. Mr. Ming, tell me, are you still going to protect him? Elder Ming was also stunned. He didn't expect that such a scene would happen again tonight. Yi Tianqi ordered the Secret Investigation Office to shoot a captain of the Public Security Department in public. This matter could be a big deal or a small one, but now, no matter what the matter was, he could not stand on the side of Old Shur and help deal with Yi Tianqi. Seeing that Elder Shur seemed to have found the best excuse, Elder Ming was silent for a moment and said, "Elder Shur, we don't know the details of what happened yet, so it's better not to jump to conclusions. Perhaps Yi Tianqi has his own reasons for doing this. Moreover, even if he were to be shot on the spot, the Secret Investigation Office, based on its duties, has the authority to do so. The power does exist, but who would do it?" Seeing Elder Shur's unconvinced look, Elder Ming sighed and said, "Elder Shur, we have been silent for too long. In itself, it should be a strong person to do things. Is this not right? Let's not discuss this matter anymore, okay? Yi Tianqi has already taken over the Secret Investigation Institute. This is a foregone conclusion. The most important thing is, if we don't help Yi Tianqi at this time, but instead hold him back from behind, or even team up with others to deal with him, then what are we? Wouldn't that be a huge joke? Do you still think the Secret Investigation Bureau can remain dormant for another 10 years? It's impossible after this. Both the Secret Investigation Bureau and us have surfaced. It's impossible to continue hiding like before, and no one will be willing to let it go any longer. So, Mr. Shur, we have no choice now. I think we should just leave it at that. If we don't support and form a united front at this time, then wouldn't that only bring pain to our loved ones and joy to our enemies? Elder Ming is now trying to persuade Elder Shur with all possible means, but the key is that Elder Shur simply won't listen. Ming Lao, you're right, but also wrong. It's true that under the current circumstances, we really can't go back to the way we were before, and others won't agree, but we can explain. As long as we explain it well, the problem won't be a big deal. Just like with the Secret Investigation Bureau, we can do the same with Yi Tianqi's case. We won't care about Emperor Lu and won't ask about it in the Secret Investigation Bureau. All those Yi Tianqi has arrested and offended must be released and apologized. As for Crown Prince Xingshan and Shihai Qingfeng, we will personally come forward and explain everything. We will also explain to His Majesty the Emperor. At the same time, we will arrest Yi Tianqi and then interrogate him. As long as we do this, everything will have a chance to return to its previous state. If you are still not satisfied, then I think the Secret Investigation Office should. It's not that compromise is impossible. Indeed, the power of the secret court is a bit too great, and some appropriate weakening is acceptable. In this way, everything can be communicated. Okay, have we communicated? Elder Ming looked at Elder Shur, and at this moment, anger flashed in his eyes. Is this communication? This is more like digging your own grave. After lying dormant for 10 years, they finally waited for the opportunity. However, Old Shur wanted to capture Yi Tianqi, whom they had worked so hard to find, and hand him over for trial? That's not all. They even said that the power of the Secret Investigation Office is too great and can be weakened. Are these what Mr. Shur should say? Why did they work so hard to set up the Secret Investigation Bureau? Why did it become like that back then? Even many people were sacrificed. Why? Isn't it just for the Secret Investigation Agency to become stronger, to rise, and to be able to kill with one blow? As a result, in order to ease relations with the royal family, Mr. Shur not only wants to target Yi Tianqi, but also wants to weaken the power of the Secret Investigation Office. So what is the point of establishing the Secret Investigation Office? Then what are their dreams over the years? Mr. Shur, is he still the same Mr. Shur? Elder Ming looked at Elder Shur and almost doubted his ears, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Taking a deep breath, Elder Ming calmed down and looked at Elder Shur, gritting his teeth and saying, Elder Shur, I think you are confused. You don't even know what you are talking about. Master Shur, your father is confused. Send him back. Elder Ming immediately issued an order to expel the guest, indicating that he was unwilling to continue to entangle with Elder Shur for even a second. If we have different ideas, we cannot work together. And the relationship between them, I'm afraid, is not just as simple as having different ideals. 727, Chapter 727 Different Paths. Upon hearing this, Patriarch Shur looked at Elder Ming with a hint of a sneer on his face. He said, "Elder Ming, I don't know if my father is confused, but I completely agree with what he said. Why is Elder Ming so anxious to send my father back? In the State Council, is it now a matter of one person, Elder Ming, and the Chief Minister, having the final say, are no one else allowed to speak? Ming Lao, my father is doing this for your own good. Why do you insist on going down this wrong path and persisting in it? I suggest you think carefully about what my father said. You know what you've always regretted, and I can promise that as long as you do what my father said, I will definitely find a way to make up for your regret." In fact, many people know what Mr. Ming's regret is. That is, Elder Ming cannot enter Valhalla, but this may not be a regret for Elder Ming. What is really unacceptable to Elder Ming is that the ancestor of the Ming family is to be moved out of Valhalla because of Elder Ming. This is truly incomprehensible and even a humiliation. The entire Ming family is full of loyal heroes. Not only is Valhalla not allowed to enter, but even the martyr's shrine is also inaccessible. Who would believe that this is not revenge by the royal family? The head of the Shur family is indeed in a high position and has great power now. After all, his father is old Shur. It is not surprising that he has achieved what he has today. However, he wants to boast that he can make old Ming have no regrets, which is a bit exaggerated. Of course, if this method is used, it is equivalent to asking Mr. Ming to betray and join the royal family. Naturally, everything will not be difficult. Even if it is an exchange of interests, it will be a huge profit for the royal family. But for Mr. Ming, these are absolutely unacceptable. Looking at Patriarch Shur, Elder Ming slammed his hand on the table and said, "How dare you? My Ming family has been loyal and steadfast since ancient times. We are all loyal and brave. How can we allow you to blaspheme us? Master Shur, I think you and your father have gone astray. You have already defected to the royal family, right? How dare you say such words? I tell you, you'd better stop, otherwise, you will definitely regret it." Now that things have come to this, neither old Shur nor the head of the Shur family can hide anything anymore. Instead, they look at old Ming and sneer. Ming Lao, although the current imperial family is no longer as powerful as it was many years ago, under the leadership of His Majesty the Emperor, they have begun to restore their former glory. Of course, with people like you and the Grand Secretary in power, the royal family still can't truly have the final say. But what if you and the Grand Secretary are both gone? When this group of elders are gone, who do you think can stop the royal family from rising to power? So, a man who knows the times is a hero. Dragon country is the royal country. We have been going against the will of heaven. Now, it is time for change. While we still have the ability to force the royal family to compromise, I think it's necessary for us to start negotiations now, rather than just going down one path. If we continue like this, the outcome will be disastrous. Elder Ming, I advise you to think twice. In fact, this mentality of Mr. Shur and the head of the Shur family has always existed, and many people have had this idea. However, Master Ming is still alive, and the Grand Minister of Government is still alive. Even if they have this idea, many people dare not take actual action. After all, as long as Master Ming and the Grand Minister of Government are still alive, their sense of awe must exist, otherwise, they will be the first to be dealt with. But now, the storm is about to come. They are unwilling and unable to endure it any longer, so they begin to move one by one. Right at this moment, the men from Ming Lao's residence came to report. "Master Ming, the guard has informed you that Yi Tianqi wants to see you." As soon as these words came out, Ming Lao's eyes lit up and he immediately said, "Quick, invite him in. Why do you still need to pass the message? Didn't I tell you in advance that as long as Yi Tianqi comes, we will let him in directly?" Upon hearing this, the subordinate immediately shook his head and said, "The guards did let him pass, but Mr. Yi said that in your mansion, Master Ming, we must abide by the rules. This is a sign of respect." Hearing this, Elder Ming smiled and nodded, saying, "Hey, this Yi Tianqi, okay, please invite him in." Watching his men go to invite people, Elder Ming looked at Elder Shur and the head of the Shur family. The joy on his face immediately disappeared, and instead, he looked extremely indifferent. Since we have different paths, there is no need to pretend. Old Shur, Patriarch Shur, I have guests. Please go back. As for what you said, I have understood it. I will just say one thing to you. If we do not share the same ideals, we cannot work together. Also, Mr. Shur, don't blame me for being harsh. The path you're taking now is wrong, but I know I can't persuade you. Whether it's you, your son, or anyone else,
I know you've already made up your mind we won't stop you from pursuing your future, and you'd better not cause us trouble at this time of course. If you raise your flag and insist on standing on their side and opposing us, then, next time, I think we should not meet again." Upon hearing this, Shi Lao immediately sneered and said, "Ming Lao, it seems that I have been talking for a long time and I can't persuade you. However, even so, I still have to say what I need to say since I can't persuade you. Let's wait and see. I just hope that you don't regret it. As for kicking me out now, I'm sorry, I might have wanted to leave just now, but now I don't want to leave anymore. I want to see what Yi Tianqi has that would allow you to place such heavy bets on him. I want to see if his shoulders can bear the weight of the Secret Investigation Office and everyone's hopes." Hearing Shi Lao say this, Elder Ming frowned slightly. He didn't want Elder Shi to stay here and meet Yi Tianqi. There are several reasons for this, but the most important one is that he doesn't want Yi Tianqi to see this scene. There are internal and external troubles, and we haven't even started fighting with the outside world yet, but our own people have started fighting first. If that's not a joke, what is it? If these things caused Yi Tianqi to have some other ideas, or to feel disappointed, in Master Ming's opinion, it would be a loss. However, it is not impossible to meet him. Although it may not be effective, if we meet Yi Tianqi, it can make Mr. Shi and others change their minds, which will be a good thing for future matters. After thinking for a long time, Elder Ming looked at Elder Shi, sighed, and said, "Elder Shi, if you want to stay and see Yi Tianqi, I won't stop you. It's good to meet him. After the meeting, we can have a good chat. Maybe you can change your mind." Upon hearing this, Mr. Shi shrugged off the remark. "Can you change your mind just by meeting Yi Tianqi? What a joke." What's more, Master Ming has no idea how deep he is in the game. It's no longer a question of whether he can change his mind or not, it's simply impossible. The paths are different, and now, they are truly different. 728, Chapter 728. You still don't plead guilty. Soon, Yi Tianqi came to Master Ming's reception room alone. As for Boss Leopard, Yi Tianqi didn't let him follow. It wasn't because he didn't trust Boss Leopard, but he had to consider the feelings of Mr. Ming in case someone had something to say in private. It would not be good if Boss Leopard was around. However, after Yi Tianqi entered the reception room, he saw not only Elder Ming, but also two other people. Of course, he also knew Elder Shi and the head of the Shi family. They were also famous figures, and it would be hard not to know them. Although it seemed that the atmosphere in the room was a little off, Yi Tianqi didn't think much about it at the moment. They are all family, so even if there are some disputes, it is normal. He will not pay attention to these things that are not his business. "Tianqi, I'm honored to meet Elder Ming, Elder Shi, and Patriarch Shi." Yi Tianqi spoke directly and greeted everyone, even Old Shi and the head of the Shi family. Hearing this, Elder Ming said with a smile, "Tianqi, after you came back, I thought you would come to see me the first time. I didn't expect you to come so late." "Ha, you've already met with Elder Shi and the head of the Shi family. They have some concerns about what you've done since taking over the Secret Investigation Institute. It's a good thing you're here, so we can talk and untie this knot, and then everything will be fine." Upon hearing this, Old Shi nodded and said, "Yi Tianqi, well, since you are called this name now, then, let's go by this name. Mr. Yi, I do have some objections to you taking over the Secret Investigation Institute. I think you should be able to guess it." Yi Tianqi was not angry either. There was no need to be angry at this time. From the moment he took over the Secret Investigation Bureau, from the moment he made it start to work in such a high-profile manner, he knew that there would inevitably be opposition and dissatisfaction. Whether you complain to Mr. Ming, to other people, or even directly to yourself, it is all normal. He had already made preparations for this. But I didn't expect it to come so soon. Of course, Yi Tianqi didn't mind anyway. He had to come sooner or later, and this time he had to leave. It was because he was too high profile in doing things. In fact, it couldn't even be described as high profile. After Yi Tianqi sat down, he looked at Elder Ming and smiled. "Elder Ming, I came here today to explain these things." Upon hearing this, Elder Ming shook his head and said, "No need to explain, Tianqi. You are now the highest person in charge of the Secret Investigation Institute. When we handed the Secret Investigation Institute over to you, we made it very clear that you can do whatever you want. We will not care and will not ask. Everything is up to you, so you don't need to explain. Since we trust you, we will always trust you." Of course, it's understandable that Mr. Shi and the others don't believe it, or have doubts. Please don't be angry since there's a misunderstanding. Just talk it out. Once the misunderstanding is resolved, there won't be anything to worry about. Old Shi and the head of the Shi family are not unreasonable people. They are doing this for our own good, so please talk to them nicely since I, an old man, can't convince them, then I can only rely on you. Of course, even if we can't convince you, it doesn't matter, our trust in you will remain unchanged. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi glanced at Master Ming and understood what was going on. It seems that the conversation with Mr. Shi was unpleasant. Moreover, it is probably not just unpleasant that can be simply explained, it should be quite unpleasant. Yi Tianqi nodded, then looked at Old Shi and said with a smile, I don't know whatever Old Shi wants to say or has any concerns. Since I'm here, just tell me directly if I can answer something, I will answer it now. If I can't answer something, then there's nothing I can do. Upon hearing this, Shi Lao looked at Yi Tianqi indifferently and said, okay, since you are here, that's the best. I have just talked to Ming Lao, but it was not a pleasant experience. It's best if you come. Yi Tianqi, let me not discuss whether the orders of the Secret Investigation Office are reasonable and legal. I will just say one thing, since you took over the Secret Investigation Office, whose approval have you obtained for all your actions? Whose approval? Yi Tianqi was stunned for a moment, then smiled at Shi Lao and said, without anyone's approval, I am the highest person in charge of the Secret Investigation Institute. All orders were issued by me personally, and all actions were arranged by me personally. Therefore, I take full responsibility. Why, Mr. Shi, do you think that I, as the highest-ranking official in the Secret Investigation Bureau, don't have the right or qualifications to demand that the Secret Investigation Bureau do something? Even Mr. Shi dare not say that he does not have the rights and qualifications. Upon hearing this, Elder Shi shook his head and said, no, since you are the head of the Secret Investigation Office, and since Elder Ming and the Minister of State Affairs have entrusted this responsibility to you, then you have the right and the qualifications. I will not raise any objections to this. But, Mr. Yi, I want to ask you, what have you done since you took over the Secret Investigation Institute, and why did you do this? I need you to give me an explanation. Yi Tianqi looked at Shi Lao, a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said, explain, do I need to explain what I did? As Elder Ming just said, from the moment the Secret Investigation Office gave me full authority, I have the right to do what I think is right without anyone's consent or reporting to anyone. So, if Mr. Shi wants to hear an explanation, I don't need to explain anything, of course, since today is to solve the problem, and I said I would communicate well with Mr. Shi, then I will explain it, it's nothing. Old Shi, I'm afraid you want to talk about the incident where Shihai Qingfeng was named after the law enforcement officers were arrested at the service area. Of course, there's also the incident where Night Owl was arrested at the gate of the imperial capital, which offended the Crown Prince Xingshan. Perhaps, I should add one more thing. Mr. Shi should have received the news. I ordered the Secret Investigation Bureau to execute a captain of the Public Security Bureau on the spot. From the time I took over the Secret Investigation Office until my current position, I have done these three things. So, which one does Mr. Shi want me to explain? Explain which one? Before Old Shi could speak, the head of the Shi family spoke directly. Yi Tianqi, don't you think you should explain these three things? Arresting law enforcement officers is one thing, but you even directly named Shihai Qingfeng. Are you saying you didn't intend to deliberately provoke and escalate this matter? Arresting Night Owl, you dare to say that you are not seeking revenge? It's fine to arrest Night Owl for personal revenge, but Prince Awakening called personally, and you didn't even bother to show him any respect. How dare you say you did nothing wrong in this regard? Your men even threatened that if Prince Xingshan was found guilty, they would invade the Eastern Palace without hesitation. Could these words be false? Order the Secret Investigation Office to publicly execute a captain from the Public Security Department on the spot, and arrest all members of the Public Security Department present at the time, as well as 5 or 6 young masters from aristocratic families, including young Master Yi San. Yi Tianqi, you have caused such a bad impact. Don't you need to explain yourself? At this point, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the Shi family head, and an aura of superiority burst out. He pointed at Yi Tianqi and said angrily, who gave you the right to abuse your power? Who allowed you to escalate the situation and offend someone you shouldn't have offended? Who made you, Yi Tianqi, so lawless and arrogant? Tell me, who gave you these rights, who told you to deliberately cause conflict? Yi Tianqi, you still don't plead guilty. 729, Chapter 729, Outrageous. 729, Chapter 729, Outrageous. Is this a discussion? Is this the attitude one should have as a family member? The questioning finally turned into one sentence, Yi Tianqi, you still don't plead guilty. Actually, he directly forced Yi Tianqi to confess his guilt. Master Shi, this is no longer communication, but rather an interrogation from the perspective of a superior.
But what qualifications does he have to interrogate Yi Tianqi? But, can he scare Yi Tianqi, or in other words, can he judge him?
Looking at Patriarch Shi, Yi Tianqi narrowed his eyes slightly, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said, Patriarch Shi, are you interrogating me? It can't even be called an interrogation, it's just a direct conviction. Upon hearing this, Patriarch Shi snorted coldly and said, if you insist on understanding it this way, it's not impossible after all, you've done something so detrimental to everyone's interests, causing grief to your loved ones and joy to your enemies, without even considering the consequences. Elder Ming loves you and doesn't want to treat you this way, but we must demand an explanation.
Yi Tianqi, don't you feel that you have done something wrong? Don't you feel that you are guilty? Who has the final say on whether one is guilty or not? Yi Tianqi looked at Patriarch Shi and said coldly, if this is your attitude, then I don't have to worry about anything.
After saying this, Yi Tianqi looked at Elder Ming and bowed, saying, Elder Ming, I'm afraid I need to confirm your attitude first. Upon hearing this, Elder Ming waved his hand and said, I support you, as always. Old Shi and the head of the Shi family represent themselves, not me, let alone the Minister of State Affairs. So, if you want to answer, then answer. If you don't want to answer, no one can force you. Tianqi, do your own thing. I believe in you. After hearing this answer, Yi Tianqi had an idea in his mind. When I came in before, I felt that the atmosphere was not right. Now it seems that it is really not right.
This old man Shi and the head of the Shi family are so arrogant and domineering they dare to do so in front of old man Ming. So did they have the same attitude towards old man Ming just now?
It has long been known that Ming Lao's faction cannot be a monolithic entity after all, the interests involved are too huge, and there are too many things involved. There will always be people with various thoughts, and now it is time for them to come out. That's true. Since I was in charge of the Secret Investigation Bureau, I was prepared to face all kinds of internal and external troubles. Now, isn't that the case? It's better to come out than to continue hiding. Looking at Patriarch Shi, Yi Tianqi no longer needed to hide himself and said indifferently, confess, who thinks I'm guilty? Is it you? What qualifications do you have? As for whether what I did was wrong, it's not your turn to point fingers. I, Yi Tianqi, am the highest person in charge of the Secret Investigation Institute. I have the right to make any decision.
Don't tell me I can do this without anyone's permission. Even if I really need permission from some people, those people aren't you, let alone you guys. Do you understand? This is the answer I, Yi Tianqi, the head of the Secret Investigation Institute, give you. Arrogant and domineering, once Yi Tianqi has no worries, he will show these unscrupulously. Obviously, this kind of attitude was not what the Shi family father and son wanted to see. They felt that they had been greatly humiliated. Presumptuous. Arrogant. The head of the Shi family stood up, slammed the table, and yelled at Yi Tianqi. Who was he, the head of the Shi family? He was a well-known figure, well-known throughout the entire dragon country. But what about Yi Tianqi? In his eyes, he was just a young man. Even if he had some ability, he would not take him seriously. But now, Yi Tianqi actually dared to go against him. How could he tolerate this? Yi Tianqi, do you still have us old people in your eyes? You were simply lawless. The Secret Investigation Institute was handed over to you to take revenge on your own and abuse public power for personal gain. It's only been a short time since you took over the Secret Investigation Office, and you've already caused such a big incident. Have you ever thought about the consequences of doing this? Have you ever thought about how much trouble you will cause us? I now order you to release all of them immediately. At the same time, resign and go to Yishao, Shihai Qingfeng, and Prince Xingshan to apologize. If they are willing to forgive you, then the matter will be over and you still have a chance to live. If they are unwilling to forgive you, Yi Tianqi, I tell you, you don't have to think about continuing to live. Coming from the mouth of Patriarch Shi, these words were surprising, yet not surprising at the same time. But this arrogance is surprising. Yi Tianqi was puzzled. Where did the head of the Shi family get the confidence from? If he was dissatisfied with the actions of his secret investigation agency, he could still understand it. However, today's reaction was really outrageous. He still orders me around. What qualifications and rights does he have to order me around? Just now, Mr. Ming said that they support him unconditionally, but here, some people are starting to sabotage him. What are they trying to do? Seeing the arrogant look on the face of the head of the Shi family, Yi Tianqi suppressed his anger and looked at Old Shi. He said calmly, Old Shi, you are an old man. I respect you with all due respect, so I won't lose my temper. This is your son. However, I want to ask, Old Shi, is your son's opinion also your opinion?
You also think that I did something wrong, and therefore, you also think that I should release all of them, and at the same time, kneel down to apologize to them and beg for mercy? Do you think so? Yi Tianqi looked directly at Old Shi. After all, he was an old man from the same group as Old Ming, and his status and position were also extraordinary. If there was still hope, Yi Tianqi didn't want to make too much trouble. However, if you do not respect the elderly, in the end if he insisted on ruining his reputation, then it was no wonder that Yi Tianqi turned against him so ruthlessly. People are all mutual, and Yi Tianqi has given enough face as for whether they choose to accept it or not. That is not something Yi Tianqi can control. Old Shi looked at Yi Tianqi and sneered, "Yes, I think so too. You really went a little too far. Yi Tianqi, I know who you are and what you have done. You are young and full of vigor and youthful arrogance. You deserve it and have the qualifications. After all, your past is not simple. Even I have to say that you are amazing, very amazing." Yi Tianqi's past is actually recognized by everyone, whether they are enemies or friends. There is no way around it. When a person is excellent to a certain extent, even his enemies are unwilling and unable to slander him. Yi Tianqi is such a person. Even if you want to slander him, you don't know how. Even if you know, you can't slander him. After all, he is really awesome, so awesome that people can't feel jealous of him. However, no matter what, it is all in the past. And now, it is now. Old Shi looked at Yi Tianqi and said, 10 years have passed, and everything has changed dramatically, let alone now. Even in the past, I would not agree with you doing this. Young man, you can be arrogant. You have the ability, and you should be arrogant. However, you must be sensible when doing things. If you cross the line, you will make a mistake. And now, you have not only made a mistake, but a huge mistake, and you have also dragged countless people into it. Tell me, are you wrong? Are you guilty or not? 730, Chapter 730, Hurting the Enemy and Yourself. After Old Shi finished speaking, he stared at Yi Tianqi with a bad look, as if he wanted to overwhelm him with his momentum. But Yi Tianqi just looked at Shi Shao coldly, then shook his head silently. Mr. Shi, I have great respect and admiration for people of your generation, but after meeting you today, I realized that not everyone deserves respect. Perhaps you were once worthy of admiration, but now, you have changed. You are no longer the person you once were. Of course, everyone has their own aspirations and thoughts. I can't stop you, nor do I want to persuade you, but, Mr. Shi, do you think your choice is really the right one? From the moment I walked in, I could tell there was something wrong between you and your father, but I have no right to say anything. After all, this is Elder Ming's home. If Elder Ming doesn't say anything, it would be bad if I say more. It's just that I don't cause trouble for you, but you turn around and cause trouble for mice. This reasonable? Since you've chosen to leave, then just follow your own ideas. In the future, we'll just take a look at whether it's a mule or a horse. Everyone, don't regret it. Isn't that all? Why are you trying to show off your power here? Because of your age? Because of your ugliness? The last sentence is really humiliating. Yi Tianqi seemed to be joking, but the key point was that no one wanted to play such a joke on him. Old Ming burst out laughing. He had to admire Yi Tianqi for being able to say such a witty remark at a time like this. He really had a big heart, but in fact, he was also very confident. However, Mr. Shi felt humiliated. The head of the Shi family slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Yi Tianqi and roaring angrily. Yi Tianqi, you are so presumptuous. Do you think that now that you control the Secret Investigation Bureau, no one can do anything to you? You are simply arrogant. My father wanted to communicate with you properly, but you dared to humiliate him. You are courting death. Yi Tianqi frowned slightly, looked at the head of the Shi family, and sneered, humiliation? I don't know what you mean, Master Shi. When did I, Yi Tianqi, ever humiliate Old Shi? Are you talking about me saying he's old? Or that he's ugly? Ha, what's going on? When did telling the truth become humiliating? Where did this rule come from, or have you and your son not heard the truth for so many years that you can only listen to nice words? If you want to hear it, fine, but get out of here. Don't act so condescending in front of me, especially you, Patriarch Shi. Who the hell do you think you are? You question me the moment you walk in, judging me, asking me if I'm guilty or not. Are you crazy? Do you think you're more powerful than Shihai Qingfeng? Or do you think you're higher in status than Prince Xingshan? Yi Tianqi, don't even take them seriously. What do you think is the reason I'm here to talk to you peacefully and not lose my temper? Is it because I'm afraid of you? You're nothing but rotten mud. You've relied on your family background to get to where you are today, but you haven't made any progress at all. If your ancestors saw what you've become, they would be so angry that they would jump out of their coffins to deal with you. Are you worthy enough to be arrogant with me? Are you worthy enough?
When it comes to arrogance, Yi Tianqi has never submitted to anyone. If he gives you face, everything is easy to say, but if he doesn't want to give you face and wants to break up with you, then no one can stop him. Identity, status, age and so on, all go away. Whether it was the head of the Shi family or old man Shi, at this moment, they were all stunned by Yi Tianqi's arrogant look, and were even more furious by Yi Tianqi's humiliating words. They have never met such a person before. The father and son of the Shi family are so powerful and prestigious that normally anyone who sees them would speak nicely and try to curry favor with them, but now, this is simply outrageous. Old Shi was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. He was so angry at his age that he was almost out of breath. Yi Tianqi was afraid that he would be so angry that he would die. The head of the Shi family hurriedly supported Old Shi and patted his chest, wondering what was going on. Ming Lao, this is the person you chose? So rude, so arrogant, so domineering. Is this the person you chose? Who else does he have in his eyes? He can even humiliate my father, and you, Master Ming, aren't you afraid you will be the next one? This is simply outrageous. I must make this matter public. I want everyone to know what kind of face Yi Tianqi is. I want everyone to come and judge what happened today when the time comes. Elder Ming, I want to see what explanation you have. The head of the Shi family wants to tell everyone everything that happened today, but will Yi Tianqi be afraid? If he was afraid, he would not treat the Shi family father and son like this today. Can't Yi Tianqi endure it? What a joke. He has been patient for 10 years and kept his identity secret for 10 years. If he doesn't know how to lie low and endure, then there are really few people in this world who can do that. But why should he endure it? If he continues to endure when there is no need to endure anymore, isn't he just asking for trouble? He, Yi Tianqi, is not a masochist, and he cannot do such a thing. Seeing Patriarch Shi's frantic look, Yi Tianqi sneered and said, Patriarch Shi, you can do whatever you want, but remember this, as long as I'm in the Secret Investigation Office, it's not your turn to dictate how the office does things. Also, please remember the responsibilities of the Secret Investigation Office. Your own background is not clean, yet you dare to be arrogant here, Master Shi. Master Shi, do you think that my Secret Investigation Institute is not clean? Do we have evidence of your crimes, or do you think that the Secret Investigation Office wouldn't dare arrest you? Don't think that your age gives you a golden ticket to avoid death. The reason we didn't touch you was because of Elder Ming and the others' respect. We thought you were one of our own at this stage. We don't want to touch our own people. We want to give you a chance to atone for your crimes by making meritorious contributions, but now it seems that you don't need this opportunity. That's good. Tomorrow, I will retrieve your Shi family's files. If I find you guilty, you will be arrested. When these words came out, the head of the Shi family and Old Shi went crazy. They didn't expect that Yi Tianqi would be so lawless and even wanted to arrest them. This was simply arrogant. Catching them would be such a shameful thing, and would shock countless people. They are not night owls, they are the father and son of the Shi family, who are powerful and famous. They are real big shots. The most important thing is that in the eyes of many people, the father and son of the Shi family are from the same line as Old Ming. Does this mean that even your own people will not be spared? If Yi Tianqi really dared to do this, it would definitely cause a huge backlash, and people including those who supported him would probably feel that Yi Tianqi was no longer suitable for this position. The reason was very simple. It was originally a sharp blade, but in the end, it not only hurt the enemy, but also hurt its own people. So what's the point of keeping it, when the disadvantages outweigh the advantages? Discarding it is the best option. 731, Chapter 731, No Choice. At this moment, even Elder Ming fell silent. Because Yi Tianqi's words were really too shocking, and it was really difficult to deal with. If you were not careful, it would cause a big trouble. Don't wait until the outside world is not yet settled and chaos breaks out inside. That would be a waste of time and effort. Yi Tianqi was not trying to scare people, nor was he just talking casually. Others may not know this, but Old Ming is very clear about it. If Yi Tianqi dares to say this, he will definitely dare to do this. Old Shi and the head of the Shi family were both stunned at this moment. They never expected to hear these words from Yi Tianqi. The head of the Shi family was extremely angry, but Old Shi stopped the head of the Shi family, who was about to lose his temper, and looked at Old Ming instead. Ming Lao, this is the person you chose now. I want to ask, do you regret it? You've already started to attack your own people before you've even started to attack others. Even though we're no longer your people, in the eyes of many people, we're still your people. What will others think if you act like this? What will your so-called friends think? Mr. Ming, everyone knows that to have reached this point today, no matter whether one's status is high or low, or whether one has great power or small, one will have more or less violated the rules. As for those who are not clean, I think I don't need to say anything. Even if an individual is clean, then what about relatives, are they all clean? What Yi Tianqi wants to do is stir up a hornet's nest. Are you just going to watch him do this? Ming Lao, I now suspect that you are not trying to deal with the royal family, but you want to break up yourselves first. Yi Tianqi is young and naive. Aren't you also naive? I don't want to argue with him anymore. You've heard everything I've said, Master Ming. I want to ask, Master Ming, are you sure you want to continue protecting him? I have to admit that there are indeed doubts in Mr. Ming's heart. Just as Mr. Shi said, few people have clean butts today. Everyone has some problems. More or less these things may not need to be taken seriously, as they are not a big deal. But what about relatives and friends? Who doesn't have relatives and friends? What if these people have done a lot of bad things? No, there is no need to think about it. It will definitely happen when the time comes. Will we all be ruthless and impartial, and will we all be heartless? If Mr. Ming can do it, can others do it too? If they can't do it, then Yi Tianqi's existence will be too threatening, and it will be impossible not to cause trouble. Once Yi Tianqi investigates the Shi father and son, it will be difficult not to cause a chain reaction. But now that things have come to this, Elder Ming cannot remain silent, and he cannot even hesitate. Otherwise, he would be showing his cowardice, and that would make Yi Tianqi even more sad. He was the one who went to Yi Tianqi in person, and it was he who insisted on handing the Secret Investigation Institute over to Yi Tianqi. He made his promise, but now if he doesn't keep it, or even hesitates about what is right or wrong, what will Yi Tianqi think? Taking a deep breath, Elder Ming looked at Elder Shi and said calmly, if restoring the Dragon Kingdom to its former glory will cause some trouble, then I will bear the responsibility. For the sake of Dragon Country, for the sake of the people, for the sake of everyone, I support Yi Tianqi with both hands. Not to mention you, not to mention some relatives and friends. Even if he finds out something about me, then I will tie my hands and wait for trial, even if I die without regrets. Mr. Shi, the vows we made together when we were young, the ups and downs we went through together, the dreams we shared, you have abandoned them. You have all abandoned them. But I still remember, we still remember. As long as there's one person who still remembers and is willing to walk with us, no matter how great the price, it will be worth it. Mr. Shi, take care of yourself. I won't see you off. After saying that, Elder Ming directly issued an order to expel Elder Shi, asking him to leave. As for Old Shi, his face turned extremely ashen at this moment. He never expected that he would encounter such an incident when he came here today. Moreover, this was like asking for trouble. Although the fire will burn you sooner or later, in this situation, being the first one to be burned by the fire is bound to have the worst consequences. Seeing that Elder Ming had actually ordered them to leave, Elder Shi and his son stood up angrily, pointed at Elder Ming and shouted angrily, "All right, I'll wait for you to regret it." After saying that, Shi Lao looked at Yi Tianqi with a bad expression and said in a cold voice, "Want to arrest me, boy? You are quite courageous. I want to see what qualifications you have to arrest me. If this wasn't the case today at Elder Ming's house, I would have prevented you from leaving this door today." Yi Tianqi heard this and smiled slightly. He looked at the Shi father and son and said, "You want me to stay out of this door? Why, do you think you are worthy? Wash your necks clean and wait at home tomorrow. You and your son will both go to the prison of the Secret Investigation Court and sit for a while. Of course, if you are truly clean and have done nothing wrong, then I will apologize to you for my behavior today, but I don't think you will give me this opportunity, because you are destined to be dirty, very dirty." After hearing this, Old Shi just looked at Yi Tianqi coldly, and then left angrily. The head of the Shi family looked at Yi Tianqi with a sinister look and said, "Boy, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the Secret Investigation Bureau. This world is much more complicated than you think. You will regret what you did today." When Yi Tianqi heard this, he didn't say anything else, but just made a gesture of wiping his neck towards the head of the Shi family. Very provocative, very provocative. He was almost telling the head of the Shi family directly that Yi Tianqi wanted to kill him. Wait until Shi Lao and his son. After leaving, only Elder Ming and Yi Tianqi were left in the room. At this moment, Mr. Ming looked a little old, as if he was very tired, not only physically, but also mentally. Looking at Yi Tianqi, Ming Lao smiled bitterly and said, "I'm sorry to have made you laugh. Although we all expected it, we still didn't expect that Shi Lao and his son would leave so decisively and betray us." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi showed an apologetic expression and said, "I'm sorry, Elder Ming,
perhaps what I did was too radical, making them feel a sense of crisis, which is why I accelerated their departure and made them so determined. Yi Tianqi knew very well that the situation today was destined to happen from the moment he took over the Secret Investigation Institute and started to take action. However, he did not expect that it would happen so much faster than he expected. Elder Ming shook his head and said, I don't blame you. Those who are supposed to leave will leave sooner or later. Even if they don't leave today, they will leave tomorrow. Tianqi, you just did what you were supposed to do. You did nothing wrong. The one who was wrong was not you. It's them who have forgotten their original intentions, it's them who have forgotten the vows they made. What I fear most now is how many more people like them there are. I'm afraid it will be much, much more than I imagined. There's clearly hope, but in their eyes, it's despair. Why is that? I don't understand. I really don't understand. 732, Chapter 732. Let's do it. It's not that Mr. Ming doesn't understand, but that he is unwilling to understand. People's hearts are fickle. Especially changes in time and environment will affect a person's foundation. It's like if you let a poor person suddenly win the lottery, become rich, and eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks every day, then it would not be easy to let them go back to the time when they used to eat coarse grains and vegetables. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. What's more, as long as one is a human being, who doesn't have relatives and friends, it's okay when you have no prospects, but when you have prospects, there will always be people coming to you for help, so you have to give them some face, more or less. At that time, if you don't give, people will scold you for forgetting your roots. If you give, even if you just turn a blind eye, you will have made a mistake. There is nothing we can do about these things. Ordinary people are like this, let alone people like Mr. Shi. Even if Mr. Shi hasn't changed now, the number of people in the Shi family will eventually force him to make changes. There is nothing that can be done about it, and it is something that many people have to go through. Seeing that Mr. Ming looked somewhat melancholy, Yi Tianqi sighed, not knowing how to comfort him. Ming Lao, let them be. There's nothing we can do about it. Elder Ming nodded, then looked at Yi Tianqi and said helplessly, I know that too, but for no reason. It's equivalent to making a lot of enemies for you. I can't bear it. Elder Ming really felt a little reluctant. If Yi Tianqi had their support before and at least had a way out when facing enemies, now, even Elder Ming was not sure who would stab Yi Tianqi in the back and trip him up. Looking around, there are enemies on all sides. This is the situation Yi Tianqi will face. I can't bear it. I really can't bear it. Seeing Elder Ming's distressed expression, Yi Tianqi smiled softly and said, Elder Ming, having you and the Minister of State supporting me is enough. I don't care about anything else. You may not know that from the moment I decided to accept the Secret Investigation Bureau, I have been mentally prepared not only against the royal family, but I am ready to fight everyone. I know you might be thinking that you shouldn't hand over the Secret Investigation Office to me. After all, this burden is a bit too heavy, and I'm still young. You're worried that I'll be too tired, but, Elder Ming, please don't have that thought. It's a good thing that the Secret Investigation Office is handed over to me, otherwise, I'd really be fighting alone. As for my situation, you know it well. I am destined to have enemies everywhere, whether there's a secret service or not. It's just a matter of a day sooner or a day later. However, I've been silent for too many years. A day sooner is better than a day later. The Secret Investigation Office, great, handing it over to me will give me fewer worries and more help. This is a good thing, really, it's a good thing. Yi Tianqi was not just trying to comfort Master Ming, what he said was also true. Even if there was no Secret Investigation Bureau, Yi Tianqi would be surrounded by enemies. With the Secret Investigation Bureau, he would have more helpers, which was of course a good thing. Upon hearing this, Old Ming looked at Yi Tianqi, nodded, and said nothing more. However, there were some things he still wanted to tell Yi Tianqi. Tianqi, if that's the case, it would be inappropriate for me to say anything more. I'll just say this, I'll always be behind you. You're not alone. If you have any difficulties or problems, I'll step in and help you. The Minister of State will also step in. Even if most people choose to betray us and become our enemies, as long as the Minister of State and I are here, our faction will not be shaken to its foundation. So, don't worry, just do whatever you want. Now that things have come to this, there's nothing more to say. Just do what you have to do. I'll support you also. Don't worry about our reputation. Since it has come to this, there's no need to save face. Arrest whoever needs to be arrested, kill whoever needs to be killed, no matter who it is, go ahead. At this point, Elder Ming was silent for a moment, then looked at Yi Tianqi and said, since you want to do it, then you must have a legitimate reason. I have some information in my hands over the years that contains evidence of some of these people's illegal activities. I will give it to you when the time comes. Yi Tianqi could understand that Master Ming had some negative information about these people. As for those who insist on arguing, asking why they clearly have evidence of these people's illegal activities but just let it go, that is pure nitpicking. This matter is not that simple. Even when law enforcement officers want to solve a case, sometimes, even with irrefutable evidence, they won't act. Why? They wait until the fish are fattened up, then when there's a mission those who understand the reason understand it, but those who don't understand it, then there's nothing they can do. Having talked about this matter here, there is an answer. Yi Tianqi looked at Elder Ming and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Elder Ming. Please rest assured that the future of Dragon Country will surely be bright." Old Ming nodded with satisfaction. He believed in Yi Tianqi. It might be difficult, but Yi Tianqi would definitely keep going. Maybe it would take a long time, but as long as he was willing to do it, sooner or later, it would come true. Looking at Yi Tianqi, Elder Ming smiled and said, "The top management of the Secret Investigation Institute has begun a major reshuffle. Actually, it's not really a reshuffle, but these people were supposed to be in their current positions. It's just that they have been hidden for these years and are doing their own things. You should have noticed that although the Secret Investigation Bureau has been dormant for 10 years, it hasn't been idle. It may take you some time to slowly understand these things. There's no other way. The Secret Investigation Bureau is huge and complicated, and it can't be sorted out overnight. The time I gave you was too short. I always feel that I have let you down." Yi Tianqi smiled and shook his head when he heard this, saying, "Ming Lao, please don't say that. If you say that again, I will really feel very uncomfortable. Besides, it's not that the time you gave me was too short. It was me who couldn't hold back and took action immediately. Otherwise, the Secret Investigation Office could have continued to hold back for a while, but there's no need for that. Since I'm in control, I'll just draw my sword. I've endured for 10 years, I've been dormant for 10 years. Oh, there's no need to endure it any longer." Hearing Yi Tianqi say this and looking at his confident expression, Elder Ming instinctively believed Yi Tianqi. However, thinking about this, Elder Ming sighed, looked at Yi Tianqi, and said, "Let's not talk about the Secret Investigation Institute. You already know about Emperor Lu's situation. Maybe this time, it's really more dangerous than good. However, there's nothing we can do. This is an unsolvable situation. Moreover, it happened too suddenly. We don't have time to prepare at all. Tianqi, what I'm most worried about right now is you and Emperor Lu. You're facing enemies everywhere, but at least you still have a fighting chance. But Emperor Lu is surrounded by enemies on all sides. If he's not careful, he'll surely die. I'm sorry for Emperor Lu." When Master Ming said this, his eyes became very dim. It was he who personally invited Emperor Lu to come out of seclusion. If it weren't for him, Emperor Lu would still remain neutral. In that case, no one would think of making such a big fuss to deal with Emperor Lu. So, from this point of view, Elder Ming felt that he was the one who harmed Emperor Lu. 733, Chapter 733 Peace of Mind. Emperor Lu was different from others. In fact, he is different from everyone else. There are few people who truly understand Emperor Lu who do not admire him. Of course, those who hate Emperor Lu hate him to the point of gnashing their teeth, but those who respect Emperor Lu admire him sincerely. Emperor Lu was worthy. Emperor Lu, he is really worthy. But such a person is now in danger, and it is because of him that Emperor Lu is in such danger. How could Elder Ming feel at ease? Looking at Yi Tianqi, Old Ming had an extremely gloomy expression and his mood was extremely low. They tried their best, but the royal family was blocking them. They had no way to save Emperor Lu and could only watch. Yi Tianqi also knew that Ming Lao and the others must have tried, but it was useless. If the royal family really wanted to stop them, Ming Lao and the others would have no way to stop them. It was already good enough that they could fight on equal terms. They wanted to send more people to rescue Emperor Lu, but they couldn't do it. They really couldn't do it. Fortunately, Yi Tianqi is here. Old Ming doesn't know, but he knows. Not only does he know, he also guessed it and sent Hong Tong to take action. Then the problem will most likely be solved. Master Ming, Emperor Lu will be fine, don't worry. Yi Tianqi poured a cup of tea for Elder Ming and chuckled. When Emperor Lu received the news at the service area, we knew it was a conspiracy, a deadly trap set specifically for Emperor Lu. However, he went anyway, and I agreed. So, we actually knew it a long time ago. However, what Elder Ming and Emperor Lu didn't know is that I had already sent someone to pick him up. So, I can't say I'm 100% sure that Emperor Lu will return safely, but I'm still 90% sure. When he heard Yi Tianqi say this, Old Ming's eyes immediately lit up. 90% certainty is not a small amount, really not a small amount.
He was originally doomed to die, but suddenly, there was a 90% chance of survival. It was like a pie in the sky. Based on Elder Ming's understanding of Yi Tianqi, he would not be too sure about what he did even if he was 100% sure, so this 90% was almost certain. But is this true? Tianqi, don't lie to me. As far as I know, there are many powerful people waiting to kill Emperor Lu. There are not just one or two Emperor-level strongmen, but even more powerful ones waiting to target Emperor Lu. Can the people you send really save Emperor Lu? It's no wonder that old Ming didn't believe it. The truth is, this killing plan against Emperor Lu was too terrifying. Yi Tianqi smiled and said, Master Ming, you will understand after I explain it to you. You know the strength of Emperor Liuhe is known as one of the top 10 Emperor-level warriors in terms of lethality. With such strength, it is definitely not easy to deal with him. Also, if nothing unexpected happens, after this battle, Emperor Lu's strength, which was about to break through, may naturally break through. Once he succeeds in breaking through, his strength will be further enhanced. Then, the enemies who originally targeted him will become even more difficult to deal with. At the same time, the strong man I sent out is a true half-step throne. He can even fight with the throne and leave safely in time. He only needs to fight the next throne to become the new throne with him. I think you won't worry about Emperor Lu's safety. Unless, in addition to their current size and lineup, they need to deploy at least 2 more thrones to possibly keep Emperor Lu. However, this possibility is extremely low, or even non-existent. Of course, if there really is one, then it's not hopeless. In short, don't worry about Emperor Lu's current situation. It's much better than you imagine. Perhaps, it won't be long before you can see Emperor Lu again. What Yi Tianqi said was true, and this was something that Master Ming had not expected. But Elder Ming knew that Yi Tianqi would not lie to him about such things, so when he heard that there was such an unexpected event, Elder Ming's mood immediately improved. Tianqi, this is all thanks to you. I am sure you can do it. Good. It is really great if Emperor Lu can come back safely. I can really let go of my heart. Elder Ming laughed heartily, then looked at Yi Tianqi and said, Tianqi, I'm happy today. Earlier, Elder Shi and his son made it so hard for me to eat or drink. Let's have a drink. I am happy. I am really happy. Although it was very late, Yi Tianqi did not want to spoil Elder Ming's interest, so he nodded and said with a smile, Okay, if Elder Ming wants to drink, then of course I will accompany you. Afterwards, Mr. Ming immediately ordered people to prepare wine and food. While waiting, Elder Ming and Yi Tianqi also discussed the questions that Elder Shi and his son had asked before. There was no way the commotion was indeed a bit too big. Old Ming couldn't help but worry. He was not worried about whether Yi Tianqi could withstand it, but worried about whether it would have any impact on Yi Tianqi. After all, such a big commotion was caused at the beginning, and people were panicked. Tianqi, as I just said, whatever you want to do, just go ahead and do it. Since the Secret Investigation Bureau has been handed over to you, the Minister of State and I will definitely not interfere. If there is anything you really need our help with, just ask and we will do our best to help you. It's just that maybe we can't help much. At this point, if someone gets caught first, then it will be really difficult to deal with. Yi Tianqi nodded and said with a smile, Don't worry, Mr. Ming, I understand what you say. Do you know what to do in the Secret Investigation Offices for what I have done things, Since I dare to do it, I am not afraid. What's more, everything I do is legal, reasonable, and compliant. I have sufficient reasons for each one. If others want to cause trouble for me in this way, they are dreaming. Of course, if they want to break the rules and pick on me in some way, Elder Ming, do you think that if I can even send out a half-step throne, would I still be afraid of them picking on me? When Yi Tianqi said this, he was full of strong confidence. That's what I said, there's nothing wrong with it. Yi Tianqi can send out strong men who are half a step away from the throne, so why would he be afraid of others tripping him up? In an open and honest hostility, there might be loopholes to target Yi Tianqi, but if someone wants to play any crooked, slanted, black, or white tricks, Yi Tianqi will not give a shit. Elder Ming patted Yi Tianqi's shoulder and said with some emotion, Tianqi, after all, it's still difficult for you. Originally, these things should have been guaranteed by us, but in the end, you have to rely on yourself, alas. Yi Tianqi, however, did not take it seriously. He said with a smile, Master Ming, you are being too polite again. What's more, you have already given us more than enough. A secret investigation office will provide us with everything. Master Ming, just wait and see. The secret investigation office will soon terrify everyone, but it will also give the people a clear and bright world. When he said this, Yi Tianqi's eyes were shining. 734, Chapter 734, The Name of Junxian. Is Yi Tianqi a good person? In fact, not really. In fact, to many people, Yi Tianqi is not a good person, but an absolute evil person. However, those people are Yi Tianqi's enemies, foes, and people with conflicts of interest. Yi Tianqi has always been kind to people who do not have any conflicts of interest, especially ordinary people. Just as he said now. He is willing to do something for ordinary people while doing his own thing. Old Ming was very pleased and thought he had chosen the right person as an experienced old man. He had seen many kinds of truth and falsehood, but he could see the sincerity in Yi Tianqi's eyes when he spoke. Okay, Tianqi, okay, but I'm sorry for the hard work and injustice you have done. Old Ming sighed and patted Yi Tianqi on the shoulder, as if he still felt a little reluctant. Only those who understand will understand how difficult it is to achieve these things and how painful the process will be. Yi Tianqi could have avoided going through all this. There is something about the existence of the Secret Investigation Bureau that has added strength to Yi Tianqi maybe, but definitely not much without the Secret Investigation Bureau. Yi Tianqi can still do what he wants to do and is willing to do the contrary. He will have fewer burdens. These words may be used to fool others, but they cannot fool Mr. Ming. At this moment, the food was ready, and Yi Tianqi and Ming Lao started drinking and chatting. As we talked, we inevitably talked about what happened in the past 2 days. It seems simple and clear, but in fact, many things are profound. Shihai Qingfeng should not be underestimated. Although the person standing behind him is the royal family, it is not the Crown Prince Xingshan or His Majesty the Emperor Tianqi. Do you know this? Elder Ming wanted to get to the bottom of this matter, and it wasn't just him, but many people wanted to know this. It was understandable that they were targeting the royal family, but the royal family was also divided into different factions. The Shihai Qingfeng line is headed by Princess Junxian, which is different from the emperor's line. They both belonged to the royal family, but were divided into 2 factions. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi filled a glass of wine for Elder Ming, nodded, and said, I know that behind Shihai Qingfeng stands Princess Junxian, and Prince Xingshan belongs to the emperor's family. Elder Ming, I know what you want to say, but there's nothing we can do. They caught up on their own, so we can't blame anyone else. It's impossible that they came to me on their own initiative. As a result, I have to give up being their enemy just because of Princess Junxian. Forget it. I don't have that intention after all. They are all royal family members anyway. If I target one, another will definitely show up, so it doesn't matter. It is true that Yi Tianqi's words "it doesn't matter" have added a lot of difficulties to himself. Elder Ming sighed and said, actually, we can put Princess Junxian's side aside for the time being, but since we've already done it, let's do it. This will allow His Majesty the Emperor to have a mentality of sitting back and watching the tigers fight. Sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? It depends on what the matter is. Looking at what Yi Tianqi has done right now, it is not easy to sit back and watch the fight. If you are not careful, you will get into trouble. This is the truth. Master Ming, don't worry, I know what to do. Please don't worry too much about these things. If things really get out of hand, I won't be afraid of the worst possible outcome. Besides, although I chose Shihai Qingfeng as a stepping stone this time, we haven't yet engaged in a fundamental confrontation. It hasn't reached a deadlock, the kind that can't be solved. I think if I show goodwill, neither Shihai Qingfeng nor Princess Junxian will have any objections. But, Princess Junxian, does she have the heart to get involved in such things? Elder Ming, I don't know Princess Junxian very well. You should know more about her. What kind of person is she? What kind of person is Princess Junxian? Hearing Yi Tianqi's question, Ming Lao took a deep breath and fell into memories. He just shook his head and said, Tianqi, I'm not exaggerating. Princess Junxian is a rare genius. She became the almost sole heir to the throne by relying on her body as a woman. Do you think her talent, courage, and domineering attitude would be reduced? This will definitely not happen. The succession to the throne is like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each with their own magical powers, rivers of blood, and no one recognizes relatives. What's more, if a woman wants to become the heir to the throne, then she has to go through much more pain and suffering than a man. The mere fact that she is a girl will make it impossible for countless people to agree. In the eyes of many people, even if they choose a loser to be the crown prince, the heir apparent, or even the emperor, they will never let a woman take the throne. This is the truth. After all, Longwei is different from other foreign forces. The distinction between men and women, especially in matters like this, is quite serious. Even if it is a foreign force, women have to work much harder than men if they want to take power. Tianqi, I can't tell you exactly how unfathomable Princess Junxian is, but just remember one thing, whether it's the current emperor, the minister of state, or even myself, we all admire this princess with all our hearts even if it's a bit exaggerated, it's true that we are convinced of her. I can even say that if she had been in power and became the emperor, the Dragon Kingdom would not be in its current situation today. This is not just a high evaluation, it is simply outrageous. Yi Tianqi had not experienced the era of Princess Junxian, but he had also heard the story of the princess. She was a perfect template for the protagonist of a cool novel, except that she later encountered a series of events caused Princess Junxian to stop, otherwise, who knows what would have happened to her now. So, Tianqi, if you can avoid becoming an enemy of Princess Junxian, we actually don't want you to provoke her after all. If we only deal with the royal family headed by His Majesty the Emperor, we might have a good chance, but if we add Princess Junxian into the equation, everything becomes an unknown. Although she has long since retired from worldly affairs, who knows, she might come out again this time after all, she has royal blood flowing through her veins. At this point, Elder Ming was silent for a moment, then continued, especially recently, I heard that you found her long-lost daughter. Based on this alone, no one knows what kind of impact and changes this will bring to her. If it's good, it's fine, but if some other situation is revived, it will be really unimaginable. Yi Tianqi also fell silent. Princess Junxian is a formidable enemy. If he is an enemy, then he is truly a powerful enemy that makes people have to think more. 735, Chapter 735 Unforgivable. Many people could not explain what happened to Princess Junxian back then. Elder Ming must know some inside information, but Yi Tianqi was not a gossipy person, so he didn't want to ask anything. After all, it's all past events, and Princess Junxian has been in retirement for so many years, so we can probably guess some of it. However, finding his daughter forced Yi Tianqi to think more about it. Elder Ming also mentioned this matter specifically. Obviously, Princess Junxian's search for her daughter is not a simple matter and is likely to cause major changes. This is normal. The child who had been lost for many years was finally found, not to mention what Princess Junxian's personality had changed during all these years. Now that the child was finally found, she would try every possible way to make up for it and give him whatever he wanted. Ming is always worried that Princess Junxian's daughter might be a greedy person, thus influencing Princess Junxian's behavior. Is this possible? When Yi Tianqi asked, is it possible, he actually already had the answer in his heart. It was not, is it possible, but, it is very likely. After all, everyone has the love for their children. Even Princess Junxian is probably no exception. Upon hearing this, Elder Ming shook his head and said, I don't know, but we have to be on guard. After all, based on my understanding over the years, if Princess Junxian really found her daughter, then it would be normal and proper to say that she doted on her extremely. She might even be afraid that it wasn't enough. So, if there is anyone who can influence Princess Junxian's mind now, then this daughter who was found is definitely one of them. Moreover, she is probably the only one and the most important one. It would be great if we could find out who it is, if we could meet him and observe his true nature. Unfortunately, Princess Junxian protects this person too well for now. There is no news, however, it will be soon. We will know soon. Yi Tianqi nodded upon hearing this and said, don't worry about this, Elder Ming. There will always be a way out when the time comes. Even if it turns out to be the worst case scenario, it won't matter. Seeing Yi Tianqi's confident look, Elder Ming smiled and said, okay, with you here, I have nothing to worry about, but I still say that, Tianqi, don't take on everything by yourself. If you need me to do anything, just ask me. Don't be shy. After all, it was us old bones who brought you on board, but you're the one who figured everything out on your own. It's a bit embarrassing for us. Hearing this, Yi Tianqi smiled and nodded, saying, don't worry, Elder Ming, I will definitely speak up when I really need you. Speaking of this, there are indeed some things that I need to ask Elder Ming for help with. As he spoke, Yi Tianqi rarely showed a hint of embarrassment on his face, which made old Ming even more curious. Tell me, just tell me, if there's anything you need my help with, just ask. Hearing this, Yi Tianqi looked at Elder Ming with some embarrassment and said, Elder Ming, it's about Tang Qingyu. You know, I felt guilty towards Tang Qingyu over the years. I made her wait for me for so many years. I feel guilty. Now that I'm back, I can't let her get hurt anymore. There's not much I can do, but I want to marry her. Marry her. Yi Tianqi finally spoke out what was in his heart. Regardless of whether it was out of love or guilt, he wanted to marry Tang Qingyu and give an explanation to Tang Qingyu. In fact, it was also an explanation to himself. Upon hearing this, Elder Ming's face suddenly lit up with joy. He laughed loudly and said, good news, this is great news. What do you need me to do? Do you want me to be your matchmaker, or propose marriage?
Since it is a matter of marriage, then when looking for Mr. Ming, these are naturally the only things he can talk about.
With Mr. Ming's status and position, he would not humiliate Tang Qingyu whether he was acting as a matchmaker or proposing marriage.
Yi Tianqi looked at Elder Ming, smiled, and said, please help me propose marriage. Actually, it can't be said to be a proposal after all. She and I are already engaged. However, I have no family elders now. Elder Ming, you are my elder, so I hope you can witness our wedding. Even without Yi Tianqi saying anything about this matter, Master Ming would definitely go. He already felt a little sorry for Yi Tianqi if he didn't show up at this time. Even Master Ming himself would be unable to justify himself.
Looking at Yi Tianqi, Old Ming laughed and was very happy. Okay, I will go. I have to go. Even if you try to stop me, I will still go. Ha 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 ha.
That's right, Tianqi, when the time comes, you'll probably have to coax this little girl, whispering of course, I don't need to teach you these things, you know what to do. They haven't seen each other for 10 years, and they are married. The other person is still waiting for her. Yi Tianqi has to give her an explanation no matter what. If he can't coax her, there will always be a knot in his heart. No matter how sensible Tang Qingyu is, she is still a girl after all, and girls are meant to be coaxed. Yi Tianqi nodded and said with a smile, don't worry, Elder Ming, I know what to do. Upon hearing this, Elder Ming nodded. Then, he thought of something and looked at Yi Tianqi, frowning slightly. He said, besides Yi Shao, you've also met the one from the Qi family. I want to ask, what are you feeling right now? Do you have any other thoughts? After all, they are father and son. After all, they are father and son. No matter how calm Yi Tianqi appeared, Elder Ming knew that Yi Tianqi felt uncomfortable. Although so many years have passed, some knots in the heart are not so easy to untie. Just like, now. Yi Tianqi was silent for a moment, then looked at Elder Ming and said, Elder Ming, I have nothing to do with him anymore. It has nothing to do with the entire Qi family except for Qi Miao, who I recognize as my younger sister. Everyone else has nothing to do with me.
If there is any connection, then it might be hatred.
At this point, Yi Tianqi sighed and said, Ming Lao, please don't blame me. I am afraid that even if I want to stop, I can't stop. I will definitely go to the Qi family, especially after meeting the head of the Qi family this time. I have to go to the Qi family even more. Over the years, if they had felt even a little bit of guilt or wanted to make amends, perhaps I could have found a reason to convince myself, but unfortunately, I never saw that, so you can't blame me. Yi Tianqi really wanted revenge, and the hatred in his heart had never been eliminated. However, if the Qi family feels any guilt and knows that they did something wrong, they will have different means of revenge. And now, there is no need to say anything. From the moment the head of the Qi family and Yi Shao stood together to cause trouble for Yi Tianqi completely gave up this idea. Whatever has to be done, it has to be done. The Qi family became prosperous thanks to me, so I have to take it all back.
No one can find any fault with this.
Elder Ming also sighed, then said angrily, the Qi family has been going too far these years, especially after following Prince Xingshan. They really don't know their place.
Tianqi, just go for it, I support you. 736, Chapter 736. It can't be her.
Even Master Ming said this, which shows that he was really angry.
Elder Ming looked at Yi Tianqi and said, have all the issues in the eastern province been resolved?
If you want to marry Tang Qingyu, I'm afraid you can't hide the situation in the eastern province. You have to resolve it clearly, otherwise, there will always be some resentment in your heart. Yi Tianqi knew what Master Ming was talking about, but all these past events were already in the past, and there was nothing he could do about it now. Fortunately, the problem has really been solved. Master Ming, everything has been resolved. There is no longer any relationship between Lin Qingyu and me at the same time. Although I didn't take any revenge on her, I'm afraid she won't have an easy time in the future. At this point, Yi Tianqi sighed and shook his head, saying, although we have severed all ties, we did have a relationship once. I don't care what she does, but the fact that she was adopted by my family was beyond my expectations, but also within reason. It was unexpected because of Lin Qingyu's life experience, and it was reasonable because of the attitude of Lin's father, Lin's mother, and the Lin family towards Lin Qingyu. It was not just a patriarchal attitude, it was really too much. However, things have come to this point, and there is no point in saying anything more.
That's Lin Qingyu's own business. Hearing this, Elder Ming seemed to have thought of something. He frowned slightly and said, Lin Qingyu, isn't she the biological daughter of the Lin family? Apocalypse, is this true? Yi Tianqi nodded when he heard this. Although he didn't know why Elder Ming suddenly cared about this matter should be confirmed without a doubt. Yes, it's true. This is what Lin Xingyue's adoptive mother said. Lin Xingyue is their adopted child, not their biological child. From their attitude towards Lin Xingyue, we can also see the clues. All kinds of oppression and favoritism. Anyone who sees it will think so. Old Ming naturally believed what Yi Tianqi said, but it was precisely because of his belief that he felt something was not right. Yi Tianqi looked at Elder Ming's frown and asked quickly, "Elder Ming, what's wrong?" Elder Ming thought for a moment and said, "Tianqi, I was thinking, this can't be such a coincidence, right? Do you know where Princess Junxian, the daughter who was stranded outside, was found?" "Although I don't know much more, I do know where the person was found." Yi Tianqi was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then looked at Elder Ming and said helplessly, "Elder Ming, you don't mean to say that the daughter of Princess Junxian was found in the Eastern Province, do you?" If it was not found in the Eastern Province, then there would be no need for Mr. Ming to bring up this matter specifically, let alone show such an expression. And this is indeed very, but it is also a bit too coincidental. Yi Tianqi shook his head and said, "No way, if this is true, then this is a joke that can't even be shown in a movie." Indeed, this plot is something that cannot be acted out in a movie. It's not that the royal children living in exile cannot be acted out, but, considering all their experiences and their past with Yi Tianqi, it is really too bizarre. But unfortunately, this is bizarre and there is nothing we can do about it. Elder Ming also shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be otherwise, it would be too coincidental, so coincidental that people can't believe it." "How about this? I'll try to find out first. I'll always be able to find out something. There are quite a few people visiting Princess Junxian today, so I'll definitely be able to find out some information." "Tianqi, wait a moment, I'll ask now." After saying this, Elder Ming was about to leave, but Yi Tianqi stopped him and shook his head, saying, "Elder Ming, there's no need to rush. Know what you're worried about. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Don't say it's impossible. Even if all this is true, it doesn't matter. It's just that Lin Xingyue now has Princess Junxian as her mother, that's all." "That's all?" If that were really all, then Elder Ming would not have revealed such emotion. Having Princess Junxian as a mother is not just about having a new mother, it means having a huge background and support. And, most importantly, if Lin Xingyue is the daughter of Princess Junxian, then everything would be really bad. Who made it so that the person who can affect Princess Junxian's mood now is her long-lost daughter? If this daughter is someone else, it would be fine, but if it is Lin Xingyue who had a quarrel with Yi Tianqi and was even dealt with by Yi Tianqi in the end, then it would be really helpless. Elder Ming sighed, looked at Yi Tianqi, and said, "Let's wait and see. I am worried that if Princess Junxian's long-lost daughter is really Lin Xingyue, then everything will really get bad. I am also somewhat aware of the conflict between you and Lin Xingyue now that Lin Xingyue suddenly has such a powerful backer. I don't believe she doesn't want to deal with you. Of course, as you said, it's already troublesome. If there's a little more trouble, then it's still a trouble. My old bones still have some face. I think that even if Princess Junxian doesn't give me face, she will always have some concerns. Well, if it were in the past, if it were other matters, I believe Princess Junxian would know what to do, and I trust her judgment. But now, it happened to be this kind of thing, and my daughter was found. Who knows if she will not care about anything else." Yi Tianqi could understand, but it didn't matter to him. It wasn't the best. If it was really Lin Xingyue, then he would just deal with it as it came. He doesn't care, and he's not afraid. Of former Eastern Province, that would make Lin Xingyue completely look at him with new eyes and change her mind. Then, to him, it would not be a big deal to do it again. She, Lin Xingyue, has Princess Junxian as her mother, but he, Yi Tianqi, is not just Yi Tianqi, not just the head of the Secret Investigation Institute. This is his confidence. "Ming Lao, don't worry, just leave these matters to me. Don't think too much. Come, Elder Ming, let's eat after dinner. You can go to bed early since you've handed everything over to me. Just trust me. You guys, don't worry too much. In the future, there will definitely be people who come to you to complain." This is indeed true. Yi Tianqi has just started to work, and many people have already come to Master Ming. The father and son of the Shi family are the representatives of these people. The further things go, the bigger the situation will get by that time. It's not impossible that even Mr. Ming's door will be broken down. 737, Chapter 737 Question. Yi Tianqi then talked about many things with Ming Lao, but in the end, he wanted Ming Lao to believe him, and Ming Lao naturally chose to believe Yi Tianqi.
Although the road ahead seemed increasingly difficult and uncertain, fortunately, neither Yi Tianqi nor Ming Lao lost confidence. Instead, they were full of hope. When Yi Tianqi left Old Ming's residence, Boss Leopard was still waiting outside. At this moment, Yi Tianqi's expression was obviously more solemn and silent than when he first arrived. Boss Leopard got into the car and didn't dare to say anything more. He looked at Yi Tianqi and said, "Mr. Yi, is there anything I can do?" Yi Tianqi was silent for a moment, then said, "Notify Sui Shan and ask him to meet me at the hotel." Boss Leopard looked at the sky and said, "Mr. Yi, don't you want to take a break? If there's anything, it's the same if you deal with it tomorrow." Yi Tianqi shook his head and said, "Notify Sui Shan. Some things may not wait until tomorrow, so we need to make some preparations today also. After notifying Sui Shan, you should arrange for someone to find out Lin Qingyue's whereabouts. Remember, you must find out clearly to see if she is still in the eastern province. This is very important." When Boss Leopard heard this, he was really confused. Why did he suddenly mention Lin Qingyue again? The feud between me and Lin Qingyue has ended. What's more, now that I have arrived in the imperial capital, there is no point in asking Lin Qingyue again. However, since Yi Tianqi has given the instructions, he just needs to do it. Understood. I'll arrange it as soon as I get back. Afterwards, there was no conversation along the way and the car quickly arrived at the hotel. In the imperial capital, Yi Tianqi naturally has his own residence even if he doesn't have one, whether it is the Bai family, the Secret Investigation Institute, or Ming Lao and others. They can easily arrange a residence with an excellent environment for Yi Tianqi. However, Yi Tianqi has just arrived in the imperial capital and does not want to trouble them for the time being. It's just a place to live. It doesn't matter where you live. If Yi Tianqi hadn't returned to the Secret Investigation Institute yet, it wouldn't be a problem for him to live directly in the Secret Investigation Institute's office. Not long after, Sui Shan quickly arrived at Yi Tianqi's residence. After entering the door, Sui Shan bowed directly to Yi Tianqi with great respect. Yi Tianqi also returned the greeting and said, "Director Sui, please take a seat. I hope I didn't disturb you by calling you here so late." Sui Shan smiled and shook his head, saying, "Don't bother. Meth's Secret Investigation Office hasn't been this busy for a long time. This feeling is very good, so it can't be considered as disturbing. What's more, as a subordinate, it's my duty to follow orders from my superiors." Sui Shan can clearly distinguish between superiors and subordinates. Yi Tianqi stood up and personally poured Sui Shan a cup of tea. He said, "Director Sui, I have just arrived in the imperial capital and have not yet been to the Secret Investigation Bureau. I think many people are probably curious about me, the newly appointed head of the Secret Investigation Bureau, and at the same time, they may be dissatisfied and distrustful. Of course, I can understand. After all, compared to you, who are actually hidden personnel of the Secret Investigation Bureau, I am truly new to the position. It is normal that you don't know me well. Others may not know the situation at the Secret Investigation Office, but I do. Including you, all the personnel of the Secret Investigation Institute are the elite among the elite, especially the middle and senior level personnel. They are absolutely the elite of the strong, and the greatest advantage of the strong is that they refuse to submit. Of course, it could also be my biggest weakness. However, as a strong person, if I don't have a strong desire to be enterprising and question things, it would be bad. I understand and can accept your doubts, but I hope that we can work together well in the future. My temper may seem okay, but in fact, it's not that great. When we first met, we tested each other and questioned each other, which is understandable. However, if anyone dares to dissent after I officially take the stage, then, I'm sorry, I don't tolerate any sand in my eyes. This statement is directed at you, and also at everyone in the Secret Investigation Office." When Yi Tianqi met them, he didn't even bother with any politeness and just spoke his mind directly. This surprised Sui Shan a little. Although he always said that he was not targeting Sui Shan, it just so happened that Sui Shan was the only one sitting in front of Yi Tianqi. Sui Shan was a powerful man known as the Soul Breaker. If a man like him said that he was extremely humble and not at all rebellious, no one would believe him. In fact, no one really believed it. For people like Sui Shan, the reason why they respect Yi Tianqi on the surface is really just on the surface, not from the heart. After all, they didn't know Yi Tianqi and had never met him. It was indeed a bit unreasonable to expect them to respect Yi Tianqi. This superficial respect is only out of respect for Mr. Ming and the Minister of Government. Otherwise, there would probably be no respect at all. Of course, this is just the respect he has shown. Yi Tianqi has not yet started any specific communication with them after the real contact. If Yi Tianqi cannot convince them, then the trouble will just begin. At this moment, seeing Yi Tianqi taking the initiative to speak out these words, Sui Shan's mood was not necessarily very good, as one might imagine. After all, they hadn't said anything yet, but Yi Tianqi started the fight first, which hurt their self-esteem a little. However, what he said is not wrong. No matter who comes to power, it will be the same. A show of force may not be necessary, but the dignity of the superior is necessary. Mr. Yi is the head of the Secret Investigation Institute. We will respect him, even if it is for the sake of Mr. Ming and his reputation. However, Mr. Yi seems a bit too tough. This may not lead to any good results. After all, the Secret Investigation Bureau is not an ordinary institution. Many of us have been holding back for 10 years, simmering with anger that hasn't been released yet. Mr. Yi is so tough, and if we can't match his strength, it will probably arouse suspicion. That is true. Sui Shan also said it directly without any hesitation. However, after saying this, Sui Shan still affirmed Yi Tianqi's approach. Of course, Mrai's tough stance is also a very good approach in our view. After all, the Secret Investigation Office has been dormant for far too long. So long that it's practically invisible to the public. This has left all of us feeling pent-up anger, and we've been feeling frustrated for far too long. Now, Mr. Yi hasn't even officially stepped into the Secret Investigation Agency, but he's already made shocking moves one after another. Although this has aroused many people's doubts, from the perspective of venting anger, it is indeed very satisfying. When he said this, Sui Shan showed an expression of admiration towards Yi Tianqi. What he said was all from his heart, and no one could find fault with it. After all, it's really satisfying. Very tough. 738, Chapter 738. Not very convinced. Yi Tianqi is indeed very strong, and this is recognized by everyone. Just look at what happened in the past few days and you will know. The service area went crazy, arrested law enforcement officers, and called out to Shihai Qingfeng. At the gate of the imperial capital, he angrily beat up Night Owl and arrested him directly, while also offending the Prince of Awakening. Maple Leaf Bar ordered the shooting of the captain of the security department. Each of these events is so shocking that it makes one's scalp tingle. Any person who does one of these events would be earth-shattering, and if anyone can get away with it after doing it, it is something that makes people dare not look directly at it. What's more, all of this was done by Yi Tianqi. Does Yi Tianqi not know who he has offended? What are the consequences? Obviously not. He knew everything, but the more he knew and understood, the more he did it, and the more extraordinary Yi Tianqi seemed. Sui Shan admired him. He had to admire him. If he asked himself, even if the Secret Investigation Institute was handed over to him, he would not dare to say that he could do what Yi Tianqi did. This was a fact. Sui Shan even dared to guarantee that not only he could not do it, but no one in the Secret Investigation Institute could do it at this stage. And yes, I dare not do it. Therefore, it is reasonable for them to admire Yi Tianqi. However, distrust, or the fact that one has not yet been conquered, is also true. Of course, they had also heard of Yi Tianqi's name, but 10 years had passed after all. Although Yi Tianqi's performance was amazing back then, it was still far from what he had to do now. They had no choice but to believe it. After all, if someone acted rashly without considering the consequences, or even without any follow-up plan, then he would be considered a reckless person without a brain, and that would truly lead the Secret Investigation Office into the abyss. The Secret Investigation Agency is not meant to rise in a moment, but to rise continuously. Yi Tianqi's words sound nice, but we still need to wait and see what happens. Yi Tianqi understood all of this, and knew it even better. So, he actually didn't care about it. After all, he wasn't just a reckless man. Director Sui, I understand what you mean and how you feel. If I were to prove something to you right now, or even win your hearts right now, I'm sure you wouldn't even believe it. It's okay, we can just get along slowly. You can also take your time to see what happens. It doesn't matter if you show respect on the surface, or if you don't respect me. It doesn't really matter. You just need to obey any orders I give you unconditionally, that's all. Remember, I only ask this: obey any and all of my orders unconditionally. This is all I ask of you. As for the rest, it's not important. Yi Tianqi did not lie. All he needed was unconditional obedience to his orders, nothing more. Other things, such as respect, politeness, admiration, etc.,
are not important, none of them are important. He does not have the time or energy to slowly do these empty things. All you need to do is submit to him unconditionally and obey his orders. And these words obviously would not satisfy Sui Shan. Too strong, too overbearing, and hard to say. Sui Shan looked at Yi Tianqi deeply. He didn't expect that after he said this, Yi Tianqi became even more domineering. But for some reason, Sui Shan felt that Yi Tianqi might really have the qualifications to say this, and even if he didn't, so what, would they just disobey orders? This is obviously impossible. At least, before Yi Tianqi causes serious consequences, they must obey Yi Tianqi's orders. After so many years, the Secret Investigation Office finally has someone in power, no matter who it is. At least it seems that he is leading them to restore the glory they deserve at this time. Dragging their feet is obviously not a wise choice. Looking at Yi Tianqi, Sui Shan nodded silently and said, Mr. Yi is indeed very domineering. I understand what you mean. However, don't worry, no one will disobey your orders as long as you are still the head of the Secret Investigation Institute. Your orders will definitely be obeyed even if it is not for you, for Elder Ming and for the Secret Investigation Institute. As long as you do not show incompetence, we will obey. Yi Tianqi smiled and nodded, saying, That's enough. All I want is for you to obey orders. As for the rest, you will gradually see unconditional obedience to orders and no questioning is allowed. This is actually not my way of doing things. However, as you worry, the Secret Investigation Office needs strength right now. The Secret Investigation Agency wants to rise, to reclaim its rightful glory, and even to become a terrifying existence that others tremble at the mere mention of it. Obviously, I can't do it alone. We need everyone's joint efforts. As for how many detours we'll take along the way, or what troubles we'll encounter along the way, you just need to obey. Everything else can be solved. After saying that, Yi Tianqi looked at Sui Shan and said calmly, Well, we've finished what we needed to talk about. I don't mind, and I support you relaying what I said today to the other people in the Secret Investigation Office. At the same time, please tell them that I don't need people who hold me back. No matter how dissatisfied you are with me or how many opinions you have, you must obey my orders unconditionally. If anyone fails to do so, I'm sorry, I can forgive them once, but I can spare the death penalty, but I can't forgive the living crime in the Secret Investigation Office. Those who disobey will definitely not be able to stay. So, there's only one chance. Tell them, it's okay, don't challenge my bottom line. That's not a consequence they can accept. The lightest punishment is expulsion from the Secret Investigation Office. The worst punishment is losing their lives. Sui Shan had never expected that Yi Tianqi's punishment would be so severe. The lightest punishment is expulsion from the Secret Investigation Office, and the most serious is death. This can be considered torture anywhere. However, Sui Shan didn't say anything. It would be inappropriate for him to say anything now. And then, what Yi Tianqi said made him swallow back what he wanted to say. Director Sui, let's get down to business. You just need to relay what I just said to me verbatim. Of course, you don't have to relay it. Sooner or later, they will all understand. Now, as the director of the Intelligence Department, I would like to ask if you have any information about the Shi family father and son. Sui Shan was stunned when these words came out. The father and son of the Shi family? In the entire Dragon Country, it seems that the only couple of the Shi family, father and son, who can attract people's attention are the one he remembers. But now, what does Yi Tianqi want to do? He is one of us. Even if he is not comparable to the Night Owl. Yi Tianqi asked what this was for. Mr. Yi, the father and son of the Shi family you are asking about, could it be Old Shi and his son, Patriarch Shi? What type of information do you want to inquire about? Sui Shan did not directly ask Yi Tianqi what he wanted to do, and there was no need to do so. As long as he figured this out, he would probably understand what Yi Tianqi meant. But he didn't expect that Yi Tianqi had no intention of hiding it and told him his purpose directly. Director Sui, what I want is evidence of their violations of law and discipline. Secret Investigation House, is there one? Don't tell me there isn't one. 739, Chapter 739 Negligence. Sui Shan really wanted to say no, but that was impossible, and he couldn't deceive Yi Tianqi. Since Yi Tianqi was the head of the Secret Investigation Bureau, he must be very clear about how powerful it was. As the director of the Intelligence Department, if he could not provide intelligence when Yi Tianqi asked for it, it would be a dereliction of duty on his part. The Intelligence Department of the Secret Investigation Bureau is absolutely the top priority even among many departments. After all, everything done in this world today cannot be separated from intelligence. With intelligence, no matter what you do,
You can get twice the result with half the effort. The Secret Investigation Bureau has spent a lot of time and energy to build an intelligence network that is not something others can imagine. Sui Shan took a deep breath, looked at Yi Tianqi with a complicated expression, and said, "Yes, I have some information about the Shi family father and son violating discipline. However, due to their special status, although I have some, it is not much. However, even so, if you really want to punish someone, or even threaten them, it's enough. Mr. Yi, you're not going to use this information to threaten the Shi family father and son, are you? They are our own people." That's right, in Sui Shan's view, the Shi family father and son are his own people. I can't blame him, because he didn't know what happened recently. However, even so, he, as the director of the intelligence department, had failed in his duty. As the director of the intelligence department, he is responsible for collecting all kinds of intelligence. As a result, such important figures as the Shi family father and son are going to join another camp. Such a big thing was not discovered at all. If this is not dereliction of duty, what is it? Therefore, at this moment, Sui Shan did not think too much about it, otherwise, the more he thought about it, the more frightened he would feel. Yi Tianqi specifically called him, the director of the intelligence department, over not only to get intelligence and get things done, but also to give Sui Shan some advice. Director Sui, I'm not using this information to threaten the Shi family father and son to do something, but to hold them accountable. Also, Director Sui, they are no longer one of ours. How can someone who has defected to another camp still be one of ours? Director Sui, as the director of the intelligence department, I assume you wouldn't have failed to notice even this small sign, right? As soon as these words came out, Director Sui's face turned a little ugly. He looked at Yi Tianqi, frowned, and said, Mr. Yi, what you said can't be true, right? The Shi family father and son joined another camp. How is that possible? They have already reached the peak. Even if they join another camp, they will not get more benefits. So, what are they trying to do? What's the point? Yi Tianqi sneered and said, of course, they want to have a long-term stability. In addition, they want to stand on the side of the winner to ensure that their family will always be safe and prosperous. Now you understand, they don't think we are a good match. But, Director Sui, none of this matters. What matters is, you really didn't notice anything at all. Your intelligence department has also collected intelligence about the Shi family father and son, and you didn't find any clues at all? For such a prominent figure to want to defect to the opposing camp is not something that can be achieved in a few days, let alone a sudden decision. So, I want to ask, Director Sui, have you really not noticed anything? This almost meant pointing directly at Director Sui's nose and saying that he had failed in his duty. Director Sui gritted his teeth, his face flushed red at this moment. Mr. Yi, are you sure? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi sneered and said, I went to visit Elder Ming tonight and happened to run into the Shi family father and son. They are planning to force the emperor to abdicate. Do you know what they are forcing Elder Ming to do? They forced Elder Ming to remove me and, at the same time, to reduce the power of the Secret Investigation Office. Naturally, the talks broke down in the end. Furthermore, I had a direct conversation with them, and they openly stated their positions and alignments. So, do you think I can confirm this news? Yi Tianqi has said this much, so there is naturally no doubt about it. The Shi family father and son rebelled. Sui Shan's eyes were red. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen just when everything started. It was so hard not to be angry. However, at this time, it was not about how Sui Shan scolded the father and son of the Shi family, but that he, as the director of the intelligence department, was really unqualified. Taking a deep breath, the conceited and arrogant Sui Shan knelt on one knee in front of Yi Tianqi and said in a deep voice, I am guilty, please punish me, First Master. He is guilty as the director of the intelligence department. He failed to find any clues. This is dereliction of duty. Those are the father and son of the Shi family. It goes without saying how huge the impact would be if they rebelled. The good situation may even cause a chain reaction because of their actions. Who can be blamed for this? At the very least, Sui Shan was derelict in his duty. If he had discovered it earlier, taken precautions earlier, and prepared earlier, perhaps this incident would not have happened. Even if it had happened, the impact could have been minimized. But now, it's too late to say anything. Yi Tianqi looked at Sui Shan and was silent for a moment before saying, stand up. You are guilty, but there are extenuating circumstances. Although you are the director of the intelligence department, you have just taken over and have not had much time to review many files. I understand that. Stand up. This will not happen again. Hearing this, Sui Shan looked at Yi Tianqi gratefully and said, I swear, this kind of thing will never happen again.
If there is another one, I will bring my head to you.
Big words are good, but it also depends on the situation. Yi Tianqi shook his head and said, let's not talk about this for now. At the very least, the Shi family father and son are definitely not isolated cases. Go back and investigate carefully. The key is to investigate the senior members of our department. Even if they will leave with the Shi family father and son tomorrow, you must find evidence of their guilt. Since you dare to betray me, then you must be prepared for this. Sui Shan, I asked you to come here today to tell you this. At the same time, I hope you can regain the face you have lost. At this point, Yi Tianqi threw out a file bag from his body and said, the evidence of the Shi family father and son's crimes in this file was given to me by Elder Ming. Now, I'm giving it to you combined with your own intelligence. I hope that tomorrow the Shi family father and son will be brought back to the secret investigation office and dealt with strictly according to the law. I allow you to use force. When I do things in the secret investigation office, I don't care about the process, I only look at the results. Do you understand? Sui Shan nodded heavily and said, please rest assured, Chief I will ensure that the mission is completed. From the beginning, Sui Shan no longer called Yi Tianqi Mr. Yi, but called him the Chief. Perhaps he has not yet recognized Yi Tianqi from the bottom of his heart, but he has already made some mistakes, and Yi Tianqi has given him the opportunity to make up for it. Based on this, he has no right to say anything more. Yi Tianqi looked at Sui Shan and said, starting tomorrow, you and everyone else may not have gotten enough rest recently, so go back and get a good night's sleep. Don't think too much tomorrow, work hard. And tomorrow, I think, will be very lively. After all, with so much going on today, it's time for a reaction tomorrow. I am more or less looking forward to it. I hope they won't let me down. 740, Chapter 740, Ambush from 10 Sides. The excitement of the second day was obvious. No matter whether the arrest of the Shi father and son this time will cause a huge commotion. Or maybe Yexiao and Shihai Qingfeng will react, and I'm afraid that Prince Xingshan will also join in the fun. After all, the thing has been done. If there is really no reaction at all, even if Yi Tianqi believes it, they themselves probably won't believe it. So, the real aftermath has actually just begun. However, it is not easy to solve, but it is not that difficult to solve either. Sui Shan looked at Yi Tianqi and was about to say something else when Yi Tianqi waved his hand and said, no need to say anything else, just have a good rest and be ready for tomorrow. I can't really blame you for what happened before. As the newly appointed director of the intelligence department, it's understandable that you don't understand. However, since you've already taken office, the blame must fall on you. Well, I'm just giving you a heads up. From now on, you'll know what to do. Go back and rest. You'll see how the secret investigation office handles me in the future. I just hope you can keep up with Meso. As I said before, just obey my orders completely. When Sui Shan heard this time, he didn't have the slightest doubt. Judging from his contact with Yi Tianqi today, Sui Shan felt that Yi Tianqi really had the ability to do things. So, what was there to doubt? Yi Tianqi was much smarter than them. Just because they couldn't do it didn't mean Yi Tianqi couldn't do it. Besides, perhaps everything will be clear tomorrow. At the same time, at the border of Longhua, a battle that will affect countless people is also underway, or is about to take place. The powerful blood demon invaded the territory and threatened the lives of hundreds of civilians, so Emperor Lu went to fight. In secret, he was setting up a tight net, intending to kill Emperor Lu without a burial place. Emperor Lu rushed there as soon as he heard the news, and judging by the time, he would be there soon. At this moment, in a small village somewhere on the border that was rarely visited on weekdays, hundreds of people, regardless of gender, age or status, were gathered together, their hands tied, sitting on the ground, almost waiting to die. Surrounding them were dozens of unruly and giggling hostile armed elements from abroad, pointing their guns at them, ready to shoot at any moment if they disagreed. Without doubting whether they can do it. Because, not far from these hundreds of people, there were more than a dozen corpses, including men, women, young and old, each of whom had bullet marks on their bodies, indicating that they were shot to death. No one knows why they were killed, but how could ordinary people dare to resist these powerful people? Killing seems to be just a fun thing for them. Not far from these hundreds of people, it was getting dark and a bonfire was lit. Several people who looked extraordinary were sitting together, grilling meat and drinking wine. These people were none other than the Blood Demon and his companions who had issued a letter to provoke Emperor Lu and threatened the lives of hundreds of civilians. Brother Blood Demon, will Emperor Lu really come?
we've clearly set a trap. I don't believe Emperor Lu won't discover it. It was an ambush from all sides. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that it was a trap, an absolute trap. Emperor Lu could naturally see it as well. For the lives of some ordinary people he doesn't know, is Emperor Lu willing to take the risk and put his own life in danger? Although everyone knew that Emperor Lu was very likely to do this, it was still incomprehensible to these people. How can the lives of ordinary people be compared with theirs? They are strong men, possessing extremely powerful strength, just like gods. In the eyes of these people, ordinary people are no longer even a species. From them they are evolved and powerful beings who have surpassed the limits of human beings. Although I dare not call him a god, he is definitely a Superman. What are ordinary people? There is no way that one of them can appear among so many ordinary people. Just like ants and dragons. Dragon, will you give up your life because of the danger from ants? Not to mention hundreds of people. Even if there are thousands or tens of thousands of people, what can they do? The dragon is still a dragon, and the ant is still an ant. Unfortunately, a person like Emperor Lu appeared, making people incomprehensible and confused. Don't worry, Brother Wolf, Emperor Lu will definitely come. The blood demon's eyes were extremely dark at this moment. They were filled with murderous intent and ridicule. It seemed that he was very disdainful of Emperor Lu. This kind of disdain was naturally not directed at Emperor Lu's strength. After all, Emperor Lu's strength was obvious to all. No one would doubt it, and no one would mock Emperor Lu for this. Therefore, this so-called disdain is directed at Emperor Lu's humanity. That's right, it's human nature. As a powerful and perfect emperor, he is also said to be among the top 10 in terms of lethality. The name of Emperor Lu makes countless people tremble with fear. He clearly had a better future, but in the end, he was willing to be trapped on the border of Longhua, guarding the gate of Longhua with only one sword, protecting the countless people behind him and protecting Longhua. At least Blood Demon and the others do not understand Lu Huang's mentality, nor do they want to understand it. Who can understand that a dragon is willing to sacrifice its life to protect ants? Brother Wolf, Sword Emperor Kimura, Knife Emperor Puppy, you all knew that Emperor Lu would definitely come, but you also thought it was too unbelievable, right? But this is Emperor Liuha is a madman, a true madman. If he wasn't a madman, would he do something that even we can't understand? But it's good this way, we can have the opportunity to arrange such a great plan for him. It's a killing situation, it's hard for him to survive. Who is the Blood Demon? He is a powerful high-level emperor. Anyone who can be called brother by him is naturally no worse than him, and there are 2 emperors from Japan joining him. This is the confidence of the Blood Demon now. 4 powerful emperors of the middle and high levels joined forces to deal with Emperor Lu. There were even more powerful ones outside, and some were also preparing to make moves in secret. It would be difficult for Emperor Lu to survive. Of course, the most important thing is that the Eastern King has been hiding and has not come out, but they all know that the Eastern King is nearby, and he is waiting for Emperor Lu to arrive. This time, we have to thank the Eastern King for his help. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for us to seek revenge on Emperor Lu and kill this scourge. When mentioning the Eastern King, a look of awe emerged in the Blood Demon's eyes. At the same time, the other 3 strong men were also extremely respectful. It seemed that the King of the East was in existence that they could not afford to offend and could only look up to. And in fact, it is true. As the most powerful king in the Heavenly Palace today, coupled with his own extraordinary strength and huge network of relationships, the Eastern King is worthy of such awe from the Blood Demon and others. After all, the King of the East is a powerful man who is capable of erasing their existence if they don't respect him. Are they just waiting to die? 741, Chapter 741 4 Emperors. Blood Demon, this is all thanks to you. If you hadn't called in the Eastern Heavenly King to take charge, we probably wouldn't have had the chance to take revenge until now. After this is over, I still hope you can introduce us to someone else. We have admired the Eastern Heavenly King for a long time and hope to become friends with him. Even if we can't be friends, we still hope to meet him in person. The Wolf King's words made the other 2 Japanese kings nod in agreement. What they want is to know a strong man like the King of the East. After all, this is the Eastern Heavenly King, the most powerful king in the Heavenly Palace today, and he may even become the one who sits on the throne. Who wouldn't want to meet such a person? The Blood Demon knew his own business. It was not the King of East Heaven who was called by him, but the King of East Heaven who found him and gave him the opportunity to take revenge. In fact, he and the King of East Heaven were not familiar with each other at all.
However, just because they were not familiar with each other before does not mean they will not be familiar with each other in the future. At least now, King Dong Tian and he have had contact, and this is true. Of course, the blood demon was happy about something that could bring honor to himself. Looking at the Wolf King and his two companions, the blood demon smiled and nodded, saying, although the Eastern Heavenly King is quite imposing, he is very kind to his own people. Don't worry, after this battle together, the Eastern Heavenly King will definitely have a good impression of you by then. I wouldn't say making friends, but just becoming acquaintances will definitely be no problem. This time, we must perform well and not leave any chance for Emperor Lu to survive. Otherwise, if we really wait for the time when the Eastern Heavenly King takes action and still let Emperor Lu be safe and sound, it would mean that we are incompetent at that time. The Eastern Heavenly King will definitely look down on us. Upon hearing this, the Wolf King sneered, don't worry, this kind of accident is absolutely impossible. No matter how powerful Emperor Lu is, the four of us, mid to high level Emperor level warriors, will work together. Even if we can't kill him, we can at least make him lose most of his combat power. Then, it will be easy for the Eastern King to clean up the mess. No one dared to say to kill Emperor Lu, which showed that they still had self-awareness. How could they kill the mighty Emperor Lu just because they wanted to? Even if the four of them joined forces, plus so many powerful people outside, it would still not be enough. After all, this was Emperor Lu, not just any Emperor-level master. If it was just the Emperor-level perfection, it would be enough if the four of them worked together well. However, Emperor Lu's combat capability is completely comparable to that of the peak Emperor level, which is a completely different concept. If it weren't for the Eastern Heavenly King being in charge, or even if there were even stronger ones hiding, the four of them combined wouldn't dare to provoke Emperor Lu like this. After all, the consequences of failure were something they couldn't bear. At this time, the little dog Sword Emperor suddenly spoke cautiously, saying, it is said that this time the Eastern King has also invited our Japanese Great Serpent Throne. Is this true? It is our honor to be able to fight alongside the throne. The Great Serpent Throne is one of the 9 thrones in the world today. If the Abandoned Emperor is included, it is one of the 10 thrones. Although it is not ranked high, it is also a real throne. There are only so many thrones in the world over the years, so you can imagine how powerful they are. When the Great Serpent Throne was mentioned, those present were even more reserved than when the Eastern Heavenly King was mentioned. After all, that was the throne, the one that truly stood at the pinnacle of world military power. The Blood Demon nodded and spoke cautiously, I don't know whether it's true or not, but it should be true. Rumor has it that the Eastern Heavenly King and the Great Serpent Throne have a good relationship. It makes sense to ask the Great Serpent Throne to come this time. What's more, it's the Dragon Kingdom's Emperor Lu who was killed. There's no reason for the Great Serpent Throne not to come. The conflict between the powerful people of Longwa and Japan has been going on for a long time. However, the Great Serpent Throne has never set foot in the Dragon Kingdom. In addition to the Dragon Kingdom itself owning the throne, there is also the Abandoned Emperor of Heaven. This true legendary 10th throne, the Abandoned Emperor, is rumored to be a dragon country person. Moreover, compared with other thrones, the Abandoned Emperor may not be the most bloodthirsty, but he is definitely the most vindictive, the most bizarre, and the most terrifying. He himself does not enter the Dragon Kingdom, and the forces of the Heavenly Palace are not allowed to set foot in the Dragon Kingdom. So, unless the other thrones want to fight a life and death battle with Emperor Qi Tian, they have to give this face even if they don't want to. What's more, the Dragon Kingdom itself also has a throne. Although the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's strong men seems to be gradually declining and seems to be no match for other forces, who dares to really underestimate the Dragon Kingdom? After all, the strong men of the Dragon Kingdom once had the ability to dominate the whole world. That was an era when it was said that half of the strong men in the world came from the Dragon Kingdom. One can imagine how prosperous the Dragon Kingdom was back then. But now, everything seems to have changed. The Dragon Throne of the Dragon Kingdom has long been old. The 10th throne Abandoned Emperor has disappeared for too long. Many powerful people and forces have long been unable to contain themselves and have begun to stir. There is nothing that can be done about it. After all, who doesn't want to intimidate the Dragon Kingdom? Now that the Dragon Throne is old, his strength is no longer at its peak. Moreover, he has to stay in the Dragon Kingdom to prevent other powerful people from passing through. Therefore, the Dragon Throne will definitely not show up to help. What's more, the reason we were able to successfully target Emperor Lu this time is directly related to Dragon Country. The current rulers of Dragon Country are in conflict with each other, which gave us an opportunity to take advantage of. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to deal with Emperor Lu. Behind this, with the Dragon Nation support, we're getting twice the result with half the effort. The 10th throne abandoned emperor has been gone for a long time, so it's naturally impossible for him to show up to help Emperor Lu. So, the right time, right place, and right people are all on our side. If we let Emperor Lu get away, we might as well just commit suicide. The Blood Demon's analysis was very logical. No matter how you looked at it, it was a win and there was no way they could lose. If they lost, they could just commit suicide by slitting their own throat. The other people also laughed happily. They looked so confident of victory that it was clear that they did not take Emperor Lu seriously. In their eyes, Emperor Lu might have already become a corpse. At this moment, just when they were happy, Emperor Lu had already arrived at the border. He was wearing a green robe that was now stained with blood, and he had wielded a long sword that had killed dozens of people. Emperor Lu had a determined look in his eyes and walked forward step by step. These dozens of people were all ordered to kill Emperor Lu. Naturally, they could not kill Emperor Lu. Their purpose was to consume Emperor Lu's physical strength. If they could add some scars to Emperor Lu, it would be a great achievement. Unfortunately, even if there are powerful kings among them, they are still no match for Emperor Lu in one move. Under the throne, the top 10 strongest men in terms of lethality are not so powerful in vain. At this moment, there was no one in front of Emperor Lu, but he knew that this was just the beginning. As long as he continued to move forward, the enemies would become more and more numerous and stronger. The real battle will not begin until he meets the Blood Demon. Emperor Lu also knew better that this time, he was in great danger and was destined to die. It's not that I overestimated the Blood Demon, but that there were too many strong people targeting him this time. 742, Chapter 742. Who threatens who? Emperor Lu entered the game alone with only a sword. He knew that the situation was very dangerous and that there might not be any help, but he had no regrets and no complaints. If there is, I'm afraid it will only be against those enemies who threaten the lives of the people. These people are despicable and shameless and are not worthy of being human beings. Very close, very close. After Emperor Lu experienced several more rounds of killing and eliminated nearly 100 enemies, he felt the solemnity and murderous aura in the air. He knew that the real culprit should be nearby. And sure enough, when Emperor Lu, his body covered in the blood of his enemies, walked out of the dense forest, he saw 4 emperors led by the Blood Demon standing in front of him at the same time. Around them were more than 20 king-level powerhouses and nearly 100 masters and above. The fact that so many people were able to gather together to specifically target him was enough to show how much importance Lu Huang held. But is that all? The blood on Emperor Lu's body at this moment is all other people as he himself walked here unscathed. He deserves the title of a strong man. Looking at the Blood Demon, Emperor Lu's voice was cold and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Where are the people? Where are the people? That's right, Emperor Lu was asking where are those ordinary people who were controlled by the Blood Demon and used to threaten Emperor Lu. He is asking this. The Blood Demon also knew that Emperor Lu was asking this. If not, then he would not be Emperor Lu. The Blood Demon smiled slightly, looked at Emperor Lu, and said softly, I know you will come, but I think it would be fine if you didn't come. Why do you have to come? As a powerful and accomplished emperor, and one of the top 10 most lethal beings under the throne, Emperor Lu, your power and your future are bright. In fact, as long as you wish, you can be a true emperor anytime and anywhere. Why would you willingly be trapped at the border for these people? Why would you put yourself in a desperate situation for these insignificant ants? Emperor Lu, should I say that you are righteous and awe-inspiring, or that you are too stupid? When he saw Emperor Lu approaching, the Blood Demon felt deeply moved. He hoped that Emperor Lu would come. If he didn't come, how could they justify the killing tactic they had set up with so much difficulty? But now that he is here, the Blood Demon can't help but sigh. There are very few people like Emperor Lu in the world. He is a real person who is worthy of admiration and respect. Unfortunately, they have different paths, and only one of them can survive. However, this did not affect the fact that even though they hated Emperor Lu to the core, they also had great respect for him. After all, there are really too few people like Emperor Lu. Perhaps, many people have fantasized about becoming someone like Emperor Lu when they were passionate, but in fact, when the time comes, there will only be one Emperor Lu, and he will always be a minority. Most people have become the kind of person they once did not want to be. Seeing the Blood Demon's expression of deep emotion, Emperor Lu remained unmoved and sneered, how can a despicable and shameless villain like you understand the value of life? Blood demon, stop talking nonsense. I know you've set a tight net for me today, and I'm in great danger. However, I, Emperor Lu, have arrived and am here. I won't leave, let alone escape today. I'll fight you to the death and settle the matter. But before that, release those ordinary people. They are innocent. Innocent? Indeed, these ordinary people work from sunrise to sunset, leading an ordinary and stable life, but now they are involved in this battle. They are the most wronged and innocent. However, to the blood demon, these ordinary people, though perhaps innocent, are extremely useful. Seeing that Emperor Lu was still unruly, arrogant and conceited, Blood Demon suddenly wanted to see how far Emperor Lu could go for these ordinary people. Emperor Lu, if you want me to release them, that's fine, but I want to know how far you, the benevolent and righteous Emperor Lu, can go to save these ordinary people. Emperor Lu, the dignified Emperor Lu, yet you are bound by ordinary people. If someone didn't know, they would think that these people are your closest friends and relatives, but we know very well that you have no relationship with these people at all, yet you insist on treating them like this. Tell me, what exactly do you want? Since there's no possibility of reconciliation between us, and we both treat each other as enemies we can't wait to kill, I think we should stop saving face. Emperor Lu, kneel down and kowtow, beg me, and I will release all these people. As soon as these words were spoken, not only Emperor Lu, but even the other three emperors standing next to the blood demon all frowned. The strong should not be humiliated, let alone a peerless strong man like Emperor Lu. Now, Emperor Lu has come as agreed. If he wants to kill, he can do so with his ability, but asking people to kneel down and apologize is simply absurd. This kind of humiliation is unprecedented and unheard of. After all, the world of the strong has its own rules. Although the two powerful men from Japan felt that something was wrong, they didn't say much. However, the Wolf King frowned and looked at the Blood Demon, saying, Blood Demon, do you really have to do this? Now that the Emperor Lu has arrived, there's no need for us to humiliate him in this way. If this gets out, everyone will despise us. The Blood Demon certainly knew the consequences, but he just couldn't stand Emperor Lu's attitude. Looking at the Wolf King, Blood Demon gritted his teeth and said, this is my request. It has nothing to do with you. Whoever wants to disgrace me, then let them disgrace me. Blood Demon, will bear the consequences myself. Emperor Lu harmed me back then. All these years, I have been walking on thin ice, living a life worse than death, and almost becoming a laughingstock now. Now that I have found the opportunity, how could I let him go so easily? He doesn't care about anything for these ordinary people, right? Fine, then make him kneel down. I want to see if he can give up his dignity for these ordinary people. The Blood Demon said this with gritted teeth, which showed that he had already made up his mind. At this moment, Emperor Lu's eyes flashed with an extremely dangerous light, and he looked at the Blood Demon with murderous intent. Blood Demon, besides doing such despicable and shameless things, what else can you do? You asked me to come, and here I am. You went to so much trouble to create such a big scene, and now, you're here to mess with me? You want me to kneel? That's impossible. Forget it. If you want to fight, then fight. Upon hearing this, the Blood Demon immediately looked at Emperor Lu and shouted angrily, I will make you kneel down and lose all your dignity. Emperor Lu, I ask you, will you kneel down or not? If you don't, I will make all these hundreds of people lose their heads. You know, I, Blood Demon, can definitely do what I say. It seems that things have reached a desperate situation and no one has a better solution. However, Emperor Lu sneered and said directly, kneeling down before you, dream onas for what you said. Fine, I'll tell you this too. If you don't release the person now, I'll turn around and leave immediately. You can take a gamble and see if you can stop me, Emperor Lu, from leaving. Also, I swear, after I leave this place, I will do everything I can to hunt down everyone who has anything to do with you. I will make your blood flow like a river to avenge these people. Now, I'm asking you, are you going to let him go or not? 743, Chapter 743, One Step, One Cut. Originally it was the Blood Demon who was threatening Emperor Lu, but now the situation is reversed and it is Emperor Lu who is threatening the Blood Demon. There is no actual action threat, but it is the most direct and the most troublesome. If a strong man like Emperor Lu really wants to leave, who can catch up with him? It is absolutely impossible for the Blood Demon and his men to catch up. Even if they can kill these ordinary people to vent their anger, what will it matter if they kill them all? It will be of no use at all. Therefore, Emperor Lu's words really gave Blood Demon and the others a headache. However, even now, the Blood Demon still wants to be stubborn. Emperor Lu, you are powerful, you are indeed powerful enough, but you are wrong about one thing, that is your human nature. I don't believe that you would abandon these hundreds of ordinary people and walk away. If you were such a person, you would not have come today. Since you are here, you will not leave, so don't joke with me in this way. You'd better kneel down quickly, otherwise, I will kill you. The Blood Demon wanted to fight Emperor Lu to the end. He believed that Emperor Lu would never leave. Emperor Lu sneered at the Blood Demon and said, "Blood Demon, you alone can't muster such a large force to deal with Meso. There must be someone behind you. The person who actually attacked me hasn't shown up yet. Have you ever thought about what will happen to you if you do this and ruin their plans?" Blood Demon, I won't tell you anything else. Give the order to release them now, otherwise, I will leave immediately and let your plan against me fail. If you don't believe me, just try it yourself. When the Blood Demon still wanted to continue gambling, the Wolf King and the two emperors from Japan spoke directly. Blood Demon, Emperor Lu is already here. Our goal has been achieved. We can't afford to let this little thing cause any complications. If something goes wrong, we won't be able to afford it. Indeed, Emperor Lu's people have already arrived. This was a trap designed for Emperor Lu. As a result, the real culprit has arrived, but now they are forcing him away because of some trivial matters. This is nothing but courting death. When the Blood Demon wanted to say something, Emperor Lu turned around and left without saying a word. This scene scared the Blood Demon and the others greatly. If Emperor Lu really left, they would be in big trouble, and the death trap they had painstakingly set up would be ruined. The Blood Demon's expression changed drastically. He looked at Emperor Lu's back and said, "I'll let him go. Emperor Lu, you win, so I'll let him go." Emperor Lu showed a hint of sneer on his face, turned around and looked at the Blood Demon, and said, "You useless piece of shit, you want to threaten me? Do you think you are worthy enough? Let them go immediately, or I'll leave right now. You'll all be dead without me even having to do anything. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Do you really think I don't have any other solution? I just want to solve the problem once and for all. Since you want to fight me and fight to the death, then let's fight to the death." The Blood Demon had no choice but to order those ordinary people to go. After these ordinary people left, the Blood Demon looked at Emperor Lu and said with cold eyes, "Emperor Lu, if I hadn't let them go just now, would you have left?" A sneer flickered across Emperor Lu's lips as he said, "Whether I leave or not, what does it matter? Isn't it a little too late for you to analyze what I will do now? Besides, even if you did figure it out, would you dare to take the gamble? So, what's the point of talking nonsense? Blood Demon, I'm here now, so stop wasting time and call out the people behind you. You four can't kill me." For Emperor-level powerhouses joined forces, and they were all mid to high-level Emperor-level powerhouses. This kind of strength was enough to overthrow a small country, but Emperor Lu dared to say that even if the four of them joined forces, they could not kill Emperor Lu. However, the four Blood Demons did not show any dissatisfaction at all, as if this was normal. The four of them were indeed not sure of killing Emperor Lu, and they even had to avoid being killed by Emperor Lu. The strength is so strong. Emperor Lu alone is enough to deal with the four of them, and he can guarantee that he will not die. Of course, it is unlikely that he will be unscathed. After all, he is Emperor Lu. It is true that he has great killing power, but he is not the throne, let alone a god. The Blood Demon looked at Emperor Lu with a hint of sarcasm on his face and said, "Emperor Lu, we admit that you are powerful, but since you have come today, you can't escape even if you have wings. The four of us may not be your match, and even if we join forces we can't kill you. However, if you expect to remain unscathed in front of the four of us, you are dreaming. Today, we're going to let you experience how badly you'll be beaten by the four of us, so you'll know the price of underestimating others." After the words fell, the Blood Demon waved his hand and sneered, "Come on, everyone, I want to see how many people Emperor Lu can kill." Following an order, nearly 100 figures rushed towards Emperor Lu at the same time. Among them, in addition to the King realm, there were actually two powerful men who had just entered the Emperor realm. It is conceivable how much force was mobilized to surround and kill Emperor Lu this time. Emperor Lu had a cold expression on his face as he slowly drew his sword. Then, at lightning speed, he rushed towards the encirclement of nearly 100 people. In ancient times, it was said that one could kill one person every 10 steps and leave no trace in 1,000 miles. Today, Emperor Lu followed the ancients, but in an even more terrifying way. With every step he took, he slashed with every blow, causing blood to flow like a river. He truly deserved the reputation of a sword that chills 14 states. The powerful kings were killed easily by Emperor Lu's sword as if they were melons and vegetables. Even the two powerful emperors who had just entered the emperor level were unable to withstand Emperor Lu's two moves and died even with the help of so many people. This scene made the four of Blood Demon and others, "My calves are trembling a little.
I knew that Emperor Lu was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. They had all fought against Emperor Lu before, but even so, Emperor Lu did not seem to be so terrifying. The Wolf King looked at the Blood Demon and said, "This Lu Emperor seems to have made further progress. However, he is still at the Emperor level of perfection, but now his lethality is even more terrifying. Our plan has failed. We originally wanted to use these people to consume Emperor Lu's strength, but now it seems that they are completely useless. No, the four of us should take action. Only by uniting together can we have a fighting chance." The Blood Demon's eyes were also cold at this moment. Of course he was afraid, but this time, they would definitely be the winners. It doesn't matter if they can't do it as long as the four of them can deplete Emperor Lu's strength. It will be a great achievement. Someone will come forward to take Emperor Lu's head. At this moment, the Blood Demon looked at the two sword emperors from Japan. "I have heard that the two of you, when you combine your swords and sabers, are as powerful as an emperor-level master. Could you please take the initiative and create an opportunity for us?" Upon hearing this, Kimura and Xiao Quan drew their weapons and sneered, "The Great Serpent Throne is watching us. For the glory of the throne and the glory of Japan, we too should take action." When saying this, they did not forget to flatter the Great Serpent Throne. That was true in their eyes. Among so many thrones, even though the Great Serpent Throne was almost the weakest, it was still the god in their hearts. Being able to show my strength in front of the Great Snake Throne and severely injuring Emperor Lu would be a real honor. 744, Chapter 744, The Eastern King and the Great Serpent Throne. As he spoke, Emperor Lu was like a god of death, killing people so that blood flowed like a river. There were not many people left who could stand up to him. At this moment, the two sword kings, Kimura and Koinama, combined their swords and attacked Emperor Lu. It has to be said that these two men are masters of both swords and knives, and when they work together, their strength is truly formidable. In addition, the remaining people on the field made trouble from time to time, and in a moment, they exchanged several moves with Emperor Lu. At this moment, the Blood Demon looked at the Wolf King with a cold smile, saying, "They have indeed entangled the Lu Emperor. Wolf King, it's our turn this time. We must make the Lu Emperor bleed to death." After saying that, the Blood Demon let out a long roar towards the sky, then rushed directly into the battlefield and joined the siege. The same goes for the Wolf King today. Not only are the Sword and Knife Kings here wanting to show off their strength, but since he, the Wolf King, is here, he also wants to perform well. So, the four emperors on the field instantly joined forces, and together with the others, they gradually gained the upper hand. After more than 10 moves, Emperor Lu's arm was actually torn by the Wolf Emperor, leaving a scar. This was the first time Emperor Lu saw blood since entering the battle. The sight of blood this time excited all the people participating in the battle. Seeing blood is the best thing. It means that Emperor Lu is still a human being, not a goat. As long as he is a human being, he can definitely be defeated. Emperor Lu is injured, huh? Come on everyone, as long as he can be injured, there is no need to be afraid of him. If we can injure him once now, we can injure him a second time later. Who knows, maybe we can get rid of Emperor Lu by ourselves. Go, kill. That's right, kill Emperor Lu. From now on, we can step on Emperor Lu to ascend to the throne, and everyone will praise us. Kill. At this moment, Emperor Lu seemed to have become a stepping stone for them to become famous. They rushed towards Emperor Lu impatiently, fighting with more and more enthusiasm. Emperor Lu's face was as gloomy as water at this moment. Although he was powerful, he was only at the perfect emperor level after all. Right now, the four people besieging him were all middle to high emperor level warriors, and they all had their own special skills in this situation. Coupled with the siege of others, Emperor Lu was really unable to react for a while. The battle that seemed to have gone unscathed before actually did affect Emperor Lu's physical strength to some extent. In addition, Emperor Lu had rushed all the way here without a moment's rest, which was indeed very tiring for him. This resulted in the fact that this time, out of 10 points of strength, only 7 or 8 points could be exerted. Otherwise, even if he was injured, he shouldn't have died so quickly. But now, it was useless to say anything. Emperor Lu calmly looked at the people who were besieging him in the field, constantly looking for opportunities. At the same time, he took away those unimportant besiegers every time. However, if he killed one, more would surround him. Emperor Lu didn't know when the killing would end, but he had to kill now. He was surrounded by enemies and could only kill one at a time. If he could kill one, he would kill one, and there would be one less person. In this situation, we should look for opportunities to break the situation where the four people are working together. As long as we break the situation and kill one of them, the pressure on Emperor Lu will be greatly reduced, and then he will not be so passive.
Just when the battle was raging, there was a pavilion in the mountains 1,000 meters away. Two people were sitting in the pavilion drinking tea and chatting. If someone is familiar with strong people, they will know at a glance that each of these two people is a famous figure. One of them is one of the current thrones, the Great Serpent Throne. The other person is no simple person either. He is the most powerful king in the heavenly palace now, a powerful emperor-level master, and can even step into the peak of the emperor level at any time in the future. He is not completely without the potential to become the throne. At this moment, the two of them sat together, and the king of the east seemed a little respectful. Obviously, his status was still clearly stated. Great Serpent Throne, with you here today, this Lu Huang will undoubtedly die. However, if you can avoid the trouble of taking action yourself, it is better not to bother. I can take action on Lu Huang, and that is enough. When the Eastern King said this, he was full of confidence. He knew the strength of Emperor Lu, but he still dared to say this. The strength of the Eastern King was probably not just as simple as he showed. The Great Serpent Throne smiled and said, the Eastern King actually possesses the strength of the peak emperor level, but has been hiding it. I know why, but I still feel that you are too cautious. However, everyone has their own aspirations. As long as the Eastern King is happy, that's all that matters. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me directly. We are family. The phrase "we are family" brought the two people closer together. And, in fact, they are indeed one of our own. This is not the first or second time that they have joined forces to do things, including the time when they targeted Yi Tianqi and caused him to fall off a cliff. This was the result of their cooperation. And they each gained benefits, but perhaps the benefits were too profound and they could only comprehend the basics. But even so, their strength was greatly improved. Eastern Heavenly King, with these people coordinating the situation today, you can handle it all by yourself. There's no need to worry about the Dragon Kingdom taking action. There's really no need for that. Eastern Heavenly King, you're fishing, right? But what kind of fish are you catching? I don't think you even know it yourself. Upon hearing this, the Eastern Heavenly King was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, yes, I was fishing, and I have a bad feeling. Before, in Dongzhou, one of my heavenly lords died. Although I believe it was Emperor Lu's doing, I always feel that something is not right. Therefore, I am a little uneasy this time. Targeting Emperor Lu is related to my overall situation in Dragon Country. Therefore, Emperor Lu must die. I must ensure that nothing happens to him. With the Great Serpent Throne in charge, I don't have to worry about anything. Upon hearing this, the Great Serpent Throne looked towards the direction of Dragon Country, with a hint of greed and desire in his eyes. Dragon Country, what a wonderful place it is, but I haven't set foot on Dragon Country soil for a long time. I hope that after the Eastern Heavenly King has established a firm foothold, he can give me a favor and let me have a good trip to Dragon Country. As the throne, he actually needs to ask for favors wherever he goes. The Serpent Throne is too humble. But in fact, only those who truly understand know that the throne has its own rules. Otherwise, if you, as the throne, rashly go to the territory of another throne and something goes wrong, what should you do? If you go and he goes too, the world will be in chaos. The most important thing is that the Dragon Kingdom throne does not welcome the Serpent Kingdom throne, so he cannot go there. If he goes there, it means war. With the strength of the Great Serpent Throne, he might not win if he goes to war, and he will definitely lose. However, with the passage of time, the throne of the Dragon Kingdom has become old, while the throne of the Great Snake has made rapid progress, but it has always been hiding its strength. The Eastern Heavenly King looked at the Great Serpent Throne, a sneer curled up at the corner of his mouth, and said, if possible, I think that some thrones in the entire East are better off not existing. If this were to get out, it would probably cause an uproar. The subtext of this statement is clearly that some thrones can just die. It is obvious that the King of the East is too arrogant to say such words. But the Great Serpent Throne nodded in agreement. It seemed that he also felt that there shouldn't be too many thrones in the East. In other words, the best outcome would be for him, the Great Snake, to be the leader of the Eastern Throne. 745, Chapter 745. What a pity. Hearing this, the Great Serpent Throne smiled slightly, looked at the Eastern King with great satisfaction, and said with a smile, I think the Eastern King has the qualities to be a throne. If the East can unite, there is no need to worry about not being able to compete with the West. In today's world, there are 9 thrones. My Eastern Kingdom has only 3, while the Western Kingdom has 6. Moreover, the throne of my Eastern Dragon Kingdom is very old and no longer as grand as it used to be. Besides, it really makes me feel sad. In the world of the strong, the East once dominated the West. However, because the East was so strong and the fighting continued, a gap in the strong occurred as a result. The West took advantage. How hateful, how hateful. There was an abandoned emperor, and the result was, well, it's not anyone else's fault. It was this abandoned emperor who was so ignorant and didn't know how to behave. If he hadn't died, the world would have been turned upside down by him. The serpent throne is very ambitious, but it also speaks to the truth of this world. In today's world of the strong, the West has 6 thrones, while the East has only 3, which is only half of the West. Even among the top 3 thrones, except for the throne of Dragon Kingdom, no one else is in the top 5. How lamentable and hateful. Thinking back to the past, the East was so prosperous, but now, alas. The serpent throne is indeed very ambitious. However, his ambition is more about his own ambition rather than planning for the entire East. Here, we talk about Emperor Qi Tian. If Emperor Qi Tian was still alive and had existed until now, it is really hard to say what kind of changes would have happened to the world. But at least one thing is certain: the Western powers will never look down on the Eastern powers as they do now, and they dare not look down on Emperor Qi Tian. After all, this lord is famous for his revenge. Who else but Emperor Qi Tian would dare to march into the West alone, kill people and cause a river of blood to flow, and even challenge the throne? But he was treated like this, and now no one knows whether he is dead or alive. But even though it has disappeared for so many years, it is still real. The Eastern Heavenly King was also quite emotional, sighed, and said, "Emperor of Heaven, what a pity." He was clearly a traitor, but he ended up acting in such a pitiful manner, making it hard to tell whether to laugh or cry. But the Eastern Heavenly King said sincerely at this moment, in fact, if the Emperor had not insisted on his own way and refused to listen to others' advice, things would not have come to this point today. However, at this moment, no matter what you say, it is useless from now on. It still depends on us. As for the Emperor of Heaven, whether he is dead or alive, we have no definite information, which makes us extremely anxious. Emperor Qi Tian was seriously injured and fell off a cliff afterwards. They sent people to search more than once. They dug up almost every corner of the ground within a radius of hundreds of miles and even searched the cracks in the rocks, but they still couldn't find the person. If Emperor Qi Tian was alive, why didn't he come to seek revenge on them after all these years? Even if it's not revenge, there should be some clues left behind. But if Emperor Qi Tian is dead, then where is his body? This has almost become a pain and a fear lingering in their hearts. Hearing this, the Great Serpent Throne looked at the Eastern King and chuckled. Whether he's dead or alive, it's true that he hasn't appeared for so many years. As long as he doesn't show up, then, whether he's dead or alive, what does it matter? Given his temperament and personality, if he were still alive, he would have doubted what happened that day. He doesn't tolerate any sand in his eyes, so if he has doubts, he will definitely take action, but he didn't, so there must be a more special reason. Eastern Heavenly King, guess what could be the reason that someone who is impossible to wait for has waited for so many years but has not appeared and has not taken revenge? Did he lose his memory? Probably not. If so, we'd definitely be able to find him with some clues. So, did he lose his power? That's a possibility. Or maybe he's truly dead, but he was swept further away by the current, so we couldn't find him. No matter what the reason is, so much time has passed, and we have already had enough time to make further progress. We just need to give us a little more time. Even if he comes back, it won't be a big deal. Even now, I actually hope he can show up so that I can personally teach him how to behave. When he said this, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the Great Serpent Throne, and at the same time, there was a strong sense of self-confidence, as if, in his opinion, dealing with the abandoned emperor was a natural and easy task. However, he forgot that back then, when he was on the Great Serpent Throne, he was ranked low among the thrones. He didn't even dare to have a chance to come into contact with the abandoned emperor, for fear of being pulled down. Now, to dare to say such words, the strength must be increasing day by day. The Eastern Heavenly King looked at the Great Serpent Throne, smiled and nodded, and said, "The Great Serpent Throne's current strength is probably not inferior to the Dragon Kingdom's throne." Upon hearing this, the Serpent Throne laughed heartily and said, "We haven't fought yet, so who knows. However, even against the Dragon Throne at his peak, I wouldn't be defeated quickly. As for who will win in the end, I haven't fought yet, so I can't say for sure." Being able to say these words actually shows how confident the Serpent Throne is. This shows that one has great confidence in one's own abilities. The Eastern Heavenly King clasped his fists and congratulated, congratulations to the Great Snake Throne, it will soon become a sensation, haha, given time, becoming the #1 throne won't be difficult. Upon hearing this, the Serpent Throne was even happier. The strength of the Eastern Heavenly King is also increasing day by day. Given time, it will be easy for him to step onto the throne. The two of us should stop flattering each other. We are family when the time comes. Just thinking about it will be a good scene. It makes people look forward to it. Upon hearing this, the Eastern Heavenly King also laughed. Then, he looked at the battlefield 1,000 meters away and chuckled. Does the Serpent Throne think that Blood Demon and the other four can win? For ordinary people, a distance of 1,000 meters is a scene that cannot be seen unless they use tools. However, for strong people like the Great Snake Throne and the Eastern King, the scene 1,000 meters away is right in front of them if they want to. At this moment, the battle in the field was very fierce. The four emperors joined forces to fight against Emperor Lu, and at the same time, the strong men outside kept harassing him. Emperor Lu was unable to split himself into two, and even though he had strong combat power, his two fists were still no match for four hands in just a short while, although many corpses were lying on the ground, and even the Blood Demon and Wolf Emperor had some injuries on their bodies. Emperor Lu was also seriously injured at this moment. Originally, the green clothes were stained with the blood of the enemies, but now, the green clothes were also stained with the blood of Emperor Lu. The battle was in a tense state for a moment. No one could do much to defeat the other. Everyone was just wasting time and waiting for an opportunity. After seeing this, the Great Serpent Throne's eyes flashed with approval, and he said, Emperor Lu was indeed worthy of being called one of the top 10 most lethal beings under the throne. With his perfect emperor-level strength, he even surpasses the ordinary emperor-level peak. He is well deserved of the title. It's just that this time, it's a pity to waste this talent. What a pity if Emperor Lu can be used by me. In time, he may become my right-hand man. Even if he can't ascend to the throne, as long as he is loyal enough, he can definitely become the first person under the throne. It's just a pity. What a pity. 746, Chapter 746, 1 dead and 3 injured. The Great Snake Throne kept saying what a pity, and the regret on his face was genuine. It can be seen that he really thought that Emperor Lu was a talent, and he really wanted to recruit him for his own purposes. However, he knew in his heart that this was almost impossible. You can get a rough idea of what kind of person Emperor Lu is just by looking at the fact that he was able to guard the border of Dragon Country with just a sword for such a long time. Therefore, it cannot be said that it is completely impossible to recruit him for one's own use, but at least it is impossible for the Big Snake, and even more so for the Eastern King. However, seeing that the Great Serpent Throne was so upset, the Eastern King thought it would be better to give it a try. Great Serpent Throne, if you really think Emperor Lu is a talented person and it would be a pity to kill him, then why not give it a try? Perhaps there will really be such a good result. Upon hearing this, the Great Serpent Throne smiled and shook his head, saying, Eastern Heavenly King, you should also have a very deep understanding of this Lu Huang. Therefore, you should be very clear that it is impossible to recruit Lu Huang for your own use. Upon hearing this, the Eastern Heavenly King chuckled and shook his head, saying, Of course I know what kind of person Emperor Lu is. However, things are different now. Great Serpent Throne, don't forget that the ones joining forces with us to deal with Emperor Lu this time are none other than these important figures from the Dragon Nation. Otherwise, let alone anything else, support should have arrived by now. However, there hasn't been any, and it's impossible for there to be any. Emperor Lu worked so hard and gave up everything for the Dragon Nation, only to end up like this. Who wouldn't be heartbroken? Even if he's Emperor Lu, even if he's a benevolent and righteous man, it's inevitable that he'd feel heartbroken. If we force him into a desperate situation again, then I think that with your intervention at this time, many things may turn around. The bigwigs of Dragon Country have already paved the way for us. Now is the time to give it a try. The Eastern King's remarks and analysis were very logical and made the Serpent King really moved. Don't say it, there is really such a possibility. After all, Longhua has hurt Emperor Lu's heart 100% this time. In fact, Emperor Lu came here with the intention of dying at this time. Emperor Lu is like a drowning man. If he, the Great Serpent Throne, is willing to extend an olive branch and make some promises, who dares to say that Emperor Lu will definitely not agree? It's hard to predict what will happen, but there's always a chance of something happening. What if something happens? Then, everything will be easy to predict. Thinking of this, the Great Serpent Throne laughed heartily, looked at the Eastern King, nodded, and said, Okay, in that case, let's give it a try later. Eastern King, if you can really take Emperor Lu under your wing, you will be the first to achieve this. The Eastern Heavenly King smiled and nodded, saying, It is an honor for me to serve the Great Serpent Throne. In that case, let's wait a little longer after they fight. I will personally take action and force Emperor Lu into a desperate situation then. When the time comes, you, the Great Serpent Throne, will come forward and everything will be easy to discuss." The Great Serpent Throne laughed, picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, then looked at the battlefield and said with a smile, "Then I will trouble the King of the East." In just a few words, the matter was settled. At this moment on the battlefield, Emperor Lu did not know that the Great Serpent Throne and the Eastern King had already begun to plot against him. If he knew, he would probably just sneer at them. How could he, Emperor Lu, be bribed so easily? However, the current situation is indeed not good. It is true he has killed many enemies before and after, and the 4 blood demons are indeed difficult to deal with, especially the 2 sword emperors from Japan. The 2 of them combine their swords and knives, and seem to have a set of formations. They can obviously kill them easily, but they are always blocked by them. It seems that this set of formations is the work. The combination of sword and blade actually achieved an effect where the sum of 1 and 1 was greater than 2. This was simply not a move that these 2 people could come up with. There must be a master behind the scenes giving guidance. Fortunately, the 2 emperors of sword and knife are now seriously injured and can hardly bear it. At this moment, the Wolf King revealed a flaw. Emperor Lu's eyes lit up, and he swung his sword in an instant. Despite being injured, he cut off one of the Wolf King's arms with one sword in an instant. The Wolf King screamed in pain, and his combat effectiveness dropped drastically. The siege circle of the 4 people also revealed a flaw in an instant. Taking advantage of this flaw, Emperor Lu drew his sword again. Although he did not cut off the blood demon's arm, he left 2 deep sword marks on the blood demon's body. In just a moment, the situation was reversed. Emperor Lu immediately gained the upper hand. The blood demon's face changed drastically. Although he had known for a long time that Emperor Lu was not easy to deal with and that he might be able to turn the tables if he was given a chance, he still didn't expect it to happen so quickly. In the blood demon's opinion, although Emperor Lu seemed to be seriously injured now, in fact, it was not the right time yet. If they could be stronger and cooperate more tacitly, they would not dare to kill Emperor Lu directly, but they still had the ability to make Emperor Lu lose most of his combat effectiveness. But now, it's too late to say anything. Damn it, Emperor Lu is too strong, and his timing is too accurate. It's simply terrifying, really terrifying. Everyone, come on, we must stop him even if it means getting seriously injured. We must let Emperor Lu know how powerful we are, otherwise, if he defeats us one by one, we will be finished. This is a fact. If Emperor Lu really seized the opportunity to defeat them one by one, then they would not just be injured. Death is inevitable. Compared to death, getting injured is not unacceptable. The other people were also smart people. They knew that this was the most critical moment. If they didn't fight desperately, then even if they wanted to fight later, they would not have the opportunity. Therefore, the 4 people at this moment all went crazy, madly squeezing their potential. Even if it means overdrawing his life, Lu Huan must pay a heavy price. The effect was obvious. Emperor Lu, who had originally had the upper hand, was now at a disadvantage. After biting hard, Emperor Lu looked at the blood demon and the others with a ferocious smile on his face. He said, "You bastards, do you really think you are the only ones who will fight to the death and dare to fight to the death? Today, I will kill you." After saying this, Emperor Lu also forcibly increased his combat power. For a moment, the 2 sides were fighting hard, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that Emperor Lu had the upper hand again at this moment. However, as the injuries on Blood Demon and others increased and they were on the verge of complete defeat, Emperor Lu's injuries also began to gradually worsen. It was not until Emperor Lu killed the Wolf King with one sword that his own injuries reached their peak. Emperor Lu roared angrily, and when the faces of Blood Demon and others changed drastically, he was about to launch a strong attack and kill one more person. A cold snort was heard, and then a figure rushed directly into the battlefield at lightning speed, separating Emperor Lu, Blood Demon, and the other 2. The reason why there are 3 of them is because the Wolf King is dead. And who else could it be but the King of the East who appeared to stop them? 747, Chapter 747, Enemy, not Friend. The person who came was the King of the East. Just a moment ago, the Eastern King was drinking tea and chatting with the Great Serpent Throne, but he was always observing the movements here. Seeing that the Wolf King was dead and could not be rescued, neither the Eastern King nor the Great Serpent Throne could bear to see Emperor Lu continue to kill. Especially, regarding the Sword and Knife Emperors, they were the trusted and beloved generals of the Great Serpent Throne. It would not be a big deal if they were injured, but if they died here, even the Great Serpent Throne would be heartbroken. So, at the critical moment, King Dong Tian took action. The Eastern Heavenly King is wearing a white robe and has his hands behind his back, looking like a real Heavenly King. That arrogant and proud look has always proved the character of the King of the East. The Blood Demon and the twin emperors of Sword and Knife saluted respectfully.
Greetings to Lord Dong Tian Wang.
The Eastern Heavenly King waved his hand and said calmly, "You should be grateful to Emperor Lu for showing mercy, otherwise, even I wouldn't have been able to save you in time." Blood Demon and others didn't know why the King of East Heaven said that, but although they were reluctant, since the King of East Heaven had spoken, they didn't dare to express their thoughts even if they had any. Therefore, they all helplessly clasped their hands and fists towards Emperor Lu, saying, "Thank you, Emperor Lu, for showing mercy." At this moment, it seemed as if the King of the East was the master of this battlefield, and everyone had to obey him.
The momentum is full, and the posture is even more full. Emperor Lu snorted coldly, looked at the Eastern King, and said, "Stop pretending here, Eastern King, this situation was set up by you. Do you think I don't know? You've colluded with Prince Xingshan and the royal family to get rid of me. If you've already done that, why are you pretending here? Just go ahead and fight." Now, although I wouldn't say I'm completely exhausted, I can no longer exert most of my strength. This is the perfect time for you to strike hard under such circumstances. Are you going to show me any magnanimity or modesty? Don't make me laugh, okay? I, Lu, am not a 3-year-old child. I won't be fooled by you. From the very beginning, Emperor Lu knew who had set up this killing spree. Of course, Yi Tianqi's guidance was one of them, but Emperor Lu believed it without a doubt. Moreover, Emperor Lu also had his own judgment. Just looking at the attitude of the Blood Demon and others towards the Eastern King, we know that they must be obeying the Eastern King this time, otherwise, they definitely should not have this attitude. It's not that it's wrong to be respectful and polite when facing a strong person, but many things are wrong. As expected by Emperor Lu, the King of the East just smiled slightly, nodded, and told everything without any reservation. Emperor Lu is indeed extremely resourceful and a rare talent. Yes, I set up this scheme, but shouldn't I have set it up as well? After all, the heavenly sovereign under my command died at your hands, Emperor Lu. Unless you tell me it wasn't you who killed him, then shouldn't I seek revenge? Revenge when there is revenge, and complain when there is complaint. What the King of the East said was absolutely right. His capable men were killed, and he chose to take revenge. This was a natural thing, and no one could say no. However, it sounded so ridiculous to Emperor Lu. Not to mention that Yunting Tianjun was not dead. Even if Yunting Tianjun was dead, it would not be the turn of King Dongtian to seek revenge, because that was done by the abandoned Emperor Yi Tianqi. If the king orders his minister to die, the minister has to die, let alone a traitor. However, there was no need for Emperor Lu to tell these to King Dongtian. He wanted to cause trouble for himself, which was a long-planned thing that was agreed upon with the royal family. The matter of Yunting Tianjun was just an excuse. Besides, it was impossible for Emperor Lu to tell others about Yi Tianqi's situation now. However, seeing the King of the East making such a solemn promise, Emperor Lu was also quite unhappy. What the Eastern Heavenly King said makes sense. It's just revenge, and it's only natural. However, who told you that I was the one who killed Yunting Tianjun? Did you, the Eastern Heavenly King, see it with your own eyes? As soon as these words came out, the Eastern Heavenly King suddenly revealed a hint of a cold smile. He said, "I am very clear about Yun Tang's strength at that time in the Eastern Province. I can't think of anyone other than you, Emperor Lu, who had the ability to kill him and secretly prevent him from even asking for help. How could it be that it wasn't you, Emperor Lu, who did it? Didn't you make a move?" Upon hearing this, Emperor Lu chuckled and nodded, saying, "Of course I did it, but Yun Tang is not dead. Death would be too easy for him. He is still alive. Don't worry, King Dongtian, you will meet him soon when the time comes. You two brothers can have a good chat and find out the truth of all this. Yunting Tianjun is not dead." These words came out of Emperor Lu's mouth. And this must be the truth, because Emperor Lu would never speak nonsense in this way. The Eastern King's expression immediately changed. If Yun Tang was dead, then everything would be over. But if he was not dead and was not released, then what exactly did he want to do? It was definitely not just torture. How deep must the hatred be to commit such a crime? This is something that King Dongtian could not imagine, because it is unreasonable. At least, it is unreasonable for Emperor Lu to do this. Then, who could it be? Unconsciously, the King of the East had a bad premonition. Emperor Lu, stop your flowery rhetoric. Do you think that delaying time like this will save you? I tell you, you're dreaming. Even if you were to regain your full strength, Emperor Lu, you'd still die in front of me.
The Eastern King snorted coldly and looked directly at Emperor Lu, starting to yell at him. He believed that Emperor Lu was stalling for time. Emperor Lu looked at the Eastern King deeply and said, "It's not you. Are you stalling for time? Is it me who is stalling? King of the East, if you want to kill me, just come and kill me if you have the ability. Just kill me and see how it goes. If you don't have the ability, just wait to die. Everyone says that you, the Eastern Heavenly King of the Heavenly Palace, are the strongest, most powerful, and unfathomable. I want to see just how unfathomable you are." Emperor Lu knew a lot of things, so he was very clear that the King of East Heaven in front of him was not only one of the masterminds of this siege, but also the one who betrayed Yi Tianqu. Facing such a person, Emperor Lu's temper was quite bad. Moreover, he really wanted to kill King of East Heaven to vent Yi Tianqu's anger. Even if he couldn't kill him, he would make King of East Heaven suffer for a long time. However, Emperor Lu himself knew his situation. He was indeed trying to find a way to rest and recover his strength. The continuous fighting just now had consumed a lot of his physical strength. Moreover, at this moment, he was seriously injured. His overall strength was probably not even half of his peak period. In this case, he was not sure he could deal with the King of the East. Even if there is a temporary breakthrough, it may not necessarily lead to victory. Because, from the moment the Eastern King appeared, he had already felt that the Eastern King's strength was stronger than the rumors in the outside world, and much stronger. The King of the East has made rapid progress in recent years, and his strength is indeed hidden. No wonder Yi Tianqu asked him to be cautious when meeting the King of East Heaven. Sure enough, Yi Tianqu guessed it right. 748, Chapter 748, Battle of Kings. King Dong Tian did not want to kill Emperor Lu. To him, whether Emperor Lu was dead or alive was actually of little significance. However, since the Great Serpent Throne liked Emperor Lu, he naturally had to do his best. Compared to Emperor Lu's life and death, the satisfaction of the Great Snake Throne is what the Eastern King cares about most. After all, it is conceivable how profitable it is to be on good terms with the throne. What's more, the Great Serpent Throne is extraordinary. The person who obtained the ruins with him has unimaginable potential. Even though it seems that the Serpent Throne is now ranked among the top 5 thrones, no one knows exactly where it ranks without actually fighting, but it is definitely not weak. Emperor Lu, I want to ask, is there any irreconcilable conflict between you and me? The King of the East did not take action immediately, but instead began to reminisce about the past. This made Emperor Lu feel a little strange, but there was no harm in delaying time for him, so if he wanted to reminisce about the past, then he could do so. It would give him time to recover his strength. Yes, Lord Yunting, isn't it just the irreconcilable contradiction between us? This is indeed true. Just now, the King of the East was still saying that he wanted to avenge Yunting Tianjun, but now he said such a thing, which is really confusing. Upon hearing this, the Eastern Heavenly King shook his head and said, "Strange, that's exactly what's strange." Without mentioning Yun Tang, I want to ask, Emperor Lu, apart from this matter, are there any conflicts between us? If not, at least I don't remember that, then why are you targeting my men? Are you helping someone else? Emperor Lu, I have great respect for you. With only one man and one sword, you guard the border of Dragon Nation. You are not interested in fame or fortune. You are a pure strong man, and you are also a kind-hearted and loving person. Just seeing that you are willing to put yourself in danger for some ordinary people this time, I know what kind of person you are. I can't do that, and many people might call you stupid, but I think you're worthy of admiration. So, if we can find a balance, I don't want to be your enemy. So, Emperor Lu, why don't you tell me who really wants to deal with me? I'll find the real culprit and settle the score. How do you do that? As soon as the Eastern Heavenly King said this, the Blood Demon immediately became anxious. He looked at the Eastern King and said anxiously, "Your Majesty, this is absolutely impossible." Emperor Lu was extremely difficult to deal with. We finally found the opportunity this time and paid such a huge price to put him in a deadly situation. If we let him go this time, it would be like letting a tiger return to the mountain. It will be too difficult to find another opportunity to kill him. What the Blood Demon said was true. This opportunity is rare. If we let the tiger go back to the mountains, it will be very difficult to find the same opportunity again. Moreover, the hatred between him, the Blood Demon, and Emperor Lu was truly irreconcilable. If he let Emperor Lu go, it was impossible for Emperor Lu not to retaliate against him at that time. Given Emperor Lu's importance, no one would help him. Therefore, when the Blood Demon heard that the King of the East actually intended to release Emperor Lu, it was hard not to be anxious. The King of the East frowned as he looked at the Blood Demon, who dared to interrupt. At this time he simply waved his palm, and a palm wind instantly hit the Blood Demon's chest, causing the Blood Demon to vomit blood. "Shut up, I'm talking to you here," so you have no right to speak. If you dare to interrupt me again, I'll kill you first. The blood demon's face changed drastically and he didn't dare to say another word. At the same time, he had an even more unfathomable impression of the strength of the Eastern King. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the blood demon is seriously injured now, otherwise, he would not be injured so easily by the King of the East. Ignoring the blood demon, the Eastern Heavenly King looked at Emperor Lu and continued with a smile, Emperor Lu, I don't know what you think. After all, the relationship between us is not irreconcilable, so, if we can coexist peacefully, I am willing to give you this opportunity. Of course, if Emperor Lu feels that the opportunity one give you is worthless and you don't want it, then that's fine. However, I'm afraid that Emperor Lu, you can't leave here today. Discuss first, then threaten. The King of the East treated Emperor Lu as a 3-year-old child. However, no matter what, Emperor Lu would never agree to him. Seeing the East Heavenly King's confident look, Emperor Lu revealed a sinister expression and said, East Heavenly King, you said everything you need to say. Do you have anything else to say? If not, then let's fight. I want to see what the world-famous East Heavenly King has in store to give me a chance. After saying this, Emperor Lu immediately looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. Then, he drew his sword and rushed towards the Eastern King, actually taking the initiative to attack. As for the Eastern King, he shook his head inside, seeming to be very regretful that he could not convince Emperor Lu directly. However, this was within his expectations. What he had discussed with the Great Serpent Throne was that when Emperor Lu was in desperate situation, the Great Serpent Throne would personally come to subdue him. He was just starting it. The Eastern King also drew his sword and rushed towards Emperor Lu. One was at the peak of his strength, while the other was at the bottom of his strength. The two might have been evenly matched, but with one higher and the other lower, things became a different story. After a flash, the long sword in the hands of the Eastern King was stained with traces of blood, while the long sword in the hands of the Emperor Lu was stained with half a piece of torn clothes. But there was no blood. However, a small mistake can lead to a big mistake. After this first move, Emperor Lu was defeated. That's right, his sword blade cut through the clothes of the Eastern King, but the Eastern King's sword cut through his skin. Although it seems that they are similar and both touched each other, they are completely different, completely different. The Eastern Heavenly King did not show any disdain. Instead, he looked at Emperor Lu with great solemnity and said, under the throne, the existence ranked in the top 10 in terms of lethality is indeed well deserved. If you recover your peak strength, I might not be able to defeat you with this move. Emperor Lu took a deep breath, looked at the Eastern King, and said, the Eastern King, you are indeed very powerful. If so, then, let's continue the battle. It has been a long time since I last had such a satisfying and enjoyable battle. It is always exciting to meet a worthy opponent. Eastern Heavenly King, accept your fate. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Lu's eyes turned red, and he rushed towards the Eastern King with madness. The Eastern King also roared and rushed towards Emperor Lu. The two men fought and collided non-stop at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, with sword energy overflowing, making it impossible for people to get close to them. As the battle continued, Emperor Lu had more and more wounds on his body, and one wound of King Dong Tian could be exchanged for 5 or 6 wounds of Emperor Lu. No matter how you look at it, this deal was very profitable for King Dong Tian. However, Emperor Lu knew that he was at a disadvantage, but he was not afraid at all. Instead, he became more and more crazy, which made the King of East Sky tremble and frown slightly. Emperor Lu is crazy. This is a fight for life. When it comes to the critical moment, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop. How terrifying it would be to fight a powerful emperor at the perfect level, especially someone with terrifying killing power like Emperor Lu. People who have not experienced it will not understand. Emperor Lu, are you really seeking death? When the Eastern King paused, he roared at Emperor Lu. Emperor Lu stopped and was covered in blood. However, the madness in his eyes did not diminish at all. Instead, it became even crazier. I'm looking for death. Yes, I'm looking for death. King Dong Tian, if you have the guts, come and kill me. As Emperor Lu finished speaking, there was another long roar towards the sky. Afterwards, Emperor Lu's aura actually rose a bit, and actually, the aura of a peak emperor-level powerhouse was faintly revealed. He actually started to make a breakthrough on the battlefield. 749, Chapter 749. Emperor Lu is defeated. Emperor Lu was already at the perfect emperor level, and was only half a step away from the peak. However, after experiencing Yi Tianqi's previous guidance, this half-step threshold had actually long since disappeared. All it takes is a strong person to hone his skills with him, and then it will be a natural thing for him to make the breakthrough. Today, even if the Eastern King did not come, the battle with the 4 blood demons would be enough for Emperor Lu to break through. Of course, the effect would be better with the Eastern King coming. However, when he saw Emperor Lu's breakthrough, King Dong Tian's expression did not look so good anymore. It is conceivable that Emperor Lu, who is already known for his lethality, will see a breakthrough in battle, although it is still impossible for him to exert his full strength due to his injuries. As long as Emperor Lu is given a chance to survive this time, who knows how much he will grow in the future. A sense of crisis spread in the heart of the Eastern King. Of course, to be afraid is naturally impossible. The true strength of the Eastern King is much stronger than what he shows now. Even if Emperor Lu makes another breakthrough, he can only be tied with him at most. It is not easy to defeat him. What's more, the Great Serpent Throne is watching here not far away. Moreover, after seeing Emperor Lu's breakthrough in the midst of battle, it is likely that the Great Snake Throne's appreciation for Emperor Lu's talent will be even deeper. Thinking of this, the Eastern Heavenly King looked at Emperor Lu and smiled. Emperor Lu is indeed a prodigy. Even at this point, he can still break through in battle. Amazing. Truly amazing. However, even if he breaks through, so what? He still won't be my opponent today. You will still die here. Don't you think it's a pity? Reaching the peak of the Emperor level is like having one foot on the throne with your fighting prowess. Emperor Lu, you only need to consolidate your realm to become a half-step throne. Wouldn't it be a pity if you perished now? Indeed, with Emperor Lu's strength, if he could stabilize his realm, his lethality would be raised again, and it would not be impossible for him to become a half-step throne by then. Even if he faced a weaker throne, he would probably be able to fight. If he died now, it would be a pity, a great pity. However, Emperor Lu looked at the Eastern King coldly and said, "Whether I feel pity for you depends on whether you, the Eastern King, can kill me. If you can't, then you should be the one feeling pity. In just a few years, you've become a peak Emperor-level powerhouse. King Dongtian, you've hidden it from everyone. I admire you. I admire you for you. The throne is truly just around the corner, but if you accidentally die in my hands today, wouldn't you feel sorry for me?" When it comes to talking, Emperor Lu has never been a strong man. But since King Dongtian dared to say that to him, it is only right for Emperor Lu to fight back. What's more, what Emperor Lu said was true. Now that he has made a breakthrough, it is hard to say who will win or lose. The Eastern King looked at Emperor Lu with confidence. Seeing the wounds all over his body, he sneered, and said, "If you were in your prime, there would be no problem saying this. However, judging by the current you, I'm not underestimating you, but you really can't do it. Even if his strength breaks through, he won't be able to exert much. After all, his injuries are too severe." The current Emperor Lu is indeed no match for the Eastern King. What's more, the Eastern King may not be using his full strength at this moment. However, Emperor Lu was not afraid at all. Looking at the Eastern King, Emperor Lu pointed his sword directly at him and sneered, "Whether I can do it or not, ask my sword. Although my strength is damaged now, I, Emperor Lu, do not fear life or death. Even if I cannot save your life, I can still knock you down from the peak of the Emperor level. It's worth it. Eastern Heavenly King, prepare to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Lu rushed towards the Eastern King. Once again his fearless aura and eyes made the Eastern King curse in his heart. Especially the remarks made by Emperor Lu made King Dongtian really frightened. If such a powerful Emperor Lu really tried his best to bring him down and make him pay the price, then it is very likely that the King of the East would suffer considerable harm. By then, it would not be impossible to knock him down a level. But this is something that the King of the East cannot accept. Thinking of this, King Dongtian did not dare to be careless at all. He directly increased all his strength and rushed towards Emperor Lu with cold eyes. The battle begins again. This time, the fight was extremely intense and hard to separate. Blood kept spurting out, and amidst the flashes of swords and sabers, both Emperor Lu and King Dongtian had already unleashed their true rage, so much so that the Blood Demon and the others present could only barely keep up with their speed and catch a glimpse of a clue. The Eastern King still has the upper hand. This was the only consolation for Blood Demon and the others, but Emperor Lu's terrifying performance still made them terrified. If Emperor Lu had just broken through in the middle of the battle and put up such a desperate fight, then it would not have been just the Wolf Emperor who died, but all of them would have died. Horror, indescribable horror. At this moment, the Great Serpent Throne in the distance had lost its previous relaxed attitude and revealed a solemn expression. There was no way. The battle between these two people was earth-shattering. Both were so powerful and so crazy. But, it will be over soon. At this moment, King Dong Tian was covered in blood and had obviously suffered serious injuries, but compared to Emperor Lu, his injuries were still considered good. At this moment, King Dong Tian finally seized an opportunity when Emperor Lu was exhausted. He pierced Emperor Lu's chest with a long sword, then he kicked Emperor Lu hard, sending him flying backwards and hitting a big tree heavily. At this moment, Emperor Lu could no longer stand up. Come on, no matter his physical strength or injuries, he was almost exhausted and had no strength to fight anymore. Although the Eastern King was also seriously injured, he was still able to stand and continue fighting. The outcome had already been decided. No matter how much advantage the Eastern King gained or how much loss Emperor Lu suffered, the outcome had already been decided, and there was no point in saying anything else. Blood Demon and the others cheered happily at this moment. Each of them was extremely excited, as if their years of hatred had finally been avenged. At this moment, the Eastern King walked slowly towards Emperor Lu. Looking at Emperor Lu sitting on the ground and leaning against a big tree, the Eastern King also showed a trace of respect. You are very strong. If I hadn't been seriously injured before, I might not have been able to defeat you so quickly, but winning is winning. Emperor Lu showed a disdainful expression, looked at the Eastern Heavenly King, and said, "Kill me if you want to. Why are you making such a fuss here? The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. Since I have been defeated, I will not make any excuses or reasons for myself. I lost, I admit it. If you lose, admit it. In this world, if you lose, you have no right to say anything more." Emperor Lu is not willing to make more excuses, although those are not just excuses, but facts. But, the same thing goes, if you lose, no matter how much you say, it's useless. The Eastern King took a deep breath, looked at Emperor Lu, and said calmly, "I admire you for being a man. Tell me your last words." 750, Chapter 750. The Big Snake Appears. The last words were equivalent to ending Emperor Lu's life. Only those who are about to die will say their last words. Emperor Lu looked at the Eastern King, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He sneered and said, pretending, hypocritical, "What are you still playing with me? Kill me if you want, it's up to you. If you must ask for my last words, it's that I wish I could fight you at the peak of my power. If I were in peak condition, Eastern King, I would definitely be able to kill you, this thief." The Eastern King frowned slightly. He had a feeling that Emperor Lu had a deep prejudice against him. This feeling had existed since they first met. However, there was obviously no conflict of interest between him and Emperor Lu, and they had never even met. Had no idea where such a deep prejudice came from. However, that ominous premonition became stronger and stronger. He always felt that Emperor Lu must know something, and what Emperor Lu knew but he didn't know was very important, extremely important. Taking a deep breath, the Eastern Heavenly King looked at Emperor Lu and said, "You are about to die. What's the point of being stubborn, Emperor Lu? Instead of doing this, why don't you beg me? Maybe I will let you live. You fought your way through all the obstacles and shed blood all the way to this day, only to die like this. Emperor Lu, are you truly willing to accept this? You clearly possess immense strength, yet in the end, you are completely destroyed. Emperor Lu, are you truly willing to accept this? I know that you, Emperor Lu, are unruly, arrogant, and conceited. You won't beg for mercy, much less admit defeat. But, if I choose not to kill you this time, but instead abolish all of your power, what do you think your future will be like?" King Dong Tian suddenly didn't want to kill Emperor Lu anymore. Besides, he couldn't kill him in the first place. After all, the Great Snake Throne hadn't appeared yet. He was waiting until Emperor Lu appeared in despair. At that time, if he tried to win him over, perhaps he would get twice the result with half the effort. It's a good idea, but to actually implement it, I'm afraid it will have to be done by the King of the East. And now, the King of the East is performing this operation. Taking a deep breath, the Eastern Heavenly King pointed at the Blood Demon and his men and smiled at Emperor Lu. "Emperor Lu, the Blood Demon and his men, these are your defeated enemies, but they also hate you to the core. Tell me, if I don't kill you, don't give you such a quick death, but just cripple you, how do you think they will torture you?" Upon hearing this, before Emperor Lu could react, the Blood Demon began to get excited. If Emperor Lu were alive but had lost his power and could be manipulated by them at will, it would be a great joy for them. Compared to a dead Emperor Lu, they could indeed vent their anger, but if they could humiliate Emperor Lu however they wanted and make him live a life worse than death, they would be even happier. However, after the lesson just now, the Blood Demon now dared not interrupt at all. Otherwise, if he made the Eastern King unhappy again, the Blood Demon was afraid that he might die before Emperor Lu. Don't doubt it, the King of the East is really so cruel and ruthless, and has the strength to kill him.
Emperor Lu looked at the Eastern King and sneered, saying, "You despicable villain, the strong cannot be insulted. You have forgotten this. You are so cruel. You want to use this method to force me to beg for mercy, right? Unfortunately, even so, I will never bow down to a piece of trash like you, let alone beg for mercy. If you want to kill me, then kill me. If you want to cripple me, then cripple me." Having said that, Emperor Lu looked at the Eastern King and roared, "Eastern King, I'm waiting for you in the underground. I am waiting to see what kind of miserable end you'll have. You'll die, a very miserable death, ha ha ha." After saying this, Emperor Lu gathered up his last bit of strength and was about to commit suicide. As for the Eastern Heavenly King, he seemed to have been prepared for this move by Emperor Liuha. Immediately stopped Emperor Lu and sneered, "It's not that easy to die in front of me. Your life and death are no longer in your control." "Ha, you're scared. That's a good thing. You're actually scared." The dignified Emperor Lu is actually scared. This is really too funny, ha ha ha. "Are you afraid that I will destroy you? Otherwise, why would you be so determined to seek death, Emperor Lu? Oh Emperor Lu, it turns out that you are afraid sometimes, ha ha. Good, 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 this is really great." Emperor Lu actually wanted to commit suicide. It was obvious that he was afraid of being tortured while alive. This made King Dong Tian very happy. It seems that being able to see Emperor Lu like this is a pleasing thing. Emperor Lu, with a mad look in his eyes, looked at the Eastern King and said coldly, "Eastern King, you can torture me and insult me, but remember, one day you will pay the most painful price for your actions today. Just wait and see." A sneer flashed across the corner of Dong Tianwang's mouth. He looked at Emperor Lu and said coldly, "You're still being stubborn, but that's all you can do, humph, Emperor Lu. Then, let me cripple you and see how you can continue to be stubborn." After saying this, the Eastern King stretched out his hand and was about to attack Emperor Lu. At this moment, the voice of the Serpent Throne came from 1,000 meters away. "Eastern Heavenly King, please show mercy." After the voice came, the figure of the Great Snake Throne also came between the Eastern King and Emperor Lu. Looking at the Eastern Heavenly King, the Great Serpent Throne said with a smile, "Eastern Heavenly King, why are you so angry? We've already won. I think there's no need to continue to torture Emperor Lu. Just think of it as giving me a favor, okay?" The face of the Great Serpent Throne is extremely valuable, and the King of the East has to give it whether he wants to or not. What's more, this is what they had already agreed upon. However, you can't be too happy when acting, you have to play the whole show. That's right. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be the Great Serpent Throne, huh? I don't know why the Great Serpent Throne saved him. This man is so stubborn and unrepentant. He's the most hateful. I didn't kill him because killing him would be too easy for him. It would be best to cripple him. Great Serpent Throne, please don't stop me." Upon hearing this, the Great Snake Throne smiled and shook his head, saying, "Eastern Heavenly King, please show some mercy. I, the Great Snake, have long admired Emperor Lu, and I greatly admire his character. Of course, I also know that the conflict between you is not small, but it is not unsolvable. For example, in this battle, Emperor Lu has improved, and so has you, King Dong Tian. So, why bother about it? Now it's just that you have different philosophies, different camps, and different standpoints. That's why you have become enemies. But if Emperor Lu can join my camp, I think everything will be fine." The big snake finally revealed his purpose. Upon hearing this, the Eastern Heavenly King immediately cooperated and said, "If Emperor Lu is willing to serve you, the Great Serpent Throne, then he is naturally no outsider. No matter how confident I, the Eastern Heavenly King, am, I dare not say that I can be an enemy of the throne. Therefore, I will naturally not continue to target Emperor Lu. But, Serpent Throne, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Emperor Lu is unruly and will never obey discipline. He will never join your camp. So, let me cripple him, and then hand him over to the Blood Demon and the others to torture slowly." 751, Chapter 751 Humiliation of the Throne. Since we are going to act, then of course we have to act it out completely. As soon as the Great Serpent Throne arrived, he agreed directly, which seemed like the communication was good. Although Emperor Lu was desperate, he was not too desperate. Instead, it would be more appropriate for him to fight for it himself. That's why the Eastern Heavenly King said this. The Great Serpent Throne looked at the Eastern King with great admiration, smiled, and shook his head, saying, "Your Excellency Eastern King, although Emperor Lu is unruly and undisciplined, it is his pride that I admire. Besides, isn't Emperor Lu worthy of pride? Whether in terms of strength or character, Emperor Lu is absolutely qualified. He deserves respect. Even if I really can't conquer him, I don't mind as long as he's alive, that's enough. So, Your Excellency the Eastern Heavenly King, please give me some face and show some mercy." Upon hearing this,
The Eastern Heavenly King pretended to be very embarrassed. He looked at the Great Serpent Throne and shook his head, saying, "Great Serpent Throne, it's not that I, the Eastern Heavenly King, don't give you this face. You are the throne. How dare I refuse your respect?" However, the hatred between Emperor Lu and I is probably already formed. If I let him go today, he will not let me go if he has the chance in the future. The most important thing is that I'm not the only one dealing with him now. There are many people who want to deal with him. If I let him go, then those who wanted to deal with him before will probably come after me one by one. I'll lose all my face. Is it worth it for the Great Serpent Throne to go after someone who won't obey my orders? How about you consider it as me, the King of the East, owing you a favor and letting me handle Emperor Lu. Speaking half-truths actually makes one appear more sincere. Upon hearing this, the Great Snake Throne seemed a little hesitant. Then, he sighed, looked at Emperor Lu, and said, "Your Excellency Emperor Lu, I am the Great Snake. You should probably know who I am well. I admire you very much. I wonder if you would be willing to be my friend." Of course, I know His Excellency Emperor Lu is extremely proud. I will naturally not treat you the same way I treat my subordinates. We are friends, and as long as we are friends, that's all. How do you say that? As a dignified throne, he took the initiative to lower himself and not talk about conquering, but to make friends. Just based on this point, many people were moved, let alone the Blood Demon and others next to him. If they were treated like this by the Great Snake Throne, they would probably feel like they would be torn to pieces without any repayment. Unfortunately, Blood Demon and the others are them, while Emperor Lu is Emperor Lu. From the very beginning, Emperor Lu knew that all this was a conspiracy by the Great Snake and the King of the East, who would believe that they met by chance. Perhaps, they wanted to subdue him on a whim, and they did it sincerely, but was it possible? If I could be conquered so easily, I would really underestimate Emperor Lu. Thank you for your appreciation, Serpent Throne. However, as a dragon countryman, I dare not forget my roots. The feud and hatred between me and the powerful Japanese warriors has been going on for a long time, so I'm sorry to disappoint you. The hatred between Japan and Longwei is indeed not a one-day or two-day thing. It is not just the hatred between two countries, but also the hatred between two nations. If Emperor Lu joined the Great Serpent Throne today, then the reputation that he, Emperor Lu, had worked so hard to gain over the years would be gone in one day. Not only that, he would probably also be branded a traitor. Perhaps, some people would understand Lu Huang because of what happened to him. However, no matter how much they understood him, joining the Serpent Throne team was a betrayal. Emperor Lu, you don't want to do something that will make people poke fun at you. Emperor Lu's answer was within the expectations of the Great Serpent Throne. After all, the hatred between the two nations was there, and it was not a problem that could be solved in a few words. But, others may be able to have this kind of persistence. Emperor Lu, is it really necessary? Looking at Emperor Lu, the Great Serpent Throne was not angry. Instead, he sighed and shook his head, saying, Emperor Lu's righteousness really did not disappoint me. But, Your Excellency Emperor Lu, don't you feel disappointed? This is the border of Dragon Country, and Your Excellency Lu Huang should be aware that it is not an easy task for the Blood Demons and his men to set up an ambush for you on the border of Dragon Country. Even if it can be done, if Dragon Country really wanted to help you, they would have sent support by now. Why not? I think His Excellency Emperor Lu should be well aware of this. Even without me saying it, you have been abandoned by the great men of Dragon Country. Even the action against you this time is partly due to their influence. They have all abandoned you and betrayed you. Why do you still persist in your rebellion, Your Excellency Emperor Lu? Don't you want revenge? What national hatred or family feuds? Is it really meaningful to consider these things? As an emperor-level powerhouse, you have even reached the peak of the emperor level, and the throne is expected to be yours in the future. If you die here like this, Your Excellency Emperor Lu, I really feel sorry for you. Moreover, if you can die so easily, it would be fine. However, you also saw that the Eastern King and his men don't just want you to die, they also want to torture you severely. So, I still hope that Your Excellency Lu Huang, you will give it some careful consideration. There is actually no irreconcilable conflict between you. As long as you are my friend, I can promise that I will never force you to do anything you don't want to do. In fact, I will help you get revenge, help you become stronger, and help you ascend to the throne as soon as possible. Your Excellency Lu Huang, is this okay? It has to be said that the conditions and words offered by the Great Serpent Throne are indeed very tempting. No matter who hears them, they will feel that they are very sincere. However, he was facing Emperor Lu, and if Emperor Lu could be moved by these, he would not be Emperor Lu anymore.
Seeing the serpent throne still rambling on, seemingly determined not to give up until it achieved its goal, Emperor Lu sneered and said, "Are you done? If you're done, then it's time to get started. Who are you pretending to be? You want me, Emperor Lu, to submit to you and obey your orders? Ha, why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror to see if you're worthy enough? Whether you are the Eastern Heavenly King or the Great Serpent Throne, in my eyes, you are nothing but cowards who hide their heads and show their tails. Each and every one of you is not worth mentioning. Maybe I'm not as strong as you, but I just look down on you. Stop talking nonsense and get started." After saying this, Emperor Lu closed his eyes, as if ready to be killed. These words also made the Serpent Throne very angry. The Serpent Throne cannot help but be angry. As the throne, he was willing to lower his posture to win over Emperor Lu. It would have been fine if Emperor Lu did not appreciate it, but he even spoke arrogantly, saying that he looked down on him, the Great Snake Throne, and that they were villains. This is simply outrageous and incomprehensible. Who dares to insult the throne? This is simply ungrateful. Emperor Lu, I treat you sincerely. It would be fine if you didn't appreciate it, but you actually insulted me. Do you know what you are doing? What are you saying? The Serpent King had a cold expression, and it was obvious that this humiliation made him extremely angry. When has the throne ever suffered such humiliation? 752, Chapter 752. Red eyes appear. When an ordinary man is angry, blood splatters 3 steps away. When a king is angry, the land is barren for 1,000 miles. As one of the dignified thrones, if the Great Serpent Throne gets angry, then one can imagine how many people will suffer. And now, the Serpent Throne is angry and furious. At this time, the Eastern Heavenly King sneered and said, "Great Serpent Throne, I've been telling you, this Emperor Lu doesn't know what's good for him. Killing him would be too easy for him. Just cripple him and let him be tortured. I wonder if he still has the guts to do that." Upon hearing this, the Great Serpent Throne nodded, looked directly at Emperor Lu, took a deep breath, and said, "Emperor Lu, I can forgive what you said just now, but now, I will give you one last chance. If you are still stubborn and refuse to listen to my advice, then, no matter what the Eastern Heavenly King wants to do to you, I will not care. Please think it through when the time comes. Don't blame me for not reminding you when you feel like you're living a life worse than death. It will be useless for you to regret it." The Great Serpent Throne really admired Emperor Lu, otherwise he wouldn't have said so many words, as if he had to force Emperor Lu to join his camp. Emperor Lu simply glanced coldly at the Serpent Throne, a hint of sarcasm on his face as he said, "Ask me 100 times, and I'll give you the same answer. Kill me if you want, cut me up if you want. If I frown, I'm no longer your grandfather." What the hell are you talking about? If I frown, I am not your grandfather, so, if I don't frown, that's it? The Great Serpent Throne was completely furious. He put his hands behind his back, took a few steps back, and sneered, "If that's the case, then, I'll leave you alone, Your Excellency the Eastern Heavenly King. You can do whatever you want with this person." Upon hearing this, the Eastern King knew that the Great Serpent Throne was not going to continue protecting Emperor Lu. This was true. Given Emperor Lu's attitude, anyone who continued to protect him would be truly bored. "Emperor Lu, I know you have a strong character and a bad temper, but I never thought your temper would be so bad, and your character so stubborn, huh? There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you break in. Emperor Lu, oh Emperor Lu, you asked for this, don't blame others. Today, I won't kill you if I say so. I am going to destroy your strength and let you experience what it's like to be bullied, humiliated, and tortured at will. I am going to make your life worse than death, like living in hell." After saying this, the King of the East raised his sword. "Emperor Lu, this time, you don't need to say any last words. No one can save you. You are dead." As soon as he finished speaking, the Eastern King swung his sword, trying to sever Emperor Lu's limbs and destroy his tendons and veins. However, at this moment, a very young voice reached everyone's ears. Not only was the voice young, but it also gave people a sense of carelessness and cynicism. "I say, hey, please show some mercy, or I'll be in trouble if you cripple Emperor Lu." As soon as the voice was heard, the face of the Eastern King changed, and the face of the Great Serpent Throne also changed slightly. Being able to approach silently under their noses requires a level of strength that is neither simple nor ordinary. Whoever is hiding, come out. The Eastern King's face changed and he was in a very bad mood. Unexpectedly, an accident happened. Emperor Lu's expression also changed when he came. Yi Tianqi told him to just go for it. He had considered that perhaps there would not be any strong people in Long Country who could support him, but Yi Tianqi might really send someone to help him. However, no one had arrived yet, and Emperor Lu thought he was overthinking it, but now, the sudden appearance of the voice and the words spoken made him unconsciously breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that this was most likely the trump card Yi Tianqi had given him. However, while I was relieved, worry also rose to my throat. If there were only the Eastern King and the Blood Demon here, it would be fine, but now, there is also a great snake throne. This is the throne. Come on, can you handle it? At this moment, a man in a blood-red robe and dragging a blood-red long sword was walking slowly towards them, and blood was dripping from his long sword. Obviously, he had killed many people along the way. Who else could this person be but Hong Tong? Yi Tianqi's 18th Imperial Guard is also the Lord of the 18th Hell. One of them is a man that even Yi Tianqi would call a peerless genius. The other one has broken through to the peak of the Emperor level at a young age and has even fought with the throne. He is a half-step throne that can remain safe and sound. He has red eyes, and if he is not arrogant, who else is qualified to be arrogant? Hong Tong smiled playfully as she slowly approached, saying, "Why are you deploying so many people? Don't you know that I can't help but kill the enemy when I see them? This has wasted my time and I almost missed the deadline. If I really missed the deadline and Emperor Lu got hurt, my mission would be unfulfilled. Can you afford the consequences?" Hong Tong seemed to be quite dissatisfied, and did not take the Great Snake Throne and the Eastern King seriously at all. At this time, the King of the East looked at the Blood Demon, and the Blood Demon immediately knew what he should do. Now standing beside him are the Great Serpent Throne and the Eastern King, plus his own strength is not weak either, the Blood Demon, but he is not afraid of anyone, not to mention that he is so young. He looks only in his early 20s. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? Stop and tell me your name and purpose, otherwise I will be rude to you also. You killed our people, you are quite courageous. The Blood Demon walked forward and looked at Hong Tong with a ferocious face, as if he wanted to teach Hong Tong a lesson. And Hong Tong, looking at the Blood Demon, sneered, "You call yourself the Blood Demon, you bastard. Who told you to call yourself that? What a scary name. It scares me. What can I do? Besides, are you crazy? When I came here, I already told you that I was here to save Emperor Lu. Of course, I'll just take care of some enemies along the way. Don't you understand, you stupid idiot? Are you crazy?" Hong Tong was not polite at all when he scolded people, and this scolding made the Blood Demon so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. "Damn it, you're looking for death, right? Then, let you die." After the Blood Demon finished speaking, he raised the weapon in his hand and rushed towards Hong Tong. Although he had just fought with Emperor Lu and his combat effectiveness had been greatly reduced, he was still able to exert half of his high-level emperor strength, and this half was not something that an ordinary emperor could match. However, he couldn't scare Hong Tong. A mocking expression appeared on the corner of Hong Tong's mouth, and then he swung the blood-red long knife in his hand. A stream of blood appeared in the air. Looking at the Blood Demon again, he was already covering his neck and fell to the ground in pain. The fear and disbelief in his eyes could not be concealed. Flash sale. That's right, it's a one-shot kill. No matter how hard the Blood Demon tried, he could never have imagined that Hong Tong could be so terrifying. Just a glance was enough to kill him instantly. This is simply incredible. This scene also caused the pupils of the Great Serpent Throne and the Eastern King to tremble violently. I don't know when such a terrifying and powerful person appeared. 753, Chapter 753, A Crazier One. When Dong Tianwan looked at Hong Tong, he felt a vague sense of familiarity, but at the same time, he could also feel Hong Tong's hostility. That's right, it was hostility, the kind of hostility that seemed as if he had some deep hatred towards him, the King of the East. Your Excellency, you have great skills. The Eastern King narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Hong Tong, and spoke softly. Although he was shocked by Hong Tong's strength, he was not afraid. What's more, there was a great snake throne beside him. As long as no other throne came forward to attack, they would have the upper hand. Red Eyes looked at the East Heavenly King, a hint of sarcasm on her lips as she said, "Who was it I thought? It turned out to be the famous East Heavenly King, huh? Is this man one of yours? Sorry, I'll just kill him." I hope the East Heavenly King has no objection. Of course, if you do have any objections, it's best to keep it to yourself. Hong Tong's words can make people angry to death. It's like someone is here to find fault whether you have an opinion or not. You're just making people feel uncomfortable. In this case, what's the point of asking? The King of the East was also annoyed by Hong Tong's reckless attitude and frowned. "Sir, do you know me? Why do I feel that you seem to be very hostile to me? Could it be that we have met before and have some grudge against each other?" In Dong Tianhuang's impression, there is no red pupil. Although he has an inexplicable sense of familiarity, he still has an impression of whether Dong Tianhuang has met or offended anyone. He had no impression of Hong Tong, not even a hint of it. Know you, I do want to know you, but there has never been a chance. But now, this is an opportunity we can get to know each other, right? King Dong Tian, you're worrying too much. I have no hostility towards you. I just look down on you and don't think highly of you. So, you misunderstood and overthought it. It's pure contempt, pure disdain. Yeah, contempt, that's about it. Hong Tong's words could really infuriate someone to death. The constant words of contempt made the King of the East look so pale that he couldn't calm down no matter how hard he tried. At this time, the Great Serpent Throne frowned slightly, looked at the red pupil and said, "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" Hong Tong glanced at the big snake, yawned, then placed the blood-red longsword on the ground, crossed his arms, and said in a leisurely manner, "You are just a long worm from that small country. What's the name? The Great Serpent Throne, right? A worm is a worm, and the Great Serpent Throne is also called a worm." It's speechless. What's the matter? Is the throne so powerful? I'm only in my early 20s. Are you going to force me to kill you, the throne, today and become the new throne? Mad. Lawless and incomprehensible madness. Not only is he crazy, but he is also quite overbearing and irritating. He actually dared to humiliate the Great Serpent Throne, calling it a worm, and even said that he would kill the Great Serpent Throne and become the new throne. Few people in the world would dare to say such outrageous words. The throne cannot be insulted. This is a universally recognized iron rule. The Serpent Throne was already very angry, but he did not explode immediately. In his opinion, Hong Tong's strength is indeed unfathomable, but even so, he will never reach the height of the throne. Even if he reaches it, he will only be at the level of someone who has just entered the throne. And he, Dishi, is no longer the last one on the throne. His strength is much stronger now than before, but outsiders don't know it. He is hiding his strength and biding his time. If it is possible not to take action, the Serpent Throne is still unwilling to do so easily. Especially when facing an existence whose background is unknown. Who knows if this person is sent specifically to investigate him? He cannot let the big snake's plan be leaked at will. Looking at the red eyes, the Serpent Throne sneered. "Young man, your strength is indeed good, but your tone is even more arrogant. I just don't know if your strength can match your arrogance. You can dream of becoming king, but you can't achieve it simply by talking about it. It's okay if you look down on me. Dashi, have always been kind, especially in recent years. Many people know that I have been cultivating myself, so I don't want to argue with you. But you'd better control your temper. Tell me, what exactly is your purpose for coming this time? Seeing how hostile you are to us, could it be that you are really friends with Emperor Lu, as you said, and so you came here to save him? Also, what is the mission you mentioned? Is it to save Emperor Lu? That's fine too. Tell me who's behind you. Perhaps we can become acquainted after fighting for a while." The Great Snake's temper is a bit too good, at least, in the eyes of the Sword and Knife Emperors and the Eastern King. The Great Snake Throne should have taken action directly, but he chose to test the waters with Hong Tong here. Upon hearing this, the Eastern Heavenly King spoke directly. "Great Serpent Throne, why bother talking to him with all this nonsense? Why not let me take action and teach this ignorant brat a lesson? If he really wants to say something to him, it's not too late to beat him into submission and then talk slowly. Since he doesn't understand that the throne cannot be insulted, then I must make him understand it thoroughly." The King of the East couldn't help but want to take action. If it weren't for the amazing strength that Hong Tong had just displayed, King Dong Tian would not have been in such a good mood to listen to Hong Tong's nonsense. Hearing this, the Great Serpent Throne looked at the Eastern King, smiled, and shook his head, saying, "Eastern King, don't worry, maybe it's just a misunderstanding." After saying that, the Great Serpent Throne looked at Hong Tong and said with a smile, "Little brother, perhaps everything is just a misunderstanding. If you have anything to say, let's talk it over." Red pupil, he pointed at the blood demon lying dead on the ground and sneered, "I killed your people. Is this also a misunderstanding? If that's the case, you're quite generous, but aren't you afraid that your brothers will be disheartened?" Upon hearing this, the Great Serpent Throne laughed heartily and shook his head, saying, "Little brother, you misunderstood. This person is not one of my men. Don't have such useless men among my men. Of course, even if he were one of my men, if he was truly inferior in skill and was killed instantly, then he would be dead and it wouldn't be worth mentioning. Don't mind, little brother, I am not afraid of my men being disheartened. As a strong man, everyone should have been prepared when they embarked on this path. After all, everyone will die one day. If you are not as skilled as others and are killed, you deserve it. Little brother, if you don't mind, could you answer my question just now? Perhaps all this is really just a misunderstanding. Hearing this, Hong Tong sneered at the serpent throne and said, "Misunderstanding? Perhaps if you want to know. No, then I'll tell you my mission is indeed to rescue Emperor Lu. So, are you willing to let Emperor Lu go and let me complete my mission? If that's the case, that's great, it saves us from having to go to war. If you don't want to release it, then why are you talking so much nonsense to me here? You're wasting my time. Is that fun? As for who's behind me, of course you should have heard of it, but who am I to tell you who it is? If you have the ability, just guess and see if you can guess it." 754, Chapter 754. There is always a higher place. Hong Tong is now playing with the serpent throne and the Eastern King. He dared to do this, so he must have the ability to do so. He is indeed not the throne, but he is a true half-step throne. All he needs to do to reach the throne is to dethrone one person. As for how much his strength is far from that of the throne, I'm afraid no one knows except Hong Tong. But this time, why shouldn't Hong Tong be angry? Since he knew that these people couldn't kill him, why shouldn't he vent his anger? Whether it is the Great Serpent Throne or the King of the East, they are all Yi Tianqi's enemies, and Yi Tianqi's enemies are his red-eyed enemies, the people he wants to kill as soon as possible. Give face? If we give them face, Hong Tong won't care about it anymore. Of course, there is another reason, which is to use this method to attract hatred and let the Great Snake Throne and the Eastern King shift their attention from Emperor Lu to themselves. Only in this way can Emperor Lu recover his vitality and be rescued better. Of course, he could also choose to pretend to be compliant, but that was not Hong Tong's style. And Hong Tong was indeed very successful. The hatred he aroused made the King of East Heaven want to cut him into pieces. And does the Great Serpent Throne really have a good temper? No, the Great Serpent Throne's temper has never been good, or rather, there is no throne with a good temper in the world today. Who dares to say that he hasn't shed countless lives on his shoulders, having stood out from so many powerful men and fought his way to the throne? No matter how hard such a person tries to cultivate himself, when he loses his temper, no one can resist him. Hong Tong was playing with fire. He knew he was playing with fire, but he just wanted to play with it anyway. At this moment, both the Great Serpent Throne and the Eastern King have reached the limit of their patience. Seeing that Hong Tong did not answer his question directly, but instead kept on making trouble with him, the Serpent Throne laughed. "What a young man, you really don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. Haven't been out of the mountains in recent years, so I really didn't realize that the world has become what it is now. I admire your talent. You are so young, but your strength has reached this level. You have the qualifications and reasons to be arrogant. However, young man, this world always respects strength. You are not the throne yet, but you are so arrogant and presumptuous in front of the throne. Aren't you afraid that you will not have the chance to grow into the throne?" Hong Tong understood what Orochi said, and everyone could understand it. He was just short of saying, "If I kill you now, you will have no future." Dong Tianwang, since this little boy wants to play so much, I wonder if you, Dong Tianwang, would be willing to play with him? Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the Eastern Heavenly King. He said, "I couldn't ask for more. I can't hold back any longer. Young people these days are too arrogant and lack education. I really want to teach him a lesson so that he knows that there are always people better than you." Then, the big snake looked at Hong Tong and chuckled, "Little friend, it's not too late to admit your mistake now. Otherwise, if the Eastern Heavenly King really takes action, I'm afraid you will not have a good ending. Although you are powerful, today not only is the Eastern King here, but I, the Great Snake, am also here. I think that no matter how insignificant my throne is, it should still be more than enough to deal with you. He's so young and so powerful. If he were to die like this, it would be a pity." After saying this, the Great Serpent Throne looked at Emperor Lu and said with a smile, "During the time you wasted with him, your strength has recovered a little, right? But it doesn't matter. I'll let you recover as much as you want. You all don't take the throne seriously today. I can help you. I'll let you know what kind of existence the throne is and make you regret provoking the throne." "It's just that, Emperor Lu, don't say I didn't give you a chance now. This is no longer your business. This kid has hurt me and the Eastern King so much just for you. Do you think that if he dies, you will be worthy of him, or the people behind him? So, I suggest you think carefully about it, admit your mistake and follow me. Otherwise, today, not only will you die, he will die too." Hearing the words of the Great Serpent Throne, Emperor Lu's expression changed drastically. It's not that he couldn't see that Hong Tong came to save him. He could also see how powerful Hong Tong was, not to mention anything else, just the fact that he, Emperor Lu, couldn't kill the Blood Demon in one move. Even though the Blood Demon who just attacked was no longer at his peak strength, the fact that he was able to kill instantly still proved that the strength of this red-eyed demon was no weaker than that of Emperor Lu at his peak, and if there was still something hidden, then his strength was definitely stronger even if it was not as good as the throne, it was definitely not much different. Yi Tianqi was a man of many plans, and he must have anticipated that the throne might take action then. Sending Hong Tong proved that even if Hong Tong could not win, she could definitely protect herself. However, this is the throne after all, and Orochi's strength has been hidden. If a real battle breaks out, it is hard to say, it is really hard to say. If Hong Tong suffered any unnecessary injuries or even sacrificed her life in order to save him, Emperor Lu would feel uneasy. Hong Tong is still so young, but his strength is so strong. Given time, his future achievements will be limitless. Emperor Lu took a deep breath, looked at the great snake throne, and said, "The problems between us, we will solve them ourselves. Since you have seen his strength, you should know that behind this friend, there must be someone more powerful. I am fine, but if you hurt him, or even destroy him, your desire to hide your strength will be dashed. Not only that, you'll inevitably provoke a powerful enemy you absolutely don't want to provoke. Think carefully." Emperor Lu believes in Hong Tong, and believes in Yi Tianqi even more. However, is this a trivial matter? This is definitely not a trivial matter. Hong Tong is playing with fire now. He is provoking not only the King of the East but also the Great Serpent Throne. Even if these two join forces, even if any one of them attacks, it is not easy for Hong Tong to defeat him, especially the Great Serpent Throne. Even Emperor Lu himself doesn't dare to think about how powerful it is now. If a fight really breaks out and Emperor Lu suffers a loss, he will really be sorry to Yi Tianqi. Therefore, he can only use this method to make the Great Serpent Throne feel wary. In fact, his words were indeed scary enough. If a red-eyed person is so powerful, then how powerful the existence behind the red-eyed person must be. This is conceivable. Since the Great Snake Throne wants to hide its strength, it has to consider whether the consequences of taking action are worth it. Upon hearing this, the Great Serpent Throne looked at Emperor Lu and snorted coldly, saying, "It seems that you know something. In that case, why not tell me who is behind this person? If you tell me, maybe I will really give up targeting you. Otherwise, hiding your strength is easy for me, isn't it? I just need to kill you, and no one will know." Ha! 755, Chapter 755. What is your grudge? What the Serpent Throne said makes sense. Who was best at keeping secrets? Of course, it's the dead. Instead of being threatened like this, it would be better to take action and kill the person directly, so there would be no need to spend so much effort. Of course, he has his reasons for not taking action now. Emperor Lu's face changed. He didn't expect that the Great Snake Throne would be so resolute. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. With his current strength, he couldn't even defeat the King of the East, let alone fight against the Great Serpent Throne. Of course, if it really came to a desperate fight, he would still have some means to fight even at the risk of his life. However, it was still not enough. A Great Serpent Throne was difficult enough to deal with. At this moment, Hong Tong seemed to have guessed what Emperor Lu was thinking. She looked at him and smiled. "Mr. Lu, don't worry about it. If he wants to attack, then let him do it. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? My greatest skill, Hong Tong, is not anything else but my ability to escape. Even if I can't win, he'd be dreaming if he wanted to kill me. As long as he can't kill me, I will retaliate madly. I can't say anything else, but if the whole of Japan flows like a river of blood, that's no problem. I'll kill a group of people and then move to another place. I'll kill another group of people and then move to another place. I think it won't take long before the entire East Japan will be reduced to a den of ghosts by my murder. If they dare to offend me, I will let them know who I really am." Hong Tong's murderous remarks frightened not only Emperor Lu but also the Great Serpent Throne. Such a strong murderous aura, such a strong murderous intent. The red pupils looked harmless and seemed not to be very threatening. However, the terrifying murderous intent revealed while speaking was rare and uncommon. If he can say it, he can definitely do it. This is the common understanding of the Great Serpent Throne and the Eastern King at this moment. But how come this world has never heard of this person? This is too scary, too terrifying. The most important thing is that if Hong Tong really did what he said, then the entire Japan might really be wiped out by him, and he wouldn't be able to catch anyone else. If a powerful person at the peak of the emperor level is determined to kill someone, who can stop him? A thief can steal for 1,000 days, but you can never be on guard against thieves for 1,000 days. It's hard to guard against. At this moment, the Great Serpent Throne's expression turned extremely ugly. He looked at the red pupil and sneered, "Boy, you are so young yet your murderous intent is incredibly strong. Don't you know that if you kill too much, you will go to hell?" Not only that, if you really dare to do this, no one in the world will let you go even if your backers are powerful. They can't protect you, because you did something you shouldn't have done. Hong Tong heard this, but she didn't care at all. She looked at the great serpent throne, smiled nonchalantly, and said, "Going to hell? I wish I could. Besides, how do you know I'm not in hell? As for the people of the world, they won't let me go. Haha. So what, if you don't accept it? Just come and kill me. However, anyone who dares to kill me must be prepared to be killed in return. Big Snake, you are the king after all, yet you use such a shameful trick to threaten me. Do you think I'm afraid? Alright, I'm too lazy to say anything more today. I have only one goal, to rescue Emperor Lu. If you can help me rescue him, then I will pretend that none of this happened. Otherwise, I'm sorry, I hold grudges today. If I don't have a good day, no one else will either. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider whether to hand Emperor Lu over to me. Of course, if you don't believe me, or if you can't make a decision, then I don't mind fighting with the Eastern King first. Perhaps then you'll know what to choose." After saying that, Hong Tong looked at the Eastern King with a cold smile on his lips, and said, "I'm so disgusted with you, you piece of shit. If the Big Snake hadn't been here today, I would have cut off your limbs and made you live a life worse than death." As soon as these words came out, both the Great Serpent Throne and the Eastern Heavenly King had frowns on their faces. They had sensed some of Hong Tong's hatred towards the Eastern King before, and now, this hostility became even clearer. Hong Tong and Dong Tianwang have a grudge, and it is an irreconcilable deep hatred. Otherwise, this would never happen. 10 seconds, think about it? The Serpent Throne revealed a self-deprecating smile. For so many years, he had always given others opportunities and time, but today, someone actually gave him time and issued an ultimatum. It was really quite interesting. Seeing Hong Tong's bold and uninhibited look, the Great Serpent Throne smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. If Emperor Lu wants to let me go, it's not impossible after all. I have thought about winning over Emperor Lu before, and I think highly of him. It's a pity that Emperor Lu was unwilling to follow me. Otherwise, we wouldn't have reached this point now. Of course, since you've already spoken, it's only right that we should see your strength. After all, you're so arrogant. It's impossible for you to achieve your goal without showing any strength at all. That would be too embarrassing. Moreover, from what you said, it seems that you and the King of East Heaven have a deep hatred. I wonder, what kind of deep hatred is there between you two?" Looking at the face of the Eastern Heavenly King, he is clearly bewildered. It's obvious that he doesn't remember whether he has ever had an enemy with you. Of course, it's understandable that he can't remember. After all, when someone like the Eastern Heavenly King says he doesn't have many enemies, no one would believe him. "You are right, King of the East." Hearing this, the Eastern King nodded, then looked at Hong Tong and sneered, "Why, is the hatred between you and me so deep? I didn't know that I killed your father. As for your mother, I'd better kill your whole family. You look like you want to eat people. It doesn't look fake." At this time, King Dong Tian still had the mood to tease Hong Tong, but he didn't take Hong Tong seriously. Upon hearing this, Hong Tong looked at Dong Tianwang and said coldly, "Stop talking so much nonsense. If you want to know, then you have to fight." After saying that, Hong Tong raised his weapon, flashed into the air, and chopped at the Eastern King. As for the King of the East, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes, but this move could not hurt him. However, just this one move is enough to prove how powerful Hong Tong is. Others couldn't see it, but only strong people like them could see it. Although the noise of this battle seemed not as loud as the noise of the battle between Blood Demon and others just now, the aftermath did not even hurt the trees, flowers, and plants. However, only those who truly understand the business know that this is the most difficult thing. The more powerful a person is, the more likely he is to lose control of his strength in battle. But once he is able to control it, it means that he has mastered a power that ordinary people cannot understand. Every time he makes a move, he gives it his all. The reason why the power does not leak out is because his control is too strong. The Great Snake Throne can understand that the Eastern King can do it. After all, the Eastern King has been dominating the world for so many years, and his strength is there for everyone to see. However, the fact that Hong Tong could do it actually made the Serpent Throne look sideways. Who can blame this red poople for being so young? At their age, let alone having such control, even their level is probably only at the king level. For those with a little talent, it is really amazing to be able to enter the emperor level. But what level is Hong Tong? That is the peak of the emperor level, half a step to the throne. He is more than a genius, he is an indescribable prodigy. 756, Chapter 756 Evenly Matched. This battle between Dong Tianwang and Hong Tong was really evenly matched. The two people kept colliding, but unfortunately, neither could really hurt the other. It seemed that both of them were fighting with all their strength, but in fact, they were both holding back, wanting to test the upper limit of the other's strength. However, it was not that easy. After 10 moves, Hong Tong still had a faint smile on his face, as if he was teasing the King of the East. As for the Eastern Heavenly King, his expression was solemn, his brows furrowed. He looked at Hong Tong with a cold laugh and said, "You are indeed a prodigy. You are so young, yet your strength is so unfathomable. However, with this little strength, you want to hurt me or underestimate me. You are simply dreaming." As the words fell, the aura of the Eastern King actually rose again, reaching the peak of the Emperor level. Afterwards, the movements of his hands became even more fierce, and each move was a deadly killing move. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Hong Tong. Hong Tong's eyes turned, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, his expression suddenly became solemn, as if he was struggling. He was like two different people compared to the calmness just now. It seemed that at this moment, he was really suppressed by the King of the East. Although the King of the East was puzzled as to why Hong Tong suddenly became like this was a good thing and there was no reason for him to be unhappy. As Hong Tong's expression became more and more exhausted, the movements of Dong Tianwang's hands became more and more fierce. Finally, he found a flaw and pierced Hong Tong's clothes with a sword. Although there was no injury to the skin, the fact that he was able to pierce his clothes meant that he had the upper hand. The Eastern King was overjoyed looking at Hong Tong's expression. He continued to advance, wanting to achieve greater victory. At this moment, Hong Tong seemed to be driven to anger and pointed at the King of the East and roared, "You damn bastard, if a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm a sick cat? Damn it, you piece of trash, how dare you tear my clothes? You deserve to die, you deserve to die, you deserve to die." With Hong Tong's roar, his momentum actually rose again. Dong Tianwang's expression changed, and he said coldly, "You dare to hide your strength when fighting with me? Who do you think you are? You are courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Tianwang rushed towards Hong Tong again, and the two fought again on equal terms. This time, it was Hong Tong who had the upper hand. The Eastern King tore his clothes, and he directly cut a wound on the Eastern King's body, and blood flowed out instantly. For the King of the East, this was a great shame and humiliation. He had not been injured for many years, but now he was injured by this young man. The bright red blood stimulated the nerves of the Eastern King, making him almost crazy, so his attacks became more and more fierce, as if he was willing to risk his life to make Hong Tong pay the price. However, Hong Tong was not afraid at all. Instead, a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. He was so desperate that he didn't even fear the Eastern King at all. The two men fought to the end without any rules at all. They were fighting for their lives and just wanted to vent their anger. The Great Snake Throne and Emperor Lu both swallowed their saliva when they saw this. They didn't know what the purpose of this was. It was as if these two people were really irreconcilable enemies. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other and just want to torture each other severely. As for whether they win or not, it seems that it is no longer very important. It is very rare for masters to fight to the point where they are almost fighting with each other's swords and knives now. Both of them have suffered serious injuries, and are almost bleeding. At this moment, the Great Serpent Throne sighed and said, "I think you two should just stop. If you continue fighting, there will be no winner. Instead, both sides will suffer losses." The Great Serpent Throne should be the East Heavenly King's man, but this time, the Great Serpent Throne did not directly help the East Heavenly King. The Great Serpent Throne knows the reason. He saw how the Eastern King tried his best. Perhaps the Eastern King did have a backup plan. As long as he used such a life-threatening method, he would definitely be able to improve his combat effectiveness. However, the Serpent Throne also saw the potential of Red Eyes. It seemed that Hong Tong had tried her best, but the Great Snake Throne felt that Hong Tong had not used her full strength at all, but had been concealing her true strength. Although this idea surprised the Great Serpent Throne himself, he believed in his own feelings, especially when he saw a hint of calmness and sarcasm in Hong Tong's crazy eyes. He became more certain that Hong Tong still had some strength left. This crazy, seemingly evenly matched battle was deliberately performed for one's own benefit. As for why this is the case, I'm afraid they are on guard against me. However, no matter what the reason is, it means that Hong Tong is definitely not as simple as they appear on the surface. In fact, Hong Tong is not simple at all. The strength that Dong Tianwang has shown at this moment is enough to fight against some weaker thrones. So, if Hong Tong still retains his strength, it is really hard to say whether he can be on par with the throne. What kind of person must be behind Hong Tong to be able to subdue such a person? The Serpent Throne is suspicious by nature and must be guarded against. that's why he didn't intervene. In itself, this matter is actually a non-issue to him. He just wants to give face to the King of East Heaven. Moreover, he also wants to see the King of East Heaven's strength now. He has seen more than expected. In fact, his goal has been achieved. As for Emperor Lu, subduing him was a spur-of-the-moment decision. If he can kill him, that would be the best. If he can't, it doesn't matter to him much. Anyway, as long as his strength gradually improves as he becomes stronger and stronger, everything will go in his direction. By then, no matter whether he is Hongtong or Lu Huang, as long as his snake is strong enough, it will all be nothing. Seeing that the two people on the field were really angry and his words were useless, Dishi sighed, rushed directly between the two, and then used brute force to separate them. At this moment, although Dong Tianwang and Hongtong had been separated, their eyes were still red and they were determined to continue fighting. The Serpent Throne smiled and said, "Let's talk first. If you want to fight, you can wait." After saying that, the Great Serpent Throne looked at the injuries on the two men. It was a horrible sight. If it were an ordinary person with such injuries, he would have died long ago, but for Dong Tianwang and Hongtong, it seemed that it didn't affect them at all. The Great Serpent Throne glanced at the Eastern King and said, "Your Majesty, you should give me some respect now that the battle is over. I think it's time to make some things clear." Afterwards, the Great Snake Throne walked directly in front of Emperor Lu, and then put a sword directly to Emperor Lu's neck. He looked at Hongtong and smiled. "Do you want to make a bet and see if I will kill Emperor Lu, or in other words, if I dare to kill Emperor Lu? We've had enough fun, and it's time to end it now. You still have a chance to reveal your backer and who gave you this mission. Otherwise, I'm sorry, you won't be able to complete this mission today, because I will kill Emperor Lu. But, as long as you tell me, then, Emperor Lu, I promise you that I will let you go immediately." 757, Chapter 757, By the Order of the Emperor of Heaven. As long as Hongtong tells who was the backer behind him and who sent him to carry out the mission, then Emperor Lu will be released immediately. This deal is a good deal no matter what. However, for both Emperor Lu and Hongtong, whether it is cost-effective or not is not up to them to decide. If Yi Tianqi was unwilling to reveal it, then even if they died, they would not say a word. However, the current situation was that Yi Tianqi did not have this requirement. Moreover, before Hongtong came, he had personally instructed that when necessary, he could tell it out to some extent. The title of the Emperor of Heaven could still scare people. Who is Emperor Qi Tian? He is a powerful man in the world today. Who doesn't know him? A young man whose rise to power was miraculous, but he possessed unparalleled power and a ruthless character who would never let go of any grudge. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a murderer. The most important thing is that if Emperor Qi Tian is unhappy, no matter how deep your background is, how powerful your backers are, or how huge your power is, it will not stop him from taking revenge. This is the fact. But unfortunately, few people can do anything to him. Emperor Qi Tian is not only powerful, but also owns the behemoth Heavenly Palace. Who wouldn't be afraid of him? Even though all these years have passed, it may have some impact on the qualified world, but when the three words "abandon Emperor" were uttered, it was enough to shock people. Therefore, if Hongtong feels that the time is right, she will still say it. But Emperor Lu didn't know. Hongtong looked at the Great Serpent Throne, smiled, and said, "Great Serpent Throne, do you keep your word?" Upon hearing this, the Great Serpent Throne burst into laughter and said, "Since you call me the Great Serpent Throne, do you think I might go back on my word? Don't worry, as long as you tell me, I will release Emperor Lu immediately. Moreover, I promise not to hunt him down even if there is a reason to kill him. It will be next time, not this time. I can guarantee this with my status as the throne. Do you believe me?" Hongtong nodded after hearing this and said with a smile, "As the dignified throne, your words must be kept. Believe me. Of course I believe you, why not? So, Serpent Throne, are you sure you really want to know who's behind me? Just tell me who this person is, and that'll be all." Seeing that Hongtong clearly had this plan, Emperor Lu was the first to lose control without waiting for the Great Snake Throne to speak. "No, you can't say that. I'd rather die than tell you. You can't ruin his plans." Emperor Lu didn't know the situation and thought that this would affect Yi Tianqi, so he would rather die than let Hongtong reveal Yi Tianqi's name, even if it was the three words Emperor Qi Tian. The Great Serpent Throne looked at Emperor Lu and chuckled, "Emperor Lu, you'd better save yourself the trouble. Others didn't care enough to speak out in order to save you. Why are you doing this, ha?" The more Emperor Lu tried to stop him, the more it showed that he must know who the person was.
Moreover, it is very important, otherwise, I would not risk my life to reveal this person. The serpent throne naturally became more and more curious. Hong Tong looked at Emperor Lu, chuckled, and said, Emperor Lu, don't worry, some things are bound to happen, besides, there's nothing to hide, right? Since they want to know, then let them know. After saying that, Hong Tong gave Emperor Lu a look, signaling him not to say any more. Everything would be decided by him, Hong Tong. Emperor Lu could only sigh helplessly, and seemed to no longer try to stop it. At this time, Hong Tong looked at the great serpent throne and smiled, please send Emperor Lu to me first, although I trust your throne's words, and I also believe that you would not want to provoke the people behind me, but just in case, you should do as I say. It has come to this point. Although this made the serpent throne quite unhappy, it seemed unnecessary to continue wasting time on such a small matter. The great snake throne waved his hand, indicating that Emperor Lu could leave. Emperor Lu had also recovered some strength at this moment. He immediately stood up and walked to Hong Tong's side. Dong Tian saw this scene, then looked at the great snake throne and endured it. This situation was set up with great difficulty, in order to solve the problem of Emperor Lu once and for all. If he were to just let him go like this, King Dong Tianwang himself would not be able to get over it. However, now the King of the East is also very curious about where this red pupil came from and why he is so hostile to him. This reason seems to be more important than the life and death of Emperor Lu. You can tell me now. Seeing Emperor Lu approaching Hong Tong, the great snake throne spoke calmly. Hong Tong nodded, then took out a pill, smiled at Lu Huang, and said, take it, it can temporarily restore some of your strength later. You might need to escape, so you can't lose your strength. Although Hong Tong said this jokingly, Emperor Lu immediately understood what was going on. He grabbed the pill and swallowed it without asking any questions. People risked their lives to save him, so what else did he have to ask? Of course, he ate whatever was given to him. After seeing Emperor Lu eat it, Hong Tong smiled, then looked at the great snake throne and the Eastern King and said with a smile, are you really curious about who was behind me? Actually, I don't recommend you asking. After all, if you don't know, you can still live peacefully, but if you do know, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to sleep well. The King of East Heaven looked at Hong Tong unhappily and said coldly, boy, stop talking so much nonsense here if you want to go back on your word. Become? Hearing this, Hong Tong sneered and said, regret, that's not the case. Since I've agreed, there's nothing wrong with telling you. If you want to know, you can, but you, the King of the East, must stand firm. I, the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, the 10th throne, have abandoned the orders of the Heavenly Emperor and come to rescue Emperor Lu. Snake throne, Eastern Heavenly King, are you satisfied with this answer? Satisfy? It's impossible not to be satisfied. As soon as these words came out, the face of the great Snake King immediately fell, his brows tightly furrowed, and the fear in the eyes of the Eastern King flashed away, and then his body continued to tremble. The Lord of the Heavenly Palace, the 10th throne, the abandoned Emperor of Heaven. For the King of the East, this is a nightmare that cannot be avoided no matter what. He, the Eastern Heavenly King, is still one of the 4 Heavenly Kings of the Heavenly Palace. He claims to be the most powerful king in the Heavenly Palace and seems to be able to act on behalf of the Heavenly Palace. But once the true master of the Heavenly Palace, Emperor Qi Tian, appears, what will he, the Eastern Heavenly King, be? What's more, what has he done? Can he hide it from others and deceive himself? If he can't even deceive himself, then can he really deceive Emperor Qi Tian? At this moment, the King of East Heaven felt as if the sky was dark and the earth was gloomy. He had always suspected that Emperor Qi Tian might still be alive. However, now that he really heard the news about Emperor Qi Tian, he was not happy at all. All he felt was panic, fear, and uneasiness. No, it's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You bastard, you are lying to us. 758, Chapter 758, Emperor's Prohibition. The King of the East lost his composure. No matter how big the incident was today, King Dong Tian had never had this kind of expression or lost his composure, but now, he lost his composure. As soon as the name of Emperor Qi Tian came out, King Dong Tian's heart was in turmoil. The great serpent throne was silent for a moment, then looked at the Eastern King and said in a deep voice, Eastern King, calm down. Although I know you have been working hard to find the abandoned emperor for so long and even suspect that he is dead, you must stay calm now. Perhaps what they said is true. The words of the great serpent throne indirectly reminded the Eastern King that at this time, he must remain calm and not let anyone see his flaws. It doesn't matter if the abandoned emperor is alive, as he may not know the truth of that year. Of course, it may not be the case. But, I can't just go and alert the enemy myself. Upon hearing this, the Eastern King took a deep breath and immediately calmed down. Then, looking at Hong Tong, he said, "I'm sorry, I was so excited when I heard the news that I couldn't control my emotions for a moment." What you said is true. Emperor Tian, is he still alive? If it's true, why didn't he come to see us? Why didn't he contact me directly, but instead sent you to rescue Emperor Lu? He's the Emperor of Heaven. As long as he gives the order, I won't do anything to Emperor Lu. Why would he have to go through you? The King of the East put himself in the position of a loyal minister and a filial son. He would never reveal his true heart until the last moment and until he had thoroughly understood the true situation of Emperor Qi Tian. The Great Serpent Throne also smiled and said, "Abandoned Emperor, it's been a long time since I last heard this name." He once rose to power like a miracle, and in just a few years, he directly took the throne, and this was just the beginning for him. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, he suddenly disappeared. Now that he has finally appeared, it is inevitable that some people will not believe him. Young man, is everything you said true? Are you really here on the orders of the abandoned emperor? Did the abandoned emperor really give the order to rescue Emperor Lu? Then, who are you? As far as I know, there is no such person as you in the Heavenly Palace. Similarly, the Eastern Heavenly King is standing here. If you are from the Heavenly Palace, how could the Eastern Heavenly King not know you? The Great Serpent Throne asked the questions in his mind, and at the same time, he was also testing Hong Tong. Hong Tong wanted to laugh from the very beginning. Sure enough, as soon as the title of Emperor of Heaven came out, chaos broke out. Everything was in chaos. Not only is things chaotic, but everyone has started to act pretentiously. However, these are not important. If they want to pretend, then let them do so. In the end, they are just deceiving themselves anyway. I never said I was from the Heavenly Palace. Does that mean, just because I've received orders from the Heavenly Emperor and become his subordinate, I must join the Heavenly Palace? Who gave me that logic? You want to doubt me? I don't care, but I've said what I need to say. It's just the facts. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. But now, I'm here on the orders of the Heavenly Emperor. Serpent Throne, you are not the Heavenly Emperor's subordinate, so I can't control what you want to do. Of course, as to whether the Heavenly Emperor will settle accounts with you, that's for you to consider. But, King Dong Tian, do you still consider yourself a member of the Heavenly Palace, a subordinate of the Heavenly Emperor? Upon hearing this, the Eastern Heavenly King's expression changed. He then nodded heavily and said, "Of course I am from the Heavenly Palace, and I am also the Eastern Heavenly King under the command of the Heavenly Emperor. Of course I admit this. There is no way I wouldn't admit it." What do you mean by that? Do you doubt me? Or does the Emperor of Heaven doubt my loyalty? The Eastern King's expression turned somewhat ugly, as if he had been insulted. Hong Tong, watching the East Heavenly King's performance, revealed a hint of sarcasm on her face. She said, "East Heavenly King, your acting as a loyal minister and filial son may be somewhat useful in front of me, but it won't be very effective. After all, we've already had a real fight. If you want me to speak well of you in front of the Heavenly Emperor, that's fine, but at the very least, you have to show respect." I don't know if I doubt you, but I only know that the Heavenly Emperor wants to protect Emperor Lu, and you want to kill Emperor Lu and go against the Heavenly Emperor. King Dong Tian, this can't be fake, right? In a word, checkmate. The Eastern Heavenly King immediately shook his head and said, "No, that's not the case. I have a reason for wanting to kill Emperor Lu. Furthermore, Emperor Lu and the Heavenly Emperor have no connection." Ali didn't know this. If I had known, I would never have touched Emperor Lu. And you haven't mentioned any of this since you appeared. If you had, how could I have disobeyed the Heavenly Emperor's orders? I am the Eastern Heavenly King of the Heavenly Palace. Naturally, I follow the orders of the Heavenly Emperor, and my leadership is unwavering. Heaven and earth can bear witness to my loyalty. If anyone tries to trip me up from behind or speak ill of me, I swear, I will hunt them down at all costs. These words were a threat to Hong Tong in front of her, as if he was afraid that Hong Tong would harm him. But does he, the King of the East, need others to slander and frame him? His actions may deceive others but not himself. He had betrayed others long ago, but not many people knew about it. If Hong Tong and the others didn't know that Dong Tianwan was the traitor, they would have been really moved by Dong Tianwan's performance. A loyal minister and a filial son. What a loyal minister and a filial son. King Dong Tian, don't worry. That Emperor of Heaven is very observant and will not let a bad guy go, nor will he accidentally hurt a good person. For the Emperor of Heaven, this world has no hidden secrets at all. As for you, Eastern Heavenly King, since you are one of the Heavenly Kings of the Heavenly Palace, you must be aware of the prohibitions that the Heavenly Emperor once issued, so I want to ask you, what are you doing in Dragon Country now, and why did you kill Emperor Lu? Having said that, Hong Tong pointed to the Great Snake Throne and said with a smile, also, you and this Great Serpent Throne, what kind of friendship is this? It seems like you two have quite a close relationship. The Eastern Heavenly King knew he would definitely face this situation, so he quickly said, the Heavenly Emperor has disappeared for several years. The Heavenly Palace is leaderless and each one is acting independently now. We are plagued by internal and external troubles. Everyone says that the Heavenly Emperor has fallen, but I just don't believe it. I have searched everywhere in the world, but I can't find any trace of the Heavenly Emperor. Then, the only place I haven't looked is in the Dragon Kingdom. So, my purpose for entering Dragon Country is simple. To find the Heavenly Emperor. Even if the chance is 1 in a million, I will do everything in my power to find him. For this, even if it means violating the Heavenly Emperor's prohibitions, I am willing to accept the punishment. As for why I'm with the Great Serpent Throne, it's very simple. The Great Serpent Throne promised me to search for the Emperor of Heaven together, so why wouldn't I do it? As long as I can find the Emperor of Heaven, I don't care about anything else. Are you satisfied with this answer? Hearing this, Hong Tong chuckled and said, whether I am satisfied or not is not important. What is important is whether the Heavenly Emperor is satisfied. But I think that if you are sincere, then the Heavenly Emperor should also be satisfied. Now that the Emperor has found the Eastern Heavenly King, can he withdraw from the Dragon Kingdom? Oh, right, the Emperor means that the news of his return needs to remain secret. It's not the right time yet. Do you understand what I mean? 759, Chapter 759. I dare not. Do you understand? The King of the East actually didn't understand at all. Since Emperor Qi Tian had already appeared, why didn't he continue to look for him, or even come out to meet him, and why did he continue to keep it secret? I've been dormant for so long, isn't that enough? There are some even more terrifying things that Dong Tianwang doesn't dare to think about now, nor does he dare to let his mind wander. His mind is too confused and he can't think clearly. Looking at the red pupil, the Eastern Heavenly King took a deep breath and said, I want to go and pay my respects to the Emperor of Heaven. Is that possible? Hong Tong shook her head and said, you'll attract too much attention, so it's not feasible. Your appearance will make people suspicious of the Heavenly Emperor's news. Therefore, you can't go, and this is also the Heavenly Emperor's intention. Eastern Heavenly King, if you are truly loyal to the Heavenly Emperor, then you should honestly follow his orders. When the time comes, the Heavenly Emperor will naturally summon you. Until then, you only need to keep the secret and behave yourself. Why? Can't you do it? Upon hearing this, the Eastern Heavenly King frowned, looked at the red pupil, gritted his teeth, and said, I can do it as long as it's the order of the Emperor of Heaven. I will obey. However, you are just passing on a message. How can you prove that all this is true? I can't believe everything you say. I don't know you. Who are you? Hearing this, Hong Tong chuckled, pointed at herself, and said, who am I? Perhaps you don't know me, but you should have heard of me. I am the Heavenly Emperor's personal guard, U-18. Even if you haven't heard of this name, you should have heard that the Emperor of Heaven has a hidden force that serves him anytime and anywhere. I am one of them now. Do you believe it? As soon as these words were spoken, King Dong Tian's face changed drastically, because he really didn't know Hong Tong, but he happened to know that Emperor Qi Tian had such a force. Although there were not many people, they were all elite. However, they didn't know how powerful they were. However, now that Hong Tong has appeared, the strength he demonstrated is enough to shock the world. Moreover, the name Yeshiba is very meaningful. 18, if it is not a random number, it means that there are 17, 16, 1, 2, 3, and 4. As far as we know now, there are at least 18 people who are the absolute elite hidden in the dark by Emperor Qi Tian. One red-eyed person is already so difficult and powerful, it can't be that all 18 people are like this. If that were the case, then they wouldn't have to think about anything and could just commit suicide by slitting their throats, which would be more convenient. Unfortunately, it is impossible. Even if we kill the King of East Heaven, I don't think these 18 people will have such powerful strength. This is absolutely impossible. Upon hearing this, the Great Serpent Throne smiled and said, without waiting for the confirmation of the Eastern King, the abandoned Emperor is truly blessed to have subordinates like you, who are not only loyal but also powerful. This is great, truly great. It's impossible not to be envious, Yeshiba. Haha. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to meet His Excellency Abandoned Heavenly Emperor. I met His Excellency Heavenly Emperor once before, but didn't have the time to sit down and have a good chat. It's always been a regret for me now. I finally have the chance to see the Heavenly Emperor again. I wonder if he's available? Hearing this, Hong Tong looked at the Great Serpent Throne and said with a smile, "Since the Great Serpent Throne is thinking of the Heavenly Emperor so much, I will definitely tell the Heavenly Emperor about your thoughts. However, the Heavenly Emperor is not here now, so I don't know what he is thinking specifically. Naturally, I can't agree to it on your behalf, so, Great Serpent Throne, do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the Great Serpent Throne smiled and said, "I understand, of course I understand, don't worry." At this moment, the Eastern Heavenly King looked at Hong Tong and said, "I seem to have heard of you. There are indeed rumors that there are such people around the Emperor of Heaven. Since it is the Emperor of Heaven's order, then I will not say anything. Emperor Lu, you can take him away. However, I still want to ask, Emperor of Heaven, do you have any friendship with Emperor Lu? Otherwise, why would he make such a big fuss and even expose his own information to ask you to rescue Emperor Lu?" Regarding this point, the King of the East was not just curious, he also wanted to use this incident to confirm what the relationship between Emperor Qi Tian and Emperor Lu was. From this aspect, some things can be inferred. In fact, the King of the East now has some vague premonitions in his heart. However, this is related to the matter of the Emperor Qi Tian. After all, the so-called premonition, no matter how accurate it is just a premonition without real evidence. He absolutely dare not say or do anything more. After all, facing Emperor Qi Tian, no one can help but feel pressured. One wrong move can lead to a complete loss. Hong Tong looked at the Eastern King and sneered, "Eastern King, the Emperor of Heaven has a wide circle of friends and acquaintances. Is there anything strange about him knowing Emperor Lu? The Heavenly Emperor not only knows Emperor Lu, he also knows many more people. Do you want to ask them all? Otherwise, please ask the Heavenly Emperor to come and explain it to you personally." These words are forcing the King of the East. The Eastern Heavenly King took a deep breath, looked at Hong Tong, and shook his head, saying, "You don't have to be so hostile to me. This is all a misunderstanding. We are all loyal to the Emperor of Heaven. We are the ones who deserve it. Of course I don't dare ask the Emperor of Heaven to explain to me. Just take the person away. But please tell the Emperor of Heaven that I have missed him for a long time. If possible, I hope to receive a summon from the Emperor of Heaven and meet him in person. Please tell the Emperor of Heaven that I will leave Dragon Country and wait for his Kali. Will keep it a secret and will not tell anyone about him." At this moment, all the King of the East could do was to show his loyalty. Other than that, he has nothing. I dare not say anything, nor do anything. Hong Tong nodded after hearing this, then looked at the Great Serpent Throne and the Eastern Heavenly King and said with a smile, "If there is nothing else, then we can leave. Of course, if you don't want us to leave and want to continue attacking us, I can understand that, but please don't attack us from behind after we turn around. That's a despicable act, and I despise it. Of course, I also believe that two such upright people would never do such a despicable and shameless thing, right?" This statement is a veiled attack, deliberately saying that the Great Serpent Throne and the Eastern King are despicable and shameless villains. However, I don't know whether they can understand it. But, they are definitely villains after all. They have done such despicable things before. The Great Serpent Throne looked at the red pupils, smiled and shook his head, and said, "You just need to leave when you see His Excellency the Abandoned Emperor. Please convey my respects to him." Hong Tong smiled slightly, then looked deeply at the Queen of Dongtian, and said to Emperor Lu, "Emperor Lu, can you still go?" At this moment, after a rest and taking the pill given to him by Hong Tong, although Emperor Lu's strength has not fully recovered, there is no problem for him to leave. Then, the two of them turned around and left. However, after their backs completely disappeared, the expressions of both the Great Serpent Throne and the Eastern King turned extremely ashen. 760, Chapter 760. Where does the hostility come from? King Dongtian looked at the direction where Hong Tong and Lu Huang disappeared, anger surging in his eyes. However, in addition to anger, there was also a trace of deep dread and fear. He still couldn't tell whether what Hong Tong said was true or not, but it was probably true. And precisely because it was true, King Dongtian was angry and felt fear at the same time. Emperor Qi Tian was actually still alive. Yes, he had this premonition that Emperor Qi Tian might still be alive. However, when this news became a fact, King Dongtian could not accept it. This is definitely not a good thing for him. Great Serpent Throne, just now, if only we had killed Emperor Lu earlier, it would have been much better. Even if we hadn't been able to do so earlier, we could have simply given no face to this red-eyed man, or even killed him as well, without anyone noticing. Great Serpent Throne, why are you so hesitant? The King of the East was somewhat dissatisfied, and his attitude was not very good. The Great Serpent Throne was not very angry at this moment. He could understand the confusion in the East Sky King's heart. The more so, the more it would benefit him, the Great Serpent Throne. Without the huge threat of Emperor Qi Tian, the King of East Heaven would not be so upset, nor would he be too afraid therefore, naturally, he would not respect others too much or even directly submit to them. But now that Emperor Qi Tian has appeared, King Dong Tian, you have to think carefully about many things. Looking at the Eastern King who was clearly not feeling well, the Great Serpent Throne sighed softly and said, "Who could have imagined that things would develop to this point, Eastern King, didn't you expect this either?" The appearance of Yoshiba was beyond everyone's expectations however. The most surprising thing was that he was actually a subordinate of the abandoned emperor. It's really hard not to be surprised. Don't panic, King Dongtian this time, it may not be a bad thing after all, we have obtained the news we have always wanted, right? The abandoned emperor is still alive. Not only is he alive, but he has probably already started to take action. That's good. Knowing that he is still alive is enough. At least, he is no longer in the dark, but in the light. This will not do us any harm. It will allow us to prepare early. However, it seems that we have underestimated the strength of the abandoned emperor. If there are more people like Yoshiba under his command, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to deal with him. Upon hearing this, the Eastern Heavenly King frowned slightly and said, "Although Yoshiba is powerful, he's not to the point where we should be afraid of him. I think killing him just now wasn't such a bad thing. Great Serpent Throne, even now, with your means, it would be easy to catch up with them and kill them. We have all the necessary information, so there is nothing to be afraid of now. Besides, you and the Heavenly Emperor are not on good terms, so a fight between the two sides is only a matter of time." This is indeed the truth. A battle between the Eastern King and the abandoned emperor is only a matter of time. Some things cannot be concealed at all. This is also why the Eastern King is so frightened. Now, as long as they haven't fallen out, he doesn't want to, and doesn't dare to, do anything more. He still has that hopeful mentality. But how long can it last? Even the King of the East himself doesn't know how long he can hold on. The time it takes to install it depends on the time given to him by Emperor Qi Tian. If Emperor Qi Tian doesn't want to give him time, then there is nothing more to say. The Great Serpent Throne looked at the Eastern King, chuckled, and said, "The Eastern King is talking so powerfully now, but why didn't he say this in front of Yoshiba just now?" I don't mean to look down on you. Rather, I can understand your feelings similarly. I think you should understand mine. I have to say, the name of the abandoned emperor is truly too resounding. Even though he has disappeared for so many years, when he truly reappears, you will find that the pressure he exerts has never disappeared. We haven't seen him for all these years. We don't know what he's become, what he's been hiding, what conspiracy he has, and so on. We don't know, so we can't do anything. At the very least, we need stable and reliable information before we can analyze it. Also, how can you be so sure that I can stop this Yoshiba? Putting aside the question of whether stopping him would directly cause a falling out with the abandoned emperor, stopping him isn't an easy task. Did you really not discover anything after fighting him? When these words came out, the Eastern Heavenly King frowned slightly, and after a moment of silence, he said, "What did you find? Is it his strength? Yes, I admit, he's very strong and young. Given time, his future is limitless. But the more this is the case, the more we should nip the danger in the bud while we can still resolve it now. I think resolving it in advance is the best solution. Otherwise, you've seen how unruly and arrogant this man is. If we ever come to blows, he'll definitely be our formidable enemy." The Eastern King acknowledged Hong Tong's strength. He had fought with her personally, so he had no choice but to admit it. The most terrifying thing was that Hong Tong was so young. She was really too young, almost another abandoned emperor in this case. Giving Hong Tong time to grow would be the biggest disadvantage for them. The Serpent Throne also agreed with these words, but it was more than just an agreement. Perhaps, it's a little too late. The Eastern Heavenly King may not have realized that when he was fighting with you, this Yoshiba, in fact, still had some strength left and did not use up all his strength. At full strength, you appear to be evenly matched with him, and both of you have sustained serious injuries, but in reality, I can see that he is holding back, and this evenly matched situation is a deliberate act. When these words came out, the King of East Heaven felt that he was insulted. He, the dignified King of the East, has unfathomable strength and is expected to take the throne in the future, but in the end, he is not as good as Hong Tong? How is this possible? Saying that they were evenly matched showed that he already had a high opinion of Hong Tong. Now, the Great Snake Throne actually said that if it really came to a life and death battle, he couldn't beat Hong Tong. This was an insult to him. Snake Throne, are you overestimating Yoshiba? I admit he's very strong, but not as strong as you say. The King of the East is expressing his dissatisfaction. The Great Serpent Throne smiled and said, whether you believe it or not is not important. What's important is, why do you think Emperor Abandoned Heaven wanted to save Emperor Lu, since he was able to send you Shiba? Could it be that he knows something? Also, didn't you notice that there was something wrong with the way Yoshiba was looking at you? That's the look someone would give you when looking at an enemy, but you two have never met before. You don't even know each other, so why would he hate you and be hostile to you? It can't be that he simply dislikes you. I don't think you would believe that explanation yourself. Then, there is only one reason. 761, Chapter 761 Ending. That's right, in this world, there is no such thing as love, hate, or emotions without reason. It cannot be denied that there will be people who dislike each other when they meet for the first time, but the so-called dislike does not mean hatred. However, the look that Hong Tong gave the King of East Heaven was filled with hatred and hostility. No one would believe that there was no reason or special circumstances for this. But they have never met each other, so there can only be one possibility. That is, someone said something. The Eastern Heavenly King's expression changed drastically. He looked at the Great Serpent Throne and said, could it be that the Heavenly Emperor has really learned the truth about why he was surrounded and fell off the cliff? He knows that I am the traitor? At this point, the Eastern Heavenly King trembled involuntarily and said, if this is true, then Yun Tang's death can be explained. He was the one who did it, right? Upon hearing this, the Great Serpent Throne sighed and shook his head, saying, if you ask me, I don't know either. However, I do know one thing, whether it's true or not, you probably don't dare to go see him now, do you? Of course, from another perspective, whether it's true or not doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you know it or not anyway. Sooner or later, you're going to fall out with him. It's not now, but it won't be too far away. Besides, I don't think you really need to be so afraid of him. So many years have passed, and things have changed. He's been hiding from people for a long time. I am afraid there must be a reason. Otherwise, with his temper and methods, if he knew who harmed him, would he be able to endure it? So, although we don't know the reason, at least one thing is certain, it's not convenient for him to show up right now, or even to reveal his identity. That means we still have time, and what we lack most right now is time. As long as time is sufficient, my strength will increase rapidly, and you will also be able to take the throne in no time. Once the time is right, everything will be settled by then. Whether he knows it or not will no longer matter. So, King Dong Tian, remember not to lose your composure now. Instead, we should work even harder and strive to become stronger. When we actually meet him, we can give him a huge surprise. Wouldn't that be even better? Ha! The Great Snake Throne had a good idea and was very confident, and he was indeed qualified and confident after causing Yi Tianqi to fall off the cliff. They got the chance now. Their strength is growing every day, and they are just waiting for the right time. They dare not say that they are invincible in the world, but they will not be afraid of anyone. The same is true for King Dongtian. As long as he has enough time, he will be able to reach the power of the throne at that time. Will he still need to be afraid of Yi Tianqi? The reason why the Great Serpent Throne said this is that he wanted to completely bind the King of East to his chariot, otherwise, he would be unstable. But now, because of the appearance of Emperor Qi Tian, this is the best reason for his own safety. The King of East will probably not refuse. Sure enough, after taking a deep breath, the Eastern Heavenly King looked at the Great Serpent Throne and said, you are right. If he really knew something, he would have come to me long ago. No matter what the reason is, it is a good thing that he didn't come to Maze. What we need is to me. As long as there is enough time, what does it matter if we abandon the Heavenly Emperor? However, I'm afraid I can't return to Dragon Country for the time being. Serpent Throne, if you don't mind, could you do me a favor? I need your help. Upon hearing this, the Great Serpent Throne chuckled and said, we are all family, so no matter what, as long as you speak up, everything will be easy to talk about. At this moment, Lu Huang and Hong Tong had already gone quite far away. Looking at Hong Tong's indifferent expression, Emperor Lu couldn't help but sigh that the new generation is always pushing the old generation forward. At Hong Tong's age, he, Emperor Lu, was nothing. Emperor Lu, what are you looking at me for? Is there something wrong with my face? Hong Tong spoke with a smile, seeming happy to be able to rescue Emperor Lu. It is true that there is no relationship between him and Emperor Lu, but this is a task arranged by Yi Tianqi, so it does matter. After completing this task, he can follow Yi Tianqi openly. This is the most joyful thing. Upon hearing this, Emperor Lu shook his head and said, no, I'm just impressed. You're so young, yet you already have such strength. I feel like I've lived like a dog. Hearing this, Hong Tong laughed heartily and shook her head, saying, forget it if you say so, Emperor Lu, how can the others survive? I'm a little younger, but there aren't many people like me. Even the Heavenly Emperor praises me. How many people can compare to me? So, don't overthink it. Even if you made rapid progress in the beginning, it's hard to say whether you can continue to make such rapid progress in the future. Emperor Lu, on the other hand, has already set one foot on the throne. His level is definitely not low. Hong Tong's vision was very accurate, so he could tell the approximate strength of Emperor Lu from the moment he made a move. He was already a strong man known for his lethality, and now, he had even stepped into the peak of the Emperor level. It was absolutely true that he had one foot on the threshold of the throne. Even now, he only needed to consolidate his strength and lethality, which was enough to fight against a weaker throne. This was definitely not easy. However, speaking of this, Hong Tong sighed and said with a smile, "Next, I'm afraid that this world of the strong will undergo major changes. All kinds of strong people are emerging one after another. I am afraid even some old antiques will have to show up, whether it's the throne or other strong people. I'm afraid there will be a reshuffle." It is a fact that a big snake hides its strength and makes rapid progress. An Eastern king also hides his strength, not counting others. Plus Emperor Lu and myself all have the strength to challenge the throne. Is it possible that this world of the strong will not be reshuffled? That's not even counting the many hidden masters. This world is very deep. Well, 18. Emperor Lu spoke. The reason why it was called 18 was because Hong Tong had signed up before as Prison 18. Hearing Emperor Lu calling her like this, Hong Tong smiled and said, "Emperor Lu, just call me Hong Tong." Upon hearing this, Emperor Lu nodded and said, "Hong Tong, I really have to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, I would definitely lose my life here." Upon hearing this, Hong Tong smiled and shook her head, saying, "Emperor Lu, there's no need to thank me after all. I'm only following the orders of the Heavenly Emperor. I think you already know who the Heavenly Emperor is, so I won't repeat myself. So, if you want to thank someone, thank the Heavenly Emperor. Otherwise, if it weren't for the Heavenly Emperor's order, I wouldn't know who you, Emperor Lu, are, let alone come here to save you." This isn't a pleasant thing to say, but it's the truth. They don't even know you, so how can they talk about saving you? That's just nonsense. 762, Chapter 762, Storm in the Imperial Capital. Emperor Lu was not angry, but nodded seriously and said, "Yes, I do want to thank Mr. Yi, but I also want to thank you." Hong Tong laughed heartily and shook her head, saying, "Forget it, we're all family, so there's no need to thank each other. I do have a question I want to ask Emperor Lu. I am not sure if it's convenient for you." Upon hearing this, Emperor Lu spoke directly, "Brother Hong Tong, if you have anything to say, just ask. I will tell you everything I know." Hong Tong nodded and said, "I just want to ask what the relationship between Emperor Lu and the Heavenly Emperor is, and how far he is willing to go for the Heavenly Emperor. I'm just asking casually. If you don't feel comfortable answering, forget it. However, even though it's just a casual question, I still want to confirm it. After all, knowing that the enemy was so strong, the Heavenly Emperor still asked me to save you. Besides believing in my strength, it also means that he values you, Emperor Lu. As for me, everything about the Heavenly Emperor is more important than my own life, so I don't want to make the Heavenly Emperor sad. If the person I saved is someone who is willing to sacrifice their life for the Heavenly Emperor, then it's worth it. If not, there's nothing I can do. I am just a little unhappy." Either Hong Tong is young and doesn't understand the ways of the world, or he simply doesn't care about them, but it's a bit surprising that he said it so directly. But there was nothing difficult for Emperor Lu to answer, because he had already prepared for it. "Brother Hong Tong, my life was saved by Mr. Yi. Moreover, Mr. Yi has shown me great kindness more than once, and I will never forget it. Before, I also expressed to Mr. Yi more than once that I wanted to become his subordinate and serve him wholeheartedly, but Mr. Yi was unwilling to accept me and only wanted to be my friend. But, no matter who I am, my heart is like this, and it will never change. So, Brother Hong Tong, you don't have to worry. I, Emperor Lu, will keep my word. Rise affairs are my affairs. Anyone who wants to harm Mr. Yi must first step over me. Lu, I swear this oath, and the heavens are my witness." After Emperor Lu finished speaking, he was about to swear a poisonous oath. Hong Tong stopped Emperor Lu and said with a smile, "Emperor Lu, I have confidence in your character, so I believe you. As for swearing a poisonous oath, there is no need. I just hope that Emperor Lu can live up to the deep affection and friendship of the Emperor of Heaven." Alright, let's not waste any more time here. Are you still okay? If you can, let's rush back to the Imperial capital as soon as possible. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers there, and enemies are everywhere. I am really worried. The capital of the Dragon Kingdom is naturally dangerous. If it were not dangerous, even when the Dragon Kingdom showed weakness, several strong men would not dare to set foot in the Imperial capital. In fact, there is not much relationship between the strength of a country and the strength of its strong men. Even when the strong men of Dragon Country were dying out, the imperial capital of Dragon Country was still home to hidden dragons and crouching tigers. This was a fact recognized by the world. Although Yi Tianqi is in the capital of Dragon Kingdom and has the assistance of the Secret Investigation Institute and the backing of Elder Ming and others, the enemy is still everywhere. Yi Tianqi's current strength has not yet recovered, so it is impossible for him not to worry. Emperor Lu's body still looks very scary now, but after resting and taking pills, he has recovered a lot. Moreover, most of the injuries are just flesh wounds. Although there are many fatal wounds, they are not very important. Hong Tong is anxious now, and Emperor Lu is also very anxious and wants to rush back. The danger on his side is over, but the danger on Yi Tianqi's side is far from over. In a sense, the environment Yi Tianqi is in is much more dangerous, complicated, and terrifying than that of Emperor Lu. Brother Hong Tong, I'm fine, let's do our best, don't worry about me. Mr. Yi is in the imperial capital and needs help the most now. We must get there as soon as possible. Hearing this, Hong Tong nodded and said, then let's do it as soon as possible. As the words fell, Hong Tong sped up, and Lu Huang did not fall behind too much. This huge forest was covered with towering trees within a radius of 100 miles, and the car could not get in at all. So the two of them could only run away. However, their running speed was not slower than riding in a car, and was even faster. And just as they were rushing to the imperial capital, Yi Tianqi was indeed experiencing some unpleasant things in the imperial capital, or in other words, in fact, Yi Tianqi had never been in a happy mood from the very beginning. After a night's rest, although I didn't get a good rest, I still felt rested. Yi Tianqi got up early in the morning at around 5 o'clock and had breakfast. If yesterday was the beginning, shocking many people and keeping them awake at night, then today will be even worse, making people's scalps tingle even more. Many of the things we did yesterday should have feedback by today. Whether it was Shihai Qingfeng or Prince Xingshan, if it was excusable that they did not express their opinions yesterday, then it is impossible for them to not express any attitude at all today that would cause a huge joke. At the same time, Sui Shan has already begun making preparations regarding the Shi family father and son. He believes that soon, everyone will be shocked again. If many people knew what the Secret Investigation Bureau was going to do next, they would just shout that the Secret Investigation Bureau was crazy, completely crazy, and was not only targeting others, but also their own people. No one can predict where the crazy and terrifying Secret Investigation Bureau will go. But one thing is beyond doubt, that is, no matter what, the Secret Investigation Office will become a synonym for terror, making everyone tremble in fear and not even dare to mention its name. And this itself is Yi Tianqi's goal now. It seems that it has been achieved. East Palace. Prince Xingshan stayed awake all night. There are more and more things that bother him. Princess Junxian found her daughter, which may not be a good thing for him. In fact, it is not a good thing, but now, these are understandable. However, Yi Shao was taken away by the Secret Investigation Institute, and his face as Prince Xingshan was trampled underfoot and even spat on. If he continues to endure this, it will be a complete disgrace. Night Owl, he wants to protect it. Even if he really can't keep it, he has to go, regardless of success or failure. In short, there won't be much harm in going, but if he doesn't go, there will really be no benefit at all, and it will completely chill everyone's hearts. So, that night, Prince Xingshan tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Until around 5 o'clock, I couldn't lie down anymore, so I got up directly. Then, without having an appetite for breakfast, I started running continuously to vent my emotions, so as to tire myself out and calm down, so as not to lose control of my emotions later. This went on until 6:30, when Prince Xingshan took a deep breath and said, "Prepare the car and head to the Secret Investigation Office." That's right, it's 6:30. It's still very early, but Prince Xingshan wants to go now. 763, Chapter 763. What do you want me to explain? The East Palace's chief steward checked the time and quickly said, "Your Highness, it's only 6:30. Even if we're going to the Secret Investigation Office, it's still a little too early. Besides those who stayed behind, the truly important figures probably won't arrive until 8 or 9 at the earliest." Upon hearing this, Prince Xingshan sneered and said, "Do you think I don't know? I want to go now, early in the morning, in front of everyone. This will give me, the Prince of Awakening, no face. Fine, I don't want this face anymore. When the time comes, I will stand at the gate of the Secret Investigation Office and show everyone that I, Prince Xingshan, came to the Secret Investigation Office with sincerity and waited here early in the morning, but in the end,
They didn't even let me in. Then I want to see what kind of reputation this secret investigation office will have. Indeed, as the Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace, no matter what wrongs Prince Xingshan has done, he has come in person, so no matter what, he should be allowed in to have some tea. Even if he is not given a sip of tea, he should be allowed in to sit and wait. Letting the dignified Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace stand outside and wait, this scene would be too pretty by then. A hat of arrogance and domineering would definitely be put on his head, and he would not be able to take it off even if he wanted to. Although what the Secret Investigation Bureau has done now is earth-shattering and gives people a headache, at least it has not targeted ordinary people. In fact, ordinary people are still applauding the Secret Investigation Bureau. If Prince Xingshan did this, he would completely ruin the reputation of the Secret Investigation Office. It would be a lie to say that this move was not insidious. When the chief steward of the Eastern Palace heard what Prince Xingshan said, he immediately understood what this gentleman was thinking, but he still felt aggrieved. The master humiliates the minister and the minister dies. They were from the Eastern Palace, the Prince of Awakening. They could call the shots, and who wouldn't treat them with respect, but now, even the Prince of Awakening was about to be humiliated. How could they possibly be happy? My Lord Crown Prince, this is truly humiliating to you. How about we do it for you? After all, we are from the Eastern Palace and are wearing the Eastern Palace's uniforms. Others will be able to tell at a glance that we are there. If we go, it will actually be effective. You are worth millions. How can you endure such humiliation? No, this is really not possible. Prince Xingshan sighed as he watched his loyal men eager to replace him. He then shook his head and said, this time, it really has to be me. None of you can replace me. Only if I go can this effect be achieved. No one else can do it. It's okay, it's just a little humiliation. I am awake now. Have you experienced less humiliation these past 2 days? Okay, stop talking nonsense and go get the car ready. The sooner the better. If you're late, the effect may not be that great. Seeing that Prince Xingshan had made up his mind, the chief steward of the Eastern Palace did not dare to say anything more. He had no choice but to hurriedly prepare the car. He said he would take action, and he would take action. Moreover, he was willing to sacrifice his reputation apart from anything else. This kind of mind was something that not everyone could match. Based on this point alone, Prince Xingshan was no ordinary person. At this moment, in the prison of the Secret Investigation Institute, Yi Xiao had been interrogated for a whole day and night. Although no punishment was used, not being allowed to sleep was also a torture. Yi Xiao's entire spirit was about to collapse. Looking at the interrogators sitting in front of him, eating a delicious breakfast, he swallowed and said, look, brothers, you've been interrogating me for a whole day and night. Aren't you tired? There's no deep hatred between us. You're just trying to make a living. I understand, but there's no need to be so serious. This way, brothers will know who I am, and who's behind may know what you're thinking, but you better think carefully. Can your secret investigation office really afford to cause such a big incident? The people above are causing trouble. Be careful not to get caught up in the chaos. I won't make things difficult for you, and you shouldn't make things difficult for me either. Give me something to eat and drink so I can get by. That way, everyone will be better off. Okay, if I ever get out, I'll definitely accept the favors you guys have shown me. You all know who I am, Yi Xiao. I'll always repay a favor, so don't worry. As long as I can get out, I will definitely repay you. Believe me, brothers, let's just go through the motions and let it go. No one should make things difficult for anyone else. Yi Xiao really couldn't stand it anymore. He was not allowed to sleep or eat for a whole day and night, and had to face the bright lights in the interrogation room. This torture almost made him crazy. The interrogators could change shifts and take a break from time to time, but he couldn't. It had been almost 24 hours, and no one else could have lasted that long. The interrogator watched Night Owl chattering away and trying to get close to him, and immediately started laughing. What, are you hungry? Want to eat? This is just a simple soy milk and fried dough sticks bun. You are a big shot, you probably don't usually eat it. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao immediately smiled. As long as he was willing to talk, there would be hope. If he was not even willing to talk, then there would really be no hope at all. How can that be? Although we may have a better life, we are still human beings. We need to eat. We eat soy milk, buns, fried dough sticks and so on. We also like to eat them. Brother, why don't you let me try it? The interrogator laughed heartily and shook his head, saying, forget about trying it. It's not that we won't give it to you, but if you get sick from it, we can't afford to compensate you. You're an important person, so just tell the truth. After that, you can eat whatever you want. After hearing this, Yi Xiao was furious. From the time he was detained until now, the interrogators have indeed interrogated him, but from the beginning to the end, there were only a few words, asking him to explain. But they didn't say anything at first. Yi Xiao still had the will to fight with them, but now, he has no will at all and is left with only anger and dissatisfaction. Is there anyone who interrogates people like this? The secret investigation agency seems very powerful, but now it seems that apart from being a little crazy, it has no real substance at all. Looking at these interrogators, Yi Xiao was so angry that he could no longer contain himself. Brothers, you keep asking me to explain, but you ask me if you don't ask, what is there for me to explain? You won't say anything, won't ask anything, and you just keep asking me to confess. Tell me, is this how you interrogate people? I do want to confess, but what can I confess? You have to tell me. Yi Xiao was so angry that he couldn't take it anymore. I have never seen anything like this. Yi Xiao wants to explain something, but what should he explain? He needs to give an outline. The interrogator seemed stunned when he heard this, a little bewildered. He looked at Night Owl and said, "Didn't we ask?" Night Owl almost vomited blood. Have you asked? For a whole day and night, apart from asking him to explain everything, he didn't ask any questions at all, which made him unable to sleep, eat, or even go to the toilet. He wanted to explain some small problems in exchange for good treatment, but you have to ask too. 764, Chapter 764. You guys ask. Have you asked? Yi Xiao looked at these interrogators in despair. They were just here to make fun of him. Are they professional interrogators? When he first came in, he was trembling with fear, thinking that he would meet a very powerful character, but now, he hopes to meet someone more professional. It's better than now. I've been tormented for almost a whole day and night, but in the end, I still don't know anything and can't figure out what's going on. Besides asking me to explain, have you asked anything else? I didn't say I wouldn't confess, but you guys have to let me know I should confess something, right? You don't ask anything now. What should I do? What should I confess? Night Owl spoke in a somewhat collapsed tone. The interrogator was unmoved by what he said. Instead, he just said "oh" and then said nonchalantly, "Then confess." Yi Xiao was dumbfounded. Did these people really listen to what he just said? Wasn't what he said clear enough? Is there something wrong with his ability to express himself, or is there something wrong with these people's ears? He needs to explain, but he has to know what to explain. We've been talking about this for a long time. Why are we back to the starting point again? I say, brothers, you have to ask me some questions, for example, questions that you are interested in and want to know. Then I can explain it to you. You can't just ask me to explain it directly. I don't know what to explain. Brother, big brother, what exactly do you want to know? Or rather, what does your boss, the one who locked me up, want to know from me? There must be something. The interrogator was also full by this time. He patted his stomach and, under Night Owl's somewhat hungry gaze, threw the empty bag into the trash can. He then said calmly, "Don't you know what you want to confess? Night Owl, do you think we're easy to bully, so you're here to amuse us? Don't you know what you've done wrong? Just confess when I ask you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense here? Are you asking questions? Hurry up and tell us. We're too lazy to ask. Just tell us directly. After I finish speaking, maybe I can give you something to eat, or let you rest for a while. Hurry up and tell me. Once I'm done, everyone will feel relieved." Yi Xiao was convinced. He realized that these people were deliberately torturing him. It must be true, otherwise, what was the point? Okay, you want to play, right? Then go ahead and play. Since you don't have anything to know, I won't tell you. I want to see if someone will hold you accountable if you don't get anything out of the question. Yi Xiao also has a temper. He was planning to confess some things in exchange for better treatment, but in the end, people were still teasing him. How could he tolerate this? Also, you all need to remember who I am. Aren't you afraid that I'll retaliate against you after I get out? I clearly want to make friends with you, but not only do you not want to be friends with me, but you're also trying to cause trouble for me. Okay, I get it anyway. I'll remember you. Just be careful. Since no one paid any attention to him when he spoke nicely, Yi Xiao thought that it would be more direct to threaten him. Anyway, I'm already treated like this now, so there's nothing to be ashamed of. When the interrogators heard how rampant Night Owl was, they all laughed out loud. Is he threatening us? If I heard correctly, it seems that he is indeed threatening us. Why is he so weird? When did he say he wanted to be friends with us? Even if he did, does that mean we'd be committing a crime if we didn't? This is unbelievable, incomprehensible, and overbearing's really too overbearing.
I asked him to confess, but he refused. I think we'll just leave it at that. Tell the boss that Night Owl isn't cooperating. It seems he's having too much fun. Please ask the boss to come over and request a more severe punishment for him. Let's see how tough his mouth and bones are. These interrogators did not avoid Yi Xiao at all, but talked unscrupulously, which made Yi Xiao furious. You are sick, you are really sick. What's the point of seeing whether Yi Xiao is stubborn or not? Yi Xiao has already said that he will explain himself. What's the point of being stubborn? But now Yi Xiao is too lazy to refute anything. Since these interrogators are going to ask their superiors to come over, it is not a bad thing for him. It would be best if they could ask them to come over as soon as possible and replace them. Perhaps the result would be better. Yi Xiao finally saw clearly that it was impossible to communicate with these people. Maybe it would be easier if he changed someone else. Thinking of this, Night Owl immediately roared. Yes, I'm just tough-talking and tough-minded. You losers, you want to interrogate me, you're just dreaming. Go, call your boss over here. I'll talk to him personally if I have anything to say. Hurry up, you bunch of losers. The interrogator looked at Yi Xiao silently for a few seconds, then sighed and said, You're so stubborn, and you even dare to curse. Let's take care of him. Well, let's deal with him. After saying that, several interrogators walked up to him and slapped Yi Xiao in the face with such force that finger marks were left on his mouth and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. This was the first time Night Owl felt physical pain since entering the Secret Investigation Institute. It was also the first time in all these years that Yi Xiao was beaten, and it was a slap in the face. It's not just a matter of pain, it's humiliation. The Night Owl's mouth is really changing now. He did not do it cleanly, but in return he got a slap in the face, which made Night Owl accept his fate. Just like that, after being slapped more than a dozen times, Yi Xiao didn't dare to speak anymore. The interrogator also went out and called his superior over, and the interrogation room finally became quiet. As for Yi Xiao, he had an expression as if he wanted to cry but had no tears, and he felt that he had been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. But fortunately, someone is going to be replaced, and he can finally be free. Soon, a middle-aged man who looked like he held a higher official position walked in. After coming in, he didn't ask anything and directly picked up the interrogation record to read it. After reading it, he frowned and said, I've been interrogating you for a whole day and night, and you haven't said a word. How do you work? What do you eat? How can I explain this to the adults? When Yi Xiao saw this scene, he felt extremely happy, as if he had let out some anger. The interrogators immediately spoke up, pointing at Night Owl and saying, Sir, it's not that we have no other options, it's just that Night Owl is different from other young masters, too stubborn and refuses to confess no matter what. Furthermore, he even insulted us. Look, we've slapped him until his mouth is bleeding, but he still won't confess. It's really rare to find such stubbornness in a young master like him. That's right, sir, we now suspect that this Night Owl must have received targeted training, otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be behaving like this. 765, Chapter 765 Rebellion. Yi Xiao didn't know whether he should cry or laugh at this moment. He didn't even know whether these interrogators were praising him or harming him. He, Night Owl, was trained specifically for punishment? What does this have to do with anything? He is a Night Owl, not a frontline combatant. If there is any training, he should order his subordinates to do it, and he himself will not suffer the hardship. What's the point of him being tough? It's obvious that these interrogators are deliberately looking for trouble. They are stupid and have nothing to do with whether he is tough or not. Yi Xiao felt that he could not let these interrogators continue talking, otherwise, if they really portrayed him as a man of iron, who knows what kind of torture he would suffer. I say, sir, please don't just listen to them, listen to me too, okay? Also, I want to complain. Night Owl started yelling and was about to complain. When the word complaint was uttered, everyone present was stunned. I've seen people complaining about waiters because of bad service attitudes, and I've also seen people complaining about various staff members because of bad work attitudes, but this is an interrogation. Have you ever seen anyone complaining about the interrogators? It really opened my eyes. The interrogator's supervisor was stunned for a moment, then walked up to Yi Xiao, holding the blank transcript, and said coldly, What do you want to complain about? You haven't said a single word so far. What do you want to complain about? Night Owl, I didn't believe what they said just now. Now it seems that you are really stubborn. Are you deliberately coming here to make trouble and embarrass me? It's been a whole day and a whole night. I've been too lenient with you, haven't I? Forget about explaining anything else. You haven't said a single word so far. Who are you deliberately trying to cause trouble for, and you're still complaining about this? Shut your stinky mouth. From now on, you either confess or you don't. I'll immediately transfer you to the severe punishment room and have more professional torturers torture you to extract a confession if you suffer. Don't blame us. When Yi Xiao heard this, he felt both amused and helpless, and felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. Of course, he didn't know what the severe punishment room and the secret investigation office was, but he could still understand the word torture. He would rather die than endure any torture. He, Yi Xiao, had never suffered any physical pain in his life, let alone being tortured. I say, sir, I am wronged. Really, I am wronged. Yi Xiao immediately began to cry out for injustice. He didn't cry out why he was arrested, but wanted to say that it wasn't that he didn't want to confess, but that these interrogators didn't ask anything. As a result, before he could say anything, the boss slapped him in the face again when he saw him crying out for justice. You bastard, you still dare to cry out for justice, you don't even say a word. You're crying out for justice here in front of Mado. You want to die? Yi Xiao was about to collapse. He felt that these people were doing it on purpose, deliberately humiliating him, torturing him, and playing with him. Yes, it must be like this, otherwise, could these people be interrogators? What a joke. Yi Xiao suppressed his anger, looked at his superior, and said through gritted teeth, My lord, please be clear. It's not that I don't want to confess, but from the beginning to the end, they didn't ask me to confess anything. Sir, I want to complain to them now. They have tortured me for so long without any reason. They didn't let me eat, drink water, sleep, or even go to the toilet. I have always said that as long as they ask, I will confess no matter what, but in the end, they only ask me to confess, but they don't tell me what to confess. Sir, do you think I should complain? They say I'm tough on the outside but tough on the inside. I'd like to soften my stance and explain everything I need to, but the point is, they're going to ask anyway. As Yi Xiao spoke, he was almost crying. This was an injustice, really an injustice. The boss was stunned for a moment, looked at Yi Xiao suspiciously, and said, Is that really the case? Night Owl nodded immediately and said, It's true. If you don't believe me, ask them. My lord, I really want to tell you the truth, but I have to know what I have to confess. My lord, these people have problems in their brains. Really, they have problems in their brains. Upon hearing this, the boss sighed, nodded, and said, Yes, there are indeed some problems with his brain, but there is nothing we can do. Okay, I get it now, you can explain it. After saying this, the boss threw the transcript to the interrogators, then looked at Yi Xiao and said, Now, can you explain yourself properly? If so, I will start asking questions. Upon hearing this, Night Owl immediately acted obedient and said, Please feel free to ask me anything, Siri will tell you everything I know. Finally, someone started asking questions. No matter what the question was, Yi Xiao felt that he had to say something at least, this way he could save face and look better to everyone. However, the next second, Night Owl's face completely fell. He couldn't answer this question, nor did he dare to answer it. I'm asking if Prince Xingqian has been planning a rebellion for a long time. Is this an answerable question? This is simply heartbreaking. Did Prince Xingqian have rebellious intentions for a long time? Who the hell is he trying to kill? Yi Xiao looked at his boss with a devastated expression, thinking it would be better not to ask. Sir, what do you mean? Didn't you capture me? Yi Xiao, you should ask me why you were talking about the crown Prince Xingqian and where does this rebellious intention come from? He is the crown prince, the heir to the throne, the future emperor. Even if anyone rebels, Prince Xingqian will not rebel. Sir, you must be mistaken. Indeed, Prince Xingqian is still young. Although the current emperor is in good health, he is already very old. Why would Prince Xingqian rebel? Moreover, according to the information Yi Xiao learned, Prince Xingqian never had such an idea from beginning to end. Are you kidding me? Treason? Are you kidding me? However, this answer did not satisfy the interrogator's superior. Night Owl, I thought you were honest, so I gave you a chance, but this is how you fooled me? If you answer whatever I ask you and I'm not satisfied with your answer, then you're lying to me now. Do you still dare to say you're not tough? Answer me honestly right now. Tell me, has Prince Xingqian been planning a rebellion for a long time? Tell me now. Don't give me that nonsense about the crown prince being a prince or not. Since ancient times, there have been many examples of crown princes plotting rebellion and forcing confessions to usurp the throne. Tell me the truth, has Prince Xingqian been plotting rebellion for a long time? What did he think? What did he do? What is his conspiracy? Tell me the truth. Yi Xiao was about to collapse, not to mention that Prince Xingqian didn't have this intention. Even if he really did, would he dare to confess? He is still hoping that Prince Xingqian can come to rescue him. If this is nonsense and groundless accusations, then even if Prince Xingqian really comes to rescue him,
he will be the first one to be killed after the rescue. 766, Chapter 766, True or false, does it matter? Sir, how can you ask me to confess honestly? This is simply not true. Even if you want me to confess, I can't. My lord, think about it yourself. Prince Xingshan is the crown prince, the future emperor. Why would he rebel? He has no reason to do so. I know you're definitely saying that it's not uncommon for crown princes to rebel throughout the dynasties, but those were all for various reasons. In the current Dragon Kingdom, the crown prince has no reason at all to rebel. Prince Xingshan is still young, and his majesty, while healthy, is already very old. As long as we are willing to wait, there is no need to take such a great risk, my lord, don't you agree? Upon hearing this, the interrogator's supervisor looked at Night Owl, nodded, and said, that makes sense. Night Owl finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, before he could finish his breath, he felt like going crazy the next second. Come, remember, Prince Awakening and Night Owl, they have no intention of rebellion. They believe that the emperor is old and won't live long, so they think it's better to wait before rebellion. If they want to speed up the emperor's death, they may consume a slow-acting poison and assassinate the emperor without anyone noticing. Okay, remember this carefully, don't miss anything. Night Owl is going crazy, really going crazy. Did he say anything? He just said that the awakened prince would not rebel, and that His Majesty the Emperor was old, but in the end, what did his boss remember it as? Remember, Prince Xingshan felt that the Emperor would not live long and there was no need to rebel. Moreover, he even said that he could use a chronic poison to murder the Emperor without anyone knowing. Oh my god, if this gets out, regardless of whether it's true or not, even the slightest clue will cost someone's life. No, that's not what I meant. I absolutely didn't mean that. Yuri crazy. You all have no brains. Yuri all crazy. Is that what I meant? Don't write it down. Don't write it down. The interrogator's supervisor frowned slightly and said, remember this Night Owl accidentally revealed this secret after discovering it. He acted like a madman and tried to destroy the evidence. He tore up the transcript. This suspicion further proves that this incident must have happened. I suggest that you investigate the Emperor's diet over the past 3 months to prevent any real poisoning. Crazy, completely crazy. Today, ye shall witness thoroughly the ability of confusing right and wrong and making random accusations. Compared to when he was expecting his boss to interrogate him, Yi Shao now felt that ignoring everything was the best outcome. This is to completely accuse him and Prince Xingshan of the crime of murdering the emperor. There is no way to bully people like this. You are absolutely crazy. Do you know what you are doing? While there's still a chance, immediately destroy all the materials that falsely accuse me. Otherwise, if this gets out, I, Night Owl, won't survive, and neither will you. You'll be in big trouble. Seriously, you'll all die, including your entire secret investigation agency. You can't afford this responsibility. Release me now. You've already detained me for 24 hours. If you don't have any concrete evidence of my guilt, you must let me go within 48 hours at the latest. Just wait, all of you. When I get out, I will tell Prince Xingshan everything that happened today. Then I won't let you go. Absolutely no. I swear. The supervisor seemed not to hear Night Owl shouting. Instead, he continued to look at the interrogator and said, remember this. Night Owl became angry and threatened the interrogator from the Secret Investigation Bureau, causing serious psychological and physical harm to the interrogator. After finishing speaking, the boss turned around calmly, looked at Yi Shao, and said, yes, you are indeed very cooperative. You have revealed such a big thing. It seems that there is no need for severe punishment. Then, continue to explain. This time, Yi Shao stared at his boss intently, but he was unwilling to say another word. Just kidding. He finally knew what kind of devil this guy was. If he, Yi Shao, dared to say anything, this guy would put a huge accusation on him that had nothing to do with him. What could he say or dare to say? Now the pen is in someone else's hands, and nothing Yi Shao says will be of any use. Therefore, keeping his teeth clenched is the only thing Night Owl can do now. Not talking anymore? Okay, it's okay if you don't say anything. Just keep silent. Come on, please continue to record this. Night Owl has carefully considered and repented of his past sins regarding the rebellion of Prince Xingshan. Therefore, he has confessed to this and has made significant contributions. After saying that, the boss looked at Yi Shao and smiled. Young Master Yi, you've made a great contribution. I'll discuss with the adults and have you released. Of course, whether you can get a reward depends on what the royal family says. If before, Yi Shao was begging everyone to leave this damn place as soon as possible, now, he just wanted to continue to be imprisoned. He couldn't leave, he really couldn't leave.
People here want to hand over this false confession to the royal family. If he is released now, he will not be able to explain himself even if he has a mouth. Haven't you made any meritorious contributions? Why would they let you go? Are you bored? By then, no matter how much Prince Xingshan trusts him, he will still have doubts in his heart, and the royal family will also investigate with half belief and half doubt. If someone is really doing something, then Yi Xiao will never be able to clear himself even if he jumps into the Yellow River. Sir, I give you I beg you, please stop torturing me. What on earth do you want to do? I've agreed to everything you ask for. Isn't that enough? Please stop bullying me, I beg you. At this moment, Night Owl was really a little overwhelmed. What's the point of crying and begging for mercy? He now feels that it doesn't matter if he is severely tortured, as long as he is not tortured or framed like this, anything is fine. The interrogating supervisor looked at Yi Xiao and sneered, now you know how to beg for mercy. Are you scared? You're pretty tough, aren't you? I'm telling you, it's too late. What do you mean we'll let you out in 48 hours? Huh? What do you think we are? An ordinary law enforcement agency, kid. We're the Secret Investigation Bureau. If you don't know what the Secret Investigation Bureau is, it's okay, you'll find out after today. Isn't it easy to get your confession? Whatever my Secret Investigation Office wants, we will definitely get it. Even if we can't get it, it doesn't matter because my Secret Investigation Office doesn't need evidence to do what it does. Do you understand? We can decide to lock you up until you die. We can also decide to release you now and let you go out to suffer a fate worse than death. Night Owl, who do you think you are? You can stay or leave as you please. Just wait. Your life and death, your freedom, will be arranged by someone else. After saying that, the boss grabbed Yi Xiao's hand, took out a dagger and cut off Yi Xiao's thumb, then used Yi Xiao's thumb to sign the confession. Then all of this is confirmed. Night Owl confessed that Prince Xingshan was plotting to murder the emperor. Although it is fake, does it matter whether it is real or not? 767, Chapter 767 Torture. Yi Xiao's mind was a little broken. It didn't matter whether the handprint he pressed was real or fake. This confession itself is not important. It doesn't matter whether it is true or false in this kind of matter. Truth or falsehood is not important at all. Even if Night Owl had 100 mouths now, he wouldn't be able to explain himself clearly. Just then, a staff member came in to report. Prince Xingshan has already arrived at the Secret Investigation Institute, and is standing at the gate, not going anywhere. When Yi Xiao heard the news, his eyes immediately lit up. Prince Xingshan had come, and he must have come to save him. As long as he was willing to come, and as long as he could explain it, he would definitely be able to explain it clearly. At the very least, he could explain it almost as well. Now Night Owl is a little hysterical. You all heard it. The Prince of Awakening has arrived. You'd better put away your little tricks immediately. You can't fool the Prince of Awakening. If the prince really gets angry, none of you will be able to escape. Now, you admit your mistakes and correct them. You still have a chance. Night Owl, will not bother with you anymore. Otherwise, you are finished. You will be completely finished. Yi Xiao is helpless now. He can only threaten, and he only wants to threaten. Soft tactics don't work, and no one pays attention to him. He can only use this method now, hoping that they can still have some scruples. The boss looked at Night Owl's constant shouting and laughed, saying, I'm really scared. Night Owl, I have your confession in my hands now, and it has your fingerprints on it. Tell me, I'm going to show it to Prince Xingshan right now. Do you think he will come to save you? I know you'll say this might be fake, but truth or falsehood is really unimportant. What's important is whether this confession falls into the hands of Prince Xingshan or someone else in the royal family. I imagine there are probably quite a few people in the royal family who are dissatisfied with Prince Xingshan. The truth or falsity of this confession is not important. What matters is who holds it and what effect it can have. Night Owl, oh Night Owl, as the eldest son of the Yi family and the trusted and beloved general of Prince Xingshan, do you still need me to teach you this simple truth? Truth? As long as this confession is handed over to someone with ulterior motives, then it will inevitably be true. Then, guess what will happen? Furthermore, if you hand it over to Prince Xingshan, even if he knows you were threatened and forced, do you think he will have no grudge against you at all? Ha, you're still threatening us. TSK. I really gave you face, but it doesn't matter. You can continue to threaten us anyway, it doesn't matter. These words made Yi Xiao's heartbeat faster and he was about to collapse. No, he was almost collapsed. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Just tell me. I admit defeat. Is that not enough for me to admit defeat? Night Owl admitted defeat. He wanted to accept his fate. He would do anything as long as he was not tortured like this anymore. In his opinion, there must be a reason for these people to treat him like this. It is impossible that there is really no reason at all and they just want to torture him and play tricks on him. How can such a thing be justified in this world? However, in the Secret Investigation Office, this is indeed the case. Looking at the hysterical Night Owl, the boss smiled and said, "No more threats, no more begging for mercy. Night Owl, to tell you the truth, begging is useless, crying is useless, nothing is useful, because I just want to torture you and play with you. What can you do? Of course, don't worry, maybe this confession will not be used at all." Yi Xiao no longer knew what to sigh at this moment. He sat weakly in the chair, looking at his boss and sighing, "I admit it, I really admit it. Kill me. It's better to kill me now. Don't let me go, otherwise, you will regret it. I swear, you will regret it. Night Owl, I swear a solemn oath, if you dare to let me out today, I will do everything in my power to find your families, the people you care about. Then, I will use all sorts of torture methods to make them suffer a fate worse than death, and then, I will kill them all. I want to make you regret it. I want you to completely regret what you did to me today. I swear, I will do it." Yi Xiao was completely forced into a corner, so now he swore a solemn oath to deal with the people in front of him. "It's not just a threat, but a genuine desire from the bottom of my heart to tear these people apart completely." The eyes of the interrogators present all revealed dangerous glints and strong murderous intent that could hardly be concealed. Night Owl actually threatened them with their relatives, the people they cared about. They could not tolerate this. The boss sneered and said, "Good, you have backbone. I like people with backbone like you. Threatening, right? You want to torture the people we care about and kill them all, right? Good, very good." As the words fell, the boss pressed down on Night Owl's head with one hand, and then pinched Night Owl's front teeth with his other hand. Then, with a strong force, he pulled out the front teeth alive, and there was blood on them. The Night Owl's extremely shrill screams make people's scalps tingle. That kind of pain is so piercing. The boss said coldly, "Threats are fine, but first you have to have the ability to threaten. If you dare to threaten, you must bear the consequences. I'll let you threaten me, and I'll pull out all your teeth first before we talk about anything else." After saying that, the man ignored Night Owl's pitiful expression of begging for mercy and attacked again, pulling out all of Night Owl's teeth one by one. Wait until the teeth are extracted alive. After that, Night Owl was almost half dead. He lay on the chair and fainted several times. He was woken up again and again. It looked like he was almost stupid from the look of his eyes. Only at this time did he let go of his hand, looked at Yi Xiao, and said coldly, "Don't worry, since Prince Xingshan is here and is waiting at the gate, I estimate that you are more likely to go out today, so, if you want revenge, then try it. Remember, we are waiting for your revenge." Yi Xiao was now completely dumbfounded and unconscious. Hearing his boss's threatening tone, he just shook his head in fear and kept saying, "I don't dare anymore, I don't dare anymore." The boss then sneered, "Do you know what the Secret Investigation Office is? It doesn't matter if you don't know, you will find out slowly. You guys, keep an eye on him. Remember, don't let him die. As for the rest, wait for orders." After saying that, the boss walked out the door. These interrogators looked at Night Owl, who was slumped in the chair and looked stupid, and did not ask any questions. Instead, they chatted with each other, as if Night Owl did not exist. At this moment, Prince Xingshan was standing at the gate of the Secret Investigation Institute. It was not even 7 o'clock yet. But with this special suit for the Crown Prince, plus the East Palace Guards and the Crown Prince's exclusive vehicle, it would be a joke if anyone didn't recognize that this was the Crown Prince Xingshan. At this moment, Prince Xingshan had been standing here for a full half hour. What needs to be known is already known. 768, Chapter 768, The Conspiracy of Awakening God. For more than half an hour, Prince Xingshan stood quietly at the gate of the secret investigation courtyard. It would be a lie to say that it is not shameful. As the Crown Prince of the Dragon Kingdom, Prince Xingshan, he is a guest of honor wherever he goes. There is no doubt about it. Even if the host is not around, no one dares to neglect Prince Xingshan. Not to mention coming here after 6 o'clock, even if you come in the middle of the night, you still have to be treated respectfully. However, Prince Xingshan was just standing here waiting. No one received him or greeted him. It seemed that he was invited in, but if he didn't go in, no one would care about him. This kind of thing is very embarrassing, but it will immediately put the Secret Investigation Office in the spotlight. Regardless of whether they were right or wrong before, they lack the most basic courtesy and etiquette, and this is the fault of the Secret Investigation Office. Yesterday, he had already done too many arrogant and incomprehensible things now, let alone more. It is no longer a matter of understanding or arrogance, this is purely arrogance and ignorance. It is simply speechless to make the dignified prince of Long Kingdom stand at the gate waiting. At least, that's how it appears to those who don't know. At this moment, the sky darkened and it looked like it was going to rain soon. The chief steward of the Eastern Palace had been standing with Prince Xingshan for quite some time at this point. He was getting a little irritated. It would be strange if he wasn't angry seeing his master being neglected like this. My lord, it's been over half an hour. We already know everything we need to know. The Secret Investigation Office must have already informed everyone, but still, no one has come. They're so arrogant that they actually dared to let you wait here. Upon hearing this, the corner of Prince Xingshan's mouth curled up into a smile, and he said, "Let me wait. That's all. The more arrogant and domineering they are now, the worse their reputation will be, and the more beneficial it will be to my plan later. It doesn't matter. I'll just stand here and wait for half an hour. Even if I stand for another hour, it won't be a problem. On the contrary, I should thank them for giving me this opportunity. Otherwise, how could I have the chance to let everyone in the imperial capital know how disciplined and polite I, the Crown Prince Awakening, am, he. Upon hearing this, the East Palace chief steward hesitated for a moment and said, "But, Prince, it's about to rain. You are worth a fortune. How can you stand here in the rain? Even with an umbrella, it won't work. Prince, if it really doesn't work, I'll go in and find the person in charge and ask them to urge the head of the Secret Investigation Office to come back quickly." After saying this, the chief steward of the Eastern Palace was about to enter the Secret Investigation Office. Prince Xingshan shook his head and said, "No need. Rain is good. I was just worrying that it wasn't exciting enough. If it rains, it will really enhance the atmosphere." I, the dignified Prince Awakening, came to the Secret Investigation Office early to explain yesterday's misunderstanding. Not only did I stand here for over half an hour in vain, but I also had to stand in the rain. How great is that? Isn't this a ready-made topic? Now, I hope the head of the Secret Investigation Agency doesn't come too early, otherwise, my play won't be finished yet. It won't be good to watch, and the effect won't be achieved. As Prince Xingshan finished his words, it seemed that God really wanted to arrange the scene for him according to his wishes, and the rain was about to fall. The Prince of Awakening's eyes were becoming more and more excited, and he seemed to be looking forward to it more and more. I want to see who the boss of this Secret Investigation Bureau is. He can make me, the heir apparent of Dragon State, Prince Xingshan, wait for him in the rain for hours. Fine now. No one can find fault with me. I am afraid that this Secret Investigation Bureau's reputation for arrogance and domineering will be lost when the time comes. I'll see what they will do. Prince Xingshan looked at the sky, hoping that it would rain soon. At the same time, I also hope that the boss of the Secret Investigation Institute will not come too early. What he didn't know was that he was overthinking it. The other party had no intention of coming so early. In the hotel, Yi Tianqi's room, Yi Tianqi was having breakfast at this moment, and Boss Leopard was sitting next to him. The matter about Prince Xingshan had already been reported to him. Boss Leopard drank a glass of milk and said with a smile, "Mr. Yi, this Prince Awakening is quite bold, but what is he trying to achieve? Don't even mention that he stood at the door of the Secret Investigation Office for half an hour. Even if he stood there for more than an hour or 2 hours, it would be useless if you didn't go. Let him in, but he still won't come, and he's not afraid of losing face." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi wiped his mouth gently and said with a leisurely smile, "That's exactly what he wants. It's embarrassing, indeed, but besides being embarrassing, it also gives me a bad reputation, or rather, it gives the Secret Investigation Office a reputation of being ignorant, arrogant, and unruly." Interesting. The dignified Prince Awakening, the heir apparent of Dragon Nation, has thought so hard that he has come up with this very trick to disgust me? He's quite good, but does that disgust me? He doesn't even think about whether I care about this disgust. Yi Tianqi started laughing when he first heard the news. He didn't take it seriously at all, but it was ridiculous, really ridiculous. It is really disappointing that the dignified Prince Awakening can only use this method. Upon hearing this, Boss Bao laughed and said, "It seems that Prince Xingshan is really angry with you. You didn't give him much face yesterday, so this time, he wants to ruin your reputation and the reputation of the Secret Investigation Office as well. After all, what the Secret Investigation Office did yesterday was a bit overbearing, and many people were discussing. There's a lot of talk going on now that he's done this. I'm afraid everyone will say that the Secret Investigation Office is a little ignorant. After all, he's the Crown Prince of Dragon Country, so he has to save some face. Mr. Yi, you think we should arrange for someone to come forward and invite him in? If he continues to make trouble like this, I'm afraid it will not end well. Boss Leopard is also a man of great insight. He can almost see the purpose of Prince Awakening's actions at a glance, so he made such a statement to see if it would ruin Prince Awakening's plans. After all, although Yi Tianqi didn't take it seriously, if he was scolded or criticized for this matter, Boss Leopard would definitely not be in a good mood. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi shook his head and said, Xiaohua, you don't have to worry about it after all these years. Don't you know that there are always two sides to everything? Prince Awakening's actions might damage the reputation of the Secret Investigation Office and myself. They might say I don't understand, that I'm arrogant, that I have no manners, and so on. However, little do they know that a prince is guilty of the same crime as a commoner. So, if the Secret Investigation Office refuses to even save Prince Awakening's face, then wouldn't our reputation be damaged in another way? Not fearing power, upholding justice and fairness, isn't that a good reputation? After Yi Tianqi finished speaking, he laughed. It seemed that he was very satisfied with what Prince Xingshan had done this time. 769, Chapter 769 Identity Leaked. That's true, what Yi Tianqi said makes sense. You can say that Yi Tianqi is arrogant, domineering, and unreasonable, or you can say something even harsher, but, at the same time, you can also say that he is not afraid of power and insists on fairness and justice. If you don't even give face to Prince Xingshan. So, what face do other people want? The Secret Investigation Office is the place where soldiers are the most fair and honest, and where they value fairness and justice the most. Once this concept is formed, no matter what the Secret Investigation Office does, it will be applauded. Compared with what many law enforcement agencies or some people do now, the Secret Investigation Bureau will become a breath of fresh air, replacing the image of justice in the hearts of countless people. Boss Leopard immediately understood what was going on. He looked at Yi Tianqi and said with a smile, Mr. Yi, so this is your plan? You made me worry a lot, huh? That's right, this time, I'm going to make Prince Xingshan shoot himself in the foot. Let's see if he dares to try his tricks again. Just this time, I guess he'll end up losing more than he gains. Being scolded is the least of his worries. Boss Leopard laughed heartily, looking very happy. Yi Tianqi smiled and said, that's not my plan. I've never cared about this Prince Xingshan. If he wants to wait for me, then let him wait. If he wants to stand, then let him stand. So what, if he goes, do I have to follow him? That would be too much of a concession to him. However, if he wants to act foolishly and play tricks, it's not a big deal if I cooperate with him. However, it's just a matter of seeing who has the more sophisticated tactics. He, the Prince of Awakening, wants to compete with me in wits and courage. Not that I look down on him, but if I let his father do it, maybe we can still win. But him, forget it, he's not worthy. Yi Tianqi said this with full of arrogance. In fact, one only needs to look at Yi Tianqi's eyes and expression when he said this to know that he really did not take this Prince Xingshan seriously. In other words, he was born into a good family because of this skin. Otherwise, would Prince Xingshan be qualified to talk to Yi Tianqi? Boss Leopard liked Yi Tianqi's domineering and confident look. This was the Heavenly Emperor in his mind. No, this was not the Heavenly Emperor. He had seen the real Qi Tian Emperor, who was 100 times or 1,000 times more domineering than he was now. He was the one who truly dominated the world. Anyone who saw him would bow their head. Fortunately, Yi Tianqi has now begun to slowly recover his former temperament. I believe that it won't be long before the former Emperor Qi Tian will return to this world again. Mr. Yi, Hongtong also sent a message saying that they have rescued Emperor Lu and are on their way to the imperial capital. Hongtong was naturally qualified to contact Yi Tianqi directly, but she still chose to tell Boss Bao about the situation first and let Boss Bao report. After all, there are many things that I can't tell Yi Tianqi in detail, but it's no problem to tell Boss Leopard, and I can also show off. Although Boss Leopard felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly, it was just a competition between the two of them. To the outside world, they were still good brothers. When Boss Leopard heard the news that Hongtong was safe and sound, his joy came from the bottom of his heart. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi nodded and said, Hongtong didn't disappoint me. Although I believed he could do it when I sent him to rescue Emperor Lu, I still arranged a backup plan for him. However, he didn't use it, which was beyond my expectation. Haha, that's good. He is smarter than I thought. That's right, Yi Tianqi had made a backup plan. He not only asked Hongtong to save Emperor Lu, but also made a backup plan that could ensure the lives of Hongtong and Emperor Lu. Although he trusted Hongtong, this matter was of great importance. After all, although Hongtong was strong enough and already half a step to the throne, and would not be afraid even when facing an ordinary throne. There was always a chance of something happening. What if there are more enemies? It's hard to say, and Yi Tianqi will never take risks with Hong Tong and Lu Huang's lives. If it was really necessary to take a risk, if something unexpected happened, Yi Tianqi would not send Hong Tong, but would go there himself. He, Yi Tianqi, the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, the 10th throne, the abandoned emperor, although he has temporarily lost his power, he can recover his strength for a short time. Once he recovers his strength, even if it is only for a short time, it will be enough to protect anyone he wants to protect. He has this confidence, and it's not arrogance, it's self-confidence, it's the fact. Boss Bao looked at Yi Tianqi and said, this time, the plan targeting Emperor Lu was indeed done by the Eastern Heavenly King. I won't talk about the others, but I have one thing to report to you. The Great Serpent Throne seems to be colluding with the Eastern King. Moreover, the Great Serpent Throne seems to be more powerful than before. According to Hong Tong, he has hidden his strength, and his current strength is a bit unfathomable. Although Hong Tong has never fought with the Great Snake Throne, some of the feelings are more real than fighting in person. Yi Tianqi didn't seem to find it strange. He nodded and said, that's right. If the Great Serpent Throne hadn't made such rapid progress, then I would have been a little suspicious. It's all good now. The East Heavenly King and the Great Serpent Throne are colluding with each other, which just proves some of my guesses. Xiao Hua, Hong Tong, did you also say the name of the abandoned emperor? Yi Tianqi looked at Boss Bao and smiled, saying, otherwise, things shouldn't be going so smoothly unless he said he went there on my orders. Otherwise, it shouldn't be like this. Hearing this, Boss Bao nodded, looked at Yi Tianqi cautiously, and said, Mr. Yi, Hong Tong did mention your name, saying that he went there on your orders, but he only said that he was following the orders of the abandoned Heavenly Emperor, but he didn't say who the abandoned Heavenly Emperor was. Do you want to punish him? Boss Leopard is still worried about Hong Tong, otherwise he wouldn't be so worried. Can the title of Emperor Qi Tian be mentioned casually? What if we alert the enemy? Now, Emperor Qi Tian has disappeared for many years. Countless people want to know whether Emperor Qi Tian is alive or dead, and why he has not appeared. But no one has an accurate answer. But what about now? Hong Tong directly said the name of Emperor Qi Tian and acted according to the orders of Emperor Qi Tian. I assent that equivalent to announcing to the world that Emperor Qi Tian is still alive? If you follow the clues, it's actually not difficult. That's why Boss Leopard was afraid that it would affect Yi Tianqi's plan and then punish Hong Tong. Yi Tianqi looked at Boss Bao, smiled, and said, I always said that you two had a bad relationship before, but actually, your relationship is the best, otherwise you wouldn't bicker so often. Don't worry, I know about this matter, and I allowed it. I've disappeared for so many years, it's time to show up. They are too rampant now. They don't even take me seriously just based on this. I have to remind them to tighten their guard again. Xiao Hua, guess what, whether it's the Great Serpent Throne or the Eastern Heavenly King, can they still sleep well now? Yi Tianqi really didn't seem to take it seriously and was in the mood to joke around. As long as Yi Tianqi has a plan in mind, Boss Leopard, there is nothing to worry about. 770, Chapter 770. They dare not gamble. Can you sleep? This is a question that doesn't even require guessing. Whether it is the Great Serpent Throne or the Eastern King, it would be a rare thing if they could sleep well after learning that Emperor Qi Tian was still alive. Naturally, I can't be happy, so I can only be scared. If you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door. Therefore, they know what they have done, and Yi Tianqi knows it too. Yi Tianqi knew why he was surrounded and why he fell off the cliff, and the other two must also know it. They all thought they were doing it very secretly. Yes, it was indeed very secretive, and they even almost fooled Yi Tianqi, but in the end, Yi Tianqi still discovered the clues. Not to mention Yunting Tianjuan's attitude last time. Just this time, the fact that Dong Tianwang and the Great Snake Throne walked together has already proved something invisibly, not to mention that Yunting Tianjun had already proved it. The reason why Yi Tianqi hasn't taken action yet is because his strength has not recovered yet. If his strength does not recover to its peak, or even further, it is not impossible to avenge this hatred, but the cost will be too high. This is a price Yi Tianqi does not want to see, so he would rather take revenge later than let the people around him suffer more harm. Boss Bao seemed to have thought of something at this time. He looked at Yi Tianqi and said, Mr. Yi, I think the Eastern King will be able to guess that you know something after all. If the identity of the abandoned emperor is leaked and he is related to Emperor Lu, he may guess it is you. The most important thing is that Yun Tang is in trouble.
That's right, Yun Tang was in trouble as long as Dong Tianwan thought carefully. He could come up with a general idea. Once he figured it out, he would definitely find some clues. Boss Leopard was not afraid that King Dong Tian would know something, but he was afraid that King Dong Tian would hide. Because of this, then it would be difficult again. Yi Tianqi looked at Boss Leopard, smiled and shook his head, saying, "Don't worry, I have already made arrangements. Not to mention that he has already appeared. Even if he doesn't show up, it has never been difficult to find him now. It depends on whether he and the Great Serpent Throne have the courage to take a gamble." Boss Leopard was stunned for a moment, looked at Yi Tianqi, and said, "Let's make a bet. What do you want to bet on?" Yi Tianqi sneered and said, "Of course it's a gamble. I must have suffered a serious injury back then. I am betting that my strength has been damaged by not showing up for so many years. If they are willing to gamble and unite with others to attack me, then there may be a chance to achieve extraordinary success. But if they don't dare to gamble, then there is nothing we can do. If they come looking for trouble with me again when I recover my strength, or even improve it, then they'll be asking for trouble. They won't stand a chance at all. Xiaohua, do you think they dare to take the gamble?" Boss Leopard thought about it carefully and gave his own answer. "I dare not gamble, whether it is the Great Serpent Throne or the Eastern Heavenly King. They dare not gamble, because your reputation and your strength have always been here, and they will be afraid. This is a fact and we cannot deny it." Back then, Yi Tianqi rose to power like a miracle and never lost a battle. Even now, few people know how strong he was. However, there is one thing that can prove how powerful Yi Tianqi was back then, that is, there are so many talented and powerful people in this world, but who is the exception who was called the throne? No, there is none. Only Yi Tianqi broke the convention without experiencing the throne challenge and was called the 10th throne. This in itself is a miracle. This also proves how strong Yi Tianqi's strength has reached. In addition, Yi Tianqi is a vindictive person who does not care about the consequences. If you want to be his enemy, unless you are fully prepared, it is best to stay as far away from him as possible. The Eastern King knows this, and the Great Serpent Throne knows this as well. Not only that, but they're also said to be hiding their strength. That means their strength is improving, and this gives them the illusion that as long as they're given time, their strength will definitely improve. Once their strength improves, they'll be able to deal with you with greater confidence. So, based on this reason alone, they'll wait and won't gamble. Boss Leopard's analysis was very logical and completely aligned with the current thoughts of the Eastern King and the Great Serpent Throne. Yi Tianqi smiled and nodded, saying, "That's right, so let them do whatever they want. They need time now, and I also need time. It all depends on who can achieve their goal first. But there is one thing that is without a doubt: if they don't come and cause trouble for me now, it will be the biggest opportunity they have missed in their lives." Indeed, Yi Tianqi has lost his strength now. If you want to deal with him, now is the best opportunity. Although Yi Tianqi has the ability to temporarily recover his strength, that is only for a short time. If the Great Snake Throne and the Eastern King give up everything and invite some strong people to join forces, Yi Tianqi will not be their opponent. Unfortunately, they didn't know this situation, so they missed this opportunity. Once you miss an opportunity, it is very difficult to catch it again. At this moment, there was thunder outside the window, and then heavy rain began to fall. Looking at the heavy rain, Yi Tianqi smiled. "Xiaohua, this weather is really giving our prince a awakening face. Do you think he will still be waiting at the gate? Seriously, he won't even go to take shelter from the rain?" Boss Leopard also smiled and said, "According to your speculation, this heavy rain is just a relief for Prince Xingqian. It's a perfect way to liven up the atmosphere. If he really went to take shelter from the rain, that would be wrong. If he didn't go, just standing in the rain and pretending to be pitiful would be perfect. Of course, if he didn't even open an umbrella, that would be even more perfect. I just don't know what this dignified prince would look like after being soaked like a drowned chicken." Yi Tianqi looked at the heavy rain outside the window with a playful smile. "Why does this scene look so familiar? Tell me, doesn't it look like a couple who's had a fight, with the unwilling and regretful one begging desperately while waiting in the heavy rain?" After hearing this, Boss Leopard thought about it and realized that, yes, they really did look alike. Yi Tianqi became the ruthless one. Yi Tianqi smiled and said, "Prince Xingqian is still a little immature. Although this may have some effect, what can it do? On the contrary, I have lost my own identity and face, and even the face of the royal family. It is not worth it. If it hadn't rained, it would have been fine, but now that it has rained, if he really dared to wait for me in the rain, it would have been truly disgraceful. The royal family would have been furious. Poor kid, doesn't he even understand this, or is he really so mad that he doesn't care about anything else?" 771, Chapter 771 Conflict. Just when Yi Tianqi was complaining about Prince Xingqian was indeed standing in the rain at this moment. Of course, someone must have helped hold the umbrella for him. He came to show his sincerity and to let people see how well-behaved and sensible he is, and how overbearing the Secret Investigation Office is, but that doesn't mean he has to get wet in the rain. He, the Prince of Awakening, is not that cowardly yet. But then again, this is already cowardly enough, so cowardly that Prince Xingqian now feels dizzy, not because of hunger, but because of anger. At this moment, it was already 7:30, and people were starting to come in and out. At this moment, the Eastern Palace guards seemed to have become the guards of the Secret Investigation Office. They stood by, holding umbrellas, and looked quite domineering. As for Prince Xingqian, his expression became more and more strange as the rain got heavier. Prince Xingqian's expression became more and more ugly. He wanted to have a good expression, but the key was that someone had to give him this opportunity. It has been more than 2 hours since we got here at around 5 o'clock. It's been more than 2 hours. Even if you were out of town, you should have rushed back. He is the Crown Prince of Long Kingdom, and he is standing at the gate of the Secret Investigation Institute waiting. What kind of concept is this, apart from the Emperor, who would dare to let the Crown Prince Xingqian do this? If this gets out, you're really not afraid of people talking about you. Seeing the unfriendly expression on Prince Xingqian's face, the East Palace Chief Steward gnashed his teeth and said, "My lord, the Secret Investigation Office is really going too far. This is simply unreasonable. They are absolutely crazy. They actually let you wait here. It would be fine on normal days, but now, with the heavy rain, what are they trying to do?" It is right for some people to feel unfair. However, if the dignified Prince Awakening waited in the rain for such a long time and no one felt unfair, then that would be wrong at all. Looking at his East Palace Chief Steward, Prince Xingqian gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Since they dare to do such a thing, let them do it. I want to see who is in charge of this Secret Investigation Office. How dare they be so rampant? I thought if I stood here for a while, someone would come. Now it seems that they are really not afraid. Now, it's raining heavily, and they're actually looking at me standing in the rain. Good, it's really good. I woke up. I've never suffered such injustice in my life. Okay, today, it can be said that it has completely opened my eyes. Good, it's really good." Prince Xingqian was really angry, especially after the rain. The feeling was terrible. At the beginning, he was very satisfied with the rain. After all, it added to the atmosphere. However, when the rain got heavier and heavier, and not even a single person came out from the Secret Investigation Office, Prince Xingqian could hardly stand and became extremely angry. What is this? This is simply a complete disregard for him and not taking Prince Xingqian seriously. This is humiliating, completely humiliating. The master is humiliated and the minister dies as the chief steward of the Eastern Palace. He is the one who gets whatever he wants on a daily basis. He would not tolerate anyone who does not give him some face. Even he could not stand this kind of humiliation, let alone the Prince Xingqian. "My lord, in my opinion, we should just go in. There are so many people coming and going now, and they've seen everything they need to see. There's no need to continue waiting in the heavy rain. After all, no one knows what this person is up to." Upon hearing this, Prince Xingqian said with a ferocious expression, "No, we must continue waiting here. I've already been standing here waiting for over 2 hours, and now we're waiting in the rain. If I leave now, all my efforts will be wasted. I must stand here and show everyone the attitude of the Secret Investigation Office and the true face of your supervisor. It's outrageous. It's absolutely outrageous." Prince Xingqian began to lose his temper upon hearing this. The East Palace Chief Steward didn't dare to say anything more and quickly said, "Then, Prince, can I go ask them again? Let them urge it a little more at the very least. Let them all know that you are angry." After hearing this, Prince Xingqian slowly nodded and agreed to the proposal. It is indeed necessary to remind the Secret Investigation Office that the person standing in the heavy rain waiting is none other than the current Crown Prince of the Dragon Kingdom. If they have forgotten this, they must remember it again. It would be best if they remembered, and remembered well, what kind of existence they were treating. Go ahead, don't be polite with them. These damn bastards, they can't get in, but they really don't care. They are simply lawless. I, the dignified prince, now have to doubt whether I am still in my own territory in Longhua. It really makes people wonder, as the Crown Prince of Long Kingdom, he is treated like this on the territory of Long Kingdom. If you don't know, you might think that the Emperor is punishing him. Otherwise, it is unreasonable. After all, who dares to treat the Crown Prince like this? But today, it just happened to refresh people's three views, because the Secret Investigation Office dared to do such a thing, and not only dared, but also did it in an absolute way.
In fact, from the very beginning, there were guards standing guard outside the Secret Investigation Office, and they were truly on duty 24 hours a day. Of course, it is hard to say what the Secret Investigation Office was like before, but now, no one dares to violate the rules of the Secret Investigation Office. The chief steward of the Eastern Palace did not go to find the guards, but wanted to go directly into the Secret Investigation Office to talk to the person who could make the decision now. However, when he was about to go in, he was stopped by the guards. This really pissed off the East Palace steward. He was already filled with rage waiting outside, and now he was stopped by two guards. What kind of thing is this? Why are you stopping me? Don't you know who I am? I'm the chief steward of the Eastern Palace. The one standing over there is the current crown prince of Dragon Country, Prince Xingshan. Don't tell me you don't know. Just now, your boss asked Prince Xingshan to go in and wait. Get out of the way, I need to have a chat with your boss. How dare you let the crown prince stand in this heavy rain? Don't you want to live? The chief steward of the Eastern Palace was also very angry. He might not dare to lose his temper with the big shots in the Secret Investigation Office, but he had no reason to be afraid to lose his temper with a few guards on duty. He immediately vented his dissatisfaction. The guard simply glanced at the East Palace steward with a cold look and said calmly, "This is a restricted area of the Secret Investigation Court. No unauthorized persons are allowed in. If you want to go in and look for someone, you can show your pass. If you don't have one, please call someone to come and pick you up. Otherwise, immediately move away from the cordon." They actually started to drive people away, which made the manager very angry. Even when he went to the Imperial Palace or the Executive Yuan, he had never seen any guard dare to speak to him like this. But now, they didn't even give him any face. This was a slap in the face. 772, Chapter 772. Angry. Okay, you really are such a fool, you bastards. You really don't recognize us, right? Get out of here, hurry up and get out of here, otherwise, I won't let you off. The chief steward of the Eastern Palace was almost mad with anger. He pointed at the guards' noses and started cursing. At this time, the rain was getting heavier, but the guards did not care about the threats from the East Palace steward and strictly carried out their duties. The chief steward of the Eastern Palace was so angry that he almost went crazy. He pointed at the guards and started cursing again. You don't want to give me face, that's fine, but you don't consider the consequences at all. Did you see that person standing in the rain? You've seen him standing here since the beginning, right? If you don't know who he is, if you've forgotten who he is, let me remind you again. He is the current crown prince of the Dragon Kingdom, Prince Awakening. Do you understand? I understand. Get out of my way immediately. If the crown prince gets hurt, can you afford the responsibility? Don't even mention that you can't shoulder this responsibility. The entire Secret Investigation Agency can't shoulder this responsibility. Do you think you'll be rewarded for your loyalty to duty? You're dreaming. You've committed a grave mistake, even a crime. Do you understand? Now get out of the way. I am going in to find your boss. Everything else has nothing to do with you. But if you dare to stop me again, don't blame us. You brought this upon yourselves. Don't think the Secret Investigation Office can save you. They're trying to make a name for themselves. However, no matter how powerful they are, facing a few guards and Prince Awakening, they'll have to make the right choice. I think everyone knows what to do. Don't seek death. This is my last attempt at persuasion. Otherwise, the Secret Investigation Office won't let you go. The chief steward of the Eastern Palace threatened, but what he said was not without reason. At the very least, in other institutions, these guards are indeed the best candidates to take the blame, even if they did the right thing, but who can blame them for their insignificant influence? As a person of low status, your words carry little weight, and many times, you can only be used as a punching bag and a scapegoat. There is no other way. You can't let your boss take the blame. However, no matter how the East Palace steward threatened, the guards remained unmoved. They didn't even show a trace of anger or fear, as if the East Palace steward didn't exist at all. Sorry, no one is allowed to enter the Secret Investigation Office without permission. It was still the same sentence, which made the chief steward of the Eastern Palace so angry that he almost cursed. At this moment, Prince Xingshan looked at the East Palace steward with an unhappy expression and said, "What are you doing? Why are you wasting your time here and talking to them?" Upon hearing this, the East Palace chief steward immediately put on a fawning smile and hurried to Prince Xingshan. He spoke cautiously, "Your Highness, I wanted to go in to see their superiors, but these guards stopped me and refused to let me in. They insisted on a pass, saying that otherwise, their superiors would have to come out to pick me up. Don't you think they're deliberately making things difficult for us?" Upon hearing this, Prince Xingshan did not expect that such a thing would happen. His face was his pass. Even if no one knew him, Prince Xingshan,
how could they not recognize the people from the Eastern Palace? Even so, he would be treated respectfully wherever he went. As a result, now I just want to enter the Secret Investigation Office and find someone from the Secret Investigation Office, but I am stopped at the gate? This is simply outrageous. Prince Xingshan was already in a bad mood, and now he was even more unhappy, as you can imagine. How outrageous! This is simply lawless. This is still the territory of the Dragon Nation bastards, a bunch of bastards. Didn't you tell them who I was? In fact, there was no need to say this from the moment Prince Xingshan arrived. These people all knew that this was Prince Xingshan. Moreover, Prince Xingshan also knew that his identity could not be concealed at all. After all, from the very beginning, he had no intention of concealing anything. Upon hearing this, the East Palace Chief Steward nodded indignantly and said, "I did, Your Highness. I mentioned your name, but they didn't buy it at all. In fact, their attitude became even worse, Your Highness. I don't believe they didn't do it on purpose." Adding fuel to the fire is the specialty of the Chief Steward of the Eastern Palace. Sometimes, if you want your master to stand up for you, you have to learn this. What's more, this time it is even simpler. The Chief Steward of the East Palace doesn't need to add any exaggeration. He just needs to state the facts and exaggerate a little. There's no need to even exaggerate, because these people really don't have any face left at all. When beating a dog, you have to look at the owner first. Moreover, how could a man of the Eastern Palace's status as the Chief Steward be bullied by a mere guard from the Secret Investigation Office? This is the most unacceptable thing. These bastards are really courting death. Do they really think that just because the Secret Investigation Bureau has turned things around, they can ignore everyone else? This is simply outrageous. Prince Xingshan was so angry that he almost wanted to deal with these people himself. However, seeing the rain getting heavier and the time approaching 8 o'clock, he hesitated for a moment and said through gritted teeth, "You'll have to bear this injustice for now. We'll have our own time to deal with it later. Wait until 8:30 or 9 o'clock. If no one comes to invite us in, you can settle all the old and new accounts at that time. Not yet. If we move these guards now, we will be in the wrong, and all our previous efforts will be in vain." What a calculation! It's really a calculation. They're trying to use this method to force us to take action and ruin our previous efforts. As Prince Xingshan spoke, he felt more and more that this was a possibility. It seems that the Palace Chief Steward was being ignored because of the conspiracy of the Secret Investigation Office. But he forgot that it was the steward of the Eastern Palace who went there on his own. He did not come to beg them or make any demands on them, so what was there to talk about? However, no matter what you say to Prince Xingshan now, he will not listen. He will only think that his guesses are the facts and the truth, and everything is calculated. The Chief Steward of the Eastern Palace said nothing at this moment. He just stood there, glared at the guards fiercely, and then obediently accompanied Prince Xingshan to continue standing in the rain as punishment. "Okay, Prince, if they still don't let you in and come to pick you up personally by 9 o'clock, then they're doing it on purpose. By then, the notoriety of the Secret Investigation Office will be known to everyone, and your courtesy and politeness will also be praised. In short, by then, you won't have to get wet in the rain. There's still more than an hour left, but it's hard for you, Prince. You have to endure it a little longer." Upon hearing this, Prince Xingshan sneered and said, "I've already been standing for over 2 hours. Why do you still care about standing for an extra hour? To stand, the longer you make me stand now, the more they'll have to apologize to me later." 773, Chapter 773, The Last Time. At this moment, Prince Xingshan's spy in the royal family called the Chief Steward of the Eastern Palace. When the Chief Steward of the Eastern Palace heard what was said on the phone, his face changed drastically. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Prince Xingshan and was speechless for a long time. Prince Xingshan knew something must be wrong as soon as he saw it, and he immediately wanted to lose his temper. "What are you doing here? What happened? Why are you making that face? Are you trying to make me anxious?" Upon hearing this, the Eastern Palace Chief Steward revealed a bitter expression and said, "Prince, the news came from the imperial court. The emperor has heard that you have been standing in front of the Secret Investigation Court." Upon hearing this, Prince Xingshan frowned and said, "It spread. I've already thought of this outcome since I decided to stand here. What's the matter? Your expression looks off. If my father knew I came to visit the Secret Investigation Office in such a polite manner, he would praise me instead of scolding me. Besides, my actions only confirm the Secret Investigation Office's arrogance and domineering attitude. This is also for the good of the royal family. It's like giving my father a reason to take action. What's the matter? Is he unhappy?" Upon hearing this, the Chief Steward of the Eastern Palace immediately smiled bitterly. What Prince Xingshan said made sense, but the key point was that although he thought so,
His Majesty the Emperor might not think the same way. Look, the phone call was about the Emperor being furious. Although the spy didn't hear clearly why he was so angry, it was obvious that it was because Prince Xingshan was here, so he was unhappy. Your Majesty, the Emperor is angry. The reason is probably why you are standing here. Prince Xingshan's face was ashen at this moment, and his eyes were panicked and filled with fear. Who was the Prince of Awakening afraid of? Perhaps he was afraid of no one, but in this world, the one person he feared most, the one he must fear, was only one, His Majesty the Emperor. It was not just because he was the Emperor's son, nor because His Majesty the Emperor had the power to decide his position as Crown Prince, but because of the real fear that was engraved in his bones. This Majesty is not a merciful person even if it is his own son. If he is dissatisfied, the outcome is unpredictable. I'm doing a good deed, Father. He won't really be angry with me for this, right? The Secret Investigation Office is clearly targeting the royal family while they haven't done anything yet. I'm doing this to let the royal family take the initiative, Father. Father, he won't really be angry with me, right? Prince Xingshan swallowed his saliva, feeling a little uneasy. The East Palace Chief Steward spoke cautiously at this time. Prince, perhaps we are overthinking it. His Majesty is angry because the Secret Investigation Office is too rampant. You are the Crown Prince of the Dragon Kingdom, a dignified prince, but in the end, the Secret Investigation Office didn't even give you face and made you wait outside for so long. This must have made the royal family very unhappy. Your Majesty, I think you think the same thing. Your Majesty, the Emperor shouldn't be too angry, and he shouldn't be angry with you, otherwise, he would have sent someone to inform you to go back, right? After hearing what the East Palace's Chief Steward said, Prince Xingshan finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt that this was the truth. If His Majesty the Emperor was unhappy and didn't want the prince to continue standing here and embarrassing himself, then the reprimand should have come by now, but it hasn't come yet. Doesn't that mean that His Majesty the Emperor is really angry, but not necessarily angry at himself? Maybe he was angry with the Secret Investigation Office. Thinking of this, Prince Xingshan felt that he had done nothing wrong, but rather the right thing now. Even if he was asked to leave, he would not leave. He would not be happy unless he made some effort and caused some trouble for the Secret Investigation Office. Okay, that should be it. Humph, what a secret investigation agency. It has made my father furious. Their end will definitely not be good. At this moment, as a son, and more importantly, the Crown Prince, I must share my father's worries and difficulties and find a more suitable reason for him to do so. Therefore, I must stand here. This rain seemed heavy just now, but now I feel that it should be even heavier. Humph, calculate the time. It's still an hour until 9 o'clock. If no one shows up at 9 o'clock, then go ahead and break down the door. I want to see if they're going to rebel. The word rebellion when spoken by others simply means to describe doing something too extreme, etc. However, if it comes from the mouth of Prince Xingshan, it has a completely different meaning and concept. Prince Xingshan is the Crown Prince of the Dragon Kingdom and the future Emperor. If he talks about rebellion, it will be a huge incident. However, this is exactly what the Eastern Palace Chief Steward wants. His Majesty the Emperor has lost his temper, so Prince Xingshan must not control his temper, otherwise it would seem as if the royal family is really afraid of the Secret Investigation Office. Yes, I obey your command, Your Highness. Don't worry. When the time comes, if no one from the Secret Investigation Office comes here to apologize, I will risk my life to create an opportunity for you to thoroughly investigate this ignorant Secret Investigation Office. The Chief Steward of the Eastern Palace spoke with great confidence, as if he would be willing to sacrifice his life to wake the prince up. However, if he really had to die, would he go? Would he dare to go? In the final analysis, I just want to use this method to vent my anger and show my loyalty. However, he was just showing his loyalty, and Prince Xingshan did not take it seriously. However, if he really dared to disrupt the Secret Investigation Office, the meaning would be completely different. And at this moment, time passes by little. Soon, it was 8 o'clock. Then, it was already 8:30. By this time, Prince Xingshan had lost all his patience. If he had not forced himself to wait until 9 o'clock, he would not have been able to wait even for one more second. 6 o'clock. At 6 o'clock he woke up and the prince came to the door of the Secret Investigation Institute and waited. Everyone knew that the dignified Prince of Longguo was waiting for someone at the door of the Secret Investigation Institute. How could it be possible that the people in the Secret Investigation Institute were unaware of it? As a result, no one paid any attention. Except for the beginning, when the people from the Secret Investigation Office came out to invite him in and he refused.
no one really came out to invite him again, leaving him, the prince, to wait silently in the wind and rain. What kind of nature is this? How terrible it is. Fortunately, the time finally pointed to 9 o'clock. And this point in time just happened to have reached Prince Xingshan's psychological expectations and the bottom line he could finally accept. No one came, still no one came. Prince Xingshan took a deep breath and glanced at the steward of the Eastern Palace without saying anything, but the coldness in his eyes was equivalent to having given an order. That's right, the order has been issued just as I said at the beginning. When the time comes, there is no need to worry about anything. 774, Chapter 774, on the verge of breaking out. 9 o'clock. No matter how late you go to work, you should be at work by this time. Of course, there is nothing wrong with the head of the Secret Investigation Bureau having flexible and irregular working hours. However, even so, it is already 9 o'clock, and knowing that Prince Xingshan is waiting at the gate, even if he does not come, he should arrange for someone to come over to go through the motions. Instead of inviting the person in, why not at least come out and say something? But no, not even one. It was as if he, the prince awakening, did not exist. No one paid any attention, no one explained, nothing happened. If someone said that someone took Prince Xingshan seriously, would anyone believe it? Prince Xingshan himself was the first one who didn't believe it. Taking a deep breath, Prince Xingshan looked at the East Palace steward, gritted his teeth, and said, "It's 9 o'clock, go immediately, and ask the person in charge to come out to see me even if it's not the chief. Any director will do. Go immediately. I don't believe that I, the dignified Prince Xingshan, have been standing at the gate of the secret investigation court for half a day, and no one knows about it, and no one pays any attention to me. What do I want to do? What on earth do I want to do?" Prince Xingshan got furious. This is considered a good temper. If anyone were in his current situation, they would be furious. The chief steward of the Eastern Palace was also not vague. He had been patient for a long time now that he had the order from Prince Xingshan. There was no point in enduring it anymore. Immediately, the chief steward of the Eastern Palace once again walked towards the secret investigation office, and this time, as expected, he was stopped by the guards of the secret investigation office again. The East Palace steward was in no mood this time. He pulled out his ID, looked at the guards who were strictly enforcing the law, and said in a cold voice, "I am the East Palace steward. Immediately, have the highest ranking official from your secret investigation office come to see me. No, not me, but my master, the current crown prince of the Dragon Kingdom, His Royal Highness the Awakening Prince. Hurry, report to him immediately." He spoke in a very domineering manner and asked someone to report it immediately. However, the guard of the secret investigation office only took the work permit of the East Palace chief eunuch, glanced at it lightly, and then handed it back. "I'm sorry, but this isn't my secret investigation institute pass. We don't have the authority to let you in. Furthermore, we don't have the authority to directly contact the chief monarch for you. If you have contact information, please contact us. If the chief monarch gives the order, we will let you in." This made the chief steward of the Eastern Palace so angry that he couldn't hide his anger. What else? Contact him on your own. He wanted to contact him, but the problem was, who was the head of the Secret Investigation Institute now? How many people knew it? Very few, almost no one knew who it was, so what contact information was there? Seeing the guard reject him again, the East Palace guard said coldly, "All right, you are not qualified to contact the First Lord then. Any director-level person from the Secret Investigation Bureau should come out to greet the Crown Prince also, who is your superior. Report to him immediately. I want to see if you, the Secret Investigation Bureau, are planning a rebellion on Dragon Country's territory. His Royal Highness has been waiting for hours at the gate of your Secret Investigation Bureau, without a single drop of water, and it's raining heavily, yet you've remained indifferent. What do you want to do? Do you still have the Crown Prince and the royal family in your eyes? How could a small guard bear such a heavy burden? Disrespecting the royal family and looking down on the royal family are crimes that are never light. If it were guards from other places, they would have probably been scared to death by now. However, the guards from the Secret Investigation Office seem to have been holding their anger for 10 years and were not afraid at all. Looking at the East Palace steward who was speaking out loudly, the guard said calmly, "Sir, we cannot bear the accusations you have made. However, the Secret Investigation Office has its own rules and we have our responsibilities, so, I'm sorry, we can't fulfill your request." That must be His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, right? From the beginning to the end, we never asked His Royal Highness to stand in front of our Secret Investigation Office, let alone in the pouring rain. Furthermore,
there is a pavilion outside our secret investigation office that can be used for shelter from the rain and for guests to rest. It was His Royal Highness the Crown Prince who chose not to go there. It has nothing to do with us. Also, since you've just been here, I'd like to remind you once again that we have no right or authority to call anyone on you. If you have any questions, please contact us through proper channels. Finally, I'm issuing a warning to you. The Secret Investigation Office is a highly confidential place. Everything inside involves major secrets and intelligence. I am allowing you to stand at the gate because you're His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Otherwise, you wouldn't be qualified to stand there. Do you understand? If you do, please leave. After all, you've already been standing there for hours with so many people around. It wouldn't look good if word got out. When will it be the turn of a little guard to teach someone a lesson, whether it's good looking or not? The East Palace's chief steward immediately became enraged. He pointed at the guard and said coldly, "Damn you, I gave you the benefit of the doubt, but you actually dared to lecture me. I am asking you one last time, can I get in?" The guard looked at the East Palace steward and shook his head indifferently. "I'm sorry, you can't go in. You are not qualified to go in." "What a joke, I can't, I'm not qualified." The chief steward of the Eastern Palace knew that now was the best time to make a fuss according to the request of Prince Xingshan, and he immediately became angry. "Someone, bring me some." As the East Palace steward finished speaking, some East Palace guards came over and stood behind him angrily. It's no wonder that these East Palace guards were so angry. There was really nothing they could do. They were used to being arrogant and domineering in their daily lives. They had never experienced such treatment before, especially in the heavy rain. And there is, with the support of the Eastern Palace guards, and with Prince Xingshan watching not far away but not stopping, the Eastern Palace chief steward knew that he had done the right thing. Prince Xingshan just wanted to see this scene so that he could vent his anger at the same time. It had become like this. So did the people from the Secret Investigation Office have to hide all the time? If so, then the Secret Investigation Office would really not be worth mentioning. Therefore, the chief steward of the Eastern Palace felt confident at this moment. Originally, I still remembered in my mind that the Secret Investigation Bureau was not the same Secret Investigation Bureau as before, but at this moment, I couldn't remember anything. I only thought that their Eastern Palace was the most powerful. No matter what the Secret Investigation Office does, could they really dare to become an enemy of the Eastern Palace? That would be a huge joke. "Boy, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't inform me, it's okay, I'll go in by myself, but if anyone dares to stop me again, don't blame us for being rude." Upon hearing this, the guard immediately loaded his gun and shouted angrily, "This is a restricted area of the Secret Investigation Court. Anyone who dares to trespass will be shot on the spot." If he hadn't said this, the East Palace chief steward would still have some concerns, but after saying this, he no longer had any concerns. Anyone who trespasses will be shot on the spot? Who was killed? Kill him, the chief steward of the Eastern Palace, or kill the Eastern Palace guards around him. These are people from the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince's people, and members of the royal family. Daring to shoot at members of the royal family requires courage, not just a matter of big or small. 775, Chapter 775, The Secret Investigation Office's Response. "Alright, kid, you're pretty impressive. You're even making such a bold statement, saying you'll kill them on the spot. Okay, I want to see who you dare to kill. You are pointing guns at us now, which is already a heinous crime. You even dare to threaten us. Fine. This Secret Investigation Bureau is indeed powerful and domineering. They are so arrogant that they don't even take the Eastern Palace or the royal family seriously. I want to see, in this Dragon Kingdom, is it your Secret Investigation Bureau or the royal family that has the final say? Boy, I'll remember you. Remember this clearly. You are dead. You are absolutely dead. No one can save you, I say." After saying this, the Eastern Palace steward looked at the Eastern Palace guards around him and said coldly, "Brothers, the Secret Investigation Office has dared to arrest people from our Eastern Palace before now. The Crown Prince has come here in person to reason with them, but they have turned a blind eye and allowed His Highness to wait in the rain for hours. Let me ask you, does this count as a humiliation to His Highness and the Eastern Palace?" These East Palace guards all shared a common hatred and roared in anger. "Calculate." Upon hearing this, the East Palace steward immediately said in a cold voice, "Since that's the case, then let me ask you one question. Are you willing or unwilling? As East Palace guards, you can't even protect your master's face. Do you feel guilty or not? Are you sad or not?" The guards of the Eastern Palace were already full of anger, and now after hearing what the Eastern Palace steward said, they were furious. Murderous intent flashed in their eyes, and they looked ferocious. The The East Palace chief steward looked at the secret investigation courtyard guards and said coldly, "I'll give you 3 counts, either get out of the way or die." As the Eastern Palace steward finished speaking, the Eastern Palace guards immediately loaded their guns. As Eastern Palace guards, they were responsible for protecting the safety of Prince Xingshan, so they were naturally qualified to carry weapons. At this moment, the chief steward of the Eastern Palace has issued the order, and Prince Xingshan is standing nearby, tacitly agreeing to everything, so what is there for them to hesitate about? The situation is on the verge of breaking out. The Eastern Palace guards had orders from their superiors, so naturally they were not afraid at all. What's more, they were already full of anger in their hearts. As for the guards of the Secret Investigation Office, they were naturally even less likely to be afraid. The chief steward of the Eastern Palace looked at the guards of the Secret Investigation Office and found that they still refused to give in at all. He immediately became angry. "Start counting down immediately." Not far from the main gate, on a tall building in the Secret Investigation Institute, there were many people standing behind some windows, all looking this way. Some people are watching what is happening at the gate through surveillance video. Although it seems that no one cares and asks about Prince Xingshan waiting outside the Secret Investigation Office, in fact, many people in the Secret Investigation Office are observing the movements here. It's just that no one showed up, and it wasn't their turn to show up. Of course, if they want to show up, that's fine, but the key point is that no one cares, and no one will take care of it. It is true that they are the top brass in the current Secret Investigation Bureau, but there is a biggest boss above them. The boss knows everything that is happening here but does not come to stop it, and they are too lazy to care about anything. At this moment, behind a window, Sui Shan, director of the intelligence department, was talking and laughing with 2 other people, his words full of sarcasm and disdain. The Eastern Palace has always been arrogant. This time, they've lost such a huge amount of face, and their anger is probably out of control, but they know the current situation of the Secret Investigation Office, and they still dare to use force here. Are they really looking for death? Sui Shan spoke with a smile, as if he didn't take it seriously at all. As for the other 2, one of them was a middle-aged man with a bald head. He touched his bald head and sneered, "Director Sui, don't you know that if God wants to destroy a person, he must first drive him crazy? This Prince Xingshan came here today, seemingly to discredit the Secret Investigation Bureau, but in fact, he is slapping himself in the face. If he only did this, it would be fine. It would only lose a little reputation and perhaps have some effect, but he dared to use the East Palace guards to attack the Secret Investigation Bureau. He is really asking for trouble. Our boss is no pushover." Sui Shan looked at the bald man, smiled, and said, "As the deputy director of the guard department, acting director, you directly said that the boss is not a good person. This is not a good thing to say. It's an original sin. Aren't you afraid that the boss will be dissatisfied with you after knowing it?" Hearing this, Bald Yuanzue smiled and said, "If you're dissatisfied, then so be it. I am not hiding it. I used to be the director of the law enforcement department, but now I'm in charge of the security department, and I'm the deputy director. I haven't even got the position of director. Who else is dissatisfied than me? It's only because what the boss did yesterday was very satisfying. Otherwise, I really would have quit." It's no wonder that the bald guy is dissatisfied. Not only was he demoted, but his power has also become smaller. Just kidding. The law enforcement department is an agency specifically responsible for law enforcement, and the security department, as the name suggests, is understandable. It is normal for him to be dissatisfied. What's more, he was demoted from director to deputy director. Although he still presided over the work, a deputy position is still a deputy position, and it is still different from the top leader. Hearing this, Sui Shan glanced at the bald man and said with a smile, "Your name is Original Sin, and your current mentality is exactly Original Sin. What, are you dissatisfied with your work in the guard department? If so, why don't we switch? I actually want this job more. Not only is it less busy, but I don't have to bear too much responsibility. On the other hand, my job in the intelligence department seems to be very powerful, but in fact, it also comes with a lot of responsibility." Having said that, Sui Shan sighed and shook his head, seeming to be quite melancholy. The bald Original Sin quickly spoke up and said curiously, "What's wrong with you? You're a dignified soulbreaker. How could anyone make you unhappy? Is it related to being called over by the boss last night?" "That shouldn't be the case. The big boss is new here. Even if he wants to make trouble, he can't possibly make trouble for you. You've done a very good job in intelligence work. Even if he wants to cause trouble, I don't think he can find any. Unless our big boss is really looking for trouble on purpose." Hearing Hearing this, Sui Shan looked at the bald Yuan Zui and smiled. Director Yuan Zui, if you want to complain, go ahead and complain, but don't drag me down with you. I don't have any opinions about the big boss at all, huh? As for getting scolded, that's what I deservates my fault that I didn't do my intelligence work well and I did make mistakes. I haven't told you yet, the Sure family father and son have rebelled. As soon as these words came out, bald Yuan Zui's eyes widened. Immediately he looked at Sui Shan in disbelief and said, what did you say? The Sure family father and son rebelled? Is it Master Sure and his son? You must be joking. They are die-hard fans of Master Ming and his faction. They have dedicated most of their lives to them and now, at the end of their lives, they betrayed him. You must be joking. Sui Shan smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, I do want to make a joke, but do you think I can make such a joke with you? When I first found out yesterday, I was shocked too. Now, you understand why I was scolded and why they said intelligence work is difficult. 776, Chapter 776 Gunshot. Indeed, for such a serious mistake, being scolded is the least of the problems. However, it is understandable. After all, Sui Shan has only been in office for a short time. It is impossible for him to figure out all the problems as soon as he takes office. If the Shurs really did rebel, then this would be a truly devastating event. However, there's no need for the big boss to blame you for this. After all, you weren't the director of the intelligence department before, and the secret investigation office had been dormant for a long time. It's normal for you to be unaware of the situation. This big boss scolded people without asking any questions. What a bad temper he has. Bald Original Sin felt a little unfair for Sui Shan. After all, if you put yourself in his shoes, you will realize that the Secret Investigation Institute has changed and everyone is new, so all kinds of accidents will happen at this time. Standing up for Sui Shan is actually also standing up for himself. Sui Shan shook his head and said, no matter what, this is all my fault. I am the director of the intelligence department. After all, the most important thing is, it's impossible for Sure Lao and his son to just casually decide to rebel. They must have thought it through carefully and considered it for a long time, and our intelligence department didn't find any clues at all. Just based on this, we are completely wrong and unforgivable. It's okay to scold him, this matter is finally over. I just hope that there won't be any more accidents next time. Original Sin, don't say I didn't warn you when dealing with the big boss. Put away your temper, otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Sui Shan looked at bald Yuan Sin and said these words very seriously. It was a reminder and even more of a warning. Upon hearing this, bald Original Sin nodded and said, I understand. I was just complaining before. After all, you know my temper, and I really like and admire this big boss's style of doing things, so I don't have any opinions about him. I just hope that he can be fair in his dealings. That would be the best. At this point, bald Original Sin looked out the window and smiled. Compared to the slight grievances or entanglements we've suffered, I think this gentleman down there is the one who's most worried. Director Sui, do you think these people really dare to attack the Secret Investigation Bureau? They know full well that the Secret Investigation Bureau is no longer what it used to be, yet they still dare to come and cause trouble, huh? I don't know what to say. Just guess. Will our big boss give them face? Hearing this, Sui Shan looked out the window at the situation that was about to explode and sneered, save face. If the big boss really wanted to save face for them, he wouldn't have let this Prince Awakening wait here for so long in vain, and he wouldn't have allowed anyone to pay any attention to him. Let's wait and see. If nothing happens, that's fine, but if something does happen, oh, this Prince Awakening will be completely disgraced. Not only will he lose the reputation of the Eastern Palace, but I'm afraid the reputation of the Imperial family will be lost as well. Such conversations were happening in many places in the Secret Investigation Office, but without exception, everyone was certain of one thing: as long as the Eastern Palace dared to take action, then they would lose face for sure. If they really wanted to save face, they would not have let Prince Xingshan wait here for so long. Since they made him wait for so long, it was obvious that they had no intention of saving him any face. If he gets angry and wants to attack the Secret Investigation Office at this time, it can only be said that he is seeking death. The Secret Investigation Office, which has never given them face, will probably let them see what it means to lose their temper. At this moment, Prince Xingshan seemed to have really lost his patience. Seeing the East Palace steward and several guards struggling to confront each other here, he became even more annoyed. He looked around the Secret Investigation Office. Although he didn't see any human figures, nor did he see anyone noticing them or watching them, Prince Xingshan felt as if everyone was staring at him. Not only were there so many eyes in the Secret Investigation Office, but outside the Secret Investigation Office, in the royal family, in all directions, and all major forces, all had eyes on him.
Today, he knew that the news that Prince Xingshan came to the secret investigation court and stood at the door even in the heavy rain had spread far and wide. I am afraid everyone who should know it had already known it. Now, all everyone is waiting to see is the result. Will he, the Prince Awakening, be able to turn the tables and reverse the current situation, or will he, the Prince Awakening, be completely disgraced? This matter was originally a small matter, but now it has become a big uproar and it is difficult to resolve it amicably. Taking a deep breath, Prince Xingshan looked at the East Palace steward and said coldly, "What are you guys still talking about here? Do you want to see me continue standing in the rain and be laughed at?" When the chief steward of the Eastern Palace and the Eastern Palace guards heard this, they immediately gnashed their teeth and said, "The master has humiliated me, and I shall die. The master has humiliated me, and I shall die." Now that the master has lost his temper, if they remain indifferent, there will be no good consequences. Taking a deep breath, the chief steward of the Eastern Palace waved his hand, and the Eastern Palace guards immediately used guns to force the guards of the secret investigation court to make way. The guards of the secret investigation court refused to move away, and at this moment, an Eastern Palace guard could not help but fired a shot. Once the gunshots were heard, there was absolutely no way this matter would end peacefully. Although the shot did not hit the vital part, it was still fired, and it injured the guard of the secret investigation office. The nature of the incident was completely different. When the guards of the secret investigation office saw this scene, they wanted to fire back immediately. However, perhaps because they had concerns or for some other reason, they were surrounded by the East Palace guards and had no chance to fire back. At this moment, on this road, you have to give way whether you want to or not. At this time, the East Palace chief steward also had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He naturally wanted to leave at this point, however, shooting was not what he wanted to see. If the situation just now could still be resolved, now that the shooting has started, things are completely different. But, it's different, so what? For the chief steward of the Eastern Palace, although he was in a bad mood at this moment, he had a feeling of being proud, as if the grievances he suffered here had finally been vented. "I told you to move aside, but you refused one by one. Now, I'm forcing you to take action, damn it. Not killing you is a blessing for you. Yuri, the one who tried to stop us from going to the East Palace. It's no exaggeration to label you all as rebels." The chief steward of the Eastern Palace was shouting non-stop, looking very arrogant. However, the next moment, both the chief steward and the Eastern Palace guard suddenly changed their expressions. There was no way to keep his expression from changing. He saw that the Secret Investigation Institute, which had been deserted before, suddenly had a large number of soldiers armed with live ammunition emerging from various buildings. They came towards the gate of the Secret Investigation Institute with full vigilance. Who else could their target be but the Eastern Palace guards? 777, Chapter 777, Beating the Dog Without Looking at the Owner. What kind of institution is the Secret Investigation Bureau? It is a violent institution in itself. The establishment of the Secret Investigation Bureau itself was a terrifying and violent organization that was separated from the royal family and the executive yuan and had a completely autonomous system. Independent military power, independent judicial power, independent law enforcement power, independent financial power, independent personnel power, and all other powers are almost independent. In other words, except for certain activities on behalf of Longhua, the Secret Investigation Institute lacks this power. However, it has all the rights even if it cannot make any decisions on behalf of Longhua. The Secret Investigation Institute can send people abroad on their own to perform tasks that the Secret Investigation Institute deems necessary, and this may only require reporting, or even no reporting at all. Is there no one to protect such a terrifying and independent institution? That's a real joke. It doesn't matter how noisy or turbulent you are outside, but if something serious really happens, for example, a gun is used, then no matter who it is, the Secret Investigation Office will not give them face. What's more, now it's not just gunfire, but people from the Secret Investigation Office have been directly injured. So, at this moment, a large number of armed personnel from the Secret Investigation Office rushed over fully armed, and then surrounded the Eastern Palace guards, including Prince Xingshan. And at this moment, many high-ranking officials of the Secret Investigation Office, whom Prince Xingshan wanted to meet but could not, began to appear one after another. However, none of their expressions or eyes were kind. The steward of the Eastern Palace was so arrogant just now, but at this moment, he felt his scalp tingling. He was just a steward,
and he had never experienced such a scene before. The expressions of those people who wanted to tear him to pieces scared him so much that he felt limp all over. Prince Xingshan also felt something was wrong. He was so angry just now that he forgot some things and thought that the secret investigation office was still the same secret investigation office. This made the chief steward of the Eastern Palace lead his men to force their way in, but, to be honest, he didn't think anything of the use of guns and even the shooting of people at first, but now he thinks that this was a big mistake, as it handed the evidence directly to the secret investigation office. In this one move, not only were all his previous efforts wasted, but he also had no idea what kind of situation he would face next. Taking a deep breath, Prince Xingshan knew that today's incident had completely exceeded his imagination, and it was hard to say where it would develop next. However, things have come to this point. If he backs down, it will really be a joke. This is a crisis, or perhaps, an opportunity. The chief steward of the Eastern Palace was pale at the moment. He was surrounded by so many ferocious armed men. It would be a lie if he was not afraid. Of course, he couldn't be said to be completely afraid as the chief steward of the Eastern Palace. He was used to being arrogant. Even now, he didn't think that these people would really dare to take action. After all, he is from the Eastern Palace and the Prince Xingshan's man. What do you want to do? Do you want to rebel? I am the chief steward of the Eastern Palace. We are the people of the Eastern Palace. How dare you surround us? What do you want to do? The chief steward of the Eastern Palace shouted loudly. At this moment, the bald man who had just been chatting with Sui Shan in the Secret Investigation Bureau, Yuan Zui, the deputy director of the guard department, came over with a ferocious look on his face. He didn't even look at the East Palace chief steward, but looked at the injured guard and said with gritted teeth, "Someone, send him to the hospital immediately, quickly." Immediately, someone came over and carried the injured guard away. At this moment, the East Palace chief steward took the initiative. He looked at Yuan Zui and gritted his teeth. You are a senior member of the Secret Investigation Office, right? You haven't come out for such a long time. Don't you know that Prince Xingshan is waiting for you outside? Also, how do you educate your subordinates? You know who we are, but you still dare to stop us. Moreover, you speak so arrogantly. What do you want to do? Are you planning a rebellion? It is better to strike first than to gain the advantage. For the chief steward of the Eastern Palace, at this moment, he must be the first to file a complaint. He must take the initiative and put a hat on those people in the Secret Investigation Office first, otherwise, he really won't be able to explain himself clearly. By putting this accusation on others, they absolved themselves of all responsibility. Instead, it seemed as if it was all the fault of the Secret Investigation Bureau. Moreover, they kept saying that they were rebelling and were not trying to scare people who would believe them. Bald Original Sin took a deep breath, looked at the East Palace steward, and said coldly, "Are you the East Palace steward?" Upon hearing this, the East Palace steward nodded immediately and said proudly, "Yes, I am the East Palace steward. Now I know I regret it, but I tell you, it's too late. Apologize immediately and explain clearly, otherwise, I tell you, this matter today will not end." Bald Original Sin smiled grimly, pointed at his men being carried away, and said coldly, "So, it was you who ordered the shooting, right?" The chief steward of the Eastern Palace nodded immediately. Just when he was about to say something, Bald Original Sin slapped him in the face with such force that his face became red and swollen, and blood even flowed from the corner of his mouth. Regardless of whether it hurt or not, the Eastern Palace's steward was knocked dizzy and unable to react. He was beaten, and he was slapped in the face, and he was beaten in front of Prince Xingshan? Is this real? Why does he feel like he's dreaming? He is the chief steward of the Eastern Palace. The East Palace steward, the trusted and beloved general of Prince Xingshan. To put it bluntly, no matter how dissatisfied others are with him, they dare not take direct action, because as the East Palace steward, he represents not only his own face, but also the face of Prince Xingshan. Hitting him in the face is more like hitting Prince Xingshan in the face. When beating a dog, you have to look at the owner first. This statement has never been an empty statement. However, when some people ignore even the owner, do they still need to look at the owner when beating the dog? If you don't hit your owner, then you are considered to have a good temper. Today, here, in the Secret Investigation Institute, is such a group of people. Bald Original Sin slapped the East Palace's steward directly in the face, but it was not just a slap on the East Palace's steward's face, it was also a slap on the face of Prince Xingshan. Prince Xingshan only felt a burning pain on his face seeing the blood flowing from the corner of the East Palace steward's mouth. He immediately became so angry that he could not hold back. The anger that had been waiting in the rain suddenly burst out. Who are you, you bastard? Who gave you the power to hit me? What do you want to do? Are you trying to rebel? Prince Awakening walked straight up to Bald Original Sin, pointed at him, and shouted angrily. The Crown Prince's attitude was at its peak. However, for Bald Original Sin, he knew who the Prince of Awakening was, but that didn't mean he had to save face for the prince. All face was gone from the moment the gun was fired. 778, Chapter 778, Putting the Hat On. Bald Original Sin looked at Prince Awakening, his expression changed slightly, but the coldness and sarcasm at the corners of his mouth became even more intense, as if, in his eyes, Prince Awakening was not a joke, but not a big shot either. Rebellion, I've heard this kind of talk several times today. Okay, rebellion, you guys are quite good at putting labels on people, but who exactly is rebelling? Bald Original Sin pointed at the Secret Investigation Office and angrily said, do you know where this is? This is the Secret Investigation Office, an extremely confidential and important agency of Dragon Country. You surrounded the Secret Investigation Office and directly injured people with guns, attempting to force your way into this top secret unit. I want to ask, who is it that is trying to rebel? Bald Original Sin's words left Prince Xingshan speechless, because these were all facts. It was a fact that he sent people to break into the Secret Investigation Office, and it was also a fact that he injured people with a gun. However, the more facts there were, the more aggrieved he felt. It has been so many years, and Prince Xingshan has never suffered such injustice. He could enter any of the major institutions in Longboy and do whatever he wanted, but when he arrived at the Secret Investigation Institute, he was turned away. He even made a special gesture by running to the gate of the Secret Investigation Office at 6 o'clock and waiting there. He didn't leave until it started to rain heavily and just stood outside. This gesture was quite humble, wasn't it? Regardless of whether there are other ideas and conspiracies, no one can find any fault with this attitude alone. However, the result is that it becomes worse. No one pays attention to him, and no one takes him, the Prince Awakening, seriously. It doesn't matter if he is embarrassed. It's just the Eastern Palace that is embarrassed. However, he represents not only the Eastern Palace, he is the Crown Prince, and he also represents the royal family. Isn't it shameful for the royal family? His Majesty the Emperor was furious, and the Crown Prince really didn't know about it. This must have something to do with him. Of course he knew it. However, things had come to this point, and even if he wanted to hide, he couldn't. He had no choice but to go all the way. As a result, things turned out like this. He was the one at fault. Even if he was really wrong, he knew that he was wrong after all. He fired a gun at the guard of someone else's unit at the gate. Based on this point, he couldn't say anything. But, so what? It's okay to be in a bad mood. Prince Xingshan looked at the Bald Yuan Sin with a sneer on his face. He said, of course I know where this place is, but what I know even more is that this is the territory of the Dragon Nation, and this organization is also an organization of the Dragon Nation. If you ask me what this place is, then I have to ask you, do you know who I am? Prince Xingshan pointed at himself and questioned the bald man, while looking at everyone with contempt. Since he couldn't just let it go after losing face, he had to take a good look at whether these people knew who he was. If they knew, what would they dare to do? Bald Original Sin glanced indifferently at Prince Awakening, sneered, whoever you are, it doesn't matter. You dared to send people to break into a core and confidential unit like the Secret Investigation Bureau, and even ordered your men to shoot and kill just based on this. No one can save you no matter who you are or what your status is. It's useless. What Bald Original Sin said clearly showed that he didn't want to give face. In fact, this is indeed the case whether it is Bald Original Sin or Sui Shan. Few of this group of new senior executives have good tempers. Don't look at them as newly appointed. In fact, before they took office, they were not cultivating themselves. Each of them has a bad temper, and a bad temper. Those who can survive and occupy high positions in the Secret Investigation Institute are not easy to deal with. The same is true for the Original Sin of baldness. How could he not know that the person in front of him is Prince Xingshan? Just kidding, there is no one present today who doesn't know about the Prince of Awakening. After all, they have been watching this joke for several hours. If they still don't know who the real culprit is, then they have lived in vain. Prince Xingshan knew that at this time, people deliberately did not mention their identities, most likely just to pretend that they knew nothing, and then say it was a misunderstanding or something afterwards. However, he would never give these people such an opportunity to take advantage of him. Looking at the Bald Original Sin, Prince Awakening directly took out his token, then pointed at the East Palace Chief Steward and others and said, since you pretend not to know who I am, then I will tell you, so that you don't have to pretend and then tell me that there is a misunderstanding later. I am the current Crown Prince of the Dragon Kingdom, Prince Awakening, and the person you hit is my East Palace Chief Steward. The others are my East Palace guards. Do you understand? If you understand, you will know what you are doing. I am the dignified Prince of the Dragon Kingdom. I want to join the Dragon Kingdom's own institution, but I am blocked and humiliated. Why can't I vent my anger? And you all, what are you all pretending to be like? Do you dare to say you don't know who I am? I've been standing at the gate of the Secret Investigation Office since I woke up at 6 o'clock, waiting for your new head. In the end, I waited until it rained heavily, but your head of the Secret Investigation Office didn't come. I waited for several hours, but no one of you came out. Now, look, you've all come out. I want to ask you, are you planning to rebel? In just a few hours, do you dare to say you know nothing? If you know everything, what do you want to do? Do you still have eyes for me, the Crown Prince, the royal family, and His Majesty the Emperor? When it comes to putting hats on, Prince Xingshan is also an expert. He simply enlarged the hat and even pulled out the Emperor's name. If this goes on to the end, it will not just be that the Secret Investigation Bureau looks down on Prince Xingshan, it will all become the Cheng Makayu and ignored the royal family and the Emperor. This responsibility, this pot, is big enough. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Bald Original Sin and the others changed. This hat is too big and they dare not take it. After all, they are not the heads of the Secret Investigation Institute, and they don't know what the boss's attitude is. If they rashly take on this big pot, who knows what the result will be. But if I said nothing, I would seem like a coward. For a moment, I was in a dilemma. Of course, they naturally have ways to push all the blame off, but they are unwilling to do so. After all, they have been dormant for so many years, and now their energy and spirit are very strong. And at this moment, a calm voice reached everyone's ears. Prince Xingshan is trying to shift the blame. What's going on? If I don't get along with your Eastern Palace, does that mean I'm not getting along with the Imperial family, and with His Majesty the Emperor? Oh, if my information is correct, Prince Xingshan should not have ascended the throne yet. He is not the Emperor of Longua, right? What are you talking about? Are you so impatient that you want to ascend the throne right away? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. Especially Prince Xingshan. His face turned extremely pale in an instant. Just now he was trying to pass the blame on, but now the blame is firmly on his head, and it is extremely dangerous. If this gets out, Prince Xingshan will definitely be in trouble. 779, Chapter 779. The real master arrives. Who dares to say such outrageous words? Aren't you afraid of being punished? Prince Xingshan immediately looked in the direction of the voice and saw Yi Tianqi and Boss Leopard walking towards them in the rain. Boss Leopard was holding a black umbrella, and Yi Tianqi was dressed in black with his hair combed back meticulously. He looked very imposing. At this moment, even the people in the Secret Investigation Institute already knew that Yi Tianqi was the current head of the Secret Investigation Institute, but after all, only a few people had seen Yi Tianqi. So, for a moment, he didn't recognize him. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, Yi Tianqi had not yet officially taken office at the Secret Investigation Institute. But Prince Xingshan was different. He knew Yi Tianqi, but he didn't know that Yi Tianqi was the current head of the Secret Investigation Institute, so he was late in getting this news. Looking at Yi Tianqi walking towards him with a calm expression, he seemed to be strolling leisurely in the garden in the heavy rain. Prince Xingshan instinctively resisted. Qi Tian? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi glanced at Prince Xingshan calmly and said, "Forget about the two words Qi Tian now. My name is Yi Tianqi." Prince Xingshan laughed heartily, and didn't seem to like Yi Tianqi very much. He said coldly, "Qi Tian is Qi Tian, and what is Yi Tianqi? Fine, since you want to deceive yourself, then I will let you deceive yourself." Yi Tianqi, what are you doing here? Oh, I almost forgot. It seems that you, Yi Tianqi, have a very close relationship with the Secret Investigation Institute. Before at the service area, it seemed that you were the fuse that caused the Secret Investigation Institute to provoke people from the law enforcement agencies. You even named the chief law enforcement officer of the West Sea. After returning to the imperial capital, you've become even more outrageous. Even my people were arrested by the Secret Investigation Bureau. It seems that you were behind all this. Yi Tianqi, oh Yi Tianqi, you are really dishonest. You just returned to the imperial capital and you've started stirring up trouble again. Do you really think that no one can stop you? For so many years, you've been hiding your identity and being hunted. It's not easy. I understand that you're holding back, but have you ever thought about the consequences of provoking me? Also, what was your intention behind those outrageous words you just said? Yi Tianqi, you are simply unreasonable and outrageous. After saying these words, Prince Xingqian snorted coldly, where are the East Palace guards? The Eastern Palace guards immediately obeyed the order. Go, capture this traitor Yi Tianqi and let me torture him thoroughly. Prince Xingqian immediately ordered his men to arrest the man. However, in other places, he can still show off his power, but in the secret investigation office, no matter how much he wants to show off his power, it is not his turn. Bald Original Sin was already angry, and now that Prince Xingqian wanted to take down his immediate superior, what else was there to say? He immediately found an outlet to vent his anger. I wonder who dares to take action in the secret investigation office. Come, protect Mr. Yi. The armed personnel of the Secret Investigation Institute immediately protected Yi Tianqi. Moreover, with their guns loaded, they stared at the Donggong guards with murderous intent on their faces, as if they would shoot at them if they disagreed with them. This scene made Prince Xingqian very angry. What just happened was not over yet, and now, another fight was about to break out. What was going on? Prince Xingqian looked at the bald Yuan Sin and said coldly, what do you want to do? I know you have a good relationship with Yi Tianqi, but think carefully. Do you really want to offend me and the entire royal family for such a person? This is simply outrageous. Don't you know how many people your secret investigation office has offended because of Yi Tianqi? Now, you dare to protect him. This is simply outrageous. Get out of the way. Get out of the way immediately, otherwise, you will be an enemy of our Eastern Palace and the entire imperial family. Can you bear this responsibility? Bald Original Sin really cannot take this responsibility, otherwise he would not have been so confused about whether to accept the words that Prince Xingqian said just now. But now, he has nothing to be ashamed of. After all, the highest person in charge of the Secret Investigation Office is the person that Prince Xingqian wants to arrest. If he really pretends that nothing happened, he will be the one who will be in trouble. Seeing that the Bald Original Sin didn't move at all, Prince Xingqian was furious. He felt that today was an unlucky day. No, not just today, but all the bad luck since Yi Tianqi returned to the imperial capital. If you say that this has nothing to do with Yi Tianqi, Prince Xingqian will not believe it. No matter how you look at it, these things are related to Yi Tianqi. Even if the relationship is not big, there are still various connections. At this moment, Yi Tianqi walked up to Prince Xingqian with a smile and said calmly, it's been many years since we last met. The former prince has become the crown prince of Dragon Kingdom, but his temper seems to be getting more and more irritable, and his brain doesn't seem to be as useful as it used to be. That's right, 10 years ago, Prince Xingqian was just Prince Xingqian, not the crown prince of Longhua. He became the crown prince of Longhua only in recent years, so what Yi Tianqi said was correct. However, no matter whether he was a prince or a crown prince, he was a member of the royal family and the emperor's son. How could he allow others to humiliate him? Yi Tianqi, your mouth is getting more and more foul. I remember that you were a gentle and noble young man back then, but now, are you too lazy to even pretend? Yi Tianqi, do you think that just because you have a good relationship with the Secret Investigation Office, you can boss me around and show off your power? What a joke. Don't forget, the gap between our identities is insurmountable. Don't think you are powerful just because these people are helping you. When I meet the highest person in charge of the Secret Investigation Bureau, you will. I know what regret means, and these people, they are ignorant. I don't believe Idis, the highest person in charge of the Secret Investigation Bureau, also ignorant. Doesn't he know what the consequences of offending me are? Prince Xingqian spoke in a cold tone and had an arrogant attitude, as if the person in charge of the Secret Investigation Institute would become his man as soon as he met him and would give him face. But he didn't know that the highest person in charge of the Secret Investigation Agency was right in front of him. Yi Tianqi looked at Prince Xingqian with a sneer on his face, and said, Prince Xingqian, I heard that you waited here for several hours, almost crying in the heavy rain, but no one showed up, right? Have you ever thought that maybe they don't want to see you at all, or maybe they haven't taken you seriously from the beginning to the end? Still feeling good about yourself? You may not be very capable, but you are quite ambitious. It's a pity that it's useless after all. A fool will always be a fool even if you put on some dazzling clothes. It can't cover up the dirt and ugliness inside. 780, Chapter 780. The First Lord arrives. Humiliation, complete and utter humiliation. At this moment, everyone understood what Yi Tianqi said. Whether they understood it or not, Yi Tianqi was humiliating Prince Xingqian. In the current Dragon Kingdom, how many people dare to speak to Prince Xingqian like this? Not to mention humiliation. After all, the status of the crown prince is noble and scary enough. What's more, humiliating Prince Xingshan is equivalent to humiliating the royal family and humiliating His Majesty the Emperor. That's Yi Tianqi. Since Prince Xingshan is rude, he will be even more rude. He really doesn't tolerate Prince Xingshan at all. Without waiting for Prince Xingshan to speak, Yi Tianqi looked directly at Bald Original Sin and said coldly, "You are the newly appointed Deputy Director of the Guard Department of the Secret Investigation Institute, right?" When the Bald Yuan Sin heard the tone was not too friendly, his scalp tingled immediately, and he said respectfully to Yi Tianqi, "Yes, Mr. Yi, I am the Deputy Director of the Security Department of the Secret Investigation Institute, Yuan Sin." At this moment, Bald Original Sin no longer had the dissatisfaction and resentment he had in front of Sui Shan before, only awe. If they didn't know Yi Tianqi well enough before, then through Yi Tianqi's attitude towards Prince Xingshan, they had a thorough understanding of him. This newly appointed head of the Secret Investigation Institute really doesn't tolerate anyone's faults. When he said he would turn against someone, he really did. Upon hearing Yuan Zui admit that he was the actual head of the guard division, Yi Tianqi's face turned cold. He pointed at a pool of blood on the ground and said, "I just heard a gunshot now. Can you explain to me what's going on with this pool of blood on the ground? Whose blood is this?" Doesn't Yi Tianqi know? He knew it, but he still insisted on asking about Original Sin and what it was all about. He is following the rules and must follow the rules, otherwise, if he doesn't follow the rules, then no rules can stop him. Bald Yuan Sin had never worked with Yi Tianqi, but he had heard a lot of things recently. Seeing Yi Tianqi asking this question, he felt a little numb on his scalp, but he didn't dare not answer. "Mr. Yi, just now, the guards of the Secret Investigation Court tried to stop the Eastern Palace Chief Steward from forcing his way into the Secret Investigation Court. As a result, they fired their guns and injured a guard. This is roughly what happened." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi glanced at the East Palace Chief Steward and said calmly, "Is what he said true?" It would be a lie for the Chief Steward of the Eastern Palace to say that he has no guilty conscience. However, he did not feel guilty in front of Yi Tianqi. Even though the people in the Secret Investigation Institute were very respectful to Yi Tianqi, to the Chief Steward of the Eastern Palace, Yi Tianqi was nothing, especially the attitude of Prince Xingshan towards Yi Tianqi, which meant that he knew what he should do. "So what if it's true? So what if it's not true? It's none of your business, Yi Tianqi. We in the East Palace want to enter the Secret Investigation Office, but someone is so blind as to stop us. This is courting death. Who do you think you are, Yi Tianqi? You are just relying on your good relationship with someone in the Secret Investigation Office. So, is it your turn to stand out here? Who do you think you are? Who the heck is Yi Tianqi all the time? The steward of the Eastern Palace is really powerful." Yi Tianqi smiled and slapped the East Palace steward hard on the face with his backhand, sending him flying 4 or 5 meters away, and his teeth were broken. You dare to hit me, you bastard, you dare to hit me, I will not forgive you, I will kill you, kill you." The chief steward of the Eastern Palace felt as if he had suffered a great humiliation and roared at Yi Tianqi. Afterwards, Prince Xingshan felt even more humiliated and glared at Yi Tianqi, saying, "Yi Tianqi, you are crazy. Who allowed you to hit my people? You are simply unreasonable." Yi Tianqi ignored them and looked at Bald Yuan Sin, saying coldly, "As the Deputy Director of the Security Department of the Secret Investigation Institute, your own men were shot and injured at the doorstep, and someone is trying to break into the Secret Investigation Institute by force, and you, the Director of the Security Department, are here bargaining with them. Are you trying to be reasonable? Is this how you, the Guardian, do things?" Yi Tianqi looked at Yuan Sin coldly. No one would believe that his voice and tone were not a question. "This is angry." Bald Original Sin was startled, then quickly explained, "No, that's not the case. I was just about to do something, but it's just that the matter involves the royal family after all, and I don't know what the First Lord thinks, so." As soon as he said this, Yi Tianqi kicked Bald Original Sin hard in the stomach. Although he didn't hurt him, this direct kick was obviously equivalent to not giving Bald Original Sin any face. And he did it in front of so many people, without giving any face. This made Baldy Yuanzwen a little bit unable to accept it for a moment, and also made many people in the Secret Investigation Institute frown, as if they felt that Yi Tianqi had gone a little too far. However, for Yi Tianqi, he has not done anything more excessive yet. I wonder what the First Master is thinking. If what the Secret Investigation Office did after coming out of hibernation isn't enough to make you understand, then now, I want you to remember one bottom line: the Secret Investigation Office doesn't need to explain its actions to anyone. As long as anyone dares to attack the Secret Investigation Office, provoke the Secret Investigation Office, or do anything detrimental to the Secret Investigation Office, there's no need to ask for instructions or report anything else, just arrest them and take action. This is what everyone in the Secret Investigation Office should do now, do you understand? These words made people's blood boil. Bald Original Sin nodded immediately after hearing them and said, I understand. Yi Tianqi then pointed coldly at the East Palace guards and the East Palace chief steward present and said, now that you understand, then what about those who dared to cause trouble at the gate of the Secret Investigation Court and move? I don't think I need to say anything about what a gun owner should do. Bald Yuan Sin was already fuming with anger, and now that he had received such a promise, what else was there to say? He nodded heavily and gritted his teeth, saying, come here, arrest all these East Palace guards and this East Palace steward who dared to attack the Secret Investigation Court. Anyone who dares to resist will be shot on the spot. As soon as the words shoot to kill on the spot were spoken, the armed personnel present, who had been holding their breath for a long time, roared in agreement and loaded their guns, as if they were going to shoot directly if they encountered any resistance. The murderous aura was so overwhelming that the East Palace guards did not dare to resist. They truly felt the murderous intent and realized that if they dared to resist, they would surely die this time. As a result, all the Eastern Palace guards brought by Prince Xingshan were taken under control by the Secret Investigation Office together with the Eastern Palace guards who had been captured before. Almost 1/3 of the Eastern Palace guards were captured by the Secret Investigation Office. Just as the East Palace steward was about to say something, Bald Yuan Sin slapped him in the face again and shouted angrily, you bastard, I've tolerated you for a long time. If you dare to say another word of nonsense, I'll cut off your tongue. Just these words frightened the chief steward of the Eastern Palace so much that he dared not even breathe. He could see that these people had gone completely crazy. There was no other way. The chief steward of the Eastern Palace could only look at Prince Xingshan with pleading eyes, hoping that Prince Xingshan could save him. And Prince Xingshan, at this moment, has gone completely crazy. The Secret Investigation Institute actually dared to arrest people, and Yi Tianqi's position in the Secret Investigation Institute seemed to be beyond his imagination. But, so what? He couldn't really break up with him. What do you want to do? You really want to rebel just because of Yi Tianqi's words? You dare to arrest my people. Who is Yi Tianqi to you? You are here to be filial sons and grandsons. Have you asked your chief? Or is it that Yi Tianqi's words are more effective than your chief? Can he be the master of your Secret Investigation Institute? Yi Tianqi, looking at the Prince of Awakening, said calmly, I'm sorry, but I can really be the head of the Secret Investigation Institute. 781, Chapter 781 The Prince's Flattery. If Yi Tianqi cannot be the head of the Secret Investigation Institute, then no one else can be the head. Looking at the Prince of Awakening, Yi Tianqi said calmly, let's go. You've been waiting for me here for hours. Pretending to be nice now, I'll give you a chance to talk to me. When Prince Xingshan heard this, he sneered. Wait for you, still a few hours, Yi Tianqi, you really know how to flatter yourself. Who do you think you are? I will wait for you for a few more hours. However, when he said this, Prince Xingshan seemed to react. He looked at Yi Tianqi with a frown, and a hint of disbelief appeared in his eyes. And at this moment, everything seemed to be connected, and an answer suddenly became clear. But how is this possible? No, this is impossible, Yi Tianqi. How could you do this? This is impossible. You are the head of the Secret Investigation Institute. This is a joke. Prince Xingshan couldn't believe this fact and pointed at Yi Tianqi with an expression of disbelief. However, the fact was the fact. Yi Tianqi ignored the awakening prince and instead looked at the people present at the Secret Investigation Institute. He said calmly, everyone, this is the first time many of us have met, so I hope you will remember my face and my name. My name is Yi Tianqi, and I am the only head of the Secret Investigation Institute in the past 10 years now. Do what you should do. It was an occasion like this, and a group of people immediately greeted Yi Tianqi respectfully. Then, except for Bald Original Sin and Sui Shan who stayed, everyone else dispersed and did their own things. As the director of the intelligence department, Sui Shan stayed because he had something to report to Yi Tianqi, or to ask for instructions. Bald Original Sin did not dare not stay. He had just made a mistake, and the mistake was not over yet. Now, his fate depended on Yi Tianqi. Yi Tianqi looked at the stunned Prince Xingshan and said calmly, what, you're not going in? If you're not going in, then don't blame me for not seeing you who didn't come. After finishing speaking, Yi Tianqi looked at Sui Shan and said calmly, we'll talk about your business later. Let's solve the problem of our crown prince first. Then, Yi Tianqi looked at the Bald Yuan Sin and said, as for you, this won't happen again. Go and prepare the reception room.
Sui Shan and Bald Yuanzue immediately nodded in obedience, their attitudes as respectful as possible. Prince Xingshan had an extremely complicated expression at this moment. He even felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He thought about it over and over again, but he never thought that the head of the Secret Investigation Institute would be Yi Tianqi. How could it be Yi Tianqi? This is unreasonable and should not happen. However, it is Yi Tianqi, no doubt about it. Now, all his people have been captured again. He has lost all his face. It is even more impossible for him to go back in disgrace now. He must do something to make up for this disadvantage. Originally, he wanted to win over Yi Tianqi and make him work for him. Now, Prince Xingshan finally understood why Yi Tianqi ignored him from the beginning to the end. He never took him seriously as the head of the Secret Investigation Institute. His status and position, especially his power, were enormous. Prince Xingshan has come to realize that the current Secret Investigation Bureau is not the useless Secret Investigation Bureau at all, nor is it completely without any sense of existence. On the contrary, its sense of existence is so strong that it is terrifying. He had to go. He came here today to save Night Owl and his men. At the same time, it was impossible that he would not be able to save anyone and end up losing so many people. As for whether the head of the Secret Investigation Institute is Yi Tianqi, it doesn't matter if it is Yi Tianqi, perhaps it would be better. Taking a deep breath, Prince Xingshan calmed himself down, then looked at Yi Tianqi and said with a smile, "So, Brother Tianqi, you are now the head of the Secret Investigation Institute. I am so sorry for your disrespect. However, this is not that surprising after all. Brother Tianqi's talent has always been recognized by everyone. Now that you are in charge of the Secret Investigation Institute, it is the most suitable thing." It's also my fault for not recognizing your great talent. I even wanted Brother Tianqi to do something for me before now. Brother Tianqi's talent is finally not going to go to waste. This is great news. Brother Tianqi, I'm very happy. Really, I am very happy. Having you as the head of the Secret Investigation Institute is a great thing for the Dragon Nation, the Secret Investigation Institute, and the people of the Dragon Nation. At this moment, Prince Xingshan used his flattery skills to the extreme. On ordinary days, there is no need for him to do anything to flatter others, but today, he did it, even though he was extremely reluctant, but he had to flatter. In other words, this cannot be called flattery, it should be called, be friends. At least, in the eyes of Prince Xingshan, this was not a disgrace, but a proactive way to make friends with Yi Tianqi. Just kidding, Yi Tianqi himself has extraordinary abilities, and now he has become the head of the Secret Investigation Institute. His identity, status, power, and talent are all top-notch. Based on these, of course Prince Xingshan has to make friends with him and win him over. As the Crown Prince of the Dragon Kingdom and the future Emperor, it is not shameful to do these things. It is really not shameful at all. Now Prince Xingshan is constantly brainwashing and comforting himself in his heart, as if only in this way can he calm down. This sudden change left Yi Tianqi stunned. Are you so flexible? After all, he is the dignified Crown Prince of the Dragon Kingdom. The change before and after seems a bit too big. Yi Tianqi looked at Prince Xingshan, meaning he smiled meaningfully and said, "Really, I don't deserve such praise from the Crown Prince. I know my own weight, Upon hearing this, Prince Xingshan walked directly to Yi Tianqi's side, looked at him with extremely sincere eyes, and said with a smile, "No, I am not praising you, but what I said is the truth. Brother Tianqi, you must not belittle yourself. Although you are now called Yi Tianqi, no one can deny that you once had a nickname called Qizishan. What is a banished immortal? It's a banished immortal who has come down to earth. There are no such people in the human world. Brother Tianqi, you are a celestial being. You even have a name that is circulated among almost all the big figures in the imperial capital. You can't forget it. If you have a son, you should be like the banished immortal Qi. You still remember this sentence, right? Think about it. If you really don't have this ability, how could so many knowledgeable and respected elders say such words? You, a banished immortal who has descended to the mortal world, have unparalleled abilities. I am really not flattering you as the Crown Prince. There's no need for me to flatter you, right? As a prince, there is really no need for him to deliberately flatter Yi Tianqi. However, no one would believe that Prince Xingshan was not flattering. This isn't even flattery. It's just bootlicking and currying favor. These corny words give people goosebumps. Is this still the high and mighty prince? Sui Shan and Bald Original Sin both stood there speechless. The changes were too fast, making them a little uncomfortable. 782, Chapter 782. Everyone pretends together. Don't even mention that they can't adapt. Yi Tianqi is also having trouble adapting now. However, Yi Tianqi will not be dazzled by these flatteries. This is the truth. If he can't even distinguish between sincerity and pretense, then he doesn't deserve the boasting of Prince Xingshan. However, sincerity and pretense, at certain times, really don't matter at all. It's true. I feel a little embarrassed to be praised like this by the Prince. Prince Awakening, I think we should just have a normal conversation and stop talking like this, otherwise, I don't know what to say. I am a little confused about East, West, South, and North. The reception room is ready, and the tea has been brewed, my lord. Let's go to the reception room and chat, of course. Let's talk about business. Don't brag like this, otherwise, if you brag about me and I brag about you in return, I don't think we'll have time to discuss business. Yi Tianqi smiled, and his attitude became better, which made Prince Xingshan very happy. This is exactly the effect he wants. As long as Yi Tianqi's attitude changes, then maybe the bad things will really turn into good things. No one can say for sure. At this time, Prince Xingshan began to fantasize in his mind, if he could capture Yi Tianqi. No, even if he couldn't capture him, if he could make Yi Tianqi's relationship with him better and stand by his side, then one can imagine how great the benefits in the future would be. It goes without saying how important Yi Tianqi's position is now, as he controls such a secret investigation institute. The existence of the Secret Investigation Institute must be to deal with the royal family, that's for sure. However, who says that the Secret Investigation Institute can only deal with the royal family? Even if it is really just to deal with the royal family, it may not be entirely bad for myself. My position as the crown prince is quite solid, but it is not very solid either. Right now, there are many people, both inside the royal family and outside, who feel that they are not qualified for the position of crown prince and want to replace him and dethrone him. If Yi Tianqi could lend a hand, then he would be able to help him solve the big trouble. Moreover, he would do it secretly and no one would suspect him. This is such a great thing. Combining forces will benefit both sides. He believed that if Yi Tianqi was smart enough, he would know what to choose. Yi Tianqi is certainly one of the smartest people in the world, otherwise, he would not have the title of exiled immortal. However, Prince Xingshan really overestimates himself and thinks too much. Yi Tianqi doesn't need any cooperation to benefit both sides. Even if there is such a saying, Prince Xingshan is not qualified. Of course, for Yi Tianqi, these words cannot be said directly, and there is no need to say them directly. If Prince Xingshan insists on coming to him to be used by him, then he has no reason to refuse. Soon, Yi Tianqi and Prince Xingshan arrived at the reception room. Boss Leopard had him taken to the place where the East Palace guards and the East Palace steward were imprisoned. Seeing him being so arrogant, Boss Leopard felt itchy and had to find someone to vent his anger on. Therefore, in the reception room, apart from Yi Tianqi and Prince Xingshan, there were only the director of the intelligence department Sui Shan and Bald Original Sin. The small reception room can accommodate more than a dozen people sitting and chatting on the sofa. As if to highlight the current status of the Secret Investigation Office, all the furniture has been replaced with new ones. If time were not tight, I am afraid that the decoration would have been completely new. There is no way. After years of frustration, the Secret Investigation Office is really aggrieved on weekdays, although it has independent financial power. In fact, the funding of the Secret Investigation Office still depends on grants. But it was extremely difficult for the Secret Investigation Office to allocate funds. Even if the executive Yuan was willing to sign and pay, it would not work without the signature of the royal family. This resulted in the Secret Investigation Office always living a tight life. However, I think from now on, this kind of thing will not happen again, and the money owed in the past will be recovered one by one. Yi Tianqi sat on the sofa, drank a sip of tea, looked at the awakening prince and smiled. Your Highness, I knew you were waiting for me at the gate early in the morning. I must make this clear first. I also ask your Highness to forgive me. It's not that I'm avoiding you, it's just that I have something to do and can't leave. This was indeed a knot in Prince Xingshan's heart, but now that he had decided to make friends with Yi Tianqi, this knot was nothing. Although he still felt unhappy when he thought about it, he could not show it. That's not true. Brother Tianqi has just returned to the imperial capital and is in charge of the Secret Investigation Bureau for the first time. It's only natural that he's busy with work. It's me, however, who has been a little naive. I knew that Brother Tianqi was busy with official duties, but I chose to come to see you at this time. I have delayed Brother Tianqi's important matter. I am really uneasy. I hope Brother Tianqi will forgive me. Prince Xingshan said sorry, and even stood up and bowed slightly to Yi Tianqi to express his apology. This gesture is done perfectly. Yi Tianqi laughed heartily and shook his head, saying, how can I blame His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? With His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's status and position, let alone wanting to see me, he can go anywhere in the entire Dragon Kingdom.
Besides, if you really want to see me, just give me a call and I'll come over. Why bother asking His Highness the Crown Prince to come? Musai, there must be someone behind this, otherwise His Highness the Crown Prince would never do such a thing. After all, when loved ones are sad, enemies are happy. This time, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince waited for me in the rain. This not only caused the Secret Investigation Bureau to give me a bad reputation, but also had some impact on His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's reputation. This is a two-pronged approach, Bird. The damage to our reputation must have been instigated by some scoundrel Humph. I think that the East Palace steward is a treacherous minister. He must have been the one who instigated it. As he spoke, he became the victim, and he even put the blame on the chief steward of the Eastern Palace. At this time, Prince Xingshan didn't know what to say. Could it be that no one instigated him to do this and he did it on purpose? That's definitely not possible. Yi Tianqi is talking to me nicely right now. If he blames me for this, or even makes all my efforts go to waste, then Prince Xingshan will be in great pain. There is no other way but to let the chief steward of the Eastern Palace take the blame. He should take the blame, otherwise, what is the point of having him? Brother Tianqi is right. I was not thoughtful enough. Although the steward encouraged me, I was not strong enough and believed the slander. Oh, Brother Tianqi, please don't blame me. When I return, I will definitely deal with him and let him know how serious the consequences of doing this are. Prince Xingshan said this, clearly wanting to keep the position of chief steward of the Eastern Palace. However, Yi Tianqi would not tolerate his bad habit. Your Highness, logically speaking, this steward is your man after all, and I should return him to you for disposal. However, he also ordered the shooting at the gate of my secret investigation office. Tell me, if I don't punish him, I'm afraid I'm not very qualified as the head of the secret investigation office, don't you think? If it were anything else, I would have just turned a blind eye and let it go. But now that guns have been fired, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wouldn't want to see my reputation in the Secret Investigation Office destroyed before I even establish my authority. Yi Tianqi sighed softly and said, Your Highness the Crown Prince has also seen that everyone in this Secret Investigation Office is a tough guy. As the chief, I am in a very difficult position. Upon hearing this, Prince Xingshan immediately understood that it would be difficult for him to take the East Palace steward away safely today. Moreover, even if he did take him away, he would probably offend Yi Tianqi. If that were the case, then in his opinion, this good situation would become passive. No, absolutely not. 783, Chapter 783 Resignation. Prince Xingshan took a deep breath, looked at Yi Tianqi, and said with a smile, I understand, Brother Tianqi, don't worry, I can't make things difficult for you no matter what I say. I understand everything, but can you spare the butler's life? After all, he and I have been together for many years. He has watched me grow up. Although he is a servant, I actually treat him like a family member. If he dies like this, I will be sad, but if others know, I am afraid they will say something unfavorable to me. Brother Tianqi, you should understand these things best. If the chief steward really dies in the secret investigation office today, then tomorrow, my reputation as the crown prince will plummet to zero. Even the royal family and my father will probably be extremely disappointed, and Methi won't consider the cause and effect, but they will definitely only focus on the result. Brother Tianqi, so, can you help me? Just think of it as helping me. We are friends. Don't worry, I will never make things difficult for you. I will punish you if necessary, but I will spare his life, okay? As for the guard who was injured in the Secret Investigation Institute, don't worry, I will not only cover all his medical expenses, but also compensate him with a large sum of money at the same time. I will find the best doctor to treat him. I guarantee that he will be alive and well and not be affected at Alice. That okay with you? Prince Xingshan has said so much, and his attitude is already humble enough, so humble that no one can find fault with him. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi pretended to be in deep thought, as if he was silent. However, inadvertently, when no one noticed, he glanced at Bald Original Sin. Bald Original Sin immediately understood what was going on. He stood up and said angrily, No, I am a guard of the Secret Investigation Institute. I was hurt while doing my duty. The culprit must be severely punished. Master, I know you are the highest person in charge of the Secret Investigation Bureau. However, even so, if you really release this steward, we have no right to say anything. However, I refuse to accept it. No one in our Secret Investigation Bureau accepts it. Not only do we refuse to accept it, but the little reputation you have worked so hard to build for the Secret Investigation Bureau will also disappear because of this incident, and even become a laughing stock. Master, you are not afraid, you are not worried, haven't you thought about it? Bald Original Sin seemed very angry and directly scolded Yi Tianqi.
At this time, Sui Shan sighed, stood up, and respectfully saluted Yi Tianqi, saying, Mr. Yi, Chief Yi, although I know that this will be accused of disrespecting my superiors, even so, there are some things I can only say. I see your hesitation, and I see you really want to give Crown Prince Xingshan some face. However, Lord Yi, not all face can be given. This Eastern Palace Chief Steward and the Eastern Palace Guards have made a grave mistake. They are trying to force their way into the secret investigation courtyard and have even shot and injured its guards. What kind of behavior is this? This is so despicable. Master Yi, you were just instructing us at the gate, yet, in the blink of an eye, you've forgotten everything you said? Master Yi, I don't know if the Secret Investigation Office is truly convinced of you now, but at least what has happened in the past few days has given us hope and a sense of pride. The Secret Investigation Office has been suppressing its power for 10 years, enduring it, and lying dormant for 10 years. Finally, we have a strong leader. We can finally do what we should do. This is hope, real hope. However, you yourself have brought about these hopes, and you also want to destroy them with your own hands? If that's the case, please allow me, Chief Yi, to resign. Speaking of acting, Sui Shan performed really well. However, some of his true feelings were probably said as a joke. It may be false now, but it may not be true in the future. For example, if Yi Tianqi really becomes like this one day in the future, then for Sui Shan, there would be no need to stay in the Secret Investigation Institute anymore. This is also a fact. Bald Yuan Xin looked at Sui Shan, stunned for a moment, and said, Sui Shan, what the hell are you doing? Yi Shouzu hasn't said anything yet. Why are you resigning? If this gets out, it will make people laugh at you. Hearing this, Sui Shan gritted his teeth and said, watching you laugh, if Master Yi really did something like this, then it would be a joke. At this moment, Prince Xingshan was sitting here, feeling a little uneasy. Of course, in addition to this restlessness, he was extremely angry in his heart. He had discussed it with Yi Tianqi, and Yi Tianqi was about to agree. As a result, Sui Shan and Bald Original Sin were so ruthless. They said this and that, and even said the word resignation. If this is not a threat, then what is a threat? However, the more times like this happen, the more Prince Xingshan needs to make his position clear. This may not be a bad thing, a good thing for him, Prince Xingshan. Two directors, why are you doing this? Chief Yi didn't say anything. Besides, I'm just begging for mercy. You can't just refuse to even let me beg for mercy. My steward has committed a serious crime. I know that if he is not punished, it will definitely not convince the public. Therefore, I support you in punishing him. I just want to save his life. As long as he is alive, it will be fine. Is this not okay? At this point, Prince Xingshan looked at Yi Tianqi, shook his head bitterly and said, Brother Tianqi, look, I have caused you trouble. How can I let my personal affairs and my plea create a rift between you and your men? It's absolutely not possible. As they said, you've only just arrived at the Secret Investigation Office and haven't established your authority yet. Something like this is really bad for you. Forget it. Compared to my face and my reputation, your prestige is the most important. You can't let your subordinates quit one by one just because of this incident. That would have a terrible impact on you. Absolutely not. Brother Tianqi, these are all good subordinates. Don't blame them. They are all thinking about you. These subordinates are the most loyal and useful. Don't let them down. Is this persuasion? This is more like adding fuel to the fire. He always calls him a good subordinate, a man who establishes his authority, and a man who is loyal. He was almost saying directly that these subordinates were disobedient and were instead trying to intimidate Yi Tianqi. Yi Tianqi looked deeply at the awakening prince, nodded, and said, Your Highness is right. It's good to be concerned. However, some people, if they are not taught a lesson, may not know their place. Threatening me, am I, Yi Tianqi, someone who is threatened? After finishing speaking, Yi Tianqi suddenly slammed the table, then stood up, pointed at Sui Shan and Bald Original Sin, and said coldly, Are you threatening me? 784, Chapter 784. You are so outrageous. Yi Tianqi was furious with Sui Shan, the director of the intelligence department, and Bald Yuanzui, the deputy director of the security department. Moreover, the word threat was already uttered. It is conceivable how angry Yi Tianqi was at this moment. When Prince Xingshan saw this scene, he felt so happy. Isn't this exactly the result he wanted? It's not that he had to let Yi Tianqi mess up the Secret Investigation Institute, but the angrier Yi Tianqi is now, the more seriously he takes his words and himself. This is a good thing. It means that Yi Tianqi now values himself very much. This is what he wants. Sui Shan and Bald Yuanzui saw that Yi Tianqi was angry, and quickly stood up, saying that they dared not. Yi Tianqi said calmly, Don't dare. I don't think you have anything to fear. Although you are all high-ranking members of the Secret Investigation Bureau, in fact, you have never been to the Secret Investigation Bureau in recent years. You are used to being free and undisciplined. I think you have forgotten what the first principle of the Secret Investigation Bureau is. Sui Shan and Bald Yuan Zui were stunned for a moment, then immediately spoke up. The first rule of the Secret Investigation Office is also the highest rule. Everything is to obey orders. That's right, just obey orders. The Secret Investigation Bureau is such a terrifying organization in such a place. If you can't even obey orders, it would be too terrible. Therefore, the first and highest principle of the Secret Investigation Office is to obey orders. Subordinates must obey the orders of their superiors unconditionally. Perhaps, there will be pros and cons after all. If the boss issues a wrong order and the subordinates cannot question it, then it does not necessarily mean that it is right. However, if the superior issues an order and the subordinate disobeys, then it is definitely wrong. There is no room for negotiation on this point. In the entire Dragon Country, and even in the entire world, subordinates must obey the orders of their superiors. This is an iron rule, a principle, necessary and unconditional. No one can find fault with this. Since you know you are following orders, what are you doing now to your Supreme Commander? Are you following orders? Sui Shan and Bald Original Sin, looking at the furious Yi Tianqi, did not dare to speak anymore. They lowered their heads in silence. At this time, Prince Xingshan pretended to be a good guy and started to smooth things over. Brother Tianqi, please don't be angry. Director Sui Shan and Director Yuan Zui didn't mean to disobey orders. I can understand their doubts. This is for your own good indeed. My subordinates have committed a serious crime and even ordered the shooting and wounding of the Secret Investigation Office guards. If you don't punish them, it will be a blow to your prestige, Brother Tianqi. He must be punished, severely punished. I support this. My appeal, from beginning to end, is simply to spare his life. A clear explanation is all that's needed. I think Director Sui Shan and Director Yuan Zui will understand. There's really no need to argue about this. If that's the case, then I'll be very upset. Brother Tianqi, I understand your feelings. I am very happy, really, very happy. These few hours I've waited for today were not in vain today. Being able to become good friends with Brother Tianqi is more important to me than anything else. He's just the chief steward of the East Palace. As long as it makes Brother Tianqi happy, I'll kill him. Brother Tianqi, don't be angry. Prince Xingshan was very satisfied with Yi Tianqi's attitude of losing his temper with his trusted generals for his sake. This proved that he, Prince Xingshan, still held a very important position in Yi Tianqi's heart, and this was exactly the effect he wanted. As the Crown Prince and the Prince of the Eastern Palace, Prince Xingshan is very clear about who can help him and who is more valuable to him. If a steward of the Eastern Palace can be exchanged for Yi Tianqi's friendship, then it must be worth it. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi's lips curled up into a meaningful smile, and he nodded directly, saying, Your Highness, the Crown Prince is indeed very understanding. In order to avoid embarrassing me, he is willing to let the servant who has taken care of him for many years die. However, I, Yi Tianqi, am not an ignorant person. If someone treats me as a national hero, I will repay them with a national hero. Even if this East Palace steward made a huge mistake, I will protect his life. I, Yi Tianqi, now have the final say in this Secret Investigation Office. My words are the highest order. Who dares to resist? I want to see who dares to resist. After Yi Tianqi finished speaking, he looked at Sui Shan and Yuan Sin coldly. At this moment, Sui Shan and Yuan Sin didn't dare to breathe. Sui Shan, Yuan Zui, the two of you go and bring the East Palace as steward. Of course, just as Prince Xingshan said, the death penalty can be spared, but the living crime cannot be forgiven. You go and give him some punishment, then spare his life and let His Royal Highness take him back. Sui Shan and Yuan Zui seemed very reluctant, but at this time, they didn't seem to dare to say anything more. They nodded and left. After leaving the reception room, Sui Shan and Yuan Zui frowned. Sui Shan, what is this chief monk doing? I know he is acting, but isn't this acting a bit too much? Is he really going to let this East Palace steward go? I am not very satisfied with the Bald Original Sin. Although I know it is fake and just pretense, I still cannot understand it. Sui Shan smiled and said, although I haven't had much contact with the chief, it's still more than you. Don't worry, since the chief has done this, there must be a reason for it. There will definitely be no problem. Besides, the chief said that the death penalty can be spared, but the living crime cannot be forgiven. Save the life of the East Palace steward, instead of killing him. Don't you think this sentence has a deeper meaning? This punishment, in a sense, is worse than death. Of course, although I guessed what the chief meant, I'm still not sure how about this. Let's go find Boss Leopard. He has followed the chief for many years and will definitely understand what he means. Then, we can decide the severity of the punishment according to what Boss Leopard says, and there won't be any problems.
And because of their decision, the fate of the Eastern Palace's chief steward is no longer worth mentioning. At this moment, there were only Prince Xingshan and Yi Tianqi in the reception room. Prince Xingshan was very excited. He and Yi Tianqi became more and more happy as they talked, and they were almost becoming close friends. Brother Tianqi, really, it's only today that I realized that I really got to know you too, lady. It's really too late. If we had been able to get to know each other better back then, we would definitely be the best of brothers. Prince Xingshan was so excited that he was speechless. Of course, he had a reason to be excited. He was the head of the Secret Investigation Institute. He could have ignored it before, but from now on, who would dare not take the Secret Investigation Institute seriously? With the Secret Investigation Office working for him, or in other words, helping him, for Prince Xingshan, the throne is as stable as Mount Tai. Yi Tianqi, looking at the happy expression of Prince Xingshan, also showed a happy smile on the corner of his mouth, and seemed to be very excited. Your Highness, I just realized after meeting you today that we two really hit it off. Don't worry, we'll be family from now on. As for me, I can't say anything else, but within the scope of my duties as a secret investigation bureau, if you need any help, just let me know, whether it's arresting someone or causing trouble, it's all no problem. Prince Xingshan knew how broad the scope of the Secret Investigation Office's responsibilities was, and this was exactly the effect he wanted. This promise meant that from now on, no matter who he wanted to deal with in Longhua, he could do it openly. What Shihai Qingfeng, what Chief Law Enforcement Director, he is really capable of it. Don't take it seriously. But speaking of this, Prince Xingshan has something to say. 785, Chapter 785, Bride Robbery. With Brother Tianqi's help, I can rest assured now that I've woken up. However, there's something I don't know whether I should say or not. Prince Xingshan looked at Yi Tianqi with some hesitation, as if he was in a difficult situation. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi smiled faintly and said, Your Highness, you just said that we are friends, good friends. Since we are good friends, there is nothing to say or not to say. If you have anything to say, just say it. If I can do it, I will do it. If I can't do it, I believe Your Highness will understand. Upon hearing this, Prince Xingshan nodded, smiled, and said, It can definitely be done, but I'm afraid it will embarrass you, Brother Tianqi. Logically, I shouldn't say much, but it's not appropriate to say nothing either, so I have no choice but to ask Brother Tianqi for mercy. As for if it really embarrasses you, Brother Tianqi, don't worry, everything still comes first for you, nothing else matters. Brother Tianqi, the truth is, Yi Xiao has always followed me. You know this very well. Among my people, Yi Xiao is considered a loyal and devoted subject even in the eyes of the outside world. Yi Xiao is still my loyal and filial son, so now that Brother Tianqi has captured him, I really don't know how to explain this. If I don't save him, my reputation will be ruined. If I do save him, I still need your approval, Brother Tianqi. However, I know that there is a deep hatred between you and Yi Xiao. I am afraid it will be difficult for you to show mercy and let him go, so I don't know what to do. Brother Tianqi, tell me, what should I do? Prince Xingshan seemed to be in a very difficult situation. On one side was Yi Xiao, and on the other side was Yi Tianqi. It seemed that he was stuck in the middle and became a punching bag. When Yi Tianqi heard this, he burst into laughter, as if he was not embarrassed at all. Your Highness, I thought it was something else. It's just the night owl incident, a trivial matter, not to mention that he is imprisoned in the Secret Investigation Office now. Even if he is imprisoned somewhere else, my Secret Investigation Office is still qualified to come and pick him up. Since we are good friends, helping you with something is just a piece of cake for me. Of course, the matter involves Yi Xiao, which puts me in a difficult position. After all, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is well aware of the relationship between Yi Xiao and me, as well as the grudges we have. To be honest, I really don't want to let him go. Not only do I not want to let him go, but according to me, even if Yi Xiao doesn't die, I will peel off a layer of skin, not just Yi Xiao, but also the entire Yi family. Speaking of this, Yi Tianqi was full of domineering. I've been away from the capital for these years, and something happened as a result. This night owl dares to humiliate me everywhere. This is simply outrageous. And what else can he do? Is he worthy of being on par with me? If we don't teach him a lesson, he really won't know his place. So, Your Highness, it's you who should speak up. Otherwise, I won't need to explain the fate of this night owl. Upon hearing this, Prince Xingshan immediately showed an expression of gratitude and said, Yes, that's natural. This night owl is a bit arrogant, and it's only right that he should suffer a little. However, I beg Brother Tianqi to spare his life for my sake. After all, this involves the question of whether the people who follow me will be shaken. Prince Xingshan did not lie about this. If he, the dignified Prince Awakening, cannot protect his trusted and beloved generals, then he will be even less able to protect others since it is so dangerous. who would be willing to follow him, the prince, wholeheartedly. This is something that is obvious. Therefore, if he could save Night Owl, he really had to save him, otherwise, he would have no choice. This is also the main purpose of his coming here today. Yi Tianqi hesitated for a moment, seeming to be in a dilemma. Well, since His Royal Highness has said this, then I'll let you take Yi Xiao away. However, this bastard is so ignorant of his own life. If I find him daring to provoke me again, I will definitely not let him go. Yi Tianqi finally agreed to let Yi Xiao go, which made Prince Xingqian so happy that he couldn't hide it. Brother Tianqi, thank you so much, don't worry. I promise that Yi Xiao will never cause you any trouble again after this incident. He should have completely understood the gap between him and you. Brother Tianqi, if he still dares to cause trouble, you don't even need to do anything, Brother Tianqi, because I will be the first one to not let him go. By the way, Brother Tianqi, I know that the conflict between you and Yi Xiao has a very deep root, and that is about Tang Qingyu. Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Tang Qingyu is a sharp thorn standing between Yi Xiao and Yi Tianqi, and there is no way to get around it. After all, Tang Qingyu has always been thinking of Yi Tianqi in her heart. She has been waiting for Yi Tianqi for so many years, but Yi Xiao used his power to force Tang Qingyu to marry him. Now, there are only a few days left before the wedding. This is the real contradiction, a contradiction that must be resolved. Yi Tianqi looked at Prince Xingqian and shook his head, saying, Your Highness, I think it's best for you not to interfere in this matter. Just let him marry her when the time comes. I will personally come forward and snatch her back. No, absolutely no. He promised that Yi Xiao will never dare to force Tang Qingyu to marry him again. Brother Tianqi, don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Prince Xingqian thought that Yi Tianqi was just speaking in anger, so he immediately stated that he would definitely resolve the matter. But what Yi Tianqi said was not true at all. It's not just angry words, but the truth. Looking at the crown Prince Xingqian, Yi Tianqi curled his lips into a cold smile and said, Your Highness, I am serious. Let him continue to force her to marry you, but I will definitely snatch Tang Qingyu back when the time comes. This is also a fact. I can't just say that this matter was just brushed aside so easily. That would be so embarrassing for me. Your Highness, for so many years, everyone knows that Yi Xiao is Tang Qingyu's fiancé. Yi Tianqi have become a laughingstock now. I'm back in the imperial capital. You can't just let me hold back my anger and let him marry her. Then I'll go over and step on him a few times in front of everyone. I'll let it out once and for all, otherwise, I'll be very upset. Your Highness, now you understand, so don't stop him. Not only can you not stop him, but you must also let him continue to forcefully marry Tang Qingyu. Otherwise, it would be better for him to stay in the Secret Investigation Institute and let me vent my anger. It turns out to be this kind of mentality. Prince Xingqian was speechless. He felt that when Yi Tianqi threw a tantrum, his temper was really unpredictable. However, if it were just this, then it wouldn't seem like a big deal. If Yi Xiao forced Tang Qingyu to marry him, it would indeed cause a sensation. When the time came, Yi Tianqi would come forward to take Tang Qingyu away and step on Yi Xiao. It would seem that it would be a great relief. It's really an outlet. 786, Chapter 786 Betrayal. Okay, Brother Tianqi, since you have made up your mind, I will naturally not say anything else. I support you in everything you want to do, including this matter. Don't worry, Brother Tianqi, I will definitely help you when the time comes. I will ask Yi Xiao to cooperate. Well, I am just afraid that he doesn't have the courage. It's better if he doesn't feel too weak to go. Prince Xingqian smiled and shook his head, as if he had already imagined the scene at that time. Indeed, knowing that Yi Tianqi had become the head of the Secret Investigation Institute, and that he was arrogant and domineering to the extreme, Yi Xiao was no match for him at all. Even Prince Xingqian had to follow Yi Tianqi's wishes. Does Yi Xiao really have the courage to force Tang Qingyu to marry him? He was so scared that he probably didn't have the courage to do it. But I couldn't not go, so I could only go there in fear and trepidation. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi looked at Prince Xingqian and smiled. That's boring. Yi Xiao doesn't even know who I am yet. It would be so boring if he found out now, so I don't intend to reveal my identity. Your Highness, please keep it a secret for me. Upon hearing this, Prince Xingqian was stunned for a moment, then immediately laughed and said, No problem. Since Brother Tianqi wants to remain mysterious and reveal his identity later, I will definitely keep my mouth shut. Brother Tianqi, don't worry, it's just a small matter. I will definitely handle it for you properly. Now that I think about it, Brother Tianqi is the one who knows how to play. When Yi Xiao forcefully marries Tang Qingyu, it will surely be a major event that shakes the entire imperial capital, with guests flocking in one after another, and under that circumstance,
Brother Tianqi will simply show up to snatch the bride and smack Yi Xiao's face. This will definitely vent his anger. Good, very good, very good. The only bad thing is that Yi Xiao will probably suffer an unbearable blow. Haha. Thinking of the blow that Night Owl would suffer and the fate he would end up in, Prince Xingshan not only did not feel the slightest sympathy, but instead burst into laughter as if he did not care at all. Of course he cared, but if the other party was Yi Tianqi, then he certainly could not care about Yi Xiao's feelings. Not to mention feelings, if necessary, it is not impossible for him to kill Yi Xiao with his own hands compared with the benefits and interests that Yi Tianqi can bring to him. Yi Xiao's life or death, and mood, really don't matter at all. Don't say that he is heartless or something like that. As a member of the royal family, what Prince Xingshan has seen the most in his life is heartlessness and indifference. He could still vividly remember how His Highness the Crown Prince had become the heir to the throne. Did he really think that as long as the Emperor liked him, he would be successful? Wrong, absolutely wrong. There were so many people eyeing this position. Even if the Emperor liked him, if he was not careful, he would be doomed, not to mention death without a burial place, but it would be difficult for him to live a peaceful and stable life. He wanted to be ignorant of the intrigues and conspiracies so that he wouldn't have to use them, but then he could only wait to die. In this world, the people who know best how unpredictable human hearts are none other than the royal family members themselves. Especially, the struggle for the crown prince. It was precisely because he knew this that he understood even more clearly how great a thing it would be for him if he could have Yi Tianqi as his helper. This almost gives him the confidence to compete with everyone, and this confidence is hard-earned. Prince Xingshan looked at Yi Tianqi and said with a smile, Brother Tianqi, you have helped me so much. I really don't know what else I can do for you. Brother Tianqi, if you have anything to say, just tell me. We'll do what I can and will definitely help you without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi smiled and said, Your Highness, I am willing to help you because we are friends. There is no need to be so clear between friends. Of course, I know that if I don't say something, you'll be feeling uneasy. After all, even pure friendships between friends require some emotional connection. Compared to these, friendships based on mutual help are more solid. You are the heir apparent of the Dragon Kingdom, the Prince of Awakening, the future Emperor. I am the head of the Secret Investigation Institute, controlling an extremely terrifying and violent organization. We both seem to be as stable as a rock, but in reality, we are both unstable. We both need to do something to continuously consolidate our positions and enhance our influence. In this case, it is a good thing for us to help each other. I can help you secure your position as Crown Prince, eliminate the enemies you seek to eliminate, and even create the merits, reputation, and everything else you need. And I, in turn, need you to help me when I need you. Only in this way can our friendship last long term. I assent. That right? Both Yi Tianqi and Prince Xingshan knew very well that at this time, it was unlikely to expect them to achieve good cooperation and have a deep relationship with each other. However, if they are tied together by common interests, then everything can be explained clearly. Prince Xingshan smiled and nodded, saying, That's right, that's the truth. Brother Tianqi has helped me so much. Now I wonder what Brother Tianqi needs from me. At least, let me do something for him. Only in this way can I rest assured. What Prince Xingshan said was the truth. Now, he asked Yi Tianqi to do something, and Yi Tianqi did it. However, if Yi Tianqi didn't need him, he would feel a little uneasy. People are actually like this. Only when they use each other and are valuable to each other can they reach a balance. Otherwise, if one person keeps giving and the other never gives, or is unable to give, then it will be difficult to maintain a balance in the relationship. Yi Tianqi looked at Prince Xingshan and nodded with a smile. He nodded and said, Your Highness, it seems that you really want to help me. If that's the case, then I will speak up. If Your Highness feels embarrassed, then forget it. Upon hearing this, Prince Xingshan shook his head and said firmly, It's not difficult, not at all. Brother Tianqi, just tell me what you want. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Yi Tianqi smiled and nodded, saying, Your Highness, you know the father and son of the Shi family, right? Upon hearing this, Prince Xingshan was stunned for a moment, then a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. He nodded and said, I know that the Shi family father and son are important figures. How could I not know this? Brother Tianqi, you specifically mentioned them. Could it be that you want to deal with them? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi shook his head and said with a smile, The Shi family father and son betrayed the Minister of State Affairs and Elder Ming, which is equivalent to betraying my secret investigation office. He even proposed that Elder Ming revoke my appointment and even planned to hold a meeting to directly remove me and then weaken the power of the secret investigation office. If you say this is not specifically targeting me, I don't believe it. I just want to ask, Your Highness, you must know that the royal family is behind them, right? Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. I will deal with the Shi family father and son myself.
but I really want to know who else chose to betray us and join the royal family. I hope your highness can remind me. 787, Chapter 787 Traitor List. Prince Xingqian immediately looked embarrassed. He knew that if he made friends with Yi Tianqi, it would be impossible to gain without giving anything. And he was indeed not qualified to subdue Yi Tianqi, who had the Secret Investigation Institute as his backing. Yi Tianqi had everything he could give, and even much more than he could give. If the Secret Investigation Office really showed its power, how terrifying it would be others may not know, but Prince Xingqian must know it. It was precisely because of this clarity that he wanted to maintain his relationship with Yi Tianqi. This was a relationship that had been hard-earned, and there must not be any mistakes, otherwise, he would regret it to death. But even though I knew it was difficult, I didn't know it was so difficult. As soon as he opened his mouth, Yi Tianqi asked him a question that was almost impossible for him to answer. He certainly knew that the Sure father and son had rebelled against the royal family. Moreover, it was not just the Sure father and son, but many others among them were powerful and respected people, as well as backbone forces. These were all trump cards. It is a trump card that can cause great pain to Ming Lao and others without even exerting much effort. At special moments, it can even be a decisive trump card. However, now Yi Tianqi wants this list even though he doesn't know much. None of these people are simple. Can he give it to him? Does he dare to give it to him? If he gave it to them, it would be equivalent to betraying these people, or even watching them die. To put it bluntly, as long as he woke up the prince and gave him the list, it would be a betrayal, a sellout, and the one being betrayed would even be himself. Therefore, Prince Xingqian instinctively wanted to reject Yi Tianqi, but he was reluctant to do so, because he knew that as long as he dared to reject Yi Tianqi, the relationship he had just established with Yi Tianqi would immediately fall apart, and even everything Yi Tianqi had just promised would become invalid. This was something he couldn't accept. What to do has now become a real concern for Prince Xingqian. Yi Tianqi seemed to notice the hesitation of the awakening prince. He smiled and poured a cup of tea, handed it to the awakening prince, and said, "Your Highness only knows the horror of the Secret Investigation Bureau. Perhaps you don't know that the Secret Investigation Bureau's intelligence system has already spread all over the world in the past 10 years. Do you know why the Secret Investigation Office didn't notice Sure Lao and the others' betrayal? Actually, it's not that the Secret Investigation Office didn't notice it, but they have always kept archives. If the Secret Investigation Office can't even get this little clue, then they should just disband. There's no need to say anything else." We had to lie low before. That was unavoidable, but now, the senior and middle-level personnel of the Secret Investigation Institute have successively arrived. These people have begun to carry out their own work and review the archives of these years. How many people's secrets do you think will be discovered? So, Your Highness, whether you speak or not, it doesn't matter. 3 days, at most, is all it takes. Even if we can't find a list of everyone, a list of most people will be enough. And, most importantly, I only need to know the list of this group of people, and I can figure out who the others are. I am Yi Tianqi, but I am also Qi Zishan. Your Highness, have you forgotten that finding the most useful information from the confusing information was my forte in the past? As soon as these words were spoken, Prince Xingqian was stunned. Yes, I only remembered Yi Tianqi and forgot the 3 words Qi Zishan. Even if they remembered the 3 words Qi Zishan, they seemed to only remember that this existence had created miracles, but they ignored how this extremely wise and almost demonic existence created the miracles. His brain itself was his greatest advantage. Now, Yi Tianqi still needs me, and that is because he doesn't want to waste time. However, if Yi Tianqi is really given time, with the current terrifying strength of the Secret Investigation Institute, plus Yi Tianqi's brainpower, he wants to find clues and find out who betrayed Master Ming and others. Although it is not easy, it is definitely not difficult. What's more, although these people have not revealed their identities yet, they will be revealed sooner or later. Instead of doing this, it would be better to use some of the lists that I control to exchange for Yi Tianqi's goodwill. This is not a bad idea. While Prince Xingqian was hesitating, Yi Tianqi chuckled and said, "Forget it. If Your Highness doesn't want to, I won't make it difficult for Your Highness. After all, in my opinion, although these matters are difficult, they are just trivial matters, not worth mentioning. Ha ha ha. Come, Your Highness, have some tea. Tea. As for Yi Shao and the East Palace steward, don't worry. Since I just promised you, I will definitely not break my promise. Although we can't be friends, I am still a man of integrity." He really meant to talk about morality, but this sentence, that they couldn't be friends, made Prince Xingqian feel extremely cold in his heart. They were just friends just now, But just because I didn't agree to Yi Tianqi and hesitated for a moment, they stopped being friends. They changed their minds faster than turning the pages of a book. However, Prince Xingqian would never allow such a thing to happen. He had made up his mind to be friends with Yi Tianqi. Moreover, he did not think that there was anything wrong with Yi Tianqi's behavior. Instead, he felt that what Yi Tianqi did was truly good and right. Everyone is in a relationship of mutual benefit. It is not a bad thing to speak more clearly and understand more clearly. It is a good thing, a very good thing. Brother Tianqi, how can you say that? We are friends. Of course we are friends. Don't worry. I am open-hearted to my friends and will never hide anything. It's just a list of names, easy enough. I'll write it down for you right now. However, I don't know much about it after all. Brother Tianqi should understand that I'm only the Eastern Palace, not yet the Emperor. Moreover, my father doesn't trust me that much, so there are many things he won't tell me. Hope Brother Tianqi can forgive me for this. Prince Xingqian agreed immediately. It was just a list. It was just selling out those who had defected to their royal family. This might be a loss for him, but compared to losing Yi Tianqi, his helper, these losses were nothing. What's more, Prince Xingqian knew very well that those people were not seeking refuge with him. They were seeking refuge with the royal family and His Majesty the Emperor. Although he was indeed the Eastern Palace, in the end, he was just the Eastern Palace. Even, it is still uncertain whether he can maintain his position in the Eastern Palace. At this time, he especially needed the help of Yi Tianqi, so that he could completely consolidate his position in the Eastern Palace. Yi Tianqi laughed heartily upon hearing this. He looked at Prince Xingqian and said, "Okay, I told you so. Making friends with His Royal Highness is definitely one of life's greatest pleasures. I am a person who doesn't usually pay attention to details, and I also like to be frank and straightforward. So, if your Royal Highness has anything to say, you might as well say it directly. Just like me, if I have something to say, I will say it directly. Come, Your Highness, have some tea. There's no rush about the list. We're not in a hurry, huh?" 788, Chapter 788. If I say live, he will live. Yi Tianqi laughed, and Prince Xingqian also laughed. The atmosphere in the reception room became relaxed again. Looking at Yi Tianqi, Prince Xingqian smiled and said, "Brother Tianqi, is there anything else you need my help with? If there is anything, just tell me. In short, I will do my best to help you." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi smiled and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince has already given me the greatest help by providing me with the list. Now, I don't need anything else. Your Highness the Crown Prince, is there anything you need my help with? For example, do you have any enemies or something like that? Or, do you need me to do something for you? Don't worry, we are friends, so just ask." Upon hearing this, Prince Xingqian smiled and said, "Brother Tianqi, there is nothing for now. Being able to bring Night Owl and my steward back today is already the greatest help to me. If there is anything else I need, I will come back to you." Yi Tianqi nodded, looked at the time, frowned, and said, "Ask them to bring someone out. It's been so long and they haven't brought him out yet. It's really a failure. Your Highness, please don't worry. Since I ordered the steward to get out alive, don't worry, he will be fine. However, there are some things about our relationship that I would like to clarify. If Your Highness feels it is inconvenient to answer, that's actually fine. After all, that was all in the past. It's only now that we are friends, right?" Upon hearing this, Prince Xingqian nodded and said with a smile, "Brother Tianqi, please feel free to ask me anything you want to know. I will tell you everything I know." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi sighed softly and looked at Prince Xingqian. He said, "Before we became friends, Your Highness, did you do something against me or my people, and asked others to take action? I won't beat around the bush and will tell you directly. Your Highness, you must know about Emperor Lu's affairs, right? The issue of Emperor Lu is naturally something that cannot be ignored. After all, Emperor Lu was lured away from the mountain, and it was inevitable that they wanted to target Yi Tianqi. However, it was also a fact that Emperor Lu was also targeted." Upon hearing this, Prince Xingqian's expression changed for a moment, then he nodded awkwardly and said, "Please forgive me, Brother Tianqi. I didn't realize you were so straightforward, so I did something to target Emperor Lu. Is your relationship with Emperor Lu really that good? I remember that Emperor Lu had the best relationship with Elder Ming and the others, didn't he? Could it be that my intelligence is wrong? Is Emperor Lu really helping out of Brother Tianqi's favor?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course, it's for Elder Ming's sake. However, Emperor Lu and I also have some old feelings for each other, so Emperor Lu was very attentive to me. Your Highness, having a friend like Emperor Lu is a matter of great benefit." Your Highness was indeed a bit impulsive. Of course, you didn't know it would turn out like this, so I understand. However, I think it's not just Your Highness who took action. The royal family has also taken action. Forget about the details. I won't ask anyway. It seems that there is no need to say anything now. The matter is in the past. All the words were said, and Yi Tianqi's meaning was naturally that Emperor Lu would be safe and sound, but to the ears of Prince Xingchen, it seemed that Yi Tianqi had given up on Emperor Lu. He gave up Emperor Lu this time, but Prince Xingchen was not willing to give up Emperor Lu. If the relationship between Emperor Lu and Yi Tianqi is really good, even better than that between Elder Ming and Yi Tianqi, then Emperor Lu will become his helper in this case. It is the best choice for Emperor Lu to be alive. Brother Tianqi, maybe it's not too late now. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have targeted Emperor Lu, but now, I don't know if it's too late. Why don't I just give him a call and ask? Maybe it's not too late. Is it too late? Yi Tianqi simply shook his head, clearly not believing Prince Xingchen. In fact, he just didn't believe it. If it was really the Eastern Heavenly King and the Great Serpent Throne who took action, and if Hong Tong had not been arranged to rescue Emperor Lu, then just relying on Prince Xingchen, just relying on him, did he really think he could influence the Eastern Heavenly King's actions? It's a joke. King of the East, it would be strange if anyone could listen to him. Your Highness, forget it. There's no need to make this call. Emperor Lu, everything will be fine. Yi Tianqi did not hide anything and told Prince Xingchen directly. Prince Xingchen was stunned for a moment, looking at Yi Tianqi in disbelief, and said, Brother Tianqi, what do you mean by that? I don't mean to look down on you, nor do I distrust you. Of course, I'm not unaware of Emperor Lu's strength, but the people targeting Emperor Lu this time are truly powerful, and Emperor Lu may not be able to handle them alone. Brother Tianqi, if you listen to me, you will understand this time, Emperor Lu is probably in great danger. After saying that, Prince Xingchen was about to tell Yi Tianqi about the situation. He had no choice. He couldn't let his good relationship with Yi Tianqi be ruined because of Emperor Lu's affairs. If he did that, he would feel really bad. Yi Tianqi smiled and shook his head, saying, what His Royal Highness wants to say is that this time, against Emperor Lu, not only did the royal family intervene to stop Elder Ming and his reinforcements, but, most importantly, the Eastern Heavenly King also took action. Is that correct? Listening to Yi Tianqi's words, Prince Xingchen was stunned. He looked at Yi Tianqi and said, Brother Tianqi, you know all this. Yi Tianqi nodded after hearing this and said, of course I know. Not only do I know that the Eastern King has taken action, but I also know that the Emperor-level masters who took action are not just one or two. It is even possible that one of the thrones has also taken action against Emperor Lu, so Emperor Lu is facing a near-dead end. So, Your Highness, you said that even Emperor Lu would be doomed to die in this kind of lineup, haha, but if I say Emperor Lu can't die, then Emperor Lu will definitely not die. Don't worry. Having said this, you still hope to reassure Prince Xingchen? It's good that he's not worried. This was a situation where death was almost certain. No, not almost, but definitely certain. However, Yi Tianqi said that Emperor Lu would not die. The confidence in his words not only surprised Prince Xingchen, but also astonished him. Why can Yi Tianqi say this? Could it be that the power possessed by the Secret Investigation Office is enough to compete with the throne? But this shouldn't be the case. It's not that we don't believe in the strength of the Secret Investigation Bureau, but even if the Secret Investigation Bureau has been dormant for 10 years, it shouldn't have such a powerful force. What's more, the middle and senior level personnel of the Secret Investigation Bureau have just begun to return to their posts, and they are all in the imperial capital. Even if they are not there, they will not run abroad at this time. Even if we go, if only one or two people go, it won't solve the problem at all. Where does Yi Tianqi get his confidence from? Yi Tianqi seemed to see the bewilderment of Prince Xingchen, and a faint smile played at the corner of his mouth. He said, anyway, I'm telling the truth, Your Highness. Just wait and see. If I say Emperor Lu is alive, then Emperor Lu is definitely alive. Not only is he alive, but I'm afraid that in the short term, your friend, King Dong Tian, won't come to the imperial capital, or even set foot in Dragon Country. Hee. These words frightened Prince Xingchen so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. He kept thinking, Yi Tianqi, what does this mean? 789, Chapter 789. The fight was a bit harsh. It's not that Prince Xingchen is too timid, it's just that these words, although seemingly insignificant, are actually very shocking. Yi Tianqi knew that King Dongtian had taken action, and he also knew that it was not only King Dongtian who was targeting Emperor Lu, but also other emperor-level powerhouses, and even more people. Knowing this, Yi Tianqi still dared to say that Emperor Lu would be fine. He even said that King Dongtian would not dare to set foot in the imperial capital or even in Dragon Kingdom for a while. This is definitely not as simple as just saying it. But why? Prince Xingchen knew nothing about this, but he only needed to know that since Yi Tianqi said so,
then this must be the outcome, otherwise, there was no need for Yi Tianqi to tell such a lie that would be exposed at the slightest touch, and he would not bother to do so. After all, he is now the head of the Secret Investigation Institute, and there is really no need for him to tell such meaningless lies. But, if it is true, then who can save Emperor Lu, and does it have anything to do with Yi Tianqi? This is the most confusing and troublesome thing. But now, Prince Xingxin felt even more fortunate. If Yi Tianqi could even break this kind of deadly situation, then Yi Tianqi's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. If he were to become an enemy, how terrifying would that be? Prince Xingxin didn't even dare to think about it. Fortunately, we are no longer enemies, but friends now. Although Prince Xingxin was not a fool and knew that it was not so easy to become friends, now that everyone was using each other, at least a short-term alliance like friendship was guaranteed. Brother Tianqi, since you said so, it seems that Emperor Lu must be safe and sound. However, I still underestimated Brother Tianqi. To my surprise, you can even do such a thing, and even make King Dongtian afraid to come to Dragon Country for a short period of time. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Brother Tianqi, I admire you really, I really admire you. Hearing this, Yi Tianqi smiled and shook his head, saying, it was just a fluke actually, it's nothing. However, I thought His Royal Highness would want to ask what happened in the end. His Royal Highness didn't ask. It seems that he doesn't want to know. Upon hearing this, Prince Xingxin immediately shook his head and smiled. Of course I'm curious, and I definitely want to know. However, I also know myself well and know that everyone has their own secrets, and Brother Tianqi is no exception. We are friends, and friends should have secrets sometimes. Wanting to know more is not good, so I didn't ask. Anyway, no matter what, we have an unbreakable friendship, isn't that enough? Prince Xingxin is quite good at talking. After what he said, it was really hard to find fault with him, and people even thought he was a good person. It's a pity that he was facing Yi Tianqi, and Yi Tianqi was not interested in Prince Xingxin. Prince Xingxin's attitude today is definitely humble enough. Anyone who sees this will say this: the Crown Prince of the Dragon Kingdom, the future Emperor, is so humble and keeps calling him Brother Tianqi. Few people would believe it if he said he was not sincere. But is it really so? Yi Tianqi smiled, looked at Prince Xingxin, and said, yes, we are friends. However, Your Highness, in order to avoid any complications, I think we should act less close to each other under other people's eyes. This will avoid suspicion and trouble. Don't you agree? That's true. If Yi Tianqi and Prince Xingxin showed a close relationship, some people would definitely lose sleep. Yi Tianqi didn't mind this, but he would still be unhappy if it affected his plans. Moreover, doing so would be more beneficial to Prince Xingxin. Upon hearing this, Prince Xingxin nodded heavily and said, Brother Tianqi is indeed very thoughtful. That's right, that's how it should be. On the surface, we may not get along, but in reality, we are friends and brothers. This way, not only can we avoid a lot of trouble, but we may also gain a lot of unexpected benefits. Secretly good, very good. Brother Tianqi is indeed a banished immortal who has come down to earth. He is so smart. Yi Tianqi laughed heartily and said to Prince Xingxin, if that's the case, then we'll have to attack each other later. When that happens, please don't blame me, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Prince Xingxin bowed slightly to Yi Tianqi and said with a smile, it is I who should apologize to Brother Tianqi. I hope Brother Tianqi will not blame me for what I will do later. After the two finished talking, they smiled at each other, as if they had reached an agreement. At this time, Sui Shan and Bald Yuanzue had already dragged the East Palace steward, who was almost inhuman, to the door of the reception room. It was seen that the East Palace chief steward had his leg and hand tendons torn, all his teeth pulled out, and his face was beaten so badly that he barely looked human. And his eyes were dull and lifeless, as if they had lost all color of life. If he was not still breathing, it would be hard to say whether this person was alive or dead. The death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment of living punishment cannot be escaped. But this is not a punishment of living punishment at all. It is simply a torture that makes people live a life worse than death. Rather than letting the East Palace's chief steward end up like this, anyone who sees it would think that it would be better to just kill him directly, to put an end to it all, and feel relieved and happy. Bald Yuanxin stood at the door, looking at Sui Shan with a wry smile, and said, Director Sui, how about you go in first? I'm a little hesitant to face the chief. Hearing this, Sui Shan gritted his teeth and said, what are you afraid of? Isn't it about keeping people alive? There's nothing wrong with that. Now the butler is alive. Besides, this was done by Boss Bao himself. We too just helped a little. Boss Bao has always been with the chief, and he understands the craftsman's mind best, so the chief will definitely not blame us. Yes, definitely not. Sui Shan felt guilty when he said this, so he emphasized his tone. He didn't know whether he was saying this to comfort Yuan Xin or to comfort himself. However, after all, the two men pushed open the door. They couldn't hide away. It was because they were too eager for pleasure when they just attacked, so they couldn't stop. At this moment, Prince Xingqian and Yi Tianqi were still chatting, both with smiles on their faces, as if they had really become good friends who could talk about anything. However, at this moment, Sui Shan and Bald Original Sin knocked on the door and walked in. Seeing the two men, Yi Tianqi said with a smile, "Your Highness, I just beat you in a fight, and I will send you a living steward of the East Palace. I will not break my promise." Upon hearing this, Prince Xingqian smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Tianqi. Please rest assured, Brother Tianqi, I will teach my subordinate a lesson after I return so that he will understand the rules of life and avoid causing me any trouble by being ignorant of the world. After all, there are not many people as magnanimous as Brother Tianqi." At this moment, Prince Xingqian said that he would go back and teach the steward of the Eastern Palace a lesson, but he didn't know that if he taught him a lesson, the man would die. 790, Chapter 790, Endure it. Yi Tianqi smiled and shook his head, saying, No, there's no need for us to engage in such nonsense." After saying that, Yi Tianqi looked at Sui Shan and Bald Yuan Zui and said, "Where are the people? Bring up the East Palace steward and have him go back with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Sui Shan and Bald Yuan Zui stood there without saying a word, but the embarrassment on their faces was obvious. Prince Xingqian's expression immediately changed, and he asked in disbelief, "What do you two mean by that expression? Could it be that the person is already dead?" If this man was really dead, although Prince Xingqian would not dare to turn against Yi Tianqi, he had lost all his face today. He had just discussed with Yi Tianqi to act like a hostile enemy in front of outsiders, but he still had to give him the face he deserved. For example, if Yi Shao had to be released, then the chief steward of the East Palace had to be released even more. But in the end, they had discussed it, but the people were gone. What kind of a deal was that? Yi Tianqi also frowned and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince is asking you questions. What's going on? Didn't I just tell you that the death penalty can be spared, and the living punishment is fine no matter what? You won't lose even your lives." Sui Shan couldn't hold on any longer at this moment, and said directly, No, he's still alive, but the punishment may be a bit too severe. Maybe this steward needs to go back and recuperate for a while. Hearing this, Prince Xingqian finally breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "As long as his life is saved, everything else is easy. It's okay. He deserves it. He brought it upon himself. Who dared to cause trouble at the gate of the Secret Investigation Institute and even ordered people to fire guns. For this reason alone, not killing him is already a mercy. It's okay. Let him go back and recuperate. It can be considered that I am doing him justice." He completely shirked the responsibility at this moment. It seemed as if Prince Xingqian had forgotten that the riot at the gate was his order, and the firing of the gun was also his order. But now, can we say this? Obviously not. Everyone should know this tacitly. Yi Tianqi nodded upon hearing this, and looked at Sui Shan and Bald Yuan Zui thoughtfully. He then chuckled and nodded. "Since that's the case, Your Highness the Crown Prince is also tolerant and generous. Okay, call them in then. Don't waste Your Highness's time. Go, and send someone to lead the way. Let Your Highness the Crown Prince take Night Owl away as well." After saying this, Yi Tianqi looked at Prince Xingqian and said with a smile, "Your Highness, I'm really sorry. I am sorry for my subordinate's careless actions." Prince Xingqian laughed heartily and said, "It's no problem. He brought this upon himself. Now that he's been spared, it's already a great mercy from you, Brother Tianqi. I wouldn't dare to have any other ideas. What's more, you even sent Night Owl out, which is really a great honor for me. Haha, thank you so much." However, before he could finish his thanks, Prince Xingqian saw Sui Shan and Bald Original Sin dragging the East Palace steward innies. They dragged them in. "Who is this?" Prince Xingqian looked at the steward of the Eastern Palace lying on the ground, who was almost in human shape, and his face turned extremely pale. This person was completely disabled, his appearance was unrecognizable, and he even looked lifeless. Could he be his loyal subordinate? Bald Original Sin looked at Prince Awakening and said with a smile, "This is your subordinate, the chief steward of the Eastern Palace. Didn't you say that as long as he can keep his life, it will be fine? He is still alive, don't worry. It's just that, sorry, we were a little late, so someone attacked a little too hard, causing the steward to become what he is now. But it doesn't matter, he's still alive, as long as he recuperates well. I can't say he can recover to his former state, but if he lives for another few decades, it shouldn't be a big problem. This is really true, there is nothing wrong with it. As long as he recuperates well, there will be no problem in surviving, but the key problem is that the person has been completely ruined and can't even take care of himself. What kind of thing is this? If this gets out, Prince Xingshan will lose all face. You guys are slapping me in the face. Prince Xingshan's face turned pale as he looked at Sui Shan and Bald Original Sin, so angry that he was about to kill someone. Sui Shan and Bald Original Sin, upon hearing this, quickly shook their heads and said, "Your Highness, what are you saying? How dare we slap you in the face? We are only following your orders. We can escape the death penalty, but we cannot escape the punishment of life." Why, does His Royal Highness think that he, the ringleader who led the siege on our secret investigation office and even shot and injured someone from our secret investigation office, can't even be punished this way, and doesn't deserve it? Your Highness, do you look down on our secret investigation office so much? Your reputation is, of course, extremely noble, and we dare not say anything but the reputation of our secret investigation office, the reputation of our chief, isn't just a reputation, isn't it worthless? This big hat was put on Prince Xingshan so hard that he couldn't even get angry. Yes, he saved face for Prince Xingshan, but not for the secret investigation office? Yi Tianqi's face is no longer his face? He was just being friendly with Yi Tianqi, but in the blink of an eye, he was going to lose his temper. That was obviously impossible. What's more, compared to a steward of the East Palace, Yi Tianqi can bring him much more benefits, while the steward of the East Palace is just his confidant and an old man he is familiar with. His role is not comparable to that of Yi Tianqi. Take a deep breath, Prince Xingshan smiled and said, "The two directors have misunderstood. How could I possibly have such thoughts? Brother Tianqi's reputation is of course extremely important. As for me, it was just a little difficult to accept for a moment. However, you did nothing wrong, and you deserve this punishment. Even if he were still alive, I would have punished him after taking him away. Now, it's best if you can do it for me." After saying this, Prince Xingshan looked at Yi Tianqi and said with a smile, "Brother Tianqi, don't blame these two directors. They are also thinking about the Secret Investigation Institute and your reputation. Besides, they didn't make any mistakes after all. They said they would spare his life, and they really did. There is nothing wrong with it, not at all." Prince Xingshan now had to swallow his anger, but he had no choice but to do so. Before, he could still fly into a rage, but now, he can't do that. He didn't want to offend Yi Tianqi, especially because of a servant. In fact, when it comes down to it, he really doesn't care about the life or death of the East Palace's chief steward, and it doesn't matter at all. What matters is whether he can save the face of Prince Xingshan. The saying that the royal family is ruthless is no joke. Even if this Eastern Palace steward had watched the Crown Prince Xingshan grow up, and was loyal and willing to die for him, once he had lost his usefulness and role, he would be lucky to be allowed to die peacefully. This is the real situation. 791, Chapter 791, Night Owl's Evidence. Therefore, the reason why Prince Xingshan is angry now is not because he is angry that the chief steward of the Eastern Palace has ended up like this, but because his own face may really be damaged. Yi Tianqi looked at the Crown Prince Xingshan, nodded, and said, "I'm sorry to trouble you, Your Highness. These are all my subordinates, and I don't know what they do for a living. Although Your Highness said that the death penalty can be spared and a life can be spared, it doesn't mean that only one life can be spared. This is simply outrageous, Your Highness. Please stop speaking for them." Sui Shan, as the director of the Intelligence Department, and Yuan Zue, as the deputy director of the Security Department, are both high-ranking officials in the Secret Investigation Bureau, yet they can't even handle such a small matter. "I will definitely punish them, Your Highness. You are tolerant and understanding, but they still must be punished." Letting Sui Shan and Bald Original Sin receive some punishment was not a bad thing for Prince Xingshan, and he would be happy to see it happen. However, now that Yi Tianqi had said this, he didn't know what to say. What can I say? I can only stop him. After all, they are two senior officials of the Secret Investigation Bureau. We can't really offend them again. "No, Brother Tianqi, please don't. I, the chief steward, have brought this upon myself. Who made him commit such a grievous mistake? The two directors were only following orders. They didn't do anything wrong. Perhaps they were a little harsh, but there's nothing wrong with that. Therefore, they cannot be punished. Really, absolutely not. Brother Tianqi, I know you mean well, but you really can't punish the two directors just for me, the chief steward. Otherwise, I'll be uneasy." Seeing the look on Prince Xingshan's face, Yi Tianqi pretended to be embarrassed and said, "Well, since His Royal Highness is determined to protect them, then, let's give His Royal Highness this favor." After saying this, Yi Tianqi looked at Sui Shan and Bald Yuan Zui, and said with a look of dismay, "You two, why don't you quickly thank His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? If His Royal Highness hadn't spoken up for you, I would never have spared you today."
Although I know that Yi Tianqi is pretending, he pretends too well. Sui Shan and Bald Original Sin immediately cooperated and began to thank Prince Xingshan. Now that they have expressed their gratitude, the matter is over. Prince Xingshan cannot cause them any more trouble because of the East Palace steward's matter. This is a good thing, absolutely a good thing. Prince Xingshan took a deep breath, revealed an unpleasant smile, and said, Brother Tianqi, it's okay for me, the chief steward of the East Palace, to become like this, but Yi Xiao, you won't become like this, right? Yi Tianqi heard this and nodded. No, absolutely not. Don't worry, although I haven't seen a night owl yet, I still know that it will definitely not become like this. Sui Shan, the two of you go and bring Night Owl over here as well. When Prince Xingshan heard this, his scalp tingled and he immediately spoke up to stop them, saying, No, don't bother you two if possible, let me go there myself. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi said with a smile, I'm so sorry, how could I trouble His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to do something in person in my secret investigation office? If this gets out, wouldn't it mean that my secret investigation office is not welcoming enough? Prince Xingshan smiled bitterly. He didn't want to move, but if he let these two people take Yi Xiao away, he was afraid that they would bring back someone with a miserable end like the chief eunuch of the Eastern Palace. No, the hospitality is very thoughtful. Brother Tianqi, I have also been disturbing you for quite some time. I think it is time for me to leave. I will know how to act later. Don't worry, however, please let me take Yi Xiao away first. After all, Brother Tianqi also knows that being a steward of the Eastern Palace has already made me lose all my face. If something unexpected happens to Yi Xiao again, my trip here will be in vain. Brother Tianqi, you won't let me come here in vain, right? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi nodded heavily, looked at Sui Shan, and said, You all heard it, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is blaming me. Let me ask you, Yi Xiao, are you okay? Sui Shan heard this and nodded. Don't worry, Master. Yi Xiao hardly ever greeted him, so he's fine. Upon hearing this, Prince Xingshan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was okay. As long as there were no formalities, it meant that the torture had not yet begun. Okay, that was good. Then, Brother Tianqi, I'll go first. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi smiled and nodded, saying, Okay, Your Highness, I won't see you off. We can have tea and chat later when we have time. Upon hearing this, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince burst into laughter and said, Don't worry, I will definitely do it. Afterwards, Prince Xingshan went to capture Night Owl under the guidance of the Secret Investigation Office personnel. Yi Xiao's fate was indeed much better than that of the East Palace's chief steward. At least, he did not suffer too much harm. However, it was also a fact that the mental torture almost made him collapse. After Prince Awakening left, Yi Tianqi looked at Sui Shan and Bald Original Sin and said, Night Owl didn't torture them too much, did he? Sui Shan nodded and said, My men were treated differently. They weren't tortured much. All their teeth were pulled out, which was a bit of a mental shock. Otherwise, they're fine. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi was speechless. Is this okay? Pulling out all the person's teeth, and you still say it's okay? Moreover, what Sui Shan said about his spirit being stimulated was probably really stimulated. However, compared with the fate of the East Palace's chief steward, it was still much better. Thinking of this, Yi Tianqi didn't take it seriously. First Master, Night Owl has confessed that Prince Xingshan has the intention of rebellion. And it has been signed and sealed. Would you like to see the evidence? Sui Shan looked at Yi Tianqi and asked. Yi Tianqi laughed dryly and looked at Sui Shan, saying, You guys really know how to play. I don't even believe that Prince Xingshan is plotting a rebellion, so how can I expect others to believe it? But it's true when it comes to rebellion. Belief or not is not important, just a little hint is enough. Let's keep it for now. We won't need it for now. No, Sui Shan, you go ahead and deliver Yi Xiao's lies and friends. I have to show some sincerity on my side. This evidence of treason is my greatest sincerity to him. With the wisdom of Prince Xingshan, he will know very well that the truth or falsehood of this evidence is not important. What is important is that with this evidence, we can do many things. He will feel my sincerity, only then can he do a better job for me. Sui Shan and Bald Original Sin glanced at each other, then looked at Yi Tianqi cautiously and asked the questions in his mind. First Master, have you truly formed an alliance with Prince Awakening of the Gods? You don't really intend to become friends with him, do you? That's right, this was the doubt in Sui Shan's heart, and it was also the doubt in Bald Original Sin's heart. After all, if it was fake, then Yi Tianqi's performance was too real. But if it is true, it would be even more confusing and difficult to understand. 792, Chapter 792, Inspecting the Heaven and Earth. Yi Tianqi sneered, looked at Sui Shan, and said, if what I say is true, what will you do? Do you think that I, the head of the Secret Investigation Institute, am unqualified, or even that I betrayed Elder Ming and the others, or do you have other ideas? Sui Shan, Yuan Zui, it's a good opportunity for us to clarify things today. After all, we will be working together in the future. If we don't understand each other and are unwilling to obey orders, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. It would be better to take advantage of today to resolve everything that can be resolved. When Sui Shan and Yuan Zui heard what Yi Tianqi said, they both became a little nervous. They were just asking, and their tone was not interrogative, but it seemed that Yi Tianqi was somewhat dissatisfied with them, so he said such words. Sui Shan glanced at Yuan Zui, took a deep breath, and bowed directly to Yi Tianqi. He said, Master, as you said before, you are the master of the Secret Investigation Institute, and the highest principle of the Secret Investigation Institute is to obey orders in everything. Therefore, I will resolutely obey your orders, no matter what they are, even if they mean my death. Sui Shan's statement was almost a declaration of loyalty. Although Yuan Zui didn't understand why Sui Shan suddenly acted like this, since Sui Shan had already done this, he naturally couldn't say anything else, so he immediately said the same thing as Sui Shan. After hearing this, Yi Tianqi slowly put on a smile on his face, nodded, and said, of course I won't let you die. What I need is your loyalty. As long as you are loyal enough, everything will be fine. After saying this, Yi Tianqi handed a piece of paper to Sui Shan and said calmly, this is the list of people who secretly defected to the royal family. Compare it with the information from your intelligence department. If there are no problems, then be prepared and follow my orders at any time. Sui Shan picked up the list and just took a look at it. His face changed drastically. Because the names on this list are really shocking. There are many big figures among them, and many of them are die-hard fans of Ming Lao and his group. As a result, they appear on this list. At this moment, Sui Shan's hands began to tremble. May I ask, Chief, where did this list come from? This is truly terrifying. If the list is true, then it would be a catastrophic disaster. The word catastrophe may be a bit exaggerated, but it is also true that this list alone is enough to change the world and cause countless people to collapse their faith. Yi Tianqi sighed and said, it was given by Prince Xingshan. Do you think that I am truly cooperating with him and making friends with him? Oh, does he deserve it? It's just for the sake of exploitation. He exploits me, and I exploit him. It just depends on who is more clever. That's right. After hearing what Yi Tianqi said, Sui Shan and Yuan Zui finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for who is more capable, I'm afraid there is no need to guess. After all, the list is out. The sincerity shown by Prince Xingshan is huge, but what has Yi Tianqi paid? It was just a few nice words, a half-dead steward of the East Palace, and a night owl who quickly lost his trust. There was no other way. It was Yi Tianqi's fault. He would have to deliver Yi Zhao's confession later. Once the confession came out, the relationship between Prince Xingshan and Yi Zhao would become very delicate. Even if you know it's fake, but, as I said, for things like this, truth or falsehood is not important. Once cracks and gaps appear in trust, it will be difficult to restore it. At this moment, bald Yuan Zui once again solemnly clasped his fists, looked at Yi Tianqi, and said, I am convinced just now. I was a little dissatisfied and even didn't understand why Director Sui Shan would trust the First Master so much. Now, I understand. From now on, as the First Master, I will go through fire and water without frowning. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi laughed heartily and shook his head, saying, whether you obey or not is actually not important. After all, I have just taken over the Secret Investigation Bureau, and everything is starting from scratch. However, I hope that you, and everyone else, will remember one thing: the Secret Investigation Bureau is not someone's lackey, but exists to truly protect the Dragon Nation and its people. Remember, we are not from the royal family, but we are not from the executive yuan like Elder Ming. Although saying this may cause some misunderstandings and sound unpleasant, it is the truth. We, the Secret Investigation Bureau, are here to supervise the world and create a safe and peaceful world for the people. So, if the royal family makes a mistake, I, the Secret Investigation Office, will investigate the royal family. If the State Council makes a mistake, I, the Secret Investigation Office, will investigate the State Council. If the world makes a mistake, I, the Secret Investigation Office, will investigate the entire world. This is the fundamental reason why the Secret Investigation Office was established. Now, do you understand? Yi Tianqi's words were powerful and made Sui Shan and Yuan Zui see a secret investigation institute that was completely different from what they had imagined. It turns out that the Secret Investigation Institute was not just established by Mr. Ming and others to deal with the royal family, or maybe it was in the beginning, but now it is no longer. Yi Tianqi looked at Sui Shan and Yuan Zui and said calmly, now that we've come to this point, I won't say much more. You can tell others what I said today also. I'm going to hold a high-level meeting today, so it's time to meet with all of you and have a chat. Sui Shan, the intelligence department must verify this information as soon as possible also. The situation with the Shi family father and son can be put on hold for now and arrested 2 days later. Since we want to have fun, let's have a big one. In addition to the people on the list, I'll give you a bottom line within 3 days. I want 10 people from the royal family and 10 people on the list, a total of 20 people. I will make them all return the proceeds of their corruption, and I will also punish them with justice, using their heads as a sacrifice for the Secret Investigation Office. Do you understand? It was a simple statement, but it was not simple at all. Within 3 days, 10 people from each side will be arrested and thrown into prison. The most important thing is that Yi Tianqi said that he would use the heads of these people as sacrifices. That is to say, there is no need for trial for the crimes, and they will be sentenced to death directly. The air was filled with murderous intent and heads were rolling everywhere. Yi Fanchen, with just a few words, could decide the life and death of countless people. This was the power that Yi Tianqi, the head of the Secret Investigation Institute, had now. However, this is the power that the head of the Secret Investigation Institute should have. This is right, this is how it should be. Whether it was Sui Shan or Bald Original Sin, at this moment, they willingly knelt on one knee in front of Yi Tianqi, their blood boiling, and swore allegiance. They seemed to have seen the day when heads rolled to the ground and the Secret Investigation Institute became a horrific nightmare for countless people. Yi Tianqi waved his hand and said calmly, all right, the matter is settled. You all, go and do your work, and send the confession to Prince Xingshan as soon as possible. Now that they are master and servant, they are ready to hate. Use its time to let them fight each other. Hearing Yi Tianqi say this, Sui Shan chuckled, immediately bowed and said goodbye, and went to look for Prince Xingshan. 793, Chapter 793. Your Highness, save me. At this moment, Yi Xiao had left the interrogation room and was imprisoned in the prison of the Secret Investigation Institute. I have to say that the Secret Investigation Prison, which was originally empty, has been holding quite a few people in recent days. Not to mention anything else, there are nearly 100 East Palace guards alone, and all of these people know Yi Xiao. Seeing Yi Xiao's miserable appearance, they were all shocked. But compared to the Night Owl, they were still lucky. At least, they did not suffer so much torture. The East Palace guards were the East Palace guards. Everything they did was just following orders. It was at this time that Prince Xingshan, led by the staff of the Secret Investigation Institute, personally came to the prison. After seeing Prince Xingshan, these East Palace guards started yelling and shouting. Your Highness, please save us, please save us. Your Highness, the Secret Investigation Office is lawless. Please rescue us quickly. Although the East Palace guards are soldiers, since they are nominally the East Palace guards, they are the prince's soldiers at this moment. Seeing their master coming, how could they not cry out for injustice? Although I am not being tortured now, who knows what situation I will face next. These people in the Secret Investigation Office are all cruel and ruthless. Prince Xingshan saw that all his men were imprisoned one by one. His face was extremely grim. He looked at the staff beside him, gritted his teeth, and said, release them all. Upon hearing this, the staff of the Secret Investigation Office shook their heads and said calmly, yes, but Your Highness, please bring me the chief's warrant. I can release him immediately, otherwise, I don't have the authority to do so. Prince Xingshan just felt that he had been unlucky this year ever since he came to the Secret Investigation Institute, or rather, ever since the Secret Investigation Institute started to make trouble. He felt that everything was wrong now. This feeling was even clearer. It was obviously impossible for him to go to Yi Tianqi again at this time, although, perhaps Yi Tianqi would give him face. Maybe not after all. It was true that they were causing trouble today. The Prince Xingshan wanted face, so didn't Yi Tianqi want face? Putting in a steward of the East Palace and a Night Owl is already giving enough face to Prince Xingshan. If he wants to go even further and press his limits, then it would be really shameless. Prince Xingshan took a deep breath, looked at the imprisoned East Palace guards, and said, don't worry. Just bear with it for a while. I'll rescue you all soon, I promise. It will be quick. Since Prince Xingshan had said this, the Eastern Palace guards did not dare to say anything more. After all, it was Prince Xingshan, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and the promise he made was still powerful. At this time, Night Owl also saw the arrival of Prince Awakening, and his eyes immediately turned red, as if he had suffered a great injustice. He cried and waved his hands, saying, Your Highness, it's me, save me, Your Highness. Prince Xingshan looked in the direction of Night Owl's voice, and saw a disheveled man with blood all over his face. If he was not too familiar with Night Owl, Prince Xingshan would never have imagined that this person was the night owl who was once so high-spirited and seemed to have everything under control. All we can say about Night Owl now is that he is in such a miserable state. Moreover, he even cried as a grown man. He actually cried. It is conceivable how terrible the torture that Night Owl has suffered here is. As for his slurred speech, it is understandable. After all, Night Owl has had all his teeth pulled out, so it is normal for him to have slurred speech. If we can't save the East Palace guards, it's okay to save the Night Owl. We have to do it one by one. Anyway, he has already been in contact with Yi Tianqi. Although the relationship is one of mutual benefit, it is better than hostility, so, sooner or later, Yi Tianqi will let his people go. Release Night Owl. This is the order from your leader. You won't refuse again, will you? Upon hearing this, the staff nodded and said, I'll put it there right away. After saying that, he walked to Night Owl's cell, opened the door, and let Night Owl out. As soon as Night Owl came out and saw Prince Awakening, he was about to kneel down and even hugged his thighs and cried. However, seeing how dirty he was, Prince Awakening immediately frowned and said, Okay, why are you crying? You're a grown man, you can just endure a little torture and grievance. What's there to cry about? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? Shut up right now. With the words from Prince Xingshan, Yi Xiao still wanted to cry bitterly, but he didn't dare to. At this moment, Yi Xiao just wanted to leave quickly. He really couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. This was not a place for human beings. Every one of them was a devil, a demon, and a bastard who would eat people without leaving any bones. However, they were his subordinates after all, and they were doing things according to his orders. Prince Xingshan patted Yi Xiao's shoulder and said, Okay, I know you've been wrong. Don't worry, you'll get your revenge sooner or later. When Yi Xiao heard this, his eyes immediately shot out fire. However, looking at the surrounding environment, he did not dare to say anything bad about the Secret Investigation Office. However, besides the Secret Investigation Office, there was another most crucial person who caused him to become like this. That is, Yi Tianqi. If it weren't for Yi Tianqi, would he have to suffer such inhuman torture here? If it weren't for Yi Tianqi, he, Yi Xiao, would still be the suave eldest son of the Yi family. How could he have lost even his teeth now? Your Highness, kill Yi Tianqi. You must kill Yi Tianqi, this bastard. If he doesn't die, I will never be at peace in my life. Your Highness, please give me this opportunity to kill him with my own hands. Prince Xingshan now wanted to cover Night Owl's mouth immediately. This bastard doesn't know, but Prince Xingshan knows who is Yi Tianqi. That was not the abandoned pawn without any background or support as they had previously thought, but a terrifying existence that held great power and controlled the entire secret investigation agency. In other words, Yi Tianqi said that he didn't want Yi Xiao to know and he had to continue teasing Yi Xiao, otherwise, Prince Xingshan would be eager to tell Yi Xiao about this matter immediately so that he could see Yi Xiao's shocked expression. Alright, if you have anything to say, let's leave the Secret Investigation Office first. This prince has seen through the Secret Investigation Office. Sooner or later, they will pay the price. Prince Xingshan had discussed with Yi Tianqi before that they should pretend to be bitter and vengeful, and wish to get rid of the other party. If they were to act, they had to play it all out. At this time, Prince Awakening had already begun. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao nodded quickly. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. Even though he was released now, it was hard to say whether he would be arrested again later. Of course, the possibility may not be great after all. Since Prince Xingshan was able to rescue himself, it means that the Secret Investigation Office still gives him face. Otherwise, Prince Xingshan might not be able to save himself. Of course, it is really hard to say how much face should be given and how it should be given. When he was released from the prison, Yi Xiao exclaimed in surprise when he saw the steward of the Eastern Palace lying on a stretcher. Your Highness, isn't this the chief steward? What happened to him? 794, Chapter 794. Damn thing. Seeing Night Owl's startled expression, Prince Xingshan gritted his teeth and said, What else could it be? They were beaten by the Secret Investigation Bureau. That's why I said that the Secret Investigation Bureau and I are sworn enemies. Sooner or later, I will make them pay the price. Yi Xiao believed this sentence, and believed it without a doubt. After all, people who are familiar with Prince Xingshan know very well that the chief steward of the Eastern Palace is his absolute confidant and has watched Prince Xingshan grow up. The saying goes, don't hit people in the face, and when you hit a dog, you have to look at the owner first. The Secret Investigation Office tortured Prince Xingshan's confidant into this state, which is equivalent to not giving Prince Xingshan any face at all. Not only did they not give him any face, but they even spat in his face, which is so vile. If he can tolerate this, he is not Prince Xingshan.
Damn it, this is absolutely despicable. The people in the secret investigation office are absolutely lawless. Are they targeting you on purpose? Not only have they arrested so many East Palace guards, but they've also tortured the chief steward like this. This is simply outrageous, outrageous. Your Highness, you absolutely cannot tolerate this. I suggest you immediately explain the situation to the royal family and request His Majesty to intervene and eliminate this secret investigation office. Otherwise, how can you vent this anger? Your Majesty, the Emperor certainly doesn't want to see the secret investigation office become too big, but there may not be an excuse to do anything but today. Just this matter of the general manager can clearly be used as an excuse. Your Majesty, I think we can give it a try. Although Yi Xiao cannot be considered as Prince Xingshan's think tank, he is definitely Prince Xingshan's confidant. Moreover, he has come up with many bad ideas, which Prince Xingshan has adopted. That's why Yi Xiao said such words now, and he felt that he was not wrong. This really gave the royal family a good excuse to take action. Unfortunately, he didn't know that not only would the royal family not take action now, even if they did, Prince Xingshan would find a way to stop them. Are you kidding? He had finally established a relationship with Yi Tianqi, and it was a good relationship, a mutually beneficial relationship. If someone wanted to destroy the Secret Investigation Institute at this time, it would definitely be the biggest loss for him, Prince Xingshan. He also hopes to use the power of the Secret Investigation Bureau to attack competitors and eliminate some enemies. Whether his position as the Crown Prince will be stable in the future may really depend on the Secret Investigation Bureau. In this situation, if anyone wants to touch the Secret Investigation Office, he really will not agree. But now, there was no way he could say these words to Night Owl. Seeing Night Owl's confident look, Prince Xingshan frowned and said, "Alright, stop saying that. Also, don't tell anyone you're locked up and don't know what's going on here. If you knew, you wouldn't say that." Having said that, Prince Xingshan gritted his teeth, glared at Yi Xiao, and said, "I've lost all my face today. Who do you think it's because of? For whom? If I hadn't come to save you, I wouldn't have lost so much face, steward, and I wouldn't have ended up like this. Yi Xiao, oh Yi Xiao, I've sacrificed so much for you." When these words were spoken, Yi Xiao was stunned. He did not expect that Prince Xingshan would say such a thing. But what did this have to do with him? At least, Yi Xiao was confused. He has been locked up and has done nothing, so how can he take the blame? Your Highness, what do you mean? Prince Xingshan looked at the confused Night Owl and was immediately furious. He said in a cold voice, "What did you say? If it weren't for saving you and putting pressure on the Secret Investigation Office, would this prince have to get up at 5 or 6 o'clock and stand at the Secret Investigation Office's gate early in the morning, waiting for their leader? If it weren't for you, would I still be standing at the gate on a rainy day, being laughed at like a monkey? If it weren't for you, would I have waited until after 9 o'clock and let the steward and his men force their way through the door when no one showed up? If they hadn't forced their way through the door, would they have resorted to gunfire and wounded people, and then been arrested? Tell me, does this have anything to do with you?" After hearing these words, Yi Xiao was greatly moved. Of course, he was not a fool and naturally knew that he might have something to do with this, but the relationship might not be that big. However, since it was said that guns were fired, it was certain now. He finally understood why the chief steward of the Eastern Palace had become like this. He had fired a gun and injured someone. It was good enough that he could be spared. Moreover, the Secret Investigation Office fired guns and was able to bring himself and the chief steward of the Eastern Palace out. This was already giving enough face to Prince Xingshan. At this moment, Yi Xiao didn't dare to say anything else. He immediately clasped his fists and said flatteringly, "Your Highness, this is all my fault. However, Your Highness's reputation has been completely bolstered this time. At least, the Secret Investigation Bureau is at its peak right now. Not only did Your Highness lead his men to surround the Secret Investigation Bureau, but he also shot and injured someone. However, the Secret Investigation Bureau remained unmoved and only dared to impose a slight punishment before honestly releasing the person. Not only did they release the chief steward, but they also released me. Your Highness, this proves that the Secret Investigation Office is afraid of you and is giving you face. Just based on this, Your Highness, the entire imperial capital will probably understand this, and their fear of the Secret Investigation Office will also decrease from this perspective. This is a good thing, a very good thing." Night Owl is good at analysis and has a sweet mouth, but what he says does make sense. I think that this is the reason why Yi Tianqi and I are on good terms. Thinking of this, Prince Xingshan's mood has become a little better. After all, he is Prince Xingshan, the crown prince of the current Dragon Kingdom, and he has such treatment, which is also as it should be. However, seeing Yi Xiao's flattering look, Prince Xingshan frowned and said,
alright? Stop talking nonsense, it's nothing but flattery even if it's like this, I've lost some face. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao quickly slapped himself and said, yes, it's all because of Mei was wrong, please calm down, Your Highness. At this moment, when Prince Xingqian and Yi Xiao were about to approach the gate, Sui Shan walked over. Your Highness, please stay. As soon as he saw Sui Shan, Yi Xiao felt a headache. It was Sui Shan who captured him. Now, what is this for? Are you going to take me back? Thinking of this, Yi Xiao felt his body trembling and subconsciously took 2 steps back, almost hiding behind Prince Xingqian. This scene made Prince Xingqian frown. With subordinates like this, do you still expect him to take the blame for you? If you fart and there's real danger, it's good enough if you don't push yourself out. However, now was not the time to dwell on it. Prince Xingqian looked at Yi Xiao and angrily scolded him, you useless idiot, come here and stand still. Afterwards, Prince Xingqian looked at Sui Shan and said with a smile, Director Sui, is there anything else? Upon hearing this, Sui Shan smiled and pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, saying, the chief has ordered that since Yi Xiao has been released, his confession should also be returned to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. After saying this, he handed the confession to Prince Xingqian. At this moment, Night Owl's face turned extremely pale. 795, Chapter 795. This is really a frame-up. Night Owl, you can't help but be afraid. This confession is a record of his confession. There is also his signature and seal on it, but it is fake, all fake. The Secret Investigation Bureau has already decided to release me, so why should I produce this confession at this time? This confession is just a good handle for the Secret Investigation Bureau to threaten me. Why should it be sent to Prince Xingqian? If Prince Xingqian saw this, it would be hard to say whether he could save his life. Even if he did, there would definitely be a rift between them. No, we must not let Prince Xingqian see this confession, absolutely not. Thinking of this, Night Owl immediately shouted. What confessions? They're all fake, all of them are fake. After saying that, Yi Xiao was about to snatch the confession and tear it into pieces. However, in front of Sui Shan, it would be strange if he, Yi Xiao, could snatch it away. The more Night Owl acted like this, the more curious Prince Awakening became. Night Owl, what are you doing? How dare you step back? Yi Xiao looked at Prince Xingqian in a somewhat collapsed manner, almost crying in anxiety. Your Highness, this confession is all fake. Seriously, it's all fake. They wrote it down themselves. I didn't say anything, I swear. I really didn't say anything, Your Highness. Please don't read it, it's all fake. The more Night Owl said this, the more curious Prince Xingqian became. It's fake, and he hasn't said anything. It's obvious that there's something wrong with this confession. Is this betraying yourself? If he hadn't betrayed me, would Night Owl be so scared that he wouldn't even dare to let me look at him? Looking at the steward of the Eastern Palace, and then seeing that Yi Xiao had all his teeth pulled out, Prince Xingqian could understand that it was probably expected that he would betray himself. There is no way. Yi Xiao is not a man of iron, and he has not received any special training. It is normal that he cannot withstand torture. What's more, these methods of the Secret Investigation Bureau made Prince Xingqian's scalp tingle. Even if someone has received special training, can they really hold on? What's more, Yi Xiao is a pampered young master. What Prince Xingqian is most curious about now is what this oral communication said. Night Owl, you betrayed yourself. How much did you betray? As his trusted and beloved general, Yi Xiao knew a lot, a very lot. The most important thing is that the confession is no longer important. He and Yi Tianqi have now reached an agreement. At least they are no longer enemies. No matter what Yi Xiao confesses, it will not cause any harm to Prince Xingqian. Sui Shan came over and delivered the confession specifically, meaning that this was it, so that he could feel at ease. In that case, Prince Xingqian really has nothing to worry about. Thank you, Director Sui. Please also thank the chief on my behalf. I appreciate your kindness. After saying this, Prince Xingqian took Yi Xiao's confession from Sui Shan's hands. At this moment, even if Yi Xiao had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to rob again. After Sui Shan gave his confession, he left. Prince Xingqian took the confession but did not open it to read it. Instead, he looked at Night Owl. Night Owl, I can see the torture you've endured. I am also familiar with the methods used by the Secret Investigation Agency. I understand why you can't hold on and have to confess something, so don't worry. Yi Xiao wants to die now. He wants to stop worrying, but is it possible not to worry? If the confession was just some random confession, he wouldn't have said anything, and there would be no need to be so anxious, but the key point is that it wasn't. The confessions above were all written by the interrogators themselves. They were all slander and rumors, but the fingerprints were pressed by themselves, which made him speechless. Even if I tell it, no one will believe it. Yi Xiao was so anxious that tears started streaming down his face. He looked at Prince Xingchen and cried, "Your Highness, if I had truly confessed, then that would have been all fine. I wouldn't have said anything, but I haven't confessed. I really haven't. The words in this confession are all fabricated by them. They forced me to press my fingerprints. They really didn't say anything." "Your Highness, I am innocent. I am truly innocent." "Fabricated? Forced fingerprints?" Prince Xingchen nodded, then slowly opened his confession. However, after just one look, Prince Xingchen's expression changed. He had to change his mind. Although Prince Xingchen had made preparations, the content of the confession still shocked him. Conspiracy, rebellion? Seize power? Rebellion? These simple words seemed to have turned into invisible sharp blades, piercing Prince Xingchen's heart and almost suffocating him. He, the Prince of Awakening, plotted to overthrow the imperial power, plotted rebellion, and wanted to rebel and seize power. What a terrible statement! If this confession were to get out, he wouldn't be able to explain it even if he had 100 mouths, because it came from the mouth of Night Owl. No, based on the current content, maybe it really wasn't what Yi Xiao said. However, Yi Xiao's fingerprints were clearly on it. Based on this, neither he nor Yi Xiao could argue. At this moment, Prince Xingchen was shaking with anger. Not only was he angry, he was also scared. If the Secret Investigation Office really uses this confession to punish him, never mind whether it is true or false, as long as this confession appears, he will definitely not end up well if he wakes up the prince. You say others are faking things, but why shouldn't they fake things for others? Even though everyone knows it is fake, people's words are still scary. Especially the royal family, especially His Majesty the Emperor, who would rather believe it than not believe it, and their suspicion is the most serious. Based on these, the position of Prince Xingchen is probably in jeopardy. In fact, it's not just as simple as being in danger. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like he had been to the gates of hell. Prince Xingchen was so angry that he kicked Night Owl hard and roared. "What the hell did you do? What did you say?" Prince Xingchen was really going crazy. What was real or fake? As long as there was Night Owl's handprint, it would be enough. Yi Xiao couldn't wash himself clean. Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he had no place to cry. Looking at the furious look on Prince Xingchen's face, he knew that things were really getting serious. "My lord, it really wasn't me. I swear, it really wasn't me. Didn't say that. They framed me, seriously, they framed me. Your Highness, please, I beg you, please investigate. The people in the Secret Investigation Office are all devils, they are all devils." Night Owl burst into tears and snot. He was really wronged. At least, in this matter, he was so wronged that he wanted to die. But who would believe it if he told it to himself? Not even he himself. 796, Chapter 796. Swear. Prince Xingchen looked at Yi Xiao and took a deep breath. However, he was still angry and kicked Yi Xiao hard again, roaring, "Alright, get up now, you useless thing, you are just an idiot. Tell me, why didn't I realize you were so stupid before? Even if this confession is false, do you know the consequences? Tell me, you idiot, do you know what the consequences will be if this confession gets out or is used by the Secret Investigation Office?" Hearing this, Yi Xiao made a sad face and nodded continuously. "I know, Prince, I know. So this is really fake. I really didn't say these words. You know me. I dare not. I really don't dare." Yi Xiao, really didn't dare to do so. After all, this matter was too big. He actually confessed that Prince Xingchen was plotting a rebellion. Only a fool would confess such a thing. Once you have something, it doesn't matter whether it's real or fake. With the strength of the Secret Investigation Bureau, as long as they want to do something, they can even make this fake thing real, which is not difficult at all. Prince Xingchen actually knew that Ye Xiao definitely didn't have the courage to do that, but he couldn't help but get angry. "Even if you didn't say that, I want to ask you, did you know the contents of this confession all along? Don't lie to me. If you dare to tell a lie again, I won't deal with you. However, since I can let you out, I can also let the Secret Investigation Bureau lock you up again." When Yi Xiao heard the words Secret Investigation Institute, he felt an unbearable headache. He would rather suffer than have anything to do with the Secret Investigation Office again, so he didn't dare to tell even a single lie. I know, Your Highness, I know when they framed me and fabricated my confession, they even read it to me, swear. I really begged them not to write it like that, but they didn't listen to me, Your Highness. Please believe me, really tried hard and begged them. I did beg for help, but the result was that all my teeth were pulled out, and they were of no use at all. Prince Xingshan slapped Yi Xiao's face again and shouted angrily, Did I ask you to say this? Did I ask you to say this now? Why are you talking so much nonsense to me? I ask you, do you know the content? If you know, why are you still alive? Tell me, why are you still alive? When Yi Xiao heard this, he was struck by lightning. Yes, why is he still alive? Just because he is still alive, Prince Xingshan cannot forgive Yi Xiao. Are you kidding? It was because of him that Prince Xingshan and Yi Tianqi restored good relations today, which led to the current situation, the confession being given to him, and an unimaginable terrible situation being avoided. But what if the relationship was not good before? Then what kind of terrible consequences will all this bring? If this confession gets out, everything will be too late at this time, no matter whether he, the Prince of Awakening, or the Night Owl, wants to explain, it depends on whether anyone is listening. Their explanation will be useless. The only useful thing is that Night Owl is dead. That's right, if Night Owl died, there would be no evidence at that time. He could simply say that it was a forgery and so on to defend himself. In addition, the Secret Investigation Bureau has a delicate relationship with the royal family and an arrogant attitude. As long as Yi Xiao dies, this confession will be invalid. But, Night Owl is alive. Yi Xiao knew the contents of the confession, but he didn't die and was still alive. This was his biggest mistake. When Yi Xiao saw Prince Xingshan so furious, he reacted immediately and his face turned pale instantly. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect so much. Didn't expect it, or didn't dare to die? I'm afraid that only Night Owl knows it best. Prince Xingshan was so angry that he raised his hand again, but this time, he didn't hit Ye Xiao in the face. Instead, he sighed and said, Ye Xiao, I don't want to hit you now anyway, you can do whatever you want. Now that I've got your confession, I hope you'll remember this incident. If it happens again, I won't be able to forgive you. Do you understand? Prince Xingshan now hates Yi Xiao to the core. He really wants to kill Yi Xiao right now to save himself from trouble. But, no. Firstly, he needs Yi Xiao to walk out of the Secret Investigation Institute alive. Secondly, Yi Tianqi still needs Yi Xiao and needs to use Yi Xiao to improve Yi Tianqi's own reputation, or in other words, it's a bit of a bad taste. These are actually what Yi Xiao wanted to compensate Tang Qingyu for, and there was only one victim, and that was Yi Xiao. Based on this point, no matter how angry Prince Xingshan is, he cannot do anything to Yi Xiao. Not only that, he has to pretend that nothing happened. Yi Xiao had been to the gates of hell twice. Seeing Prince Xingshan letting him go, Yi Xiao felt as if the sun had become brighter. Yes, I swear, Night Owl, swear, there will never be a next time, absolutely not again. At this point, Night Owl wanted to atone for his sins and quickly looked at Prince Xingshan and said, Your Highness, this confession is obviously very useful in the hands of the Secret Investigation Bureau. Not only can it harm others, it can even threaten you, yet they brought it out. This is unreasonable, Your Highness. Please be careful. The people in the Secret Investigation Bureau are extremely evil. At this point, Yi Xiao began to shift the blame elsewhere. After all, this matter was originally caused by the Secret Investigation Office. He couldn't accept it if he didn't vent his anger. Unfortunately, he miscalculated one thing, that is, the relationship between the Prince of God and the Secret Investigation Bureau is now different from before. Shut up, you idiot. They gave me the confession from the Secret Investigation Bureau to give me, the Crown Prince, face. What do you think? It's some conspiracy? If there really is a conspiracy, they can just use the confession to threaten me, or plot against me anyway. You're still alive, so we've caught you red-handed. I can't explain it all, and now, you're still talking nonsense. I think you really want to die. Upon hearing this, Night Owl immediately shrank his head and dared not even breathe. Prince Xingshan took a deep breath, looked around, and then slowly said, Alright, let's not talk about this matter for now. Let's just let it go. In short, just remember this lesson for yourself. Upon hearing what Prince Xingshan said, Yi Xiao was so moved that he burst into tears. Prince Xingshan frowned and said, Don't act so disgusting now. When we get back, I'll fix your teeth right away and put them all in, then clean up and rest for a few days. Don't delay your marriage to Tang Qingyu in a week. 797, Chapter 797. This is a show of strength. If Night Owl hadn't been somewhat useful, it's hard to say how Prince Awakening would have dealt with him.
Just let this false confession go? How is this possible? This confession is false, but the Night Owl is alive, which is wrong and disloyal. How could Prince Xingshan allow a bomb that could explode at any time to be by his side? If we can have the first time today, who knows if there will be a next time someday. Fortunately, Yi Xiao doesn't have much time left. The moment he forcibly marries Tang Qingyu, he will lose all face and may even lose his life. Originally, Prince Xingshan was a little embarrassed and unhappy about this matter, but now that Yi Xiao was dead, it was all over. He finally saw it clearly and figured it out. As for the death of Night Owl, it means one has lost a loyal dog. As the dignified prince awakening, will there be fewer people around him who want to curry favor with him and serve as his dogs? He is the crown prince of the Dragon Kingdom and the future emperor. I ascend it shameful for him to be a dog? Are you kidding? You can be a dog in front of him, but be a master in front of countless people who wouldn't be able to understand this? What's more, nowadays, who is not a dog? How many of us have not been dogs in our lives? Although it sounds harsh, this is the fact. This is life. In order to survive, we have to bow our heads. Ordinary people have to bow their heads, and as His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, shouldn't he also bow his noble head when it is time? At this moment, Yi Xiao still didn't know what Prince Xingshan was thinking. He thought that Prince Xingshan had already forgiven him. Otherwise, why would he still care about him marrying Tang Qingyu? In Yi Xiao's opinion, this is also a way for Prince Xingshan to take revenge on Yi Tianqi. That's right, using this kind of thing to make Yi Tianqi suffer so much that he wants to die is the most cruel and brutal revenge. Yes, I obey your command, Prince. Don't worry, I will dress myself up nicely when the time comes. When I marry Tang Qingyu, I will definitely invite Yi Tianqi. This bastard actually dared to disrespect you. He deserves to die. I will let him know what it means to be heartbroken and what it means to regret it. Yi Xiao knew that he had completely offended Prince Xingshan, and there was not much he could do. However, using this incident to make up for it was not a bad thing. It would be much better to vent his anger and let the resentment towards himself be released at the same time. Prince Xingshan looked at Night Owl, who was still in the dark and didn't know that the day he got married might be the day he would die, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He had no intention of reminding Yi Xiao this was Yi Tianqi's request for Yi Tianqi, a temporary ally with absolutely huge value. Selling Yi Xiao was nothing. He would even be willing to kill Yi Xiao himself as long as Yi Tianqi could bring him enough benefits. Everything could be negotiated. Not to mention it now, Prince Xingshan is very happy. It's good that Night Owl is dead. It's because this thing is not loyal enough. That's right, not loyal enough. This is how Prince Xingshan now evaluates Night Owl. The confession was false, but the fingerprints were real. Prince Xingshan wanted to forget this matter, but he couldn't forget it at all. It was just almost, something big was about to happen, a very big thing. Yi Xiao knew that only his death could resolve this crisis, but he didn't die and was still alive. Doesn't that mean he was not loyal enough? Prince Xingshan looked at Yi Xiao and said calmly, "Alright, take good care of yourself. These few days we'll talk about it later anyway. You should take care of yourself." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao nodded immediately and did not dare to say anything more, for fear that his words would anger Prince Xingshan again. However, there were some things that he had to say. It's not a good idea to keep being tense like this. What's more, I have come out, and the chief steward of the East Palace has also come out. Who is this newly appointed chief? He looks arrogant, but I still give him face. My lord, since the head of the Secret Investigation Office has released us all, it seems that he still doesn't dare to offend you too much. This is a good thing. However, I don't know who the head of the Secret Investigation Office is. Have you met him? Yi Xiao was really curious about who the head of the Secret Investigation Institute was. To be able to be so arrogant and domineering, he is no ordinary person. The Secret Investigation Bureau does have great powers, but if there is no powerful and capable person to lead it, then the Secret Investigation Bureau will be like the previous 10 years, with no sense of existence and will remain dormant. However, if it has been dormant for 10 years and continues to dormant, what kind of dormancy is that? Let's just say it directly, if you don't have the courage, you can even cancel this organization. But the new boss of the Secret Investigation Agency has great courage, not just ordinary courage, but too great a courage. Look at what he has done in the past few days. It was simply earth-shattering and shocked everyone. Yi Xiao didn't even dare to think about it. Even if this position was given to him, he didn't have the courage or the determination. Not only him, but even he could think that even if he gave this position to Prince Xingshan, he would not be able to achieve the current situation. Therefore, it is not just Yi Xiao who is curious, now everyone is curious about who the head of the Secret Investigation Institute is.
Prince Xingshan looked at the curious night owl and felt much better. It was better not to know now. There were only a few people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who knew about this matter, but he was the one who knew it for sure. If this person were to tell this, most people would not believe it, but it is the truth. Who could have imagined that Yi Tianqi, who had fled the imperial capital in a hurry that year, could suddenly transform himself and become the head of the Secret Investigation Institute? Moreover, after returning to the imperial capital, he made too much noise. I saw it. Booty don't know him, but he's very arrogant, very overbearing, and very annoying. Prince Xingshan still remembered what he and Yi Tianqi had agreed upon. If two of them were to act out a play, they had to act it out completely. They had to be unhappy with each other and dislike each other. This was the way it should be. The main purpose is to show it to outsiders, so now Prince Xingshan said this in front of Yi Xiao, expressing his dissatisfaction, which can be regarded as brewing emotions. Next, as he walked out of the Secret Investigation Office, he would roar a few times fiercely, and then show all his dissatisfaction and anger on his face. I'm the dignified Crown Prince of Dragon Country, His Royal Highness, and he didn't even give me the slightest bit of respect. Look, take a good look at what happened to the East Palace's chief steward Night Owl. Do you think having all your teeth pulled out is the worst? Who do you think is worse off between the two of you? Whether you are the chief steward or not, they are all my trusted and beloved generals. Everyone in the entire imperial capital and the entire Dragon Kingdom knows this. Even if they don't know this, the chief steward of the East Palace knows it just by the title. This is a position that only trusted generals can hold. Don't they know this in the Secret Investigation Office? You clearly promised to release me, but in the end, you released him half dead. If I say it wasn't intentional, do you believe it, Night Owl? This is intentional. This is outrageous. This is a deliberate attempt to intimidate me. 798, Chapter 798, What's the point of talking about something? It was right for Prince Xingshan to lose his temper. It would have been wrong for him not to lose his temper. Others may not understand, but Yi Xiao knows it best. The steward of the Eastern Palace watched Prince Xingshan grow up and is Prince Xingshan's absolute confidant. Although he is also a leader, he is still inferior to the chief steward of the Eastern Palace. If Prince Xingshan were asked to choose the person who was most loyal to him, he would choose the chief steward of the Eastern Palace without hesitation among them. Trust has reached this level, and we are absolutely one of our own. Now, the chief steward of the Eastern Palace has ended up in such a situation. It would be a lie to think that Prince Xingshan could be happy about it. At this time, Yi Xiao didn't know how to comfort Prince Xingshan, but all he could do was to curse along with Prince Xingshan. Your Highness, the head of the Secret Investigation Office is truly overbearing. But why is this? And just now, they could have used this false confession, so why did they return it to you? If they really wanted to deal with you and make you their enemy, keeping it would be of the greatest use to them. Yi Xiao didn't want to talk about his troubles, but he was really confused. Upon hearing this, Prince Xingshan sneered and said, Do you think they gave me your confession to befriend me, to give me face? You can't be so naive. Night Owl laughed dryly and shook his head. I just don't understand the situation. That's why I'm curious and want to ask you what's going on. That's why I just wanted to know who the head of the Secret Investigation Bureau is. If we knew that, we could analyze his temperament and personality, which would be much better. Unfortunately, he's someone we don't even know, so it's probably going to be difficult to investigate given the Secret Investigation Bureau's current strength. If we really investigated rashly, we'd probably attract their attention, and then things would get even more complicated. This is indeed true. With the strength of the Secret Investigation Institute, it would be difficult for them to investigate their leader without being noticed, and now Yi Xiao doesn't want to deal with the Secret Investigation Institute anymore. From the bottom of his heart he spoke directly about investigating such matters because he was afraid that Prince Xingshan would get carried away and ask Yi Xiao to do it. He wanted to do it, but he didn't dare. However, facts proved that Yi Xiao was overthinking it. Prince Xingshan never intended to let him investigate the head of the Secret Investigation Institute. Just kidding, Yi Xiao didn't know, but Prince Xingshan had met the person, so what was there to investigate? Not only had he met him, but he had also reached a short-term alliance with him. Of course, these words cannot be said to Night Owl. Seeing Night Owl's bewildered expression, Prince Xingshan sneered, Giving me the confession isn't giving me face, it's actually trying to intimidate me. He's telling me that if he doesn't kill me today when he could, it will be just as easy for him to kill me another day. At this point, Prince Xingshan looked at Yi Xiao and said coldly, Thanks to a loser like you, I become a laughing stock. It's simply ridiculous. This was equivalent to courting disaster once again, and Night Owl didn't even dare to breathe. Prince Xingshan sneered,
Do you want to ask anything else? Forget about it, the Eastern Palace guards won't let you go. They already saved my face by letting you out today. However, the Secret Investigation Office has to save even more after all. The chief steward ordered someone to shoot and injure someone. If they let you go without taking it seriously, they'll lose face. Alright, that's about it now. Everyone can save face, so let's leave it at that for now. Night Owl, don't say I didn't warn you. I can save you once, but that doesn't mean I can save you again. Do you understand? Yi Xiao nodded quickly. Whether he understood it or not, he had to understand it now, otherwise, if there was a next time, would he really expect Prince Xingqian to come and save him? He realized that even if Prince Awakening really had the ability to save him, he would probably never do it again. Now that Prince Awakening did not deal with him, he was already giving Night Owl enough face. Yi Xiao also felt very aggrieved, but he wanted to vent, but he didn't know how. After thinking about it over and over again, he ended up blaming Yi Tianqi for it. It's all Yi Tianqi's fault. If he hadn't been the one causing all this trouble, how could these things have happened today? If he had just surrendered honestly, these things wouldn't have happened. If you don't blame him, who else can you blame? The more he blamed him in his heart, the angrier Yi Xiao became, and the more he wanted to make Yi Tianqi look bad. But now it seemed that the only thing he could do, and the best way, was to force Tang Qingyu to marry him and make Yi Tianqi suffer. My lord, I understand. However, all of this is caused by that bastard Yi Tianqi. He relied on Emperor Lu's support and his acquaintance with Elder Ming to get the Secret Investigation Institute to protect him. Apart from that, what else is he? He's nothing. Humph. I really don't know if he will still dare to be so arrogant when he hears the news of Emperor Lu's death. By the way, Prince, by now, news should have reached the Eastern Heavenly King. Is Emperor Lu dead? It's a pity. If we could subdue Emperor Lu, it would actually be a good thing. However, Yi Tianqi is so ignorant that he wants to kill Emperor Lu as well. He deserves to die. If he knew that he could have saved Emperor Lu, I don't know how he would feel. Yi Xiao was now talking about everything. It was fine if he just kept mentioning Yi Tianqi, but now he even brought up the question of whether Emperor Lu was dead or not. This made Prince Xingqian extremely annoyed. Although he and Yi Tianqi have formed a short-term alliance, he actually does not trust Yi Tianqi, and similarly, Yi Tianqi could not trust him. The two of them were just using each other. It was not as easy as it was for the King of the East. If the Eastern King wants to enter the Dragon Kingdom, he must rely on a force, and Prince Xingqian is the Eastern King's best support. However, Yi Tianqi said that Emperor Lu will definitely be alive, and the Eastern King dare not set foot in the Dragon Kingdom in a short time. What is going on? Prince Xingqian naturally didn't want to believe it, nor could he believe it, but who could be sure? It was hard to say for sure. After all, Yi Tianqi had transformed himself into the Yi Chief, so everything was really uncertain. Prince Xingqian has made a decision. No matter what, he must contact the King of East Heaven. He must find out why Yi Tianqi said that and why the King of East Heaven does not dare to set foot in the Dragon Kingdom. Is there someone or something in the Dragon Kingdom that the King of East Heaven is afraid of? This is critical and important. This must be made clear. Night Owl, keep all these things to yourself and don't mention them again. Just do what you should. Dodo, you understand? Prince Xingqian looked at Yi Xiao and stopped him from speaking any further. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao nodded in agreement, even though he didn't understand why Prince Xingqian had changed so much. Afterwards, the two of them walked out of the Secret Investigation Institute's gate, and just as Prince Xingqian had guessed, there were indeed many people peeking out as if observing something. Prince Xingqian was not polite and directly followed what he had discussed with Yi Tianqi. He began to put on an ugly expression on his face and cursed, as if the two of them had become sworn enemies. This is what they discussed, to make the outside world believe that there is absolutely no involvement between them. This will not harm either of them. 799, Chapter 799, The Thought of Seizing Power. At this moment, upstairs in the Secret Investigation Institute, Yi Tianqi saw Prince Xingqian and Yi Xiao and others leaving through the window, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this time, Boss Leopard stood beside Yi Tianqi and asked in confusion, Mr. Yi, are you just going to let them go like this? Although I know you plan to use them, is it necessary to let Night Owl go as well? I still want to torture this damn thing. Boss Leopard would not allow anyone to disrespect Yi Tianqi. Night Owl was clearly a thorn in Boss Leopard's side. This time when he came to the imperial capital, Boss Leopard was well prepared and planned to deal with Night Owl. However, he was released just 2 days after catching him, which made him a little disappointed. Yi Tianqi looked at Boss Bao, pointed at the East Palace steward who was being carried away on a stretcher, and said with a smile, Xiaohua, the end of this East Palace steward is your masterpiece, right? Hearing this, Boss Bao scratched his head and said, that's right,
But I wasn't the only one who did it. This guy actually dared to fire a gun on your territory, and he was so arrogant I think he got away with it. It's just that I didn't have enough time, otherwise, I could make him suffer 100 times more than he did now. The current steward of the East Palace is so sad that everyone who hears or sees it is in tears. However, when it comes to Boss Bao's mouth, it is the result of showing mercy. If he had not shown mercy, what would have been the end of Boss Bao? It is really hard to think about it. It's hard to say whether others believe it or not, but for Yi Tianqi, since Boss Leopard has said it, he can definitely do it. Yi Tianqi smiled and nodded, saying, "How can you catch a big fish if you don't give up the bait?" The list in the hands of Prince Xingqian can save us time, which is a good thing for this. There is no other way but to play along with him. Of course, even without the Prince of Awakening, relying solely on the power of the Secret Investigation Office, it would only be a matter of time before we find these treacherous individuals. However, this kind of betrayal is like a seed once planted, it will eventually blossom and bear fruit. I am waiting for that day. Asking Prince Xingqian to provide a list is not just a list for Yi Tianqi, it is more of an attitude, an approach. The seed of betrayal has been planted in Prince Xingqian's heart. As long as it bears fruit and he is reminded from time to time, sooner or later, Prince Xingqian will be able to do more and better. Why not do it, at least for Yi Tianqi? There is no loss, but he can plant a bomb on the royal family. What a good thing. Mr. Yi, then, why did you send Night Owl's confession as well? Even though it's false, it would be more useful if we kept it in our hands, and it could even serve as a deterrent. Returning it like this would be a bit of a waste, wouldn't it? Everyone knows that Night Owl's confession is false, but it can have a huge impact. In many cases, for people like them, truth or falsehood is really unimportant. They just need a reason, a pretext. This confession can provide such a reason, allowing them to act more fearlessly and with ease. At least, that's how Boss Leopard sees it. Yi Tianqi smiled and shook his head, saying, "You are right, this confession is very useful in our hands, but returning it to Prince Xingqian will actually be more useful to me." Do you remember what this false confession was about? Treason, usurpation, seizure of power. How about you guess? Has our crown prince ever had such thoughts deep down in his heart? Yi Tianqi said this and laughed to himself. This is a bit hurtful. Upon hearing this, Boss Bao lowered his head and pondered carefully. Then he nodded and said, "I don't know much about Prince Xingqian's past, nor his personality, so I don't know if he has such thoughts. However, according to normal trajectory, Prince Xingqian is almost 30 years old this year. However, His Majesty the Emperor's health seems to be quite good. He should have no problem living another 10 or 20 years. Even longer is not impossible." So, according to this situation, Prince Xingqian may be the crown prince for his entire life. It's not surprising that he has this idea. After all, no one wants to live their whole life without being able to take over the throne and living in fear. Indeed, since ancient times, although there have not been many cases of the Eastern Palace seizing power, there have been quite a few. There are all kinds of reasons. The situation that Boss Leopard described is not impossible. After hearing this, Yi Tianqi smiled and said, "That's right. As the crown prince, sometimes, you feel less free and more uncomfortable, and you worry more about gains and losses. What you can see, the East Palace can see too. If His Royal Highness the Crown Prince says that he has no such thoughts in his heart, that would be a lie. If his position as Crown Prince is as stable as Mount Tai, it would be fine, but it is not the case. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince must be feeling aggrieved when he meets the current emperor. So, I'll just add a little spark of hope to his inner flame, which is fine. Everything contained in this false confession will be deeply imprinted in His Royal Highness's mind, constantly reminding him of it. If he thinks about it more, some things will naturally happen. Furthermore, I will give him some illusions, and he might actually think he can wrestle his father. Of course, the specific results are not important. What's important is what Prince Awakening can bring to me. That's what's important. The Prince of Awakening, in Yi Tianqi's opinion, the use is really not small, and the benefits it can bring to Yi Tianqi are also imaginable. Of course, maybe it is not needed, but if there is a shortcut, why not take it? Yi Xiao understood, looked at Yi Tianqi and smiled. "So that's how it is, then, I understand. But, Mr. Yi, you revealed your identity in front of the prince. Is this really okay?" Although Prince Xingqian isn't particularly intelligent, if he thinks carefully, he'll know what's going on. If he tells the Eastern Heavenly King about your situation, or if he contacts the Eastern Heavenly King and tells him about the situation in the imperial capital, then your identity as the 10th throne, the abandoned Heavenly Emperor, will become clear. Is that all right? Yi Tianqi's greatest reliance has never been the Secret Investigation Office, nor anyone else, but himself.
The Lord of the Heavenly Palace, the 10th throne, the abandoned Emperor of Heaven, these are all empty titles. The same goes for the head of the Secret Investigation Institute. His greatest reliance is his strength, although it has not recovered yet. That day is not far away. Once his strength is restored, or even goes a step further, he will truly step into the realm of Emperor and make the title of Emperor Qi Tian worthy of its name. Then, he can go anywhere in this big world. If anyone is really blind and wants to cause trouble for him, he must first be prepared to die. This is his biggest trump card and reliance. Powerful strength, unparalleled strength, beyond the limits of human beings, stepping into the peak power. 800, Chapter 800 Secret Guard Department. Patting Boss Bao on the shoulder, Yi Tianqi chuckled and said, "If they found out, then they found out. It won't cause any loss to me, and even if they knew it was me, what could they do? It doesn't matter whether I am the abandoned emperor or not. What matters most is what the abandoned emperor can bring. If Hong Tong uses the name of the abandoned emperor this time to scare the Eastern Heavenly King and the Great Serpent Throne into not daring to set foot in the Dragon Kingdom, and instead watch him rescue Emperor Lu, then do you think that even if they knew that I was the abandoned emperor, would they dare to come to the Dragon Kingdom and dare to appear in front of me? I don't dare, at least not for now, so what does it matter? Matter. You're afraid of the abandoned emperor, so you don't dare to set foot in the Dragon Kingdom. Do you dare to set foot in just because you know that I, Yi Tianqi, am the abandoned emperor? Are you underestimating me, Yi Tianqi, or the abandoned emperor? So, my identity being leaked is not important at all. What's important is that I have a feeling that my strength will soon recover. I hope that by then they can find more people and come more often so that I can take care of them all at once." When Yi Tianqi said this, his eyes were shining, and that kind of absolute self-confidence seemed to carry a kind of momentum. When Boss Leopard heard this, he became very excited. Yi Tianqi's strength is about to recover. This is a great thing. As long as Yi Tianqi's strength recovers, everything will be nothing. Emperor of Heaven, your strength is really about to recover. Great. This is really great. After so many years, we have finally waited for this day. This is really, really great, really great. Boss Leopard was so excited that tears were about to come out of his eyes. He had waited for so many years, and lay dormant for so many years. Even the dignified Emperor Qi Tian had to live in hiding now. After all the hardships, the time has finally come for everything to end. This feeling is really great. Yi Tianqi looked at the excited leopard boss and chuckled. Don't be so excited. Although he will recover soon, I'm not sure how much he will recover, or how fast he will recover. Boss Leopard shook his head and said firmly, you will definitely recover soon, and you will definitely make further progress. Emperor Tian, you are a unique genius in this world. You will definitely achieve your wish. Yi Tianqi just smiled faintly at this flattery and didn't say much. Xiao Hua, are you planning to seek a position in the Secret Investigation Bureau, or continue to work in secret? Now that Yi Tianqi has become the head of the Secret Investigation Institute, it seems a bit inappropriate for Boss Leopard and others to follow Yi Tianqi and do things without an identity. Hearing this, Boss Bao looked at Yi Tianqi and said, I'm fine with anything. Everything is up to you. If you think it's necessary, I'll join the Secret Investigation Institute. If you don't think it's necessary, then I'll just follow you. In short, as long as I can follow you, anything is fine. Indeed, Boss Leopard's requirements were not high at all. He just wanted to follow Yi Tianqi. Nothing else mattered. Yi Tianqi thought for a moment and said, then join us. The Secret Investigation Institute will hold a meeting of all senior executives later. At that time, I will propose the establishment of a new secret guard that will be directly responsible to me. You will join the secret guard and serve as deputy director. First in time, Lu Huang, Hong Tong, and Bai Yulong, who will soon arrive in the imperial capital, will all become members of the secret guard. This organization will become larger and larger in the future. All my confidants will serve in the secret guard. When the time comes, you'll have this additional identity, and it will be easier for you to do things. After all, you'll be registered under the name of the Secret Investigation Bureau, and you'll be an internal agency of the Secret Investigation Bureau. You'll have all the responsibilities of the Secret Investigation Bureau. Regarding this point, Boss Bao felt that Yi Tianqi was very thoughtful. However, when he was given the title of deputy director, Boss Bao immediately became very nervous. It's not that he is belittling himself, but according to Yi Tianqi's idea, these secret guards are clearly the organization that many of Yi Tianqi's old acquaintances will join. Among them, even Lu Huang and Hong Tong are included. In the future, there will probably be other people from the Imperial Guard and other people from the Heavenly Palace joining. Then, what qualifications does Boss Leopard have to be the deputy director in name only? No, absolutely not.
Whether in terms of seniority or ability, he has no advantage, and he is absolutely not qualified to be the deputy director. Mr. Yi, Lord Chief, my Lord Heavenly Emperor, please just let me be an ordinary soldier in there, please don't let me be the deputy director, I really can't do it, and I can't convince the people. Boss Leopard has this self-awareness, so he can't do it and dares not do it. Yi Tianqi smiled and said, don't worry, just do what I ask you to do, it won't be as exaggerated as you think, many people won't join, they need to do their own things, the secret guards are mostly recruited from people who have dual identities in the Secret Investigation Institute, I also need to cultivate a group of confidants in the Secret Investigation Institute, you should know how to do this. Okay, it's decided, you don't need to refuse anymore after the meeting, you will be the deputy director of the Secret Investigation Bureau's Secret Guard Division. As for Lu Huang, if he is willing, I hope he can take the position, although Hong Tong is powerful, his character is not perfect enough, so you can serve as deputy director with him. At this point, Yi Tianqi looked at Boss Bao and smiled, of course, if you feel that being on equal footing with Hong Tong is problematic, then you don't have to take the position of deputy director, but from now on, I won't be able to control how Hong Tong orders you around or make fun of you. Boss Leopard just can't hear Hong Tong's name. Now I hear that if I don't do it, Hong Tong was about to become his boss, that was unacceptable, so he immediately nodded and took over the position. Even if it was just to be on equal footing with Hong Tong, he had to take this position. Yi Tianqi smiled and said, go inform the people in the general office and have them prepare after the meeting at noon today. I want to have a meal with the senior officials of the Secret Investigation Bureau. Since we will all be eating from the same pot in the future, then there is always a need for me and them to get to know each other. As for whether they obey or not, it doesn't matter, just give them a few days to adapt. Also, after lunch, make some arrangements, I plan to go meet Tang Xingyu. When mentioning this, Yi Tianqi's voice became a little gloomy. He was planning to meet Tang Xingyu, but just mentioning the name seemed to fill him with guilt. Although he had just arrived in the imperial capital, he had already done a lot of things. Did he really not have any time to see Tang Xingyu? Obviously not, it's just that he is not ready yet. But now, he has made the preparation. It's time to go and meet him. If you don't, it would be really unreasonable. Yi Tianqi even felt that meeting Tang Xingyu this time was even more painful and torturous than fighting against two thrones at the same time.